Welcome to the Plains survival game. From this moment on you will begin a perilous journey of survival in this dangerous world. This is a killing ground of blood and fire, yet also a king's road leading toward power and dominion. Here you must command the vehicle that belongs to you alone, use everything at your disposal, and endure every terrifying night that falls upon these plains. As a cold, mechanical female voice echoed in his mind, Ji-sung awoke on a patch of grass. He lifted his head, staring at the unfamiliar surroundings, confusion clouding his handsome face. Wasn't I in class? Where's this? The desks and classmates that had surrounded him were gone. In their place stretched an endless open expanse of plain blue sky and white clouds, the sun hanging high above. The scent of wild grass and bare earth rushed toward him, carrying the raw breath of an untamed wilderness. Ji-sung looked around in a daze, then quickly noticed a figure not far away, and his entire body jolted. That silhouette was not human at all. It was a grotesque creature, its body marred and rigidly twisted. It wandered mechanically across the grass, emitting low, bestial growls from its throat. A zombie. No, what kind of place was this? Had he been poisoned by mushrooms? Before Ji-sung could make sense of anything, a sheet of light appeared before his eyes. Plains Survival Guide. First, each person will receive one random vehicle and one random talent at the start. Choose your survival strategy according to the vehicle and talent you obtain. Second, at night, countless frenzied monsters roam the plains. Whenever possible, stay inside your vehicle to avoid being attacked. Third, your vehicle is unique. If it is completely destroyed, you will lose your shelter and can only take refuge in another survivor's vehicle. Fourth, survivors cannot plunder one another. Any forced trade that violates a person's will is considered invalid. Fifth, most things you see can be upgraded as resources. Develop your capabilities in a balanced way to handle the unexpected challenges to come. Sixth, the plains hold countless resources and opportunities that must be discovered through exploration. Until you are strong enough, do not stray into the territories of certain terrifying. Seventh, 6 o'clock marks the boundary between day and night. After night falls, all monsters enter a frenzy. Cherish the precious daylight and search for the resources you need as quickly as you can. Eighth, the first round of survival lasts 7 days. Each day the number and strength of monsters will increase. After 7 days, a terrifying tide of corpses will descend. Prepare yourselves in advance. Ninth, this is a real world. Death here means true and final death. Use every method you can and strive to stay alive. The light screen fell silent. Plains survival. Vehicles. After reading the 9 rules carefully, Ji-sung felt his heart sink. It seemed he had truly crossed into another world, swept into a mysterious survival game, just like in the novels he had read. And apparently he was not the only one. He noticed several options at the top right of the light screen: area chat, personal information, trading post, inventory. He tapped area chat, and the interface shifted. Area population 99983 out of 1000. Messages flooded in. I've awakened a system. Other messages flashed by. You all have systems too. I thought I was the chosen one. What is this plains survival thing? Did you see the prompt as well? Someone wrote, there are zombies here. It's so terrifying. What is this place? Another cried out, there's a monster chasing me. Help. Someone please save me. Another message countered, stop shouting. Carefully read the survival guide. Everything here is real. Another voice in the chat concluded, so everyone crossed over together. This is an apocalyptic survival game. Others chimed in, I've seen zombies too. This world really feels dangerous. It's called a survival game. If it weren't dangerous, what kind of survival would it be? Someone pointed out, look at the population number above. Almost 20 people have already died. Another complained, I'm wearing only a single pair of shorts. How am I supposed to survive here? Where's the newbie starter set the guide promised? The area chat boiled with discussion. Everyone was clearly bewildered and on edge. At that moment, a new prompt drew everyone's attention, drawing vehicles for all players. The moment had come. Seeing this message, Ji-sung instantly snapped to attention. According to the guide, vehicles were the core of the entire survival game. Drawing a good vehicle meant greater safety and a much higher chance of living, and could instantly create a gap between him and other players right from the start. It was time to test his luck. Before Ji-sung could even prepare himself, the result appeared. A crisp chime sounded. Congratulations, vehicle drawn, battered van. With the notification sound, a van that looked at least 10 years old suddenly materialized on the grass. Its paint was peeling and spotted with rust, the door panels dented, the undercarriage smeared with grime and dust, and the tires worn nearly smooth. Ji-sung opened the door and climbed in. A heavy, musty smell greeted him at once. The seats had caved in and the dashboard was layered with dust. There was no media system, not even air conditioning or a radio. It was beyond doubt a scrap-worthy vehicle, battered van. Grade Tier 1 vehicle. Maximum speed 60 km per hour. Durability 15%, slowly declining. Remaining fuel 1 unit, capable of traveling 300 kilometers. Upgraded parts none, all at level 0. Vehicle advancement requirements, 50 coins, 30 parts, 100 steel plates, 1 level 1 ship. Advancement unlocks only after modification areas reach level 10. Evaluation: a veteran workhorse with 600,000 kilometers on the odometer. Though it looks ready to fall apart, every loose component somehow holds a delicate balance. As long as you don't try to repair it, it will never truly break down. Reading the description, Jitsong felt as though the sky had collapsed. He had hoped for an off-road vehicle, or even a camper van, but instead he got a battle-scarred battered van. Still, however shabby it was, Jitsong immediately shut the door. It was a shell of iron, at least capable of blocking monster attacks. Besides, from now on this van would be his home. Jitsong sighed and glanced back at the area chat. Messages rolled by. I drew an armored vehicle. Another chimed in, boss, take me with you please. I only got a small hatchback. Hatchback here too. I ended up with a tiny mobility scooter. I drew a large off-road vehicle, amazing. Another complained, am I the only one who got a motorcycle? Someone consoled them, a motorcycle is still better than nothing. Another line read, I got a bicycle. How am I supposed to hide in a vehicle? Squeeze into the front basket. How is that any different from being sick? Someone replied, that's rough, brother. Hurry and seek shelter with someone else. Forget the bicycle. You couldn't outrun monsters, even pedaling at full speed. Watching the stream of messages, Jitsong felt at least somewhat balanced. His van, for all its flaws, was still better than motorcycles, tricycles, or bicycles. Soon a second prompt appeared, drawing talents for all players. After the first random draw, everyone's emotions immediately tightened once more. Jitsong stared fixedly at the light screen, holding his breath. He was already at a disadvantage with this van. His talent absolutely could not be. He silently prayed. Yet after more than 10 seconds, nothing happened. When he checked the chat channel, it had already exploded with reactions. Messages shouted, I got a level strength talent, 10-fold power increase. It's incredible, I feel like I could tear monsters apart with my bare hands. Another wrote, I awakened fire-based powers, but they're only level. Someone else replied, I've got a clever combat talent. Someone lamented, I got a support-type power, I'm numb. Another advised, better not broadcast it. Your talent is your trump card. Yet another message observed, no one is posting a level talents on the public screen. Someone must have drawn them. Those players are staying quiet. Reading these messages, Jitsong felt his heart grow colder and colder. Why had everyone else received their talents while he still had none? Had he hit a bug? Just as his composure was about to break, that voice, like heavenly music, finally sounded in his mind. A crisp chime rang out. Congratulations, talent drawn, SS level, hidden talent, daily intelligence, unique. Talent, daily intelligence. Rank, SS level, hidden talent. Effect: once per day you can obtain a piece of special intelligence from your surroundings. You may choose whether to accept the information. If you decline, the intelligence will attempt to trigger again during the remaining time that day, though there is a chance it may not appear again. Evaluation: a talent with the highest possible ceiling. Forget lucky individuals and children of fortune. Now the true master of information has arrived. After the extraction, Jizang's personal panel appeared before him. Name: Jizang. Physique 11. Physique is a composite index of strength, agility, and stamina. Average for adult male is 10. Spirit 9. Spirit is a composite index of perception, willpower, and energy. Average for adult male is 10. Bound vehicle broken down van. Talent, daily intelligence, SS grade, hidden, unique. This, a godly starting hand. Upon seeing the words SS grade, hidden, and unique, Jizang's eyes went wide. He had thought getting a grade talent would already be impressive, but unexpectedly heaven favored him and gave him the best possible. Unique meant that he was the only person in the world with this ability. Although it wasn't a straightforward talent like strength or supernatural powers, an intelligence-type ability was precisely the core element in this exploration survival game. Perfect. All beginner configurations have been distributed. Let all players begin your survival journey. Friendly tip: near every player's spawn point a treasure chest will randomly appear. Don't forget to search a treasure chest nearby. Seeing this prompt, Jizang immediately calmed himself, got out of the vehicle, and looked around. Ding. Daily intelligence triggered. Accept. Just as he started looking around, Jizang heard a notification sound in his mind. He paused. Triggered so quickly. He thought for a moment and finally clicked no. The announcement already indicated a chest near the spawn point. If today's intelligence also pointed to the chest location, the information would overlap, and that would be a huge waste. Jizang continued searching the grass nearby. Soon he spotted a wooden box lying quietly among the weeds, emitting an enticing sheen. Jizang's eyes lit up, but he didn't rush over recklessly because the chest was too close to a zombie, only about 7 or 8 meters away. He bent slightly, softened his footsteps, and even held his breath. He crept all the way to the wooden chest, then reached out and opened it. With a flash of light, a pile of items appeared before him. Gold coins, X1, parts, X3, leather, X2, obtained Glock 17X1. Besides coins and materials, there was also a handgun in the chest. Jizang's anxious heart finally relaxed. Fortunately, there was a firearm. He picked up the black pistol, feeling its heavy weight and cold touch, which brought a sense of security from a leap. This was his first time touching a real firearm. It was novel. A line of information appeared. Handgun Glock 17 magazine, 2040 auto refill durability, 100 modification, none rating, a reliable firearm for self-defense under ordinary circumstances, balanced performance, effective at short to medium range. It even came with 60 bullets. Perfect, let's test it on that zombie. Jizong imitated movies, pulled the slide, and a crisp chambering sound rang out. Click. The noise alerted the zombie nearby, who it immediately let out a roar and charged over. The zombie's speed was moderate, not absurdly fast nor slow enough to be a sitting duck. Jizong took a deep breath, raised the gun, and aimed. Bang! The first shot went slightly wide, hitting the zombie's shoulder. But this shot enraged the zombie, its speed increasing dramatically, charging wildly at Jizong, snapping its jaws. Bang! 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 Jizong hurriedly stepped back and fired 3 shots in a row. Fortunately, after getting used to the feel, his accuracy improved drastically. With only 3 or 4 meters left, the last shot hit the zombie right between the eyes, taking it down. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins 0. 1. Huff. Huff. Jizong wiped his sweat. For a modern young man who had never even touched a gun, this scene was indeed too thrilling. He hadn't expected zombies to drop gold coins. But the amount was pitiful, 0. 1 per zombie, 10 to make 1. Jizong tucked the gun into his waistband, crouched down, and turned over the zombie. He thought he might find useful supplies from the corpse, but after a few pokes he gave up. It was just a rotting corpse, too disgusting. Let's check elsewhere. Jizong looked at the time in the upper right corner. 4 hours until dark. He still didn't know what night would bring, so he had to be well prepared. He glanced at the area chat. Many players had already found their beginner chests, like him, opening various weapons, tools, food, etc. Among them, a certain lucky player actually got an M4A1 rifle with infinite ammo, causing a sensation in the public chat. Infinite ammo. And it's a rifle. Jizong felt a pang of envy. Not having to worry about ammo consumption. How awesome that must be. But he wasn't in a hurry to compare. With his intelligence talent, he would get such things sooner or later. Jizong put away his thoughts and planned to continue searching for supplies elsewhere. But just then he heard a horrifying noise not far away. After realizing, his face changed drastically. Holy crap! He cursed and immediately turned and rushed into his van. Close the door, start the engine. Shift gear, step on the gas. Veerum. The engine roared, exhaust sputtered, and the wheels spun on the grass. Behind 7 or 8 grotesque figures were chasing. But the manual car's initial speed was too slow, plus the grass, and soon the zombies caught up. Bang! Thud! Slap! Arg! Rararg! Jizong felt the pressure of the zombie horde firsthand. Grotesque, rotting faces pressed against the windows, howling madly, as if they wanted to eat him alive. He never imagined that a few gunshots could attract so many zombies. He really shouldn't fire at will from now on. Jizong skillfully shifted gears and accelerated, gradually shaking off the zombie group. After driving several kilometers, he confirmed safety before getting out to check the situation. After the zombie hordes pounding and biting the door and hood were pitted and covered with bloodstains. Worst of all, the driver's window had been cracked by a zombie. The vehicle had only 15 durability to begin with, now it dropped to 14. Damn! Jizong cursed, feeling a huge sense of crisis. The door is metal, but the window is different. Once it's breached, he's just meat in a tin, can be eaten bite by bite. When Jizong's gaze fell on the window, a few lines of text appeared before his eyes. Window upgrade, route firing port, completely modify the window into a firing port, allowing you to attack from inside. After completion, all windows except the windshield will be sealed as firing ports. Upgrade requires gold coins, X5, parts X2, steel sheets, X5. Upgrade route tempered glass, upgrade the window to tempered glass, able to withstand strong attacks, without blocking side driving vision. Upgrade requires gold coins, X3, parts X1. Note all upgrades can be refunded at any time, returning 80 of materials. Looking at the upgrade information, Jizong fell into a brief silence. It seems that in order to survive the first night, the car windows definitely need to be upgraded, but this is rather expensive. The tempered glass costs 3 gold coins, which means he has to take down 30 zombies to upgrade the windows. He only has a total of 60 bullets, and unless every shot hits a head, he simply won't have enough ammunition. Jizong glanced at the time. There were only a little over 3 hours left until dark. He must hurry. Relying solely on killing zombies to earn money will not work. He needs to find treasure chests. Jizong drove the van slowly across the grassy plain. Searching for treasure chests is definitely a task that requires keen eyesight. Although there were no obstructions on the plains, the colors were too monotonous, and the sunlight was glaring. Staring for too long made his eyes uncomfortable. After more than an hour, Jizong finally managed to find a bright red dwarf fruit tree and picked fresh fruit X43 from it. Fresh fruit. Description: one of the most common fruits on the plains, rich in nutrients essential for the human body. Long-term consumption in small amounts can enhance physical fitness, but it cannot be consumed in large quantities as a staple food, as it may cause diarrhea. Jizong tried one. It had a slightly sour taste, barely quenching his thirst and hunger. He put the remaining fresh fruits into his backpack and continued on his way. However, after walking just a few hundred meters, Jitsong felt the road beneath him becoming soft and mushy, making it difficult to drive, as if he had entered a muddy wetland. Jitsong broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stopped the car. There are no roadside assistance services in this world. If he got stuck here, he would have to find a way out himself or be trapped. He couldn't continue driving. Jitsong got out of the car and indeed stepped into muddy water. The terrain had changed and he couldn't tell what dangers lay ahead. He gripped his gun tightly, preparing to explore on foot. Just then a prompt sound rang in his ear. Today's information has been triggered. Do you wish to receive it? Here it comes. Jitsong instantly became alert. This time he decisively chose to accept. Today's information. You have arrived at the outskirts of the swamp area, a place where danger and opportunity coexist. Even zombies can become food for certain terrifying beings here. However, this area also hides many surprises. For example, over 100 meters southeast of your current location, there has been an unusual bronze sheen. Explore there carefully, you may find unexpected rewards. But remember, you must bring your weapon. Over 100 meters southeast. Jitsong carefully read the information and turned his gaze southeast. The grass there was uneven and sparse, the muddy surface glistening with moisture. There were no zombies. But surely other dangers lurked. Let's take a look. Jitsong held his gun with both hands slightly bent over and cautiously approached. The soil beneath his feet gradually became softer and muckier, soon reaching his ankles. With each step it felt like he was planting rice, and several times his shoes nearly got stuck. Moreover, Jitsong noticed trails in the muddy grass. These were tracks left by snakes slithering through, varying in size, making his scalp tingle. Jitsong became more cautious and alert, trudging forward for over 100 meters until he finally reached the target area. Upon arriving, he spotted a wooden treasure chest half buried in the mud, instantly brightening his eyes. Indeed, there is one. Jitsong walked over slowly and reached out to open the wooden chest. Gained 1 gold coin, 5 python skins, 200 universal bullets. Gained AK-47X1. Gained short dagger X1. A heap of equipment materials suddenly jumped out. 2 weapons. Jitsong was overjoyed and took them out of the treasure chest. Rifle AK-47. Magazine 30,180, auto-reloading. Durability 100. Modification device none. Description: the most produced rifle in the world, favored by pirates and gangsters. Without it one cannot take down anything with a single magazine. If there's something, just fire another magazine. Short dagger. Durability 100. Modification device none. Description: sharp and highly concealable, suitable for sneak attacks during life and death struggles. Don't hesitate, just draw it and stab. Moreover, in addition to the 2 weapons, there were also python skins and universal bullets. Python skins can be used to make armor and are very useful materials. As for the universal bullets, they can be used to load all firearms except sniper rifles, making them a solid form. What a delight! Jitsong tucked the short dagger and handgun into his waist on both sides, holding the AK in his hands, suddenly feeling much more confident. But why does something... Jitsong recalled the description in today's information. There seems to be a mysterious bronze sheen in this area. Where is the bronze sheen? It can't be referring to this wooden box, right? Jitsong calmed himself down and squatted in the mud, starting to carefully observe everything around him. Soon he saw a large python about 7 or 8 meters long and as thick as a bowl slithering out from the grass. My God! Jitsong was startled and watched as the python slithered right past him, just 4 or 5 meters away. And that was not the only one. In less than 10 minutes, Jitsong saw no less than 5 large pythons. One of them was even over 15 meters long, causing him to not dare make a sound. If he got entangled by one of these, he would probably have his bones crushed to bits. This swamp area is truly not to be trifled with. After anxiously searching for half an hour, Jitsong finally discovered something unusual on the patch of grass just crossed by a python. Although the muddy surface was quickly covered again, that unusual bronze color was still captured by him. Jitsong's heart raced. It has appeared. The bronze sheen. Jitsong swallowed hard to calm his emotions and slowly approached the spot. The mud here was deep enough to reach his calves. Jitsong rolled up his sleeves, plunged his hands into the muddy water, and began to search. Sure enough, he soon felt the edge of a hard box. Jitsong held his breath, and with great effort he pulled the entire box up with all his might. Gurgle. The mud and water bubbled up, and the metallic texture became more apparent. Finally, the entire treasure chest floated completely to the surface. Bronze treasure chest. Description: if you can find me, rejoice in secret. Treasure chest levels: wooden treasure chest, black iron treasure chest, bronze treasure chest, silver treasure chest, gold treasure chest, purple dawn treasure chest, black diamond treasure chest, legendary treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest. Finding a level 3 treasure chest on the first day is something to boast about. Jitsong suppressed his excitement and directly opened the chest. Clang. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the treasure chest released a burst of dazzling light. Acquired 20 gold coins, 50 parts, and 2,000 universal bullets. Acquired 1 sniper rifle. Acquired 1 heat weapon modification ballistic correction. Acquired 1 armor core rare. Amazing. A direct windfall. Seeing a heap of rewards pop up, Jitsong's mouth was almost stretched to his ears. He never expected such a huge surprise from triggering intelligence for the first time. Without delay, he immediately took out all these resources and equipped them. Sniper rifle TRG-22. Magazine 530 auto reload. Durability 100. Modification device none. Rating a devastating weapon with an effective range exceeding 2,000 meters. The aiming down sights feels like the king of hell is calling. Modification device ballistic correction for heat weapons. Rating can be used to modify all heat weapons, unifying all ballistic corrections to eliminate the influence of wind resistance, significantly enhancing firearm accuracy. Note: after modification, it will permanently bind to the weapon and cannot be detached. Armor core rare. Rating core material for upgrading to level 2 vehicles, the most precious and rare item in the early stages. Cough. Whoever sells it is a fool. After reviewing these introductions, Jitsong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The value of these items is immeasurable. Not to mention the sniper rifle modification device and armor core. Just the 20 gold coins, 50 parts, and 2,000 bullets are things other players wouldn't dare to dream of. Indeed, danger and opportunity are directly proportional. If it were someone else who would dare to enter such a swamp teeming with large pythons right at the start, and even manage to retrieve a treasure chest from the mire. After achieving this great harvest, Jitsong intended to leave contentedly. But just as he turned around, he suddenly froze. Issus. The massive python, over 15 meters long and as thick as a barrel, had appeared behind him without him realizing it. The front half of the python slowly reared up, its crimson tongue flicking in and out. A pair of cold vertical pupils quietly fixed on Jitsong. The distance between them was less than 2 meters. Jitsong felt as if his blood had frozen at that moment. At the same time, specific information about the giant python appeared before. Adult swamp blood python. Rating a large swamp creature that can grow over 100 meters long. Generally mild-mannered when whelped, but if disturbed in its territory, it will gently crush every bone in your body and swallow you whole. Hissus. The blood python drew closer, its tongue nearly striking Jitsong's face. Jitsong could clearly see the hostility in its eyes. He had no doubt that this python would snap its massive jaws around his head the moment he turned to flee, immediately beginning to constrict and swallow him alive. Running away was definitely a dead end. To survive, he could only confront it head-on. Jitsong decisively made his decision in an extremely brief moment. Whoosh. The crisp sound of the AK-47 chambering around echoed. The sudden noise startled the blood python, causing it to recoil. Then it let out a terrifying hiss, ready to attack, but Jitsong had already raised the dark barrel of his gun, aiming for its head. Then he pulled the trigger. Pulled it as hard as he could. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted like popping beans. The rifle's horrifying firepower unleashed a torrent of flames at the blood python's skull. Hiss. The python's head was instantly torn to shreds, its body instinctively retracting, writhing like a frenzied worm, rolling and bouncing wildly in the mud. Jitsong showed no mercy, gritting his teeth and emptying the entire magazine. The bullets required 5 seconds to auto-reload. He seized this opportunity to draw his handgun, executing another American-style clearing. With 2 rounds of suppressive fire, he turned the blood python's head and body into a blood-soaked rag, leaving it lifeless with only muscle spasms still twitching. Click, click, click. Jitsong pulled the handgun trigger until it was empty, before stopping, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. This was a moment of life and death, pushing all his potential to the limit. Successfully killed an adult swamp blood python. Gold coin 0. 5. Python skin 1. A kill notification appeared. Jitsong glanced at it, slightly surprised internally. 0. 5 gold coins, 5 times more than a normal zombie, plus the python skin indeed made for a good hunting target. But such a creature is only suitable for long-range sniping. Close combat requires incredible reaction speed. He was lucky this time, otherwise just a casual swipe of its tail could have left him with broken bones. But such a creature is only suitable for long-range sniping. Close combat requires incredible reaction speed. He was lucky this time, otherwise the gunfire had clearly startled all the surrounding blood pythons. Sure enough, one after another blood pythons emerged from the muddy grass surrounding Jitsong. Bang, bang, bang. The AK's bullets had finished reloading. Jitsong steadied himself, retreating while taking aim shots at the attacking blood pythons. Although his accuracy was somewhat lacking, the rifle's firepower was fierce enough to break the bodies of pythons as thick as a bowl, let alone headshots. Successfully killed a juvenile swamp blood python. Gold coin 0. 1. Successfully killed a juvenile swamp blood python. Gold coin 0. 1. Successfully killed a juvenile swamp blood python. Gold coin 0. 1. Python skin 1. This battle was nothing short of exhilarating. Over 100 meters, Jitsong used 3 magazines and killed a total of 18 blood pythons. Along with the previous adult blood python, he had accumulated a total of 3 gold coins, and 7 python skin. By the time he got into the car, Jitsong was completely soaked in sweat. His feet and body were covered in mud with a lingering smell of gunpowder and blood, looking but dirty as he was. Nothing could compare to the satisfaction he felt inside. Jitsong opened his backpack. Gold coins 24. 4. Weapons: handgun X1, rifle X1, a sniper rifle X1, a short dagger X1, universal bullets X2200, heat weapon modification ballistic correction X1. Tools none. Materials: parts X53, python skin X12, a leather X2, armor core rare X1. Food: fresh fruit X42. Looking at the fully stocked resources, Jitsong felt extremely pleased. The rewards from this trip were simply too gratifying. With less than an hour left until dark, Jitsong decided not to explore further and to upgrade instead. He drove the van away from the swamp's edge, arriving at a lower terrain surrounded by plenty of bushes, providing excellent concealment for the vehicle. He parked and turned off the engine. The first thing Jitsong needed to do was upgrade the windows. The 2 upgrade paths for the windows were tempered glass, which only had defensive attributes, and shooting chamber, which offered both defense and counterattack. Having 3 heat weapons and over 2,000 bullets, he definitely preferred shooting chamber. However, compared to tempered glass, which cost 3 gold coins and 1 part, the shooting chamber was almost twice as expensive, requiring 5 gold coins, 2 parts, and 5 iron pieces. Jitsong opened the trading platform. Many people had already learned to trade, listing various items, resources, weapons, and materials. Most were clearly priced, and private trading was also available for unknown bargaining. But like the chat channel, there were restrictions. Each person could list a maximum of 10 types of goods per day, though the quantity was unlimited. Jitsong, currently the most expensive items were weapons and bullets, followed by various tools and fuel. Conversely, food and drinking water were very cheap, likely because everyone wasn't too hungry on the first. Moreover, the biggest survival threat was not hunger, but the zombies that were everywhere. Jitsong searched for iron pieces, and a plethora of materials popped up. He initially thought this item would be pricey, but unexpectedly found it quite cheap. Whether due to high production or a lack of buyers, many were listed at the minimum price of 0.1 gold coins. Jitsong quickly bought 5 iron pieces. Along with the 5 gold coins and 2 parts in his backpack, he clicked to upgrade to shooting chamber. Ding! Shooting chamber upgrade successful. Accompanied by a burst of white light. The bloodstained and cracked window of the van instantly upgraded to welded. The steel plates feature various sizes of sliding doors, accommodating weapons with calibers from 20mm to 300mm. From this moment on, this van has officially transformed into a mobile fortress capable of launching attacks from the left, right, and rear. A glance reveals 5 heavy steel plate doors, imparting a raw sense of security that comes from steel, giving this once dilapidated old car a hint of a cyberpunk wasteland vibe. Moreover, surprisingly, the front windshield has also been upgraded to tempered glass, completing the final shortcoming and turning out to be a pleasant surprise. In addition to the windows, there are many other components on the vehicle that can be upgraded, such as the engine, tires, doors, exterior armor, and roof-mounted machine guns. Comfort features include air conditioning, sound systems, central entertainment screens, seat ventilation, heating, and massage power generation devices, and onboard refrigerators. Each upgrade counts as level 1, and a total of over 10 levels must be reached to unlock vehicle advancement. Jitsong checked the requirements for all the upgrades. The primary demand is gold coins, followed by parts, then steel sheets, with a variety of other materials making up the rest. Jitsong reopened the trading post, checking the prices of these materials in sequence. On the first day, the market prices are the most chaotic, making it the best time to snag a deal. The vast majority of people are currently choosing to sell materials to purchase weapons and ammunition. A handgun typically sells for over 3 gold coins, with ammunition priced separately. Rifles, submachine guns, and machine guns are even more elusive, with no fixed prices, relying solely on private negotiations. But none of this compares to the outrageous prices of ammunition. 100 rounds of common bullets can sell for 2 or even 3 gold coins. You would barely profit by taking down a zombie with an average of 3 rounds. What the? Jitsong was taken aback. Then he opened the regional chat channel. After several hours of initial exploration, the original player count of 100 had dropped to 9700, with nearly 30 people disappearing forever. Messages continuously refresh in the channel. Brothers, listen to me. Use all your gold coins to go all in on weapons and ammunition. Become a nuclear-powered tiger. I'm having a blast. Huh. It's almost dark. Hurry and gather together. The coordinates have been sent. There are 2 people in the team with handguns. I'm having a blast. Huh. It's almost dark. Hurry and gather together. The coordinates have been sent. There are 2 people in the team. I'm really scared alone. No way cold weapons can sit at the same table as dogs. Everyone hurry and find treasure chests while you can. Wooden treasure chests are truly magical. I opened a long knife at my spawn point and 2 hours later found a second chest, which directly provided 200 rounds of bullets. Sold for 6 gold coins. Haha. What kind of European emperor is this? Already found a second treasure chest. Damn, I can't even find the first one. I can't even find the first one, just a bunch of fruit. I was chased by zombies and now can't find my spawn point anymore. Damn. Collect bullets. Infinite collection. Directly private message me. Jizong glanced over the public screen at the comments, extracting useful information. He noticed that everyone seemed overly reliant on firepower, neglecting the importance of defense. He now has a firm belief the current prices of parts and steel sheets are absolutely at a historical low. By tomorrow, or even tonight, the situation is likely to change dramatically. Jizong no longer hesitated. He took out 1500 out of the 200 common bullets in his backpack, dividing them into 15 portions and listing each at a price of 3 gold coins. He kept 500 bullets for emergencies. Now the price of bullets has surged to 3 gold coins each, and Jizong's 15 portions sold out in just a few minutes, netting him a whopping 45 gold coins. Adding the 19 for gold coins he already had, his total reached 64 for gold coins. A definite wealthy individual. Immediately after, Jizong entered a frenzy of shopping, specifically targeting parts. Parts are definitely worth much more than steel sheets, but due to the chaotic market, many people are selling both parts and steel sheets, as if they were the same worthless materials, all priced at 0, 1 and 0, 2 prices. The key is that even at such low prices they are still unsold. This is perfect for Jizong, a big player with gold coins in reserve. This material carries no risk at all, yet has huge profit potential. Even if it rises from 0, 1 to 0, 2, that's a double. To say the least, even if it doesn't sell, it can still be used by him. In 7 days there will be a massive zombie wave. If defense doesn't keep up, it will likely be disastrous, and the consumption of this material will certainly be astonishing. Without further ado, Jizong immediately started buying. Successfully purchased parts X2, spent gold coins 0. 2. Successfully purchased parts X3, spent gold coins 0. 3. After just a short while of shopping, Jizong noticed that a small number of other players had also realized the importance of these materials, and like him, were frantically buying them. Looks like there are quite a few smart people. Jizong narrowed his eyes slightly and quickened his pace. In the last few minutes before dark, Jizong had already acquired over 500 parts, and the price of parts in the entire area had risen by 0. 2 gold coins, forcing Jizong to change his strategy, and he bought 30 steel sheets and a small amount of food and drinks before stopping. Phew. After stockpiling, Jizong slowly exhaled and checked his backpack. Gold coins 7. 3. Weapon: sniper X1, rifle X1, handgun X1, a short dagger X1, common bullets X450, hot weapon upgrade, ballistic correction X1. Tools: none. Materials: parts X5, 83, steel sheets X30, python skin X12, leather X2, armor core rare X1. Food: fresh fruit X42, bread X10, cola X3, mineral water X5. The opportunity has already passed. Next he prepared to face the night. He looked out the window. The remnants of the sun had sunk below the horizon. The entire plain gradually darkened, becoming heavier and more profound, increasing the pressure in one's heart. Jizong took out all 4 weapons from his backpack, with the dagger and handgun still at his waist, the sniper resting against the rear side window, and the AK in hand. In addition, he loaded the handgun with 50 rounds and the AK with 200 rounds. As for the upgrade device, hot weapon upgrade, ballistic correction, Jizong directly applied it to the sniper. With this ballistic correction, even without being a professional sniper, one can achieve stability in long-range shooting, maximizing its effectiveness. This is the power of the upgrade device. However, the upgrade device is currently too expensive, costing much more than the weapons themselves. When Jizong was shopping, he took a glance at the hot weapon upgrades, such as recoilless infinite durability, super gun barrel, cooling super silencer, etc. All priced at over 20 gold coins. Who could afford that? As for the legendary infinite bullets, no one even had it available for sale. This thing is considered a god-level cheat in the early game. Even if it were for sale, likely no one could afford it, and it could only be exchanged for something of equivalent value. At this moment the sky had completely darkened. The bright moon hung high above, with twinkling stars scattered across the sky. A refreshing breeze swept through, causing the flowers and grass to sway, creating a delightful summer night in the wilderness. If it weren't for those monsters lurking about. As night fell, it was time for the monsters to come out in search of food. The weak and helpless little rabbits should be careful and hide themselves well. As the clock hand jumped past 6, a rolling announcement appeared on the public screen. The atmosphere in the entire chat channel instantly turned tense. It's starting. Who wants to team up? I'm really scared alone. I've almost used up all my bullets during the day. Everyone send your coordinates. Everyone nearby gather together. Hurry. As the comments became chaotic, a user with the ID Li Jiangguo spoke up. I've sent my coordinates. If any brothers can't hold on tonight, you can come over. We've gathered more than 20 people, no other conditions, just need to have the right principles, be united, and obey group discipline. Wow. It's the great Li Jiangguo. Is he the one who drew the tank vehicle, eh? Take me with you. Me too. Our brother Jia is also recruiting. Brothers in the Heishan mine area can come over, at least one hot weapon is required. Is it Zhang Dongjie from the Heishan mine? Is he the one who drew the infinite ammo M4A1? Wow, he's a formidable expert. Brothers, hurry and cling to his leg. Hurry, go gather with the experts. Jizong watched the comments on the public screen, remaining silent. He had no intention of joining others to form a group. Before the crossing, everyone was an ordinary person. Facing such a dangerous environment on the plains, coming together for warmth was indeed the best choice for safety. However, such organizations and groups are also prone to conflicts due to uneven distribution of benefits. This is not Blue Star. Without legal constraints, relying solely on morality and conscience makes it hard to form collective order. It's uncertain when internal strife might lead to fragmentation. Jizong didn't want to get involved with these small groups. Taking the lone wolf approach was more in line with his interests. However, this didn't mean he wanted to completely sever ties with others. Establishing appropriate contacts and exchanging intelligence would also be beneficial for his development. Jizong sent a message on the public screen. I advise everyone not to run around right now. Turn off your vehicles and recline your seats. If you don't have at least 200 rounds of ammunition, don't fire recklessly, otherwise you could easily become a live target. Zombies are very sensitive to sound. His words alerted many people, especially those who were preparing to pack up for the night, were doused with a cold splash of reality. No way. Is it really that dangerous? Is what the expert said true? I don't even dare to start my vehicle. What that expert said should be true. I also fired a shot today and attracted several zombies around me. Ooh, I almost didn't escape. You all should be cautious. The great Zhang Wo said, if you can't hold on, go over. It's just getting dark, so if you can survive, just survive. They're coming. Oh no, the zombies are coming. How can there be so many? At this moment, a wave of blood-colored mist began to spread, and terrifying figures appeared continuously on the plain. Roar! Roar! The zombies at night are completely different from the slow and sluggish forms of the day. Under the shadow of the blood-colored mist, they all entered a bloodthirsty frenzy, running across the plains, letting out terrifying roars, searching for any flesh and blood food that emitted signs of life. Through the small window of the shooting compartment, Jizong quietly observed the outside situation. The number of zombies was clearly an order of magnitude greater than during the day, and their speed and attack power had greatly increased. It seems tonight will be an insomniac night for many. Not long after, there was a sudden frantic gunfire in the distance. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! Someone started shooting. Once the gunfire sounded, unless one side achieved a decisive victory, it would be hard to stop. Jizang's gaze slightly narrowed as he climbed to the back row, picked up his sniper rifle, and used the scope to observe the situation in the distance. It was an old vehicle parked 2 kilometers. That old vehicle was like a piece of ham exposed in front of an ant nest, completely covered by a swarm of zombies, with their writhing figures all over the vehicle, madly banging against the windows and doors. The driver was completely panicked, firing wildly, while trying to start the vehicle to escape. However, as the windows were shattered one by one, the zombies' terrifying figures squeezed into the vehicle, and the driver's feeble firepower was completely useless. Within seconds, he was brutally ripped apart by the zombies with no chance to escape. This horrifying scene made Jizong frown. He glanced at the online number in the chat channel. The number of online users was visibly decreasing. 97000, 96500, 96000. Help! Save me! Oh no, I was just surrounded. Fortunately, I managed to break through. That was so terrifying. Oh my, the windows are so fragile. They cracked after just a few hits. Those brothers who can't withstand the zombie attacks, hurry and drive away. Staying put will definitely get you buried under a pile of zombies. Num. How can there be so many zombies? This doesn't even count as a zombie tide. What scale will the zombie tide after 7 days be? Help! My car is stuck. Someone come help me. He'll give them 2 gold coins plus a silencer. Modification device, super silencer. All my belongings, please save me. Right now everyone is too busy to take care of themselves. Who has time to save others when zombies are this terrifying? Brothers, it's best to kill zombies with cold weapons. Although it's labor-intensive and dangerous, at least it won't attract more zombies. Do you dare use cold weapons? If you get grabbed by a zombie up close, you could be done for. At this moment, while the entire public screen was in chaos, Jizong, due to his advantageous position and prior concealment, had not yet been discovered by the zombies. He saw the paid rescue message on the public screen and immediately became interested. Modification device, super silencer. This item is indeed a good thing. There was only one on the trading platform, posted at a sky-high price of 30 gold coins. Could it be that this person posted it? He directly sent a private message to the other party, send coordinates, he'll pick you up within 10 kilometers. The other party replied immediately, coordinates, great expert, help me. The conversations on the public screen seemed to prioritize proximity, and most of the messages received by everyone were from. The coordinates sent by the other party were 7 kilometers away. Not too far. However, under the current circumstances, getting there would definitely be somewhat difficult. Jizong asked, I need some time to get there, how long can you hold out? Zhou Cheng replied, great expert, I've upgraded the windows, but the car shell isn't thick enough. It's about to be torn apart by the zombies. At least a dozen zombies are surrounding me. I don't dare to go out and fight them. I really don't know how long this tin can hold out. Great expert in begging you please hurry. Otherwise I'm really afraid I won't make it until you get here. Just wait. After sending this message, Ji-zong started the vehicle and headed towards the target location. Virum. The old van sputtered out 2 plumes of black exhaust and started moving on the grass. Roar. Hearing the engine noise, the zombies wandering around immediately roared and chased after him. In no time a string of zombies was hanging off the back of the van. Fortunately the terrain here was relatively flat, and the van could run over 40 km/h, preventing it from being surrounded by the zombies. Buzz. Buzz. Ji-zong drove the van through the night, weaving through zombies on the plain. During the day, as long as he picked up speed, it was easy to shake them off. But at night the situation changed. With the increasing number of zombies and their speed, it became very difficult to shake them off. Some were clawing at the car door, while others climbed onto the roof. There were even zombies that lunged directly from the front. The van's front couldn't dodge them, and had to collide, heat and splattering colorful gore across the windshield. This not only damaged the front and hood of the vehicle, but also risked dragging zombies into the undercarriage. If luck ran out, and several zombies got caught in there, combined with the terrain's undulations, it could easily leave him stuck. Ji-zong hadn't intended to drive at night, so he hadn't upgraded any other hardware. It seemed that now he had to make arrangements. He first glanced at the vehicle's upgrade options, ultimately deciding to prioritize upgrading the tires and chassis. Tires. Upgrade Route 1. All-terrain tires suitable for both highway and off-road, capable of handling various terrains. Upgrade requirements: Gold X2, Leather X1. Upgrade Route 2. Mud tires with extremely strong off-road performance, ideal for complex extreme terrains. Upgrade requirements: Gold X5, or Leather X2. Upgrade Route 3. Snow tires with excellent grip, suitable for snow and icy conditions. Upgrade requirements: Gold X5, or Leather X2. Upgrade Route 4. High-performance run-flat tires, provides exceptional traction and grip, can travel at 100 km/h even when deflated. Upgrade requirements: Gold X10, Leather X5. After vehicle advancement, more tires can be unlocked. Note all purchased tires will be stored in the system's trunk and can be changed at will. Ji-zong quickly scanned through and chose to purchase the all-terrain tires. Ding! All-terrain tires purchased successfully. Automatically switched. In an instant of confirmation, the van's 4 worn-out tires were upgraded under a flash of white light, transforming into large-sized, thick-treaded all-terrain tires. The vehicle's road feel instantly became more stable, eliminating the previous sense of sluggishness. Then Ji-zong looked at the chassis option. Chassis. Upgrade Route 1, off-road chassis, basic, custom-made for complex terrains with independent suspension in 4 zones, boasting strong off-road capabilities. Upgrade requirements: Gold X5, Parts X5. Upgrade Route 2, performance chassis, basic, designed for automotive performance, providing significant speed and stability enhancements, requires upgraded engine and transmission for use. Upgrade requirements: Gold X10, Parts X10. After vehicle advancement, mid to high-level chassis upgrades can be performed. Ji-zong directly chose to upgrade to the off-road chassis. Upgrade successful. With a flash of white light, the entire vehicle's chassis subtly raised significantly. Ji-zong could clearly feel that the vehicle became more stable and solid during the drive. Even when speeding over bumps, it wouldn't jolt as violently as before. Wow, this is awesome! Ji-zong exclaimed excitedly, pressing the accelerator down hard. The engine roared to life, propelling the 4 wheels joyfully across the wilderness. Ji-zong never imagined that this dilapidated van could actually perform like an off-road vehicle. Previously, he had to be cautious when crossing bumps, always ready to brake, which was incredibly frustrating. Now he didn't even need to watch the road, he just needed to press the pedal down, leaving the rest to the chassis and tires. Ji-zong glanced at the dashboard of the van. After upgrading the windows today, the vehicle's durability increased from 14 to 19. Now with the upgrades to the tires and chassis, durability jumped directly to 35, making it feel like it was getting newer with each drive. Next, Ji-zong focused on driving. The vehicle's speed quickly increased from 40 km/h to the maximum limit of 60 km/h, shaking off all the zombies behind. However, to go faster, he would need to upgrade the engine and transmission, which was not on Ji-zong's agenda for now. He was out of money and only had less than 1 gold coin left. He still needed to make money quickly. On the way ahead, Ji-zong saw many vehicles fleeing in the wilderness, all followed by a horde of zombies. Driving away was almost the last resort for all players to escape the zombies. But running all night, not to mention whether fuel could sustain such consumption, was a test for the human. After all, during the day he had been searching for supplies, and at night he had to drive tents for an entire night. Who could withstand that? Moreover, he would have to continue searching for supplies the next day, leading to a vicious cycle. It seems that vehicle defense is of utmost importance. Ji-zong thought to himself. Fortunately, he had stockpiled parts in advance, which was quite a bargain. This would definitely become more expensive over time. After more than half an hour of full-speed travel, Zong finally approached his destination. He didn't go directly, but parked in a slightly concealed spot, observing with the sniper rifle scope. It was a black sedan, its chassis, tilted wheels, and lower control arms jammed with a mass of bloodied corpses completely stuck. Around it, a dozen zombies were frantically attacking the car doors and shatter-resistant glass. The player named Zhou Cheng, trapped inside, had sent countless urgent messages to Zong, almost going mad with anxiety. As the distance between them closed to within a kilometer, the vehicle's radio frequency also connected. This is a standard feature for all vehicles, allowing players to communicate directly through the radio. Just as the conversation connected, Zhou Cheng began pleading for help. "I'm here, just give me the reward first." Zong initiated a trade. Zhou Cheng didn't dare to negotiate terms of saving his life before payment. At this moment of life and death, he had no choice but to trust Zhang's credibility. To be honest, even if Zong took the money and didn't save him, Zhou Cheng would have no recourse. At most, he could expose this matter on the public screen before dying, and in such a time of panic, no one would likely pay attention. Transaction successful. Received modification device, super suppressor. Received gold X2. 1. It's in the bag. Zong glanced at it, and a detailed description popped up before him. Modification device, super suppressor firearm. Description: the super suppressor can completely eliminate gunfire, reducing noise to a minimum, while also decreasing recoil, enhancing the shooting feel. Note: once modified, it will be permanently bound to the weapon and cannot be removed. Indeed, it's a great item. A good horse deserves a good saddle, an AK and a pistol definitely don't deserve it. Zong didn't hesitate and directly applied this modification device to the sniper rifle. White light surged, and a suppressor with a matte finish appeared on the long barrel of the sniper rifle. Excitedly, Zong licked his lips, climbed into the back seat, opened the shooting compartment, and extended the barrel and scope out. With a click, a bullet was chambered, and he steadied his breath. Then he pulled the trigger. Touch! The bullet's originally ferocious firepower roared, but under the suppressor's calming effect, it transformed into an elegant and melodious whistle, like an invisible killer traversing the night sky, crossing over 1,000 meters to strike a zombie right in the head. With a bang, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, evenly splattering against the windows of Zhou Cheng's sedan. The stability is surprisingly strong. It truly hits the mark. With a successful shot, Zong felt a great joy in his heart, as if he were truly a god of sniping. However, he knew that most of this was thanks to the trajectory correction and the super silencer, which also enhanced some stability of the gun, allowing him to perform remote sniping with such ease. Zong aimed again with his sniper rifle. The crosshair in the scope resembled the stroke of a judge from the underworld, capable of taking a life with each target. Sometimes when he encountered overlapping zombies, he could even achieve a one-shot kill on 2 or 3 of them. Gold 0. 1. Successful kill of a zombie. Gold 0. 1. Leather 1. Successful kill of a zombie. Gold 0. 1. Rows of kill notifications appeared. Zong became increasingly adept, experiencing the thrill of mowing down enemies. Inside a small car, Zhou Cheng was curled up in his seat, holding his head. He sensed something unusual outside, and cautiously lifted his head. Puff! Bang! Zhou Cheng watched as the terrifying zombies surrounding the vehicle were shot in the head one after another from afar, feeling overwhelmed with excitement, to the point of tears. The boss is amazing. He had been extremely worried that Zong would take the reward and run off, but now he could finally relax completely. The boss indeed kept his. In just over a minute, all the zombies that had been clinging to the small car were eliminated by Zong. Thanks to the silencer, it didn't attract any more zombies. The crisis was thus averted. It's all taken care of. You can figure out how to get the bodies out from under the car. I'm leaving now, Zong said to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng was deeply grateful. Thank you, bro. You are incredible. Big brother, could you take me as your little brother? I have a clever support talent. I can do anything you ask. Sorry, I don't take little brothers. Zong refused directly. He was just there to get paid for his service and didn't want to get entangled in personal relationships. Whatever problems Zhou Cheng faced later were no longer his concern. After finishing this conversation, Zong drove away. This operation had cost him 20 rounds of sniper bullets along with nearly 10 kilometers of fuel consumption. In return, he earned 6 gold and a silencer. Regardless of how you looked at it, he had made a significant profit. Zong parked in a safe spot and ate 2 pieces of bread. The bread was dry and tasteless. One had to admit that the food in this world was truly unpalatable. Fortunately, the taste of cola was still right. He gulped down a few mouthfuls to wash the bread down, counting it as dinner. Afterward, Zong went to the exchange to check the price of sniper bullets. The price for sniper bullets X100 was quite cheap, many being sold for 5 gold. Occasionally, he saw some being listed for 4 or 3. This was likely due to the scarcity of sniper rifles, causing players to sell these bullets at a low price in exchange for more common ammunition. Zong quickly purchased 200 rounds, fully loading them into his sniper rifle, instantly becoming well stocked with ammunition, no longer needing to pinch pennies or worry about saving bullets. Tonight he planned to hunt freely. Jizong did not intend to stop continuing to send messages on the public screen accepting paid commissions. Over the next few hours he helped nearby trapped players escape. At the beginning of the game it was a perfect time to build reputation, so Jizong did not charge exorbitantly, he mostly just collected a bit of compensation. Some offered a couple of gold, while others provided food or materials. He assessed the situation and helped whenever he could. After all, he needed to kill zombies, as well, making it a win-win situation. But soon he encountered a character with the ID Wang Guang. This guy was surrounded by zombies as well, but he refused to offer any coins and stood on a moral high ground, insisting he wanted free rescue. After Jizong called him an idiot, he immediately broke down and began angrily cursing on the public screen. Wang Guang, I will expose that Jizong. He claimed he would help others, but when passing by me, I begged for his help dozens of times, and he refused to help. He even asked for money and cursed at me. He disregards human life, letting people die without help. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to be a person. Once this statement was made, it instantly stirred up but everyone was not a fool. Upon hearing this, they immediately understood the implication. Nobody, aren't you just trying to freeload off someone else's rescue? How can you still have the face to shout on the public screen? A big baby raised in a civilized society, thinking everyone must serve him for free. Is there really someone who wants to incite online violence against their own? This guy is risking his life to save others. Oh, what's wrong with him asking for a bit of compensation? Do you really think everyone has to treat you like a son and protect you? I'll be damned if people like you make it so that the big shots don't want to step in. I'll really tear you apart. What the hell, dare to come out and self-destruct? Don't say the zombies want to bite you. Ooh, just seeing you, I'd want to shoot you. Amidst the chorus of insults, especially from players who had been saved by Jizong, previously the attacks intensified. Wang Guang had initially thought to leverage public opinion to slander Jizong, but ended up losing his composure and started arguing with others. However, he was soon drowned out by the overwhelming tide of disdain and dared not show his face. Moreover, due to being blocked too many times, his ID turned into a red name, public enemy of all. On the other hand, Jizong had no time to care about such trivial matters and continued to accept orders on the road. From 7 p.m. to midnight, over these few hours, he had traveled over 100 kilometers, nearly exhausting the 200 new bullets. Upon completing the last order, a crisp notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a new title. Ranger basic title attributes: Constitution 3, Spirit 3, extra kill, gold bonus 20, cumulative 0, can be extracted at any time. Evaluation: when the deed is done, leave quietly, hiding one's merit and fame. Completing 10 rescues of other players within a limited time will be rewarded. Jizong's eyes brightened upon seeing this title. Unexpectedly, there was a delightful surprise. He immediately equipped the title. In an instant, Jizong felt a tremendous enhancement in his physical qualities. His strength, stamina, perception, and even clarity of thought surged significantly. This was the effect of Constitution 3 and Spirit 3. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was the extra kill bonus 20. This was a rare attribute. Killing 10 zombies would yield an extra 2. It might not seem significant now, but in the future, as his combat power increased, the benefits from this attribute would be extremely substantial. Comfortable. Jizong let out a satisfied breath and glanced at his backpack. Gold coins 21. 5. Weapon: Sniper Rifle Modified Level 2, X1, Assault Rifle X1, Handgun X1, a Short Dagger X1, Universal Bullets X450. Tools: Iron Pickaxe X1, Machete X1. Materials: Parts X5, 89, Steel Plates X33, Python Skin X12, Leather X15, Armor Core Rare X1. Food: Fresh Fruits X42, Bread X8, Cola X2, Mineral Water X8, Ham Sausages X5, Bucket Instant Noodles X5. The harvest from this trip can be considered quite plentiful. In addition to gold coins, there are 2 tools, the Iron Pickaxe and Machete, as well as various scattered materials and food, all rewards from other. It is now deep into the night. After several hours of life and death struggle, most players have either banded together or hidden away, successfully surviving in their own ways, and the number of people in the area has stabilized at 9,300 without a significant decline. However, the prices have shown a noticeable change. The prices of food and drinking water have dropped by 30 compared to before nightfall. The prices of necessary materials like parts and steel plates for upgrading vehicle windows and key components have skyrocketed several times, especially parts, which have now reached 0.5 gold coins each. The previously low prices are now a thing of the past. Gun and ammunition prices have also slightly increased, and in addition, one other item has surged in price: automotive fuel. Previously, 1 unit of fuel required 3 gold coins, but now it has doubled to 6 gold coins. This item is also hard currency. Without fuel, vehicles cannot move, let alone search for resources and avoid zombies. Jizong purchased 1 unit of fuel as a backup along with some food and drinks and bought 400 rounds of sniper rifle ammunition. The hard-earned gold coins are about to vanish again in the blink of an eye. It really doesn't last long. Jizong sighed. But he doesn't want to sell parts just yet. he prefers to keep them for personal use, especially considering the trend the prices are still far from their peak. In the early hours, the number of zombies has decreased, and the defensive pressure on players is not as great as before. Many have started to become active in the chat channel and trading post. Outside, the bright moon hangs high, and stars twinkle. Jizong reclined the seat back comfortably and opened the chat channel to take a look. I finally made it through. Woo, my vehicle almost got torn apart by those dog zombies. My vehicle's durability is down to 7 left. Can anyone tell me how to fix it? I feel like the car door is about to fall off. Upgrading the vehicle can increase durability, but it costs quite a bit of gold and parts. I really regret not hoarding parts during the day when they were just 1 gold coin. Now it has skyrocketed 5 to 6 times. Those who can should hoard now. I feel like prices will continue to rise. Basically all hardware will require parts, and after advancement, it will probably need even more. We must remember that there will be a zombie tide later. We absolutely need to upgrade our defenses. Right now, who has spare money? Just being able to survive the first night is a blessing. Have any of you tried exploring at night? You might discover things not found during the day. Who dares? If you get caught by a zombie at night after leaving the vehicle, it's basically a death sentence. Unless you have an antiviral serum, which is currently 100 gold coins per injection at the trading post, even the wealthy can't afford it. If only I could get a shot of serum, I would be rich. Sunshine cauliflower for parts. Sunshine cauliflower for parts. Eating it enhances vitality. Who will trade with me, please? Hurry up, I've seen you call out several times who would trade parts for food now. I can increase my vitality just by eating a free fresh fruit. What kind of cauliflower dares to sell for such a high price? Jizong became interested upon seeing this. He initiated a private chat with the user named Kai Pig. This ID is quite interesting as most other IDs are based on their real names. This person must have obtained a name change card or something similar. As soon as Jizong sent the message, the other party replied immediately and attached Sunshine Cauliflower in the chat box. Big shot, take a look. This is really a good thing. Sunshine Cauliflower. Level high-grade vegetable. Description: a unique vegetable found on the plains, abundantly grown in the starry forest, nourished by ample rain and sunlight, with a crispy and sweet taste. Consuming it can increase vitality by 0.1 with a daily growth limit of 5 times. Jizong's eyes brightened slightly. This thing can directly increase vitality. Such a good item can still be picked on the plains. The fresh fruits he picked today require long-term consumption in small amounts to enhance vitality, and they don't have specific values. It might take several days to increase by 0.1, but this one increases it directly. Before Jizong could reply, the other party seemed afraid he would not respond and sent several messages. Big shot, you take a look, mine is very cheap. 1 part for 1 vegetable, if not 2 can work too. I have others too. White melon, water, eggplant. The other party, as if selling vegetables, listed several kinds of vegetables and fruits, all of which could increase special effects, leaving Jizong astonished. Jizong, where did you pick so many strange vegetables? Kai Pig, that's a commercial secret, but if you trade with me, I can share this super secret with you. Guaranteed to be a great deal. Big shot, think about it. Jizong was indeed quite interested. Items that could enhance vitality and spirit are long-term necessities. However, Jizong was not foolish. He closed the chat window and checked the trading post, only to find that these vegetables and fruits could not be listed. Wow, it turns out to be a monopoly industry. No wonder the other party was calling out to sell on the public screen. Next, both sides engaged in a round of haggling. In the end, Jizong exchanged 5 parts for 7 sunshine cauliflower, along with several other vegetables with slightly inferior effects. Transaction successful. Jizong, alright, where's the super secret? Kai Pig, I can tell you, but you must promise to keep it a secret. You guarantee? Jizong, I promise. Kai Pig, then I'll tell you, these are all grown by me, it's my personal talent. Proud. Jizong. Is that true? Kai Pig, really? You definitely can't buy these elsewhere. And they taste great. You'll know when you try it. If you need anything next time, feel free to come back. Jizong, sure, send me the good stuff first next time. Kai Pig, let's add each other as friends. Happiness. The two added each other as friends, ending the conversation. Jizong took out a few vegetables from his backpack. The sunshine cauliflower actually looks quite similar to broccoli, but only the size of a palm, appearing fresh and glossy, very appetizing. Jizong took a bite, and his eyes instantly lit up. The texture was crisp and sweet with abundant juice, very refreshing and thirst-quenching. This thing is unexpectedly delicious. Jizong had just eaten 2 pieces of dry bread, and his stomach wasn't full yet. This completely whetted his appetite, and in no time, he devoured all 5 sunshine cauliflower. After eating, he felt a warm sensation in his body, almost as if he were tipsy. Unconsciously, his vitality began to slowly increase. He opened his personal attributes. Name: Jizong. Title: Ranger. Vitality 3, Spirit 3, Extra Kill Bonus 20. Vitality 14. 5 vitality metrics are a composite measure of strength, agility, and stamina, with the average for adult males being 10. Spirit 12 spirit metrics are a composite measure of senses, willpower, and energy, with the average for adult males being 10. Extra kill bonus 20 accumulated 0 gold coins. Bound vehicle old van modified level 3. Talent daily intelligence SSS level hidden unique. Sure, if I continue to grow like this I might really be able to play with cold weapons later. Jitsong satisfactorily turned off the panel. However, taking advantage of this free time, he also organized his thoughts. Currently, it seems that most players have several focused upgrade paths. The first path, vehicles. Exchange most resources for gold coins, parts, and materials, specifically upgrading vehicles to advance to the second tier in the shortest time possible. It is still unknown what the second tier vehicle looks like, but it definitely won't disappoint. The second path, personal attributes. Prioritize enhancing physique, followed by spirit. This is the most fundamental path to physical evolution, and no one does not long to become an extraordinary being. However, everyone is rather cautious about their lives, and as modern individuals lacking combat qualities, engaging in physical combat and risky behaviors like fighting with blades is quite challenging unless one already has a solid foundation. The third path, weapons. This is the quickest route to see results. The advantage is that it is relatively safe, but the downside is that improvements are not permanent since weapons have durability. His sniper rifle had already lost 8 durability after one night's use. Unless there is a modification device for infinite durability, once it wears out he will have to invest again, and it's uncertain whether the weapon's combat effectiveness can remain top tier. The fourth path, stockpiling supplies. In simple terms, it means finding a safe place to hide and hoard supplies. This method is the simplest and poses the least risk, but it also has the lowest survival rate later on. Without upgrades, it's hard to keep up with the monster's increasing strength, and one would directly perish upon an attack. Jitsong carefully considered the feasibility of these paths and found that each had its pros and cons. The survival guide provides clear advice suggesting that all players should develop comprehensively to cope with various unexpected situations in the future. Each of the 4 paths must not be overlooked. In fact, the best situation would be to have a small team where each person follows a different focused path, achieving perfect synergy. However, such a small team requires a high level of trust, otherwise once conflicts or betrayal arise it would collapse immediately. This is also why Jitsong is reluctant to. Fortunately, he possesses the talent of daily intelligence, so he can stabilize himself in the early stages, which will surely support his comprehensive development later on. Lost in thought, Jitsong, who had been busy all day, fell into a deep sleep in the hard and cramped driver's seat. However, the sleep that night was rather uncomfortable. In the middle of the night, a zombie would occasionally come to claw at the car door, making a ruckus that startled him awake, forcing him to deal with it. After several such interruptions, dawn finally broke. The sun slowly rose over the horizon, dispelling the darkness and mist that enveloped the earth. Glistening dew dripped from the grass blades, and chirping birds landed on the roof of the car. Looking out the window, the entire untouched wilderness was filled with freshness and vitality. Today's weather, cloudy turning sunny. Temperature 1528. Comment, another day of pleasant weather. It is said that the white-scaled fish in Xinyu Lake like to be active in such weather, making it a great time for fish. Jitsong glanced at today's weather and got out of the car. The gentle morning breeze greeted him, and Jitsong took a deep breath of the cool air, feeling much clearer. I must say the scenery on the plains is truly exceptional. It feels like entering a fantastical background of another world. But it is indeed another world. Hiss. Jitsong stretched his waist, feeling a bit sore all over. Damn, I need to upgrade my vehicle quickly, at least to have a bed, otherwise waking up from sleeping on that broken seat will leave my back ruined. After stretching for a while, Jitsong began to have breakfast. 3 large pieces of bread, 2 sausages, plus 2 fresh fruits, a stalk of sunflower, broccoli, 2 cucumbers, and a large bottle of mineral water, all went into his stomach. After his physique improved, his appetite had noticeably increased. Eating this much only left him about 60 full. So I want to eat hot pot. Jitsong smacked his lips and sighed. But right now, not to mention hot pot or barbecue, there isn't even any meat. He can only taste the flavor of starch sausages. There's no way around it. With the current conditions, he can only endure. After finishing breakfast, Jitsong got in the car and set off, beginning today's exploration. Time to make money. It's the second day now, and under the immense survival pressure, players are more motivated than ever, with many already setting out before dawn. Hardly anyone dares to sleep in. The van sped across the plains, and the vitality of the wilderness rushed by outside the window. Efforts do pay off, after less than 10 minutes of driving, Jitsong discovered a wooden treasure chest in a small basin. What a lucky start. Jitsong exclaimed joyfully, hurriedly getting out of the car to open the treasure chest. Creak. Obtained gold coins X2, universal bullets X400, fuel X1. He actually got fuel. And 400 rounds of universal bullets. This is truly a resource box. Jitsong's expression brightened. The total value of this one chest had already exceeded 15 gold coins. He took out all the resources and stuffed them into his backpack. With such a good start, Jitsong felt confident. He continued to drive. The van started to rumble again. After upgrading the tires and chassis, the van's driving efficiency nearly doubled. He hardly needed to slow down, just pressing the gas pedal to go. Moreover, after enhancing his spirit by a few points, Jitsong's vision had improved significantly. The combination of these two conditions greatly accelerated his search speed. Unfortunately, in the following hours, Jitsong did not manage to discover any more treasure chests. However, he did kill quite a few zombies, totaling about 20, earning 2 gold coins. During this time, he also discovered a wild deer. After taking it down with his sniper rifle, Jitsong spent some time bleeding and skinning it, obtaining deer skin X1 and fresh deer meat X10. Although he had seen meat, starting a fire in the wild is quite a hassle, and without utensils or cooking tools he couldn't eat the deer meat at all. Moreover, fresh meat cannot be traded, only modern foods like instant noodles and ham obtained from treasure chests can be. Jitsong had no choice but to put the meat into his backpack for now. Fortunately, the backpack does not have a time flow. Food will not spoil even if stored for a long time, so he treated it as a supply for his food reserve. Now nearing noon, Jitsong had no plans for lunch. He nibbled on some vegetables he had exchanged with Kai Kaiju yesterday while continuing to drive. Just as the terrain began to change, the familiar voice finally rang in his mind. Ding. Today's intelligence triggered. Do you accept? Finally here. Accept. Today's intelligence. There is a patch of low vine forest to the southwest of you where the low vine produced is very suitable for making armor. Using tools like an axe can facilitate collection, but there are often fierce beasts and poisonous insects in the area, so be extremely careful when searching for supplies. However, in recent days there seems to have been an unusual metallic sheen appearing here. Another metallic sheen. The treasure chest has arrived. Southwest direction, huh? Jitsong opened the shooting compartment on the right side, and indeed saw a patch of low vines in the distance. Without delay, he drove over and parked a few dozen meters away, then donned his gear. His pistol and dagger were still tucked at his waist, while he held a fully loaded AK. This time Jitsong also slung a sniper rifle over his back, just in case of special circumstances. This place certainly harbored large monsters like the adult blood python he encountered last time, so he had to be extremely cautious. Jitsong reached the edge of the low vines, and began to stealthily infiltrate. These low vines appeared to be plants that had never existed on Blue Star, twisting and curling with leaves at the ends, but not dense, making it easy to walk through. Jitsong even tried cutting a few with his dagger, discovering that this material was incredibly tough and indeed made for excellent armor. However, without specialized tools it was impossible. Moreover, collection was not the purpose of his journey. Jitsong continued to move forward quietly, trying not to make a sound. However, his living presence had evidently attracted the attention of many venomous insects. Suddenly, a rustling noise came from beneath his feet, and a centipede over 70 centimeters long, as thick as his wrist, appeared glistening. It was Jitsong's first time seeing such a long and thick centipede, and in an instant he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. Was this thing raised on human flesh? But he dared not fire a shot here. As the centipede crawled close to his feet, Jitsong steeled his heart, drew his dagger, and thrust it toward the centipede. Sizzle! The centipede's head burst forth with a splash of vibrant colors pinned directly to the ground, while its body and tail writhed violently. Jitsong quickly retreated, waiting for the centipede to die slowly before cautiously going back to pull out his dagger. Successfully killed a venomous centipede. Gold coins 0. 2. Venom 1. Damn, this thing is worth more than a zombie, and it even drops materials. Jitsong wiped the dagger clean on the vines and continued to infiltrate the vine forest. Next, various venomous insects began to make their appearances, including giant crawling insects, dark blue scorpions, and spiders the size of human heads, causing a wave of physiological. Left with no choice, Jitsong had to bring out the sniper rifle equipped with a super silencer, allowing him to shoot the venomous insects one by one without alarming other creatures in the area. Jitsong wandered around the forest for half an hour, feeling increasingly restless. Just as he was about to explore in another direction, he turned his head and saw 2 pitch-black chests quietly lying amidst a dense cluster of vines. Under the sunlight, the surfaces of the treasure chests shimmered with enticing metallic glints, dazzling to the eyes. 2 treasure chests. A thrill surged through Jitsong's heart, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately began to push aside the surrounding vines, straining to make his way towards them. However, the closer he got to the treasure chests, the denser the vines became. When he was just a meter away, he could no longer pull them apart, and had to slowly cut through with his dagger. After cutting for about 10 minutes, his hands were sore, and he had only managed to sever a few vines, with dozens more still waiting for him. Damn it, if you can't give, then don't. Is this something a human can handle? Jitsong thought bitterly. He simply raised his sniper rifle and shot at the vines, using up dozens of bullets before finally managing to reach the 2 chests. Black iron treasure chest evaluation. I am not some rotten wooden chest. Ooh, I might yield something dazzling. Treasure chest levels: wooden chest, black iron chest, bronze chest, silver chest, gold chest, purple radiance chest, black diamond chest, legendary chest. Jitsong's excitement soared as he read the information before him, and he reached out to open the clang. The treasure chest emitted a crisp sound as it opened, a burst of light flashing. Gained X9 gold coins, X20 low vines, X1000 universal bullets. Gained cold weapon modification super sharpness X1. Gained hot weapon modification infinite bullets X1. Upon seeing these items, Jitsong was almost stunned for a few seconds, and then a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. Damn, it came out. Infinite bullets. Jitsong immediately stored all the resource items into his backpack, and lines of information. Modification device super sharpness cold weapon evaluation can be used to modify all cold weapons, allowing extreme sharpening of cold weapons, greatly enhancing their power, and is the strongest core of the entire cold weapon modification series. Note: after modification, it will be permanently bound to the weapon and cannot be disassembled. Modification device infinite bullets hot weapon evaluation can be used to modify all hot weapons, expanding the magazine to infinite capacity and reducing bullet refill speed to 3 seconds, the strongest core of the entire hot weapon modification series. Note: after modification, it will be permanently bound to the weapon and cannot be disassembled. 2 core modification devices appeared simultaneously. The infamous infinite bullet speaks for itself, with an early-stage cheat-level existence. Nowadays, very few people listed in the trading post, and even if they do, it's astronomically priced, akin to antivirus serum. As for super sharpness, perhaps due to the low prevalence of cold weapons, it was Jitsong's first time hearing about it. However, this was a core modification component on par with infinite bullets. Its true value was undoubtedly immense. Awesome. But this isn't over yet. Jitsong turned his gaze toward the second treasure chest, took a deep breath, and reached out to open it. Clang. Another burst of light appeared. Gained X12 gold coins, X24 low vines, X1300 universal bullets. Gained low vine armor X1. Gained C-class talent fragment X6. Gained B-class talent fragment X1. What is this? Jitsong's eyes widened slightly. A series of information unfolded before his eyes. Low vine armor level common, level weapon, and armor levels common, fine, rare, precious, secret treasure, legendary, epic, mythical, durability, 100 evaluation, armor woven from the toughest core of low vines, extremely tough material that can effectively withstand regular bullets and slashing from blades. After damage, placing it in water for a period can restore it to its original state. C-class talent fragment evaluation, collecting 10 C-class talent fragments can synthesize a random C-class talent. B-class talent fragment evaluation, collecting 10 B-class talent fragments can synthesize a random B-class talent. Talent fragments. Synthesize talent. Upon reading the last 2 lines, Jitsong's heart skipped a beat. He had thought that everyone only had one innate talent, but it seemed that one could actually possess multiple talents. Such a situation could be dire. It greatly elevates the maximum potential for each player, especially for high-end players. However, from the looks of it, the barriers of talent levels seem not so easily surmountable. After all, not every chest can yield fragments, and it seems that only chests of black iron grade or higher can do so. If we crudely calculate based on the current 50-50 probability, one would need to open at least 20 black iron chests to gather enough fragments for upgrade talent. Or one must find higher grade treasure chests. High grade chests are hard to come by. Jitsong murmured. This black iron treasure chest was hidden so deeply in the woods, while yesterday's bronze chest was submerged in the swamp. Without the hints, only a lucky player would stumble upon them. Who knows how difficult it is to obtain even higher grade chests. Jitsong put the talent fragments and resources into his backpack, taking out the dwarf fine armor and putting it on. This was the only piece of entry-level equipment he currently possessed. Though it was the lowest ordinary grade, its functionality was terrifying. It can stop bullets, and it can self-repair. Moreover, the vine armor is not made of hard material, but is quite flexible, akin to a jacket, weighing only 2 to 3 pounds, allowing for unimpeded movement. Let's withdraw first. Jitsong glanced around and decided not to continue exploring. This place clearly housed large creatures with a heavy fishy odor permeating the air, and certain vines were coated with slime, showing signs of being pressed. Having acquired the treasure chest, delving deeper would be too dangerous. Jitsong immediately turned to head back. On the way back, the number of poisonous insects markedly increased, and the sounds of rustling echoed in the vine forest as numerous insect shadows, both large and small, crawled towards him. The firepower of the sniper rifle was surprisingly insufficient. Damn it! Jitsong could no longer afford to stealthily withdraw. These were poisonous, and he had not yet injected the antiviral serum. A single bite could mean his demise. Jitsong quickly switched from the sniper rifle to the AK, firing in rapid 3-round bursts while swiftly retreating. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The intense gunfire erupted, causing the entire vine forest to boil with commotion. Sounds began to emerge from all directions. Such a situation could be dire. It greatly elevates the maximum potential for each player, especially for high-end players. However, from the looks of it, he cursed loudly, packed all his firearms into his backpack, and dashed away. Da 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 da. The horrifying noise was rapidly closing in. Jitsong dared not look back, fleeing for his life, occasionally pushing aside vines, crawling and leaping, completely resembling a 100-meter hurdle race. Fortunately, the terrifying sounds behind him, hindered by the numerous vines, did not surpass his speed. Jitsong ran for several minutes at full speed before finally escaping the vine. He had no time to rest and rushed into the vehicle, slammed the door, started the engine, and stepped on the gas. Veer. The exhaust spewed out a plume of old smoke, and the van immediately began to move. Only at that moment did Jitsong see what was pursuing him. It was a super giant centipede, roughly a meter thick, with hundreds of legs, moving rapidly, its black exoskeleton reflecting a sinister glimmer under the sunlight. Just the front half of its body already stretched over several dozen meters, while the rest remained in the woods. Who knows how long this thing truly is? Giant horror centipede level elite monster evaluation: a large arthropod living in the nests of the vine forest, lacking the toxicity of smaller centipedes, but exhibiting extreme ferocity. Once disturbed, it will launch a frenzied attack on all living beings. It is crucial to keep your distance. Its sharp pincers can easily slice you in half. Elite monster. He thought the adult blood python he encountered last time was an elite monster. He never expected this to be the real deal. Jitsong's heart raced, feeling as if he wanted to stomp his foot into the fuel tank. However, having escaped the vine forest, the giant horror centipede's speed significantly increased. Da-da-da-da. The giant horror centipede swiftly slithered across the ground and caught up with the van in less than 10 seconds. Its massive body reared up, partially climbing directly onto the van. The sharp legs struck against the vehicle, causing it to shake violently. Thud, thud, thud. The thin body of the van was suddenly riddled with dense dents. Simultaneously, the giant horror centipede's fearsome pincers lunged towards the car door. Crack. The sharp pincers, amplified by immense force, instantly pierced through the car door. The vehicle's durability dropped by 5. Had it not been for the pillar getting stuck, it would have likely been able to rip the door off with a single pull. With such a massive creature dragging it down, the van's speed significantly decreased, and it began to veer off course on the brink of flipping over, which would mean. In this life-and-death moment, Jitsong's heart raced. But instead of retaliating with his gun, he looked at the deformed car door. A line of upgrade data appeared before him. Whole vehicle upgrade route: outer armor upgrades the entire vehicle body to an integrated die-cast alloy equipped with 8mm military-grade bulletproof armor capable of resisting most thermal weapon attacks. Required for upgrade: gold X10 parts, X10 steel sheets, X20 upgrade. Upgrade it for me. The moment the command was issued, the entire van radiated a dazzling white light. The pincers of the giant horror centipede that had reached inside the vehicle were severed by the white light, clattering to the ground inside the car. As the white light faded, the previously damaged and dented car door was restored to its original condition. The exterior of the vehicle was rejuvenated, transformed into heavy riveted steel plates. Bite it. I dare you to bite it. Jitsong was drenched in cold sweat, cursing fury. Such an abrupt change caused the giant horror centipede to emit a sharp screech. Its pincers had been completely severed by the upgraded white light, and its eerie blue blood flowed continuously from the cut. The two antennae flailed wildly in midair due to the pain. Bang! Da-da-da-da. The giant horror centipede struck against the vehicle, fiercely pounding with its still sharp. However, the upgraded armored van's defense was on an entirely different level. Without its strongest pincers, the centipede couldn't inflict any damage with just its legs. Jitsong opened the shooting compartment, aimed the AK out, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the giant horror centipede. Unfortunately, the centipede's exoskeleton was too thick. The rifle bullets only left dents on its surface. Occasionally, a few rounds managed to slip through the gaps in its armor, but for such a large creature, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Damn! Jitsong retrieved the AK, gritted his teeth, and opened the trading interface. Searching for a heavy machine gun. Lines of information about heavy machine guns emerged. Maxim MG08, a German MG34, QJZ 171 model Gatling, M134. After more than a day, the prices of these heavy machine guns were not as outrageous as everyone imagined, with most costing only 2 or 3 gold coins. As for why such super weapons are cheaper than rifles and handguns, the reason is quite simple: they consume too much ammunition. These heavy machine guns have a firing rate of dozens of rounds per second. What fortune could withstand such expenditure? General ammunition X100 still costs 3 gold coins. In just 2 seconds, it could waste 3 gold coins. How many zombies would he need to kill to break even? But this issue was no longer a concern for Jitsong. With infinite ammunition in hand, he was not afraid of wasting bullets. He was only afraid of not wasting enough. Jitsong found a Gatling gun with 99 durability and instantly acquired it. In the next moment, a pitch-black 6-barreled handheld heavy machine gun appeared in his hands, and he felt slightly weighed down by its heft. Goodness, this thing weighs at least dozens of pounds. Someone with a weaker physique wouldn't be able to handle it. Heavy machine gun Gatling M134. Magazine 0000. Current magazine is empty. Durability 99. Modification device none. Evaluation humanity's insane pursuit of firepower has birthed this reaper of the battlefield. The barrel is driven by a motor with a maximum firing rate exceeding 5,000 rounds per minute. When the 6 barrels start to spin, all carbon-based life forms will be reduced to ashes. What? Out of bullets. Can't you buy some? Want to be a reaper without money? Upon acquiring the Gatling gun, Jizong had no time to appreciate it in detail. He immediately activated the infinite ammunition modification. The magazine instantly transformed into infinite. The heavy machine gun has a characteristic of relying on a belt for feeding, avoiding the 5-second gap of changing magazines. With the infinite ammunition belt supply, he could keep pulling the trigger until the barrel overheated. With the heavy weapon in hand, a glint of fervent killing intent flashed in Jizang's eyes as he pulled open the side window's gate to its maximum, extending the long rotating barrel outward. At this moment, the giant terror centipede was still violently crashing against the vehicle. Upon seeing the black barrel extending out, it immediately opened its gaping maw, oozing pus, and lunged forward to bite. Boom! The van shook violently. Jizong, facing the overwhelming stench, pulled the trigger. The faint sound of the motor began, and the barrel started to slowly rotate, gradually speeding up. 1 second, 2 seconds, rat-a-tat-a-tat. From the hellish fire tongue, it suddenly erupted from the muzzle. More than 60 rounds per second of machine gun bullets were fervently poured into the giant terror centipede's gaping mouth, almost instantly turning its entire oral cavity to mush. Screech! The giant terror centipede let out a piercing howl of pain, its entire body collapsing backward and thrashing wildly. Dust and grass flew up from the ground. Jizong aimed at the giant terror centipede's body, continuously pulling the trigger. The torrential rain of bullets swept through, breaking its shell and shredding the flesh inside. Severely injured, the giant terror centipede triggered its instinct to escape, dragging its broken body toward the low vine forest. But Jizong had no intention of letting it go. Damn it, wasn't it you who bit my vehicle? Jizong opened the car door, brandishing the Gatling, and pursued relentlessly. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The giant terror centipede, with its head already battered and many legs broken, could no longer flee under Jizang's relentless onslaught, only able to roll and bounce in place. Jizong sprayed it for a full minute, until that massive figure finally stopped moving. Only then did he cease fire. The scorching red barrel gradually halted, releasing curling smoke. Successfully killed a giant terror centipede elite monster. Gold coins 2. Giant terror pincer 1. Congratulations on completing the giant terror centipede elite monster area. First kill. Extra reward gold coins 10. Huff. Huff. After the battle, Jizong collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The adrenaline-fueled battle state started to fade. He felt achy and exhausted, not wanting to move at all. The recoil from holding the Gatling was truly intense, combined with several minutes of frantic sprinting, leaving him utterly worn out. However, it was all worth it. The elite monster first kill reward brought him 12 gold coins. Plus, he obtained a material giant terror pincer. Jizong took a glance at it. Giant terror pincer. Evaluation: the pincers of the giant terror centipede incredibly tough and made of special materials, can be used as forging materials for special growth equipment. This is a good item too. But what does special growth equipment mean? Is there equipment that can evolve and grow? Jizong checked the trading platform, but found no related equipment or materials. However, it wasn't surprising since he had taken down all the elite monsters in this area himself. The barrel was overheating and needed to cool down before it could be used again, otherwise continuing to fire would not only burn him. The barrel was overheating and needed to cool down before it could be used again, otherwise continuing to fire would not only burn him, but also rapidly reduce its durability, ultimately leading to its scrapping. This round of shooting had cost about 3 of its durability. He had indeed gotten a bit carried away and shouldn't have done it this way. Looks like I need to arrange for the infinite durability and supergun barrel cooling as soon as possible. Jizong thought to himself. With these 2 modification devices, this Gatling would reach its true complete state. Jizong rested for a while before getting back in the vehicle. It was already 4 p.m., and with 2 hours until dark, he did not plan to continue exploring, but instead needed to conserve some energy to prepare for the second night. Sitting in the driver's seat, Jizong opened his backpack. Gold coins 19. 5-6. Weapon armor sniper rifle, level 2 modification X1 heavy machine gun, level 1 modification rifle X1 handgun X1, a short dagger X1, a general ammunition X3150, a low vine armor normal level X1. Tools iron pickaxe X1 machete X1. Materials resources parts X574 steel sheets X13, python skin X12, a deer hide X1, leather X21, low vine strips X44, venom X9, giant terror pincer X1, rare armor core X1, fuel X2. Food fresh fruit X40, bread X5, mineral water X5, sausage X3, instant noodles X5, water eggplant X1. Talent fragments crate fragments X6, upgrade fragments X1. Today's expedition has significantly enriched his backpack, making it feel somewhat bloated. He had accumulated a lot of miscellaneous materials. With only 10 slots available per category, if this continued it would fill up, and he wouldn't be able to store new items. Jizong simply organized his items, taking out the deer hide, and some long-lasting food to throw in the trunk. Things like python skin X12, of venom X9, low vine strips X44, which seemed useless for now, were listed on the trading platform at market. All of these together only amounted to about 10 gold coins, but even mosquito legs add up to meat, and being able to trade materials for gold coins is beneficial. In addition, he also listed 2,500 rounds of general ammunition, still at a price of 3 gold coins per set. Total 75 gold coins. Upon seeing the total amount, Jizong couldn't help but sigh. Selling ammunition was indeed the way to make money. It is now the preparation phase, and many people have started purchasing bullets. 2,500 rounds of general-purpose ammunition quickly sold out, and with the additional scattered materials, the gold coins in Jizong's possession have soon surpassed the threshold of 100. A definite super-rich guy. Being wealthy, why would he deprive himself? Jizong immediately chose to upgrade his seat. He was utterly fed up with this terrible seat. It was hard and uncomfortable, like sitting on a wooden board, failing to support his lower back and neck. After sitting for a long time, his entire body ached, not to mention driving or sleeping. Moreover, it carried a heavy, musty smell, which was the most unbearable. Upgrade options: fabric seat, breathable and sweat-absorbing, offering a generally comfortable seating experience, but durable and resistant to aging. It is a practical seat at a low price with manual adjustment. Upgrade requirements: 3 gold coins, 2 parts, 2 pieces of leather. Upgrade option: synthetic leather seat, imitation leather seat, with a texture close to genuine leather, decent comfort, and easy to clean, also featuring manual adjustment. Upgrade requirements: 5 gold coins, 2 parts, 3 pieces of leather. There are 2 options in total, both being relatively low-end choices. However, a van is not a high-end model, so having either a fabric or synthetic leather seat is already quite good. Jizong chose to upgrade to synthetic leather. It was a bit more expensive, but easy to clean. With the mud and water he dragged in daily, if he had a fabric seat, it would surely start to smell. The upgrade was successful, and under a burst of white light, all 5 seats of the vehicle underwent a major transformation. The previously worn-out, shriveled, and moldy seats were replaced with soft, comfortable synthetic leather seats that even had a hint of coolness. Jizong's buttocks and lower back sank into the seat, feeling as though he had sat into a cloud, with a sense of relaxation and comfort enveloping his entire body. The strong, musty smell had also vanished, and he could smell the fresh air from the wilderness outside the window. Perfect. Jizong comfortably squinted. Indeed, spending money feels great. Next, Jizong turned his attention to the engine. Although the current power was barely sufficient for exploration, it would not suffice during a getaway. The van had just been grabbed by a giant centipede, and if he hadn't upgraded the exterior armor and purchased a Gatling gun, the outcome would have been disastrous. There would surely be entities stronger than the giant centipede behind him. Enhancing the vehicle's power was crucial for survival at this critical moment. Upgrade option: natural aspiration 1. 5L displacement, linear and gentle acceleration, low fuel consumption at low speeds, relatively cheap, and synchronizes with the corresponding transmission upgrade after upgrading. Upgrade requirements: 7 gold coins, 5 parts. Upgrade option: turbocharged 1. 5T displacement, strong power burst at low RPMs, faster initial speed, and a higher speed limit, but also relatively expensive, synchronizing with the corresponding transmission upgrade after upgrading. Upgrade requirements: 10 gold coins, 10 parts. Jizong chose turbocharged without hesitation and clicked confirm. A burst of white light surged from beneath the hood. The engine was instantly upgraded and the transmission was renewed, as well, making it a buy on edge one free deal. Thus the price of 10 gold coins and 10 parts was not too steep. Jizong, slightly excited, turned the ignition, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. Virum! A powerful vibration resonated from under the hood. The power erupted, and the wheels spun fiercely. The vehicle lurched forward, and Jizong even felt a bit of a push against his back. Not bad. A smile crept onto Jizong's lips as he opened the vehicle panel. Van, level 1, speed limit 120 km/h, durability 57, slowly decreasing, remaining fuel 0. 2 units can drive 50 km, fuel running low. Upgraded components: shooting chamber, tires, chassis, exterior armor, seat, engine. Total level 6. Vehicle advancement requirements: 50 gold coins, 20 parts, 100 steel sheets, 1 level 1 ship. Upgraded components must be above level 10 to unlock advancement. Evaluation: a veteran warrior with a mileage of 600,000 kilometers, but after multiple component upgrades and modifications it has reached the level of a normal vehicle. It can still battle for another 10 years without issue. Jizong carefully observed the changes in the vehicle's information. It seemed that after upgrading the engine, the fuel consumption had indeed risen significantly. 1 unit of fuel could only drive 250 kilometers. He added the 2 units of fuel from his backpack, increasing the driving range to 550 kilometers. With 6 upgraded components, now he needed just 4 more to unlock. By the way, I need to stockpile 1 level 1 chip first. Jizong thought of the materials required for advancement and immediately opened the trading platform to search. Level 1 chip price, 15 gold coins. Level 1 chip price 14. 9 gold coins. Level 1 chip price 14. 8 gold coins. Price, changed 1 minute ago. There were very few level 1 chips on the trading platform, only a handful. Furthermore, the prices were not high as they were being negotiated down. Although this item was essential for advancement, there was currently no demand for it. People preferred to convert it into gold coins first. However, once the demand rises later, the price will. Jitsong directly initiated private chats with these sellers, starting to bargain. In the end, he secured a level 1 chip at the lowest price of 11.8. With the chip secured, the next step was to acquire living supplies. Now that Jitsong was financially well off, he wanted to buy everything he saw. The previous hard and dry bread was something even dogs wouldn't eat. High-end Black Mountain toast, let's get 20 pieces. Cheese sandwiches 10 pieces. Puff pastries, crispy sausage buns, and custard buns 10 of each. From now on, this will be his breakfast. These are all items that can be stored for at least a week, so he can just throw them in the trunk. Then he bought meat buns, donkey meat, fire cakes, Cantonese dim, some roasted duck, marinated goose, and cumin chicken racks. Not too much of each, just enough for one day, all intended to be eaten that day. Next were snacks, including konjac snacks, spicy strips, tiger skin, chicken feet, potato chips, and nuts, each in a large bag tossed into the trunk as well. Of course, sweet drinks were also a must for a balanced diet. 2 cases of 24 bottles of cola. 5 cases of 12 bottles of mineral water. In addition, he purchased 2 sets of fresh clothes, a large bag of tissues, and some other miscellaneous items. Done. Jitsong looked at the trunk packed with supplies, beaming with joy, ere it finally felt like he was living a human life. All these purchases totaled 12.5 gold coins. Enough to indulge in a hearty meal for a while. Now he just needed to upgrade 10 components to unlock a higher level vehicle for a true improvement in quality of life. Having completed all this, it was already 5 o'clock. There was less than an hour left until the second night. Jitsong drove the car to a high ground with a better view, pulled the handbrake, and opened the chat channel to take a look. Compared to the tense chaos of last night, everyone today was much calmer, having completed their preparations, engaging in casual chats and advertisements in the channel. Is there anyone who wants a rifle? A rare model that can't be found anywhere in the trading post, only 5 gold coins. Absolutely powerful. The Battlefield Alliance is still recruiting. Requirements: bring at least 2 firearms, over 300 rounds of ammunition, vehicle defense at level 1 or above, location near the Moonlit Lake. Send me a private message for the coordinates. Better act quickly, it will be dark soon. If you want to repair your vehicle, come find me at the Black Mountain Mine. 2 gold coins each time. Guaranteed to restore at least 5 durability. Damn, are you that greedy? Our mechanic at Twilight Canyon only charges 1 gold coin for repairs. Who the hell are you to insult me on the public screen? Do you know who I am? Have you heard of the Ghost Dragon Society from Black Mountain Mine? Keep talking, and it'll make you regret it. Oomph. That Zhang Dongjie from the Ghost Dragon Society, his reputation has been terrible these days. Who hasn't heard of it? If you have the guts, come to our Twilight Canyon. My brother is Li Jiangwo, the president of the Mountain Sea Alliance. Do you dare to come? Haha, you think that bunch of old, weak, and sick members from the Mountain Sea Alliance can still show their faces? Apart from Li Jiangwo, do you have anyone capable? A group of old folks and kids with useless skills. Don't be surprised if they get swallowed by a zombie horde in a few days. There won't even be bones left. Say that again. Oh no, it's getting heated. How life is tough for everyone. It's not surprising these 2 major guilds have been at odds for days. But I definitely stand with the Mountain Sea Alliance. Li Jiangguo at least conducts himself decently. He has taken in many helpless survivors lately, while the Ghost Dragon Society's style is truly unappealing, akin to warlords and bandits. Brothers, you really dare to speak up. This isn't an anonymous chat. Be careful of being noted down. What's to fear? My buddies are organized people. Why did both sides stop? I think it's been muted. Each person is limited to 10 messages a day. Jitsong raised his eyebrows slightly as he observed the heated argument in the chat channel. The 2 people mentioned in the chat, he had heard a bit about them in recent days. One of them, Zhang Dongjie, is the one who possesses the unlimited bullet M4A1 rifle, the leader of the large organization Ghost Dragon Society, but his subordinates are a mixed bag, and their reputation seems rather poor. On the other side, Li Jiangguo is said to have a military background, starting off with a tank vehicle, and he was the first to rally a team and establish a mutual aid alliance, attracting many survivalists who had a rough start. Both sides are quite famous. It seems various factions are beginning to take shape. Jitsong rubbed his chin. The region he was in was quite vast. From the chat, it appeared to be divided into several large areas: Black Mountain Mine, Starry Forest, Twilight Canyon, Moonlit Lake, and so on. Additionally, there were smaller areas like swamps and low vines. However, he noticed there were not many discussions in the chat channel, and he had only explored about 100 kilometers around. Surely, there were other places he was unaware of. It would be great if there was a map, Jitsong thought to himself. Just as he was about to continue observing, he caught a glimpse of the mailbox in the upper right corner, which had a red notification: 21. Who sent me so many private messages? Jitsong opened it up. 1124 Kai Kaiju, are you there? 1233 Kai Kai Zhu ding ding ding. Are you there, big shot? 1252 Kai Kai Zhu, please reply. I have new dishes. 1311 Kai Kai Zhu, are you there? 1625 Kai Kai Zhu, are you there? 1731 Kai Kai Zhu, are you there? Jitsong was silent. Just during this time of checking private messages, Kai Kai Zhu sent another "Are you there?" Jitsong sent her a 1. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away at the edge of the starry forest, there was a small pond surrounded by dense trees and fertile soil, a peaceful place relatively far from the zombie-infested plains. A mini spicy fish head was parked in the shade. Hey! A girl with twin ponytails and cute round glasses rolled up her pant legs and walked barefoot through the mud, cheerfully carrying a water bucket. Splash! A bucket of clean water was poured over the vegetable patch. The girl let the mud splatter onto her fair calves as she diligently used a small shovel to till the soil and fertilize, taking care of several delicate vegetables that were growing. After working for a while, several sunshine cauliflower had grown well under her talent's influence. She harvested the sunshine cauliflower and washed it clean with water, placing it into a nearby basket. Phew! She straightened her back, placing one hand on her hip and wiping the light sweat from her forehead. Then she sighed. It's almost dark. What should I do about that spirit-infused cabbage? Chen Xiaowan felt quite helpless. Her adorable face, with baby fat, was filled with worry. She looked at the cabbage in the basket, which was as transparent as jade, and felt a deep sense of regret. She had invested most of her energy into this spirit-infused cabbage today, even hoping to make a little profit, but not only did she fail to break, even she couldn't even sell it. The 10 messages allowed in the chat channel were already used up, and every time she sent a message, it was quickly buried by others, leaving her unnoticed. Moreover, the only potential big client had not replied since morning. The key was that she was afraid to trade offline, worried about being robbed. She had learned that such items that couldn't be listed in the trading post could be plundered by others. Did she really have to eat it herself? Chen Xiaowan felt somewhat dejected as she opened her private messages, thinking of sending another message to Jitsong. But as soon as she opened it, she saw Jitsong had sent a 1. He replied. Chen Xianyuan's eyes lit up, almost bouncing with excitement. Kai Kai Zhu, bro, you finally replied. Jitsong, why did you send so many messages? Kai Kai Zhu, I have good stuff. Look at this. Spirit-infused cabbage. Spirit-infused cabbage, level rare vegetable evaluation. A rare vegetable that grows in the starry forest. The seeds are extremely rare, and through special cultivation methods and a large amount of natural fertilizer, it contains extremely rich spiritual energy and nutrition. Consuming it can increase 3 points of constitution, can be consumed once per day, and within 7 days of consumption, the recovery speed of stamina and energy will be greatly enhanced. Jitsong was silent for a few seconds before sending a message. How much? Bro, can you take a look? This is my first time growing it, and the cost is quite high. Jitsong, 2 gold coins plus 5 sunshine cauliflowers. That's robbery. 2 gold coins don't even cover half the cost plus 5 sunshine cauliflowers. Should I just package myself and send it to you? Chen Xiaowan pouted, typing furiously. My cost is already 5 gold coins, and I spent a whole day growing it. Jitsong, you say your cost is so high, where's the evidence? Chen Xiaowan copied the transaction records of her purchases of high-quality fertilizer, rare-level cultivation soil, and spirit water, along with a detailed usage list, and sent it all to Jitsong. Chen Xiaowan, now you believe me, I spent a total of 2 gold coins. Jitsong, alright, it really is true, name your price. 5 gold coins. When she sent this message, Chen Xiaowan felt really pathetic. Having ins-level talent, yet feeling guilty about making a little money, truly no one else could understand. But she was really afraid Jitsong wouldn't buy it. The sky was about to turn dark, and the second night of survival would surely be more dangerous. If she didn't sell the vegetables to upgrade her vehicle's defense, her spicy fish head would be nothing but a fragile dumpling, absolutely unable to withstand a zombie attack. Jitsong, I can give you 8 gold coins, but with an additional requirement: you must supply me with at least 1 spirit-infused cabbage and 5 sunshine cauliflowers every day thereafter. Wow. Chen Xiaowan saw the amount of 8 gold coins and was almost overjoyed to the point of flying, but upon seeing the subsequent requirement, her expression slowly turned dazed. She really didn't want to grow spirit-infused cabbage. Such rare vegetables were too draining on energy and stamina, but the prospect of making a little money made her hesitate. After thinking it over, Chen Xiaowan gritted her teeth and agreed. Fine. This big shot was her only big client at the moment, and this small request must be fulfilled. At worst, it would just be a bit tiring. Once the price was confirmed, the trading window also opened. The price of sunshine cauliflower remained the same as last time, pegged to the market price of parts at 0.7 gold coins each. Chen Xiaowan placed both spirit-infused cabbage and sunshine cauliflower up for sale. Jitsong also inputted gold coins x11. 5 transactions successful. The transaction was complete. On the highland plain, in the driver's seat of the van, Jitsong gazed at the emerald-like cabbage in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was undoubtedly something that even the wealthy would find hard to acquire. It instantly increased his physique by 3 points. If he could consume this regularly, achieving a divine body would no longer be a dream. Jitsong felt quite fortunate that Kai Zhu hadn't sold this today, otherwise he would have truly missed out. 8 gold coins. To be honest, it was really not expensive. Of course, he could take advantage of the situation today and acquire this item for just a few gold coins, but he shouldn't expect to get such good stuff in the future. That Kai Zhu was undoubtedly someone who could develop into his exclusive supplier. Whether he could excel in personal attributes in the future relied entirely on her. If his partners couldn't even make a living, where would the products come from? Jitsong opened a bottle of cola and began to feast on the various foods he had. Meat sandwiches, donkey meat buns, roast duck. He ate with grease dripping from his mouth, occasionally biting into the lingyun cabbage, which had a unique sweetness and rich juice that instantly cleared his palate. Throughout the meal, Jitsong could distinctly feel a warm energy flowing throughout his body. That was the spiritual energy brought by the lingyun cabbage, visibly enhancing his physical body at an astonishing rate, the process exceedingly comfortable. After finishing the lingyun cabbage, Jitsong also consumed all 5 of the yangguang cauliflower as dessert. With a loud belch, Jitsong sank deeply into the sofa, reveling in the satisfaction of being full. He tried to clench his fist, and the muscle contours on his forearm became distinctly visible, as if he had boundless strength. He opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name Jitsong. Title Ranger. Physique 3, Spirit 3, extra kill bonus 20. Physique 18-3. Spirit 12. Extra kill bonus 20. Accumulated 0. 62 gold coins withdrawable at any time. Bound vehicle van, level 6 modified ordinary. Talent daily intelligence SSS, level hidden unique. A physique of 18 and nearly double that of a normal adult. The lingyun cabbage was indeed formidable. Jitsong took a sip of soda, contemplating whether to grab some snacks. Just then the radio in the vehicle suddenly connected, and a voice came through. Is there a friend there? Jitsong's expression turned serious and he grew alert. He grabbed his sniper rifle with one hand and opened the shooting compartment window to look outside. To his surprise, he discovered that several vehicles had already parked not far from him. A small truck, an SUV, and an old vehicle formed a triangular defensive formation. 5 or 6 men and women armed with weapons were unloading sandbags from the truck to build simple fortifications. The leader of this group was a young man who pulled out a radio speaker from the vehicle and began speaking while observing Jitsong's van with binoculars. Seeing the shooting compartment of the van open, the young man smiled and waved his hand. Jitsong picked up the radio speaker and asked, "Is there something you need?" The young man replied with a smile, "My name is Zhao Xiaolong. Don't be afraid. Do you see the flag on our vehicle? We are from the Shanghai Alliance and are stationed here tonight. I see you're quite formidable, having upgraded your external armor. I wanted to ask if you'd like to join us. If you join us, we are sure to make it through the night." As he spoke, Zhao Xiaolong confidently added, "We have 5 firearms and a total of 1,200 rounds of ammunition. Apart from the old vehicle, the other 2 vehicles have also upgraded their external armor for defense." Upon hearing this, Jitsong paused for a moment and asked, "Shanghai Alliance, aren't you guys from the Twilight Valley?" Zhao Xiaolong did not hide the truth and explained it turned out that this group had just returned from mining at the Heishan mining area today. Resources like iron ore and element minerals can't be listed on the trading market or transferred through personal transactions. They can only be gathered and transported manually. After returning, members with relevant talents would process them into steel sheets or parts to be listed for sale. This was a business that had only just begun to be attempted today. Jitsong's eyes were opened to new possibilities. Talent indeed. They were already playing with an industrial chain. Jitsong was quite interested in this, and with just a few minutes left before dark, he engaged in casual conversation with the other party. He gained a certain understanding of the Shanghai Alliance. The Shanghai Alliance, led by President Li Jiangwo, had more than 600 members and was still growing. They had established a complete and healthy operational system emphasizing mutual support and cooperation. It was also during this conversation that Jitsong learned that 3 members of Zhao Xiaolong's small team had lost their vehicles last night and were now living on the other 3 people's vehicles. This was why their SUV and small truck could upgrade their external armor so quickly. With more people, they could pool resources together, significantly increasing the efficiency of upgrades. Moreover, Li Jiangwo, being a military man, seemed quite skilled in combat strategy. Although Zhao Xiaolong and his companions had simple fortifications, they were well structured and looked quite professional. Defending outside the vehicle allowed them to effectively eliminate zombies from a distance, preventing hordes from approaching and consuming the vehicle's durability. Of course, they mainly needed to withstand the peak outbreak period. They would definitely have to rest in the vehicle later at night. Zhao Xiaolong smiled and asked, "So what do you think? If you don't want to join our Shanghai Alliance, that's fine. We can just cooperate for one night." However, Jitsong still declined. At his current level, there was indeed no need to collaborate with others for an overnight stay. He planned to go out and take orders later. A chubby guy next to Zhao Xiaolong said, "Forget it, brother Zhao. When he can't hold on anymore, he'll naturally come to us for help." Zhao Xiaolong had no choice but to give up. "Alright, I won't force you. But brother, if you need our assistance later, it will be a paid service, you understand." Paid assistance had become an unwritten rule by now. After all, no one's bullets came for free. In this survival world, there was no obligation to help strangers for free. Charging a fee, whether high or low, was reasonable. Jitsong replied, "Of course I understand. You guys can come to me if you can't hold on." Huh. Hearing Jitsong's response, the chubby guy and the others couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this guy a bit too confident? There are 6 of us, 2 armored vehicles, and such strong firepower. Isn't it obvious who would need help from whom? Indeed, it seemed upside down. The conversation between both parties came to an end here as the night had fully descended. Darkness and bloody mist silently enveloped the entire plain. The second night had arrived. "Bring it on. I've been dying to fire my AK." As darkness descended, the stout man grinned wildly, stood atop a sandbag, raised his AK, and fired a thunderous shot into the sky. "You fat idiot, what's wrong with you? Why waste ammunition?" A woman snapped irritably. "What's there to fear? We've got plenty of bullets." He shrugged it off carelessly, yet in the next instant every face paled, a chilling dread rising up their spines like icy water. For from the blood-tinged mist gathering not far away emerged not only hordes of ordinary zombies, but also towering, grotesquely obese ones, one after another. Each of these bloated zombies stood over 2 meters tall, its body grotesquely swollen with pulsating tumors, its belly distended like an overinflated. A new zombie variant had appeared. "Take defensive positions. Wait until they close in before firing." Zhao Xiaolong barked orders tautly. The teams swiftly assumed combat stances. Meanwhile, Jizong watched silently from inside his vehicle. When his scope locked onto one of the obese zombies, a line of data flickered into view. Fleshball zombie evaluation: a rare mutant strain among zombies, possessing immense bulk and extraordinary adipose armor, granting exceptional strength and defense, though mobility remained sluggish. Jizang's eyes narrowed slightly. Such a specialized variant appearing as early as the second night. Clearly, each night's difficulty escalated exponentially. What unspeakable horror would the 7th night horde unleash? With a sharp metallic click, Jizong chambered a round, leveled his sniper rifle at the forehead of a fleshball zombie, and fired. A vicious bullet screamed across a kilometer, striking true at the brow and blasting half its skull into crimson mist. A mountainous corpse, weighing at least 400 kilograms, crashed to the ground. Fleshball zombie eliminated. 0. 5. Half a coin was substantial, comparable to an adult swamp blood python. Tonight promised extraordinary gains. Jizang's pulse quickened, his aim grew swifter, more precise. Fleshball zombie eliminated. 0. 5 gold coins. Fleshball zombie eliminated. 0. 5 gold coins. The fleshball zombies were few in number and moved even more sluggishly. Yet while Jizong methodically picked them off, several ordinary zombies had already surged forward, slamming into Arg, grr. The zombies roared and battered the hull, but their feeble claws and gnashing teeth merely scraped against the armored plating like fingernails on stone. Even a giant terror centipede, an elite-tier monster, could pierce that armor only with its crushing mandibles. All other attacks barely chipped away at durability. Still, the sheer number of ordinary zombies began obstructing his field of fire. Jizong shifted position, calmly eliminating each nuisance one by one. Seizing the moment, he glanced toward Zhao Xiaolong's position, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, had they already been surrounded like this? All around Zhao Xiaolong's makeshift perimeter, grotesque figures thickened like a living tide, advancing relentlessly, shrinking the safe perimeter inch by inch. It wasn't weakness and firepower, they'd simply drawn every nearby zombie with their deafening gunfire. Ordinary zombies alone would have been manageable, but now the fleshball zombies had joined the assault. Bullets splattered harmlessly against their blubbery hides. Only headshots proved fatal. Zhao Xiaolong alone wielded a rifle enhanced with ballistic correction assigned specifically to target fleshball zombies. But even then, 2 shots were required to shatter their skulls. How could such a line possibly hold? Grurua. Rariaf. When one fleshball zombie charged forward belly first, their defense shattered entirely. Get in the vehicles, now. They scrambled aboard in panic, slamming doors shut just as the horde crashed against them in frenzied waves. The cargo van and SUV, with reinforced outer armor, held firm. The elderly mobility scooter did not. Inside, 2 women shrieked uncontrollably as the fleshball zombies' brutal blows warped the chassis inward, twisting metal like clay, until with no other choice they abandoned the wreck and fled under covering fire into the cargo van and SUV, becoming bound passengers. Each vehicle constituted an absolute sovereign domain for its survivor owner. Others could board only upon surrendering their own vehicle and receiving explicit permission from the owner, thus binding themselves permanently. Such a bond rendered the passenger utterly subservient. They could neither sever the tie nor act against their owner's will, and all earned gold coins could be spent solely within the owner's vehicle. Their plight was grim indeed. If the owner proved reasonable, survival remained possible, but should one fall under the dominion of a twisted mind, enslavement became inevitable. A sharp whispering thwip. A second thwip. Sniper rounds pierced the crimson fog, detonating massive craniums one after another. Barely 10 minutes past dusk, Jizong had already felled nearly 10 fleshball zombies, earning 5 gold coins. His immediate battlefield now held few remaining fleshball zombies. The rest lay beyond effective range. Yet Jizong felt no urgency to rush out and mount a rescue. Wasn't there already a job waiting right beside him? At that moment, inside the distant cargo van, Zhao Xiaolong and his 2 bound passengers sat pale-faced and drenched in cold sweat. Horrific impacts rattled the hull violently, like being trapped inside a malfunctioning carnival ride. The fleshball zombies' destructive power was terrifying. Even with armored plating, vehicle durability decayed at an average rate of 1 point per 2 minutes. Worse, they'd upgraded reinforced glass instead of the firing bay, leaving them helpless to retaliate from within. At this rate, the entire vehicle would collapse within 2 hours. What do we do, Brother Zhao? The stout man sobbed. The atmosphere was suffocating. He felt like meat sealed in a tin awaiting the lid to pop open. We'll have to call for help. Zhao Xiaolong swallowed hard. Even with engine upgrades, driving clear was near impossible. If the undercarriage snagged, all hope vanished. But who could possibly come to their aid? Zhao Xiaolong thought of Jizong. Surely he too faced overwhelming odds tonight. He raised his binoculars, stood on tiptoe, and peered through gaps between shambling bodies, then froze in utter astonishment. Jizang's surroundings were eerily empty, just scattered corpses untouched by assault. The stout man grabbed the binoculars and gasped. How is that possible? Given this density of zombies, how had that man evaded encirclement entirely? Zhao Xiaolong grimaced. No need to look further. He wields a sniper rifle and a supreme suppressor. A lone wolf surviving into night 2, upgrading his armor. Such a survivor carried undeniable authority. He'd gravely underestimated him. Looks like we must ask for his aid. Recalling Jizang's final words, Zhao Xiaolong flushed with embarrassment. It had come true word for word. The sincerity of a plea mattered deeply. This was no time for bargaining. The first offer set the tone. Disrespect here meant forfeiting any chance to renegotiate. Moreover, aiding them risked drawing the Horde's full fury upon himself. After conferring with the others in the SUV, Zhao Xiaolong settled on offering 13 gold coins and 1 melee weapon modification lightweight. It was their absolute limit. He contacted Jizong via radio, presented the terms, and requested he lure away the 100+ zombies surrounding them, granting them reprieve. Accepted. Receiving an affirmative reply, Zhao Xiaolong let out a sigh of relief and directly initiated the transaction, with Jizong transferring 13 gold coins and the modification device. Jizong took a glance. Modification device: lightweight cold weapons evaluation, can be used for the modification of all cold weapons, reducing the weapon's main body weight by 2/3 after use. Note: once modified, it will be permanently bound to the weapon and cannot be disassembled. A decent item, it should be quite effective for certain heavy cold weapons. Jizong happily stored it in his backpack. Zhao Xiaolong said, "Brother, thank you. You don't need to take too many risks, just drive around to attract the zombies and draw them away." Driving to attract zombies is the most reliable and effective method. As for how to shake off the zombies afterwards and avoid being surrounded by others on the plane, that's up to one's own skill. Zhao Xiaolong believed that Jizong would not take this job unless he was confident. However, Jizong did not intend to use this method. It was too troublesome. Instead of evading, he preferred to shoot them all down directly. Jizong looked at the top of his vehicle, and a line of information appeared before his eyes. Sunroof upgrade Route 1, observation sunroof, upgrade the roof to a retractable steel plate hatch that allows one person to observe and shoot. Upgrade requirements: gold coins X5, parts X2, steel plates X5. Upgrade Route 2, machine gun mount, upgrade the roof to allow for the installation of a removable machine gun mount compatible with all types of heavy machine guns. Upgrade requirements: gold coins X7, parts X5, steel plates X5. Jizong directly chose to upgrade to the machine gun mount. The roof emitted a burst of white light, transforming from a fully covered steel plate into a retractable hatch. There was also a retractable ladder on top, which could be pulled down for someone to stand on. Jizong opened the hatch, lowered the ladder, and with a handgun in hand climbed up and aimed the barrel at the sky, firing 3 shots. Zhao Xiaolong had already stopped attacking. The 3 gunshots from Jizong spread across the open high ground, immediately attracting the attention of all the zombies nearby. Including the hundreds of zombies surrounding Zhao Xiaolong, they suddenly stopped their attack and turned their heads toward the source of the gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 shots rang out. At that moment, the hundreds of zombies seemed to trigger their instinct, emitting terrifying howls as they began to sprint toward the van. Zhao Xiaolong and the others were stunned. "Brother, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of being surrounded?" The gunshots are much louder than the engine noise. They only had the confidence to fire because of the firepower suppression before. "Brother, you, a sniper rifle plus a handgun. And all by yourself." Soon the zombies around the small truck and SUV retreated like a tide, clearing the surrounding view, and the overwhelming pressure suddenly disappeared. Hurry, Zhao Gu, let's run, the fat man said nervously. We can't run, yet wait a moment. Zhao Xiaolong's gaze was fixed outside the window. Now it all depended on whether Jitsong could successfully lure the horde of zombies away. If he could, then the density of zombies on this high ground would drop to a minimum, and they would not have to worry about being surrounded again, just waiting patiently. But Jitsong did not drive away. Zhao Xiaolong picked up the binoculars to observe. He saw Jitsong leaning out of the sunroof, holding a sniper rifle, systematically eliminating the nearest zombies. He showed no concern for the zombies surging in from the outside, or those shifting from this side. Hurry up, you're about to be surrounded. Zhao Xiaolong quickly grabbed the megaphone to alert him. But Jitsong remained calm, and continued clearing the nearest zombies. After killing the last one, he tossed the sniper rifle back into the vehicle, and pulled out a large dark object, installing it on the roof mount. Upon seeing what it was, Zhao Xiaolong's pupils constricted, and he froze. Zhao Gu, what's going on? Let me see. The fat man took the binoculars, took a glance, and nearly jumped up. Holy crap, a Gatling. In the next second after his exclamation, Jitsong had already finished installing the Gatling heavy machine gun. He gripped the handrails with both hands as the 6 barrels began to rotate and preheat. Bang 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 bang. In the next second, the 6 barrels erupted with blazing flames, with countless bullets pouring out like meteors streaking across the night sky, sweeping toward the grotesque figures. At this moment, the zombies charging toward the van totaled over 200, including at least 15 meatball zombies. An assault of this magnitude would terrify any survivor team. But in front of the infinite bullet Gatling, they were nothing more than a group of walking gold coins ripe for harvesting. Jitsong's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling the intense vibrations in his palms as his adrenaline surged. This was his moment of slaughter. Bang 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 bang. The dense gunfire formed a chorus echoing through the night like a roar. The terrifying kinetic energy of the machine gun destroyed all flesh bodies it struck. Not only ordinary zombies, but even the extremely resilient meatball zombies could not withstand the impact of the bullets being torn apart into splattering chunks of Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins 0. 1. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins 0. 1. Successfully killed a meatball zombie. Gold coins 0. 5. The kill notifications before his eyes were jumping wildly at a frequency exceeding any moment before. This was the joy of mowing down. Jitsong adjusted the gun direction, sweeping from left to right, and quickly cleared an entire fan-shaped area. He paused to change position, and swiftly finished clearing the other side. At this moment, the horde of zombies that Zhao Xiaolong had drawn over was only 500 meters away from him. The black mass of figures rushing toward him gave a strong sense of oppression. Jitsong revealed a sinister smile, and began the final slaughter. This last wave of machine gun fire was the most exhilarating. The density of the zombies was so high that every bullet hit its target. Their grotesque bodies burst open like watermelons, collapsing in droves. In less than 10 seconds, over 100 zombies were completely annihilated, leaving only a ground full of bloody remnants, showcasing the brutal one-sided massacre that had occurred here. The battle was completely over. Jitsong grabbed the radio megaphone. Do you have any cigarettes over there? Pass me one. Jitsong rarely smoked, but he felt he needed a puff now. What? Oh, yes. Zhao Xiaolong and the others were already dumbstruck. Hearing the voice from the radio, they hurriedly searched for an unopened pack of Yushi and traded it to Jitsong. Jitsong opened a cigarette and placed it in his mouth, angling the hot red barrel upward, bringing the cigarette into flame and taking a deep drag. Hiss. Hoo. The smoke swirled around him. The long-awaited nicotine brought him a tipsy sensation. This is what the apocalypse feels like. Jitsong smirked. This massive mowing session directly netted him over 40 gold coins, taking into account the extra bonuses and the rewards from Zhao Xiaolong and the others. It totaled over 60 gold coins. Absolutely exhilarating. But this was just the beginning. You all stay put, I'll head out first. Jitsong climbed down from the sunroof, said a word to Zhao Xiaolong, and the others ignited the engine and set off. Zhao Xiaolong and the others exchanged glances behind him. Infinite bullets. Did they just encounter a super badass with infinite bullets? The fat man said blankly. Zhao Gu, he left. I know. Zhao Xiaolong was still immersed in the immense shock brought by the previous scene when he suddenly realized, wait a minute. Big shot. Add him as a friend. Big shot. He shouted into the megaphone, but Jitsong had already left the radio range, making it impossible to contact him. At this moment, Jitsong had already opened the chat channel filled with wails of despair. Damn. I'm about to collapse. Which big shot will come to save me? I'm offering a reward. Damn. Why are the zombies so fierce tonight? Even our survival team, with such powerful firepower, almost couldn't hold them. Who can tell me how to deal with that blob zombie? Only headshots work. Shooting its body won't do anything. 100 shots wouldn't even dent it. The fat on its belly is at least a meter thick. At such a distance, how can I aim for the head? Without ballistic correction, just hitting it is already a challenge. Remember, even if you can't fight back, don't try to drive away. Driving away will get you surrounded and killed. You can't break through the blob zombie. I just saw someone crash into one, and they got stuck badly. The entire front axle was lifted up. Huh. This is what you get for not joining a big group. Those lone wolves and small teams must be dumbfounded now. Someone come save me. I've been surrounded by zombies. In less than half an hour, over several thousand had perished among the zombies. The severity of the situation was evident. Jizong posted a message on the public screen. In less than half an hour, over several thousand had perished among the zombies. The severity of the situation was evident. Jizong posted a message on the public screen offering paid assistance just like the night before. This immediately sparked a heated discussion. Wow, another big shot has started rescuing. Big shot save me. Everyone be careful. Tonight there are so many scoundrels trying to scam money. Expose these IDs, Chen Tianzhou Yuqianbin. Damn, they said they would come to assist, but we haven't even seen them yet. And they're already initiating transactions. Pure scammers. Isn't Jizong the lone wolf from last night? How can he still come out to rescue in this situation? He's that impressive. He's still a lone wolf, or could he also be a gold scammer? Damn, who dares say Ji is scamming for gold? He saved me last night. I would call him the #1 marksman on the plains. My brother Ji is a god, no arguments accepted. To our team was just saved by him. At this moment, Zhao Xiaolong also appeared, giving the first user review of the night. Moreover, he was very discerning and did not reveal Ji Zhang's secret of having infinite bullets with his Gatling gun. He only mentioned that Jizong had saved their mining team. As the team leader of the Mountain Sea Alliance, Zhao Xiaolong often spoke on the public screen, and many recognized him. His words immediately drew greater attention. In just a few seconds, Jizong received over 100 requests for help nearby. He was inundated with orders. Jizong accepted one nearby, and began his journey of aid across the plains. But to be honest, the rewards for these rescues were just a side profit. The main source of income tonight still depended on the blob zombies. 10 for 5 gold, 100 for 50 gold. He was about to explode with profits. Jizong wished he could use his sniper rifle like a machine gun, taking down everyone he saw. However, the driving difficulty tonight was much higher than last night. Mainly due to the presence of the blob zombies, they couldn't be crashed into like normal zombies. He could only avoid them or take long-range shots. This significantly reduced driving efficiency. There were times Jizong was forced to stop on the spot using a heavy machine gun to clear a path. This also led to a low success rate for accepting orders. Having 2 successful out of 10 was already quite good. The threat of zombies was too great. Many survivors didn't even wait for rescue before being torn apart by the horde, devoured completely. At midnight, after 6 hours of traveling, Jizong traversed over 100 kilometers and successfully accepted 8 rescue missions. The total from the 8 missions reached 50 gold plus a series of assorted supplies, making the rewards much richer than last night. As the peak period of the zombie outbreak passed, the situation stabilized and the demand for rescues dropped significantly. Jizong found a place to park and leaned back in his seat for a moment of rest. Continuous high-intensity driving and fighting consumed a lot of stamina and energy. If it were before, he would have long since collapsed. Fortunately, his physical condition had improved considerably, and with the stamina recovery buff from the spirit essence cabbage, this bit of fatigue was nothing. Jizong counted his gains from tonight. There were too many scattered items, and his backpack couldn't hold them all. He simply sorted out the useless items and put them all up for sale at the trading post, earning 20 gold. He also extracted the additional kill bonuses from his titles. The total gold count reached a staggering 271. Most of this income came from the zombies he killed. He had likely taken down over 500 ordinary zombies and at least 150 blob zombies. In fact, the ratio of the 2 types of zombies should be about 3:1. Jizong specifically targeted the blob zombies throughout, which allowed him to achieve such a huge profit. 271 gold. Not to mention the leaders of various factions, who knows how many gold they have squeezed from other survivors. But among lone wolf players, he was undoubtedly leading the pack. I'm about to take off. Jizong rubbed his hands. He first opened the trading post to take a look. The price of the antiviral serum was still over 100 gold. He had hoped to buy one if it was a little cheaper, as it was a must-have for survival in the mid to late game. For now, he would wait. Other items took priority. Jizong checked the prices of various modification devices. Infinite bullets only had one available, priced at a staggering 150 gold, getting more ridiculous by the minute. As for infinite durability, there wasn't even any. It seemed most of these weapon modifications had been taken by survivors for their own use. Jizong felt quite regretful. His sniper rifle's durability was only at 68, while the Gatling's was at 77. At this rate, if he played a few more nights, they would probably both be scrapped. But with no one selling, he had no choice but to wait patiently. If necessary, he could just not use them before they hit 0 durability. Jizong rummaged for a while and finally spent 18 gold to buy a super chamber cooling and a no recoil for 12 gold. Modification device. Super chamber cooling firearm evaluation can be used for modifications of all firearms. After use, the cooling speed of the chamber increases by 20 times. and significantly reduces the rate of durability loss. Note after modification it will be permanently bound to the weapon and cannot be removed. Modification device no recoil firearm evaluation can be used for modifications of all firearms. After use it eliminates bullet recoil, greatly enhancing shooting stability. Note after modification it will be permanently bound to the weapon and cannot be removed. He applied both of these modification devices to the Gatling. This was undoubtedly something that even the wealthy would find hard to acquire. It instantly increased his physique by 3 points. If he could consume this regularly, achieving a divine body. The vehicle has now upgraded 7 components with only 3 remaining. Power generation device upgrade route. After upgrading it will be equipped with a generator and a battery capable of generating power while driving, providing electricity for air conditioning and upgrade requirements. Gold X3, parts X3, positive material X1. Air conditioning. Upgrade route. After upgrading it will have a single cooling air conditioner in the front row, requiring the power generation device to be upgraded first. Upgrade requirements. Gold X2, refrigerant X1. Millimeter wave radar. Upgrade route. After upgrading it will have 6 millimeter wave radars on the front, rear, left, and right, which can monitor moving objects within 20 meters at any time while the vehicle is running. Upgrade requirements. Gold X5, parts X5. Jizong replenished the missing materials at the trading station and clicked to upgrade in sequence. After the last component was upgraded, a line of text appeared before him. Congratulations. The vehicle components have reached level 10. Vehicle evolution unlocked. Jizong was extremely excited. He had long been fed up with the cramped environment of the van and wondered what advanced vehicle he could evolve into. If it were an RV, that would be fantastic. He took a deep breath and clicked to evolve. Ding. Please select the vehicle evolution route. Evolution route ghost vehicle. Evaluation: become a ghost walker drifting between darkness and mystery. The ghost vehicle is highly functional and has good mobility with low manufacturing costs. After special upgrades it can consume a large amount of fuel to become invisible in the dark. The downside is that the evolution route is singular, making it relatively weak in the mid to late game. Evolution route combat vehicle. Evaluation: a man must fight. Go on a frenzied killing spree on the battlefield. The combat vehicle is well functional, has decent mobility, moderate manufacturing costs, and features various combat and defense components without significant weaknesses, making it suitable for most people's choice. Evolution route extreme heavy armored vehicle. Evaluation: don't choose if you have no money. Don't choose if you have no money. Don't choose if The extreme armored vehicle is highly functional, extremely mobile, and has very high manufacturing costs, featuring the most diverse and comprehensive upgrade components. Its strength depends on how much money you have, breaking through both the upper and lower limits. Not recommended for all non-top tier survivors. Its consumption far exceeds your imagination. What? You are stubborn? Then come on. Friendly reminder: 1. Due to different initial vehicles, the options and forms that appear during evolution will vary for each person. 2. All basic upgrade components will be inherited by the new vehicle after evolution. 3. After evolution it will be fixed to a single evolution route, so please make your choice carefully. After reading this evolution information, Ji Zhang's expression became serious. 3 routes correspond to completely different futures. This is the crossroads of fate for every survivor. Choosing the wrong one may lead to lifelong regret. But for Jizong there can only be one choice. What a joke! I already have SS level intelligence talent. Can I not afford an extreme armored vehicle? Route 3. Let's evolve. Jizong pressed the selection button hard. Ding! Gold 50 parts 20 steel plates 100 level 1 ship 1. Evolution successful. In the next moment the entire van released an incredibly dazzling white light. Jizong felt himself slightly floating, detached from the seat. Everything before him under the cover of the white light transformed into rapidly growing and changing outlines. The vehicle expanded and the interior fused and stabilized. The entire process lasted for 2 minutes before Jizong fell back down, sitting back in the driver's seat. As all the white light dissipated, everything before him had undergone an immense change. Jizong slowly swallowed, his eyes filled with uncontrollable joy. Heavy armored RV. Grade Tier 2 vehicle. Maximum speed 50 km/h. Durability 100, slowly decreasing. Remaining fuel 1. 5 units, can travel 225 kilometers. Upgraded components: shooting chamber unable to upgrade, tires replaceable, chassis, level 1, outer armor, level 1, seats replaceable. Level 10. Vehicle evolution requirements: gold X 1500 parts, X 400 steel plates, X 5000 alloys, X 100 armor core, X 1 upgrade components must be level 50 or above to unlock evolution. Evaluation: a currently relatively simple armored RV with various functions waiting to be developed, but for ordinary zombies, it is already an unassailable steel beast. An RV. The upgrade from a van actually turned out to be an RV. Jizong could hardly describe his feelings at this moment. In a post-apocalyptic world, this armored RV is simply the best survival vehicle. This is truly exhilarating. Jizong couldn't wait to start exploring his new home. The front row has 2 seats while the back row is a large and a small kitchen, a sink, a sofa, dining table, a bed measuring 2 by 5 meters, and a shelf that can hold a hammock. Walking further back, there's a small bathroom. Seeing these things, Jizong felt nothing but emotion. Damn it. No more sleeping on the sofa. No more needing to squat in the wild. Finally able to take a shower. For the past 2 days he had been covered in mud and blood, sweating all the time. He felt sticky and smelly. It was unbearable. Unfortunately, he currently can't enjoy it, because there's no water. He turned on the faucet, but not a single drop came out. It seems he still needs to replenish it himself. Then he climbed up the retractable stairs to the second floor shelf, which is a storage space that can hold about 5 cubic meters of items. Above that is an openable skylight where a machine gun mount is installed on the roof. Jizong came down from the side door. Looking at the surface of the vehicle, the riveted external armor, full of cyber wasteland style, he felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. At last he could live a more human life. Time to get some water. First let's take a shower. He was now covered in dirt and sweat, unworthy of that big white bed. Without further ado, Jizong got into the vehicle, started it, and stepped on the accelerator heading east. He was not far from Lake Chinyu. About 2 kilometers away was a tributary of Lake Chinyu, where he could fetch water. But as soon as he pressed the accelerator, he felt the whole vehicle was like a weary old cow, soft and powerless, starting slow and sluggish, unable to pick up speed. Jizong was shocked to discover that the vehicle's maximum speed had dropped from 120 km/h to 50 km/h. The previous 1.5T engine clearly could no longer support it. Moreover, this fuel consumption. 1 unit of fuel could only drive 150 kilometers. The fuel consumption is twice as high as that of the old van. Damn, this is all burning money. Jizong felt a bit overwhelmed. The evolution prompt was indeed not a joke. The consumption of this extreme heavy armored vehicle far exceeded expectations. But it's alright, he has plenty of money. Jizong directly spent 15 gold coins and 10 parts to upgrade the engine to level 2. The displacement immediately rose to 2.0. The power increased significantly, with the top speed now reaching 80 km/h. He drove the RV across the plains at 1 a.m., quickly arriving at a small stream 2 kilometers away. Now that the blood mist had dispersed, the moonlight and stars in the sky reflected on the water's surface, shimmering brilliantly. Jizong spent a few gold coins to buy a water pump and a hose from the trading post, connecting one end to the RV's water tank interface, and throwing the other end into the water, starting the machine. Beep beep beep. The clear stream water was gradually pumped into the vehicle's water tank. The tank could hold 300 liters, enough for him to use freely for a week. Taking advantage of this moment, Jizong lit a cigarette, leaned against the side of the vehicle, and admired the beautiful night scenery around him. But as his gaze casually swept over a patch of grass, he paused slightly. What is that light? That patch of grass emitted an unusual faint glow, not very obvious, but enough for Jizong to notice. There must be something there. Jizong immediately straightened his expression, retrieved his pistol, dagger, and AK from the vehicle, and walked towards it on foot. As he got closer, Jizong clearly saw what was glowing. It was a treasure chest. A chest covered in special patterns, emitting a faint white light. The surrounding weeds were highlighted in a ghostly green by the light, like a weak lamp glowing in the grass. Jizong hurriedly quickened his pace to the chest, brushed aside the weeds, and a line of information appeared before his eyes. Nightlight treasure box evaluation. The nightlight treasure box only appears during the perfect moonlight period, and it seems to hide many good things. It's actually a special treasure chest. This is a real find. Jizong was overjoyed, not expecting to stumble upon such luck while just getting water. Moreover, judging by this description, such special boxes seem to only appear after the blood mist has dispersed. With a nervous heart, Jizong reached out to open it. Clang! The crisp sound of the box opening rang out, and several lines of information appeared. Acquired noise emitter X1, acquired armor-piercing bullets X30, acquired special growth weapon gift box X1, rare, indeed different from ordinary treasure chest. Jizong couldn't wait to check the details of these items. Noise emitter. Magazine 11, unlimited recharge evaluation, a special firearm that can shoot noise balls at a distance, releasing high-frequency noise around for 5 minutes. A tool for attracting zombie monsters with a maximum range of 1,000 meters and a charging time of 12 hours for each noise ball. It's actually a monster attractor. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about zombies being too scattered. Moreover, in the face of a massive horde, this is also a tool for escape. Though 2 noise balls seem a bit few and the charging time is a bit long, making high-frequency use difficult. Jizong continued to check the second reward. Armor-piercing bullets evaluation, specialized bullets for anti-material rifles, extremely powerful and very rare. This item cannot be listed in the trading post. Anti-material rifle, specialized bullets. His eyes brightened slightly. He only knew one anti-material rifle, and that was the famous Barrett. Jizong immediately checked the trading post, but found no relevant information. It seems these items also cannot be listed in the trading post. He posted a message on the public screen for purchasing and continued to check the third reward, the special growth weapon gift box. This is the main attraction of the Nightlight treasure box. Jitsong had a vague feeling that the end of the weapon growth path should all be these growth weapons. After all, ordinary firearms and cold weapons, once all the modification devices are maxed out, have already reached their upper limit. Compared to vehicles or personal attributes that can be infinitely stacked, it seems somewhat lagging behind. Come on, my first growth weapon. Jitsong couldn't help but feel excited. Click to open. The next moment, the entire weapon gift box transformed into a blob of constantly changing white light. Sometimes it turned into a gun, sometimes into a large hammer, and sometimes into a longsword. The speed of the white light's transformation grew faster, and the shapes became increasingly blurred. But overall it appeared to be mostly cold weapons. After dozens of seconds, the white light finally solidified. The glow gradually faded, revealing the metallic texture and sharp aura of the weapon before Jitsong's eyes. This is actually a long knife, measuring 1 meter in length. It presented a cold and striking black-red hue, with blade patterns swirling like waves, and the handle, made of an unknown special material, felt icy and rough in his grip. Jitsong tried to lift it, but instinctively grasping it, he couldn't move it at all. Whoa! He exerted force with his palm, his forearm muscles clearly bulging, and after great effort, he finally managed to lift the knife. This isn't just lifting a knife, it's like lifting weights. This knife weighs at least 100 pounds. What kind of divine figure could wield it? A line of information appeared. Blood of the Moon, growth weapon, level rare weapon and armor levels, common, fine, rare artifact, secret treasure, legendary, epic, mythical, durability, infinite modification devices, none, forging progress 0, exclusive skill, none, unlockable at rare artifact level, evaluation, a gift from the goddess of night, forged from outer iron and moon bloodstone, powerful in might, astonishing in weight, but currently at a low level, making it difficult to unleash its true potential. Warm reminder: after obtaining the first growth weapon, the probability of obtaining subsequent growth weapons will greatly decrease. So amazing. Jitsong stared at the details on the panel, unable to regain his senses for quite a while. This thing was almost equivalent to a trump card level existence, and there was even an exclusive skill waiting ahead. He recalled the giant terror scorpion claw material obtained from killing the giant terror centipede last time. Wasn't that the forging material for such weapons? He opened his backpack and took out the giant terror scorpion claw. Clicking on the forging option on the weapon, a prompt immediately popped up. Lacking the blacksmith series talent, unable to use. Of course, he knew it wouldn't be that simple. It seems he'll need to gather more materials from elite monsters of this kind in the future and find a reliable blacksmith. But the modification device should work right. Jitsong tried to apply the lightweight from his backpack onto the Blood of the Moon. Usage successful. The weight in his hands suddenly lightened significantly, but not by much. The description of lightweight, stating it would reduce weight by 2/3, appeared to be greatly off. He checked the equipment description and indeed found the term lightweight, level 1. There was a note: effects of all modification devices on growth equipment reduced by 80, but can increase with level. Can the level of the modification device stack? Damn it. It's another endless pit. Jitsong couldn't help but grumble while using his ultimate weapon, the super blade, for the Blood of the Moon. He saw a glimmer of light flash across the blade's edge, its sharpness amplified significantly. What should I do next? Jitsong exhaled slowly, feeling a bit hesitant. He still had over 100 gold coins left, which seemed like a lot, but they could be spent quickly. Vehicles, weapons, personal attributes, all required money. Now that I have cold weapons, my priorities need to shift. Jitsong contemplated for a moment, and finally decided to buy an antiviral serum first. He opened the trading platform and found 3 sellers offering the antiviral serum. One listed it for 145, or another for 130, and the cheapest one was at 100. Jitsong tentatively contacted them all, trying to negotiate prices, and quickly unraveled the backgrounds of these sellers. Those who could afford such top-tier items were either super big shots or extremely lucky. It was evident that the one selling it for 100 gold coins was extremely lucky, lacking basic combat power, and very eager to liquidate. Despite trying to act as if he wasn't in a hurry to sell, that person was ultimately forced to lower the price after Jitsong pressured him, concluding the deal at 89. Finally secured. Jitsong took out the small vial of bluish injection. Antiviral serum evaluation: after injection, it grants immunity to corpse toxins, insect toxins, snake toxins, miasma infections, etc., but is less effective against certain high-level toxins. Indeed a good item, there's a reason for its high price. Jitsong injected the serum into his wrist, and the entire process felt rather ordinary. But now he possessed a body immune to all poisons. This sense of security was something firearms could never provide. Having completed all this, Jitsong finally relaxed. The water tank of the RV was filled. He packed up the water pump and hose, got in, and closed the door. He stripped off his stinky clothes, walked into the bathroom, and took a shower, scrubbing off 2 pounds of old dirt. After changing into clean clothes, he leaped onto the bed, with a flourish landing on the soft and comfortable mattress, letting out a satisfied sigh. This feels so good. Feeling the long-lost warmth of the bed, Ji-sung rolled around, like a maggot, finally indulging himself. While most survivors were still living like wild men, he was already living in a luxurious RV. This was the privilege of wealth. He opened the chat channel. The recently sent message seeking to purchase anti-material weapons had vanished without a trace. But that wasn't surprising. Such specialized gun types were too rare, and one could only occasionally see someone selling them. He continued to post a purchase request, watching the late-night chatter of other survivors gradually drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Ji-sung slowly got out of bed under the morning sunlight. Waking up felt different. The quality of sleep was exceptional, not even the sound of zombies scratching at the door. After buying a toothbrush, towel, and cup from the trading platform, Ji-sung washed up at the sink, had a lavish breakfast, and then stepped out with his handgun. Today's weather clear. Temperature 1932. Evaluation: a cloudless sunny day is perfect for hunting in the starry sky forest, but be cautious not to step into the territories of certain creatures, or you might become prey instead of the hunter. Today's weather was still as good as ever. Visibility was extraordinarily high, and he could see the rolling horizon from here, although the temperature seemed to be rising a bit. Roar! Roar! Seeing living people, several zombies lurking nearby immediately lunged at him, growling loudly. These few creatures had been around since last night, but unfortunately they had worn down their teeth and finger bones, and hadn't managed to gnaw on the RV's armor, only leaving behind terrifying bloodstains and handprints. Ji-sung swiftly fired a few shots, accurately hitting their heads before turning to get back in the vehicle. I overslept a bit. I need to set off quickly. Ji-sung started the RV, beginning today's exploration journey. While driving, he also opened the chat channel. After a night of fierce battles, the number of people in the area had dropped to over 80,000. The difficulty of the second night heightened, making all survivors more tense. Early on the third day, many were already eagerly seeking resources to quickly enhance themselves. Battlefield Alliance is recruiting. Membership fee 5 gold coins. Those who want to join, just message me directly. Preparing to explore the depths of the starry sky forest. Our small group consists of 18 people, and we are looking for another group of over 10 strong individuals to embark on a perilous foot exploration together. If you're afraid of death, don't come and drag us down. Are you crazy? Go into the depths of the forest now. There are elite monster nests there. Not just elite monsters. The horrors inside are beyond your imagination. 2 hours ago, the 50-member team from the Nanshan Brotherhood went in and was completely wiped out. The last message warned everyone not to enter. With such death notifications appearing, who would dare to go in and seek death? Fortunes favor the bold. The more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity. If I can find a high-level treasure chest, it'll soar to new heights. Why be afraid? If I don't strive to improve my combat power now, we'll be swallowed by the zombie tide in a few nights. I share the same view. I almost got taken by the meatball zombie last night. Now if there's a high-level treasure chest, damn it. I want to charge into the dragon's lair and tiger's den. The kamikaze team is recruiting skilled individuals. We welcome those who have spent over 200 gold coins to join. Currently the team has 13 members, all top-tier experts. What the hell? The kamikaze team has such high requirements. You're joking? Those are all top-tier players in there, with several high-ranking individuals who have jumped ship from various factions. The level of combat power is something us small fries can't even fathom. The channel continued to buzz with lively discussions. Ji-sung checked his private messages in the upper right corner. Aside from many requests from friends seeking to ally and show goodwill, he found a message selling anti-material sniper rifles. Ji-sung replied, and the other party responded immediately. Gee, you finally replied. I thought you had already bought it. After that, the person shared the equipment information. Anti-material sniper rifle Barrett, M82A1. Magazine 00, only suitable for armor-piercing rounds. Durability 100. Evaluation: an extremely powerful anti-material sniper rifle, the pinnacle of individual firearms. Due to its excessive recoil, it can easily fracture the collarbone and ribs, and in serious cases cause internal bleeding. It is forbidden for individuals with poor physical condition to use. Note: special gun types cannot be modified and are classified as level 3 restricted trading items. They cannot be listed on the trading platform or traded online. Finally, it's here. Ji-sung looked at the information panel, and his heart instantly burned with excitement. To his surprise, this special type of gun was classified as a restricted item for trading. The trading restrictions are categorized into 4 levels: exchange market trading, personal trading, offline trading, and non-tradable. For instance, the Blood of the Moon he acquired last night falls under the highest restriction level, non-tradable. This gun, however, is at the 3rd level and can only be traded offline. Wang Dongliang: Master G, I got this item on the first day, but I couldn't sell it until now. Oh, I finally waited for you, a big client. Is that so? No one is buying it. Wang Dongliang: there are interested buyers, but I'm afraid to trade with them, fearing robbery. Master G, you are a reputable big shot, and I feel secure selling to you. Jitsong was indeed quite surprised. He did not expect the benefits of high reputation to manifest so quickly. The two sides settled on a price of 13 gold coins and agreed on a trading location, concluding their conversation. Afterward, Jitsong drove his motorhome towards the agreed location. The chassis of the armored motorhome is a level higher than that of a van, making it easy to traverse almost any terrain except for marshes, wetlands, or mountains. In less than half an hour, Jitsong arrived at the designated spot, where the other party was already waiting. They drove an ordinary sedan that had upgraded its chassis and exterior armor. Master G. The driver's door opened, and a young man swiftly got out, excitedly waving at Jitsong's motorhome. Several other individuals also exited the vehicle, looking timid and dirty. They were all residents. Seeing Jitsong's vehicle, they couldn't help but feel a shock in their hearts. From afar it resembled a large truck, but unexpectedly it turned out to be an upgraded armored motorhome. Having seen so many survivors these past few days, it was their first time witnessing a motorhome vehicle, truly a ride fit for a big shot. The young man, named Wang Dongliang, along with several residents, raised their hands and spun around to indicate that they were unarmed. This was also the greatest goodwill that survivors could express when meeting. Jitsong parked the vehicle and stepped out. Master G, here's the gun you wanted. Wang Dongliang hurriedly opened the trunk and lifted out the heavy barrette weighing dozens of pounds. It's good. Jitsong confirmed there were no issues and directly transferred the gold. The transaction was successfully completed. Jitsong took over the heavy weapon, admiring it deeply. Indeed, it was a super sniper rifle nicknamed Big Cannon. Its exaggerated design and heavy feel were impressive. Well then, I'll take my leave. Jitsong directly put it into his backpack and was about to leave when Wang Dongliang exchanged glances with the other residents and suddenly spoke up. Master G. We have another item. Oh, what is it? Jitsong paused, intrigued. The other party had not dared to present it directly before completing the transaction, which was quite interesting. It seemed the item in question was of significant value, requiring prior trading to establish enough trust. It appeared that these survivors were not entirely without their guard. Master G, we have a treasure map. Wang Dongliang's voice was somewhat tense, yet he tried to remain calm. A treasure map? Yes, it's indeed a treasure map. To be honest, this item along with that sniper rifle were obtained by us after escaping from a certain Black Mountain mine. Wang Dongliang took out a sheepskin scroll bound with a hemp rope from his pocket for Jitsong to inspect. Cursed sheepskin scroll, unique item evaluation. Legend has it that this scroll contains clues to the treasure of the earth god. However, due to long-term accumulation in the tomb of the Corpse King, it is covered with a cursed mist obscuring the information on the scroll. Remember, do not let anyone know you possess it. Hint: this item cannot be stored in a backpack and belongs to level 3 restricted trading items. Seeing the information above, Jitsong couldn't help but slightly narrow his pupils. It turned out to be a unique item. Wang Dongliang, on the other hand, was far more nervous, his hands trembling slightly. Master G, have you finished reading? No need to be afraid, name your price, I can buy this item. Upon hearing this, Wang Dongliang felt relieved, exhaling heavily. The expressions of the other residents also relaxed considerably. To be honest, holding on to this item made them quite uneasy. If others were to find out, it would definitely attract endless coveting and pursuit from others. It was better to find a big shot to handle it sooner rather than later. They had initially wanted to approach Li Jianguo from the Shanghai Alliance, but feeling insignificant, they did not dare to be too obvious. Their words could hardly reach him, so they had to give up. If it weren't for Jitsong publicly purchasing anti-material rifles, and they just happened to have one, they probably wouldn't have been able to close this deal. Wang Dongliang cautiously probed Master G, how about 200 gold coins for this item? 200 gold coins, is it worth it? Of course it is worth it, and even much more than that. But absolutely not at this moment. Gold coins have a time value, it's early on, and the difficulty of acquisition is high, making them worth far more now than in the future. And this sheepskin scroll in the hands of an ordinary survivor is nothing but a hot potato. Cashing it out quickly is the best way to handle it. I definitely can't offer 200 gold coins. If I'm not mistaken, this item has usage restrictions, right? Jitsong said. The so-called cursed mist on the sheepskin scroll is certainly not easy to remove, otherwise the other party would have gone treasure hunting themselves instead of selling it. Master G, you truly see through everything. Wang Dongliang chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't expected Jitsong to agree so readily. This price mainly reserved some space for bargaining. How about 180? 80 firm price. Jitsong asserted his psychological price. Wang Dongliang's face contorted in pain, as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. Brother, you're taking off the head, while they're only taking off the tail. Sigh. Fine. 80 it is. Consider it as a gesture of friendship. In the end, Wang Dongliang reluctantly agreed. Not everyone could afford such a high price of 80 gold coins, and Jitsong was the best buyer available. If it had been someone else, there would undoubtedly be risks of robbery, and not only would they walk away empty-handed, but their lives could also be at stake. It was better to make a quick deal. 80 gold coins were enough for him to upgrade his vehicle, at least for the next few nights he could pass through safely, which could be said to be a significant. With the price settled, Jitsong did not linger and proceeded to make the payment. However, he currently did not have that much gold, so he only paid 50 gold coins and made up the remaining 30 with parts. After the transaction, Jitsong reminded, "I hope everyone keeps this matter confidential." "Rest assured, Master Ji, we know this matter must be kept under wraps." Wang Dongliang repeatedly assured. Such information brought no benefits, but would only completely offend a super big shot like Jitsong, which he dared not do. The two sides added each other as friends and parted ways. The moment Jitsong got into the car, he took out the hefty sheepskin paper, untied the rope, and spread it open. An ancient and mysterious map slowly unfolded before his eyes. Unfortunately, the entire map only revealed a vague outline shrouded in a thick mist, making it hard to discern its true form. A line of prompts appeared. This scroll is covered by a cursed mist and cannot be viewed temporarily. It requires Corpse King blood to dispel the curse. Indeed, this Corpse King blood is a material obtained by defeating the Corpse King. No wonder Wang Dongliang dared not think of treasure hunting himself. The prerequisites clearly weren't tasks they could accomplish. Placing the parchment into the armrest box, Jitsong continued on his journey in the RV. The area was too desolate, lacking any special terrains like forests or swamps, resulting in little yield. Fortunately, luck was on his side as he found 2 wooden treasure chests yielding 8 gold coins, 10 parts, 12 pieces of leather, along with some miscellaneous supplies. No intelligence had triggered. It seemed that to find good items, one must venture into special terrains. Jitsong pondered silently. He had heard Wang Dongliang mention that this place was apparently not far from the Heishan mine. He added a person from the Heishan mine as a friend in the chat channel and paid 0.5 gold coins for them to send him a location coordinate, which turned out to be only 30 kilometers away. Alright, let's head to the Heishan mine. Jitsong made up his mind and no longer searched for resource chests, heading straight towards his target at full. Displeased with the engine's performance, he gritted his teeth and sold dozens of parts, spending 20 gold coins and 35 parts to upgrade to a level 3 engine. Upgrading from 2.0T directly to 3.0T, the maximum speed also rose to 120 km/h. The familiar sensation of being pushed back returned. Boom, boom. The roar of the accelerator became deeper and more powerful, propelling this steel beast to speed across the plains. Before long, Jitsong finally arrived at his destination. On the horizon ahead, the undulating black mountains loomed like a giant dragon sprawled across the land, imposing a visual shock. As he arrived, the number of people began to increase. This special area, rich in natural resources, attracted many survivors to come and gather. From the window, Jitsong could see various distinctive vehicles parked beside the slopes littered with stones. Among them, small trucks were the most numerous, with flags indicating their affiliated forces. Sweaty figures stood there swinging iron picks, diligently mining. The iron ore collected could be smelted into steel sheets or crafted into parts using blueprints. This was the hardest job, yet also the most stable source of income, primarily undertaken by the dwellers. Jitsong had seen in the chat channel that an ordinary person with a regular iron pick could mine iron ore worth 57 gold coins each day. With a quality iron pick, efficiency could double, yielding over 10 gold coins a day, which was quite impressive. In contrast, those survivors with vehicles either rested in their cars or drove out to search for treasure supplies, rarely participating in the most basic labor of mining. Moreover, Jitsong noticed a phenomenon. The mining area was surprisingly surrounded by barbed wire, with only one large gate guarded by someone. Any vehicle wishing to enter had to pay a fee first. As for the fee collector's affiliation, there was only one answer: the Guilong Society. Jitsong laughed at this scene. Damn it. No wonder the survivors around the Heishan mine were so resentful. Even such abundant natural resources spread across the mountains could be monopolized, revealing how tyrannical the Guilong Society truly was. Jitsong privately messaged the person who had sent him the coordinates earlier to inquire about the situation. He then learned that the Guilong Society had already taken control of multiple oil fields, mines, and water sources. They lacked the capability to exploit everything themselves, so they collected fees from those who wanted to mine. Without payment, one could not hope to enter. And once sneak miners were discovered, their methods of handling them were even more ruthless and merciless, leading to the Guilong Society gaining infamy, in just a few days becoming a target of collective disdain and cursing from other survivors. If it weren't for the current pressure of survival, they would likely have been overthrown by the masses of ordinary survivors long ago. Jitsong followed the rocky path and entered the mountainous area. The entire mountainous area was immense, with the vast majority being unexploited mines, featuring a highly complex natural landscape, and the roads growing increasingly difficult to navigate. Even with a vehicle boasting a high chassis and off-road tires, he had to slow down and drive cautiously. At that moment, a familiar notification sound finally echoed in Jitsong's mind. Ding. Today's intelligence triggered. Would you like to receive it? Jitsong smiled slightly. After waiting for so long, it finally arrived. Receive. Today's intelligence. You have entered the mysterious Heishan mine, a place where fortune seekers rise, yet also where many adventurers meet their demise. Over 500 meters ahead on the surface of a mountain, there seems to be an unusual geological anomaly that could yield some unique discoveries. Remember, do not venture too deep into the mine. Once you hear the sound of rolling stones, you must escape at once. Jitsong carefully read through the details of the intelligence, his gaze shifting toward the mountain ahead. It was a hill overgrown with weeds connected to undulating mountains behind it, looking no different from other places. Jitsong drove closer, but after barely passing 200 meters, he was astonished to discover numerous signs of gun battles. Not far away, several corpses lay amidst the weeds, their deaths gruesome. Judging by the clotting of the blood, they likely hadn't been dead for long. Jitsong became serious. The intelligence had warned that upon hearing the sound of rolling stones, one should flee immediately. It seemed that was a sign of monsters appearing in the mountains. He parked the RV near the small hill, holding a Gatling gun, meticulously scanning everything around him. Soon he noticed chaotic traces in the grass at the foot of the hill. Where the grass met the mountain, a faint metallic glimmer caught his eye. Jitsong focused his gaze and was astonished to see a bronze treasure chest embedded in the rock. There were several marks of excavation on the rock, likely left by the deceased survivors. They had discovered the chest and attempted to chisel open the rock, but for unknown reasons they suddenly fled, only to meet their tragic end a few dozen meters away. This is getting interesting. Jitsong took out a quality iron pick from his backpack. This tool was a reward obtained during last night's rescue, and could be sold for a high price of over 10 gold coins at the trading post, with a sharp pick tip capable of easily breaking rock layers. After confirming there was no danger around, Jitsong swung the pick forcefully. Bang! With almost 20 points in physique, his strength was nearly double that of an average adult, and with this quality tool, he easily broke open a large section of rock. But just as he began, a thunderous rumble suddenly came from the top of the hill, the terrifying sound of rocks rolling and grinding. What the hell, it's really here. Jitsong immediately withdrew the pickaxe, raised the Gatling gun, and quickly retreated, his gaze fixed firmly on the mountain above. What the hell, it's really here. Jitsong immediately withdrew the pickaxe, raised the Gatling gun, and quickly retreated, his gaze fixed. In the next moment, a massive figure towering at 5 meters tall emerged from the cloud of smoke at the hilltop and dove down frantically. It was actually a gigantic stone ball with limbs. The stone ball had no facial features, only 2 eyes glowing with a sinister crimson light radiating ferocity. Mountain puppet. Level elite monster. Description: a loyal servant of the ancient mountain god. They have lost their self-awareness, driven only by instinct under divine influence, and will attack any intruder that harms the mountain god's body. Indeed, it was an elite monster. No wonder those few people met such a terrible fate. Boom. The mountain puppet's limbs raced wildly down the slope, charging straight towards Jitsong, who had retreated several dozen meters. Fortunately, Jitsong was well prepared. The barrel of the Gatling gun was aimed directly at the colossal figure, and the rotating gun barrel began to spin as the motor. 1 second. 2 seconds. Bang. 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 The terrifying firepower erupted instantly, spewing out at a staggering rate of 60 rounds per second amidst the roar of gunfire. The mountain puppet's body was so immense that almost every bullet hit its target. In an instant, the sturdy, rocky body was shattered layer by layer, with a shower of debris flying out like shrapnel. Though the mountain puppet felt no pain, the ferocious firepower significantly slowed down its charge. In just a few seconds, its body had been blasted apart inch by inch, its entire head obliterated, and large cracks appeared across its body. Finally, just under 10 meters away from Jitsong, its forelimbs completely severed, the entire body crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, plowing up a large patch of muddy soil. Jitsong's face sparkled with excitement as he continued to unleash a barrage of fire, not stopping until he had obliterated most of its remaining body. Thanks to the cooling effect of the supergun barrel, the rotating barrel still spun easily, with only wisps of gun smoke rising, seemingly telling its master that it could fight for another hour. Jitsong looked down at the ground littered with shell casings, feeling exhilarated. In that short burst of time, he had fired at least over 1,000 rounds. Old Gatling really was satisfying to use. At that moment, a line of kill notifications appeared before him. Successfully killed a mountain puppet elite monster. Coins 2. Mountain puppet stone heart 1. Mountain puppet stone heart. Description: the hardest rocky heart of the mountain puppet can be used as material for forging special growth. Another forging material acquired. This type of forging material is also a level 3 restricted trade item. Its current value is immeasurable. Jitsong happily collected it before walking up to the bronze treasure chest. He took out the pickaxe and began to chisel away. Bang! Bang! After dozens of strikes, he had carved out a large hole in the mountain. The entire bronze treasure chest was also revealed. Jitsong reached out to open it. With a metallic clang, several item notifications immediately jumped out before him. Gained 100 coins. Gained Clevel Talent Fragment X8. Gained level talent fragment X3 goodness, a treasure chest of coins. And there were talent fragments too. Jizang's heart leaped with joy. Although it wasn't as many materials as last time from the bronze chest, the 100 coins were solid, and it felt pretty great to see. Plus there were the talent fragments he most anticipated. Last time the black iron treasure chest yielded 6 clevel fragments, and with the 8 from this time, he was now able to synthesize a clevel talent. Jizang eagerly collected all the materials and coins. He opened his backpack and clicked on talent synthesis. Ding! Clevel talent synthesis completed. Congratulations. You have obtained the second talent Eagle Eye Clevel. Talent Eagle Eye. Level Clevel. Function: as long as the holder concentrates their attention on their eyes, they can activate the Eagle Eye ability, enhancing regular vision by 5 times and dynamic vision by 10 times. Please note, using Eagle Eye will quickly consume stamina, so do not use it in a state of exhaustion. Description: directly transforms into a physical aiming, can be applied in long-range combat with firearms, as well as close combat with cold weapons, both yielding superhuman combat effects. Tip 1: survivors can possess up to 2 talents of the same level. When obtaining excess talents, they can be replaced, and unused talents can be disassembled into fragments for exchange for higher-level fragments at a ratio of 5:1. Tip 2: each talent can undergo over-limit awakening. This function requires the survivor to explore on their own. At the moment he acquired the talent, Jizang felt a warm energy surge through his eyes, making them feel different from usual. He became excited in his heart. Following the method described in the talent, he focused his attention on the gaze of his eyes. In an instant he felt as if his entire field of vision had its focus and pixels adjusted, making everything around him become incredibly clear and vivid, like changing from 1080p to 4K resolution. Even more astonishing was his dynamic vision. He discovered he could actually see the frequency of a bird flapping its wings in the distance. What the heck? Jizang felt he had underestimated clevel talents in the past. He never expected it to be this powerful. He curiously observed everything around him until after several seconds his body began to tire, as if he had run a marathon, prompting him to retract his talent. His vision returned to normal. Jizang leaned on his knees, panting for a while, before he could barely catch his breath. This thing consumes so much stamina. He felt a bit of a headache. But it was no wonder if it didn't consume stamina. This ability could easily reach level, or even a level. After handling the bronze treasure chest, Jizang looked around at the scene of devastation, feeling somewhat perplexed. The experience he just had did not match the description. The intel stated this area has marvelous geological changes, unlike others, capable of unearthing certain unique items. This clearly was not talking about treasure chests. Jizang continued to explore this small hillock, searching for a full hour. Heaven does not disappoint those who strive. Finally, just as Jizang was about to give up, he discovered an abnormal stone surface in a corner of a small cave. The stone surface displayed faint red spiderweb-like patterns, markedly different from the other rocky surfaces. Could this be what the intel was referring to? Jizang instantly perked up and hurried over with the pickaxe in hand. The cave was a bit low. He had to bend down to enter, propping one hand against the outer wall, while swinging the pickaxe with the other, starting to hammer away. After chiseling a few times, the outer layer of the rock peeled away. A dazzling expanse of red appeared before his eyes, nearly blinding him. What is this? Jizang stared wide-eyed at the vast expanse of gemstones before him, each pulsing with a deep crimson glow. Fire Spirit Stone Vein Rare. Assessment: an exceedingly rare mineral deposit. Fire Spirit Stones refined from this vein significantly enhance fire affinity talents, fire elemental equipment, and fire-imbued artifacts. Harvestable quantity: 21. A rare elemental vein. Unbelievable. Jizang recalled seeing someone sell such a rare elemental ore yesterday in the public chat channel, something like Water Spirit Stone, and it had been snatched up instantly by the guild leader of the Divine Wind Squad. He didn't know the exact price, but it must have been steep. And here he stood confronted with 21 stones at once. Wasn't this instant fortune? His pulse quickened. Without delay, he seized his iron pickaxe and began chiseling with meticulous care. As the crystalline crust fractured, thumb-sized, vividly crimson, translucent stones emerged one by one, like lotus seeds nestled within their pod. Within minutes, the meter-wide crystal mass lay fully shattered and hollowed out. All 21 fire spirit stones tumbled onto the ground, shimmering with an alluring crystalline luster. They felt warm and smooth to the touch, radiating pure, potent energy. Jizang gathered them all. Unable to store them in his inventory, he tucked every stone into his pockets. Just as he turned to leave, the distant rumble of approaching vehicles echoed from outside. His eyes narrowed slightly. Gripping his Gatling gun, he strode swiftly back toward his motorhome. En route, he spotted 2 off-road vehicles drawing near, not far away. Both were heavily upgraded, their side windows adorned with black banners fluttering fiercely in the wind, the unmistakable insignia of the Ghost Dragon Association. Jizang boarded the motorhome just before they arrived. Through the vehicle's radio, their threatening voices crackled over the airwaves. "Hey, did you get our permission to enter this mining zone? This is a restricted area. Get out of that vehicle now. Leave everything behind, pay a fine of 20 gold coins and comply without hesitation. Or we'll kill you. Understood? A grizzled middle-aged man spoke into the microphone from the front SUV, his face twisting into a vicious, contemptuous smirk. Brother Long, squeeze him hard. That bastard's driving a freight truck. He's bound to be loaded, shouted a blonde youth from the second vehicle, eyes gleaming with excitement. Patience. The system forbids coerced transactions. Wait, prepare some worthless scrap materials first. We'll extort him piece by piece. Daring to drive a freight truck into these mountains under our watch. He's got a death wish. Both men belong to the Ghost Dragon Association's Mountain Patrol Unit, tasked with patrolling the mines. They routinely preyed upon lone survivors like Ji Zong, extracting exorbitant fines or staging kidnappings. By now the routine was second nature. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? When Ji Zong remained silent, Brother Long erupted in fury. He flung open the sunroof, raised a rifle, and fired several rounds directly at bang, bang, bang. Bullets slammed into the armored hull, sending sparks flying. Ji Zong hadn't replied, not out of fear, but because he was calmly loading armor-piercing rounds into his Barrett rifle. 5 rounds chambered. Bolt pulled back, clack. The weapon locked and loaded. He slid open the side-firing port, extended the Barrett's barrel outward, and focused his gaze, entering eagle-eye state. Every detail of the terrain ahead snapped into razor-sharp clarity, even the coarse nasal hairs of the man inside the SUV. With perfect aim, he squeezed the trigger without hesitation. At that moment, the man in the SUV was still hurling threats. Then, seeing no response, he revved the engine and surged forward, intent on confrontation. But in the next instant, his windshield exploded into a spiderweb of cracks, with a massive bullet hole blooming at its center. His windshield was bulletproof tempered glass. How could it shatter? Yet his shattered skull could no longer process the question. His vacant eyes glazed over, slowly obscured by blood trickling down from his forehead. Bang! The armor-piercing round pierced the windshield, tore through his skull, then ripped through 2 rows of seats and the rear window, transfixing the entire SUV in a single brutal trajectory. The chassis jolted violently. The blonde youth in the trailing vehicle hadn't yet registered what had happened. Just as he accelerated to match Brother Long's speed, he glanced sideways and froze, utterly paralyzed. Yeah. Seeing Brother Long's corpse slumped across the seat, the youth shrieked, a shrill, panicked wail, then jerked the wheel, desperate to flee. But it was already too late. A second armor-piercing round struck from the flank, punching straight through the vehicle's outer plating and blasting his skull apart. Thus perished 2 members of the Ghost Dragon Association, dispatched with chilling ease. With their deaths, both SUVs dissolved into thin air, leaving behind only 2 mangled corpses and the unstable items they'd carried aboard. Ji Zong drove over and inspected their scattered loot. Most items were useless junk, cluttering inventory space worth little if sold. One thing, however, made his eyes light up: a massive rocket launcher left behind in the blonde youth's vehicle. An RPG. Ji Zong hurried over and picked it up. Anti-tank rocket launcher RPG. Magazine 00, rocket ammunition only. Durability 100. Assessment: a fearsome apex weapon, representing the pinnacle of infantry firepower, capable of inflicting catastrophic damage upon armored targets. Note: this specialized firearm cannot be modified, listed on exchanges, or traded personally. Ji Zong whistled softly in admiration. This was his second unique firearm after. Clearly the youth had concealed this heavy weapon from his organization, stashing it secretly aboard his vehicle, only for Ji Zong to claim it as unexpected spoils. Pity he hadn't acquired any rocket rounds. Those would have to be hunted down separately. Ji Zong discarded the rest as worthless trash, hoisted the launcher into his motorhome, ignited the engine, and drove off, without looking back. He didn't spare the corpses a glance. Truth be told, before his transmigration, killing, even in self-defense, would have left him trembling, nauseous, perhaps even vomit. Now, having witnessed countless zombies' death held little emotional weight for him, only a faint clinical revulsion. By the time he finished, it was already 2 o'clock in the. Ji Zong parked quietly at the foot of a secluded mountain, ate a simple lunch on site, then resumed his afternoon exploration. Though without intelligence support, his luck remained unremarkable. For hours he wandered the outer fringes of the vast Black Mountain mining zone, finding only a wooden treasure chest containing a cold steel longsword, and a few gold coins and mechanical parts, nothing else of substance. At this moment the sky was gradually darkening. The sky above the mining area turned dark earlier than outside, and even though it was just past 5 o'clock, everything around had become merely a blurred silhouette. Ji Zong searched for advantageous locations, and finally chose a small hill with a steeper slope to park. The view here was excellent, providing a wide attack range. Getting up there was a bit challenging. After several failed attempts to charge up the slope, he reluctantly spent 20 gold coins and 15 parts to upgrade his off-road chassis by 2 levels. With a flash of white light, the entire chassis of the RV rose another 10 centimeters, and the suspension was upgraded to a higher-grade material, with the brake calipers also replaced with titanium alloy. The off-road capability, climbing ability, and ability to stop on a slope had all greatly improved. Jizong pressed the accelerator, and with the roar of the engine, this massive armored RV successfully climbed the nearly 60 slope and came to a steady stop at the top of the hill. Done. Jizong slowly exhaled. The terrain in the mining area was complex with too many visual obstructions. He decided not to conduct any rescues tonight and focused solely on killing zombies. With half an hour left before nightfall, the survivors began to prepare for battle actively. The chat channel buzzed with lively discussions. Compared to the first day of the game, the gap between the survivors was starting to widen significantly. The top players like Jizong had completed significant upgrades through various means, while most ordinary survivors struggled to even upgrade their outer armor and were still in the phase of fighting for survival, terrified of the night. Even when they banded together, they couldn't alleviate this sense of crisis, deeply worried that more terrifying zombie monsters would appear tonight. Jizong glanced at the public chat for a moment before opening his private message inbox, where Kai Zhu had already started messaging him an hour ago. Ding ding. Brother. Great goods are out. Where are you, bro? Big shot. Are you there? Jizong replied, what good stuff do you have today? Chun Xiaonuan excitedly responded, brother, you finally came. Besides the spiritual essence cabbage, I also grew a big one today. Take a look. Starlight Spirit Fruit. Starlight Spirit Fruit level rare fruit evaluation, a rare vegetable that grows in the Starlight Forest under the starlight, exceptionally precious due to the harsh conditions for its formation and its rich spiritual nutrients. Eating it can increase physical strength by 5 points with a daily cap of 1 increase. Moreover, it grants starlight affinity, allowing for a speed-boosting buff in environments bathed in starlight. This effect can stack with the number of times the Starlight Spirit Fruit is consumed. Upon seeing this detailed information, Jizong's eyes brightened slightly. Good stuff. Did you grow this today? Kai Zhu, hee, the effect is strong, right? I actually planted this last night, a fruit I cultivated mutated into this. Jizong was increasingly interested in this Kai Zhu. She was a lucky charm. Kai Zhu, brother, you can name your price. I haven't advertised today, and I have a big basket of fresh vegetables and fruits saved just for you. Jizong, I can give you 15 gold coins for this, but just like with the spiritual essence cabbage, you have to ensure a daily supply of 1 piece. Kai Zhu, brother. This mutation depends on the situation, it's not guaranteed every time. But since you've instructed me, I'll try to grow a few more to ensure the yield. But it's quite a pressure, and I'm so exhausted. I don't know if I can keep going. Jizong, starting tomorrow, it'll give you 10 gold coins a day, increasing by 2 coins daily, but all your fruits and vegetables must be according to my specifications. Now tell me, are you still tired? At that moment in the Starlight Forest, Chun Xiaonuan was sitting on a stone by the small pond, rolling up her pants and splashing her feet in the water, eating a small bread while chatting with Jizong. Upon seeing his message, the fatigue on her face instantly vanished, and she felt like she could fly with joy. Not tired, not tired, not tired. Brother, I love you so much. From now on, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Send me to the factory, and I'll go. I'll let me farm, and I'll farm. From this moment on, I, Chun Xiaonuan, am your soldier. Jizong was amused. It must be said that this little thing truly provided emotional value, like a hard-working electronic pet. Next, the two successfully completed today's transaction. Jizong spent 30 gold coins to buy a Starlight Spirit Fruit, a spiritual essence cabbage, 5 sunshine cabbages, and some assorted fruits and vegetables, all packed and gifted by Chun Xiaonuan. Once all the fruits and vegetables were received, Jizong immediately took them out. The Starlight Spirit Fruit looked quite peculiar, resembling a blue devil fruit, yet its flesh was plump and glistening, making it quite appetizing. He tried taking a bite, and the rich flavor exploded in his mouth. Wow, this is surprisingly delicious. For the first time, Jizong felt that fruit could be so tasty, sweet, and refreshing, quenching his thirst and providing a crisp and invigorating experience. In no time, he had devoured the fist-sized fruit, and then he took out his prepared dinner, eating it alongside the spiritual essence cabbage and sunshine cauliflower. After a hearty meal, Jizong wiped his mouth and leaned back in his seat to rest, feeling a warm surge of energy flowing throughout his body, along with a profound sense of nourishment. He opened the attribute panel. Name Jizong, title Ranger, physical 3, spirit 3, additional kill bonus 20, physical strength 26. 5'8". 5 spirit 12, additional kill bonus 20, accumulated 1. 32 gold coins can be withdrawn at any time. Bound vehicle, armored RV, level 13 upgrade, talent daily intelligence SSS, level hidden uniqueness eagle, IC level. My physical strength is already more than twice that of an ordinary person. The rare fruit is indeed powerful. Jizong sighed inwardly. This increase in physical strength was the most intuitive feeling. He sensed that he was now nearly at the pinnacle of what normal humans could achieve. If he were to increase further, he would directly enter the realm of superhumans. I wonder if I'm now qualified to try using cold weapons. Jizong stepped out of the vehicle and moved around a bit, then took out his Blood of the Moon sword. The blade gleamed with a scarlet hue, exuding an unyielding sharpness. Now holding the sword with one hand, he no longer felt it was too strenuous. However, swinging it still posed some difficulty. After all, this thing weighed almost 100 pounds. However, the conventional long sword he obtained today was very easy to use, making a whooshing sound as he swung it, moving at a frightening speed. Jizong practiced with these two cold weapons on the spot. Meanwhile, the nightfall over the entire mining area gradually set in. Soon the clock struck 6 o'clock. The third night of survival officially began at this moment. Jizong opened a bottle of cola, sitting quietly in the car, while watching the black mist gradually rising outside. A series of terrifying howls began to echo through the mountains, sending chills down one's spine. Soon grotesque figures appeared. Everything under the night sky became remarkably clear. Contrary to expectations, aside from ordinary zombies and meatball zombies, no new types of zombies appeared tonight. However, the overall number was still about 50% higher than the previous night. Let's wait a moment. It was just the beginning. The peak density of zombies would not occur until 10 to 30 minutes later. At that time, he would use the noise projector to gather a wave of creatures. He opened the chat channel. Other survivors seemed to have also noticed the absence of new zombies tonight, and they felt a wave of relief. It seems there are no new zombies tonight. That's great, that's great. Huh. The pressure is much less now. I advise you all not to let your guard down. It's just, they're coming. It's about to be a slaughter. I am Leah, the vice president of the Ghost Dragon Society. This afternoon 2 of our members were killed by villains in the mining area. We are gathering all clues and will reward 2 gold coins for any useful information. Furthermore, I hereby notify all survivors in the area, anyone who carries out such acts today will face endless and most frenzied retaliation from the Ghost Dragon Society. Those who doubt can come and try. The once lively atmosphere in the public screen immediately fell silent after Li Yu's announcement. Members of the Ghost Dragon Society were actually killed in the mining area. Only those in the upper echelons of the major guilds could have the ability and audacity to commit such a shocking act. What a fierce person. Watching the Ghost Dragon Society suffer a significant loss, everyone felt a sense of satisfaction and schadenfreude. Yet no one dared to come out and curse them, provoking those madmen further. Even forces like the Mountain and Sea Alliance, which were vaguely opposed to the Ghost Dragon Society, as well as other groups that frequently denounced them in public chat, remained silent. If one were to jump out now, the Ghost Dragon Society would definitely take note, potentially triggering a large-scale conflict. With just a few days left before the zombie tide, it was crucial to accumulate strength. No one could afford such losses. For the Ghost Dragon Society, if this matter was not handled well, it would greatly diminish their deterrent power over other survivor factions. In that case, their downfall would not be far off. Everyone was quietly watching the drama unfold. Jizong was also observing. This reaction from the other side was expected, but he didn't care at all. Oh, let them investigate slowly. Moreover, who knows, he might encounter them tomorrow and need to kill a few more. Closing the chat window, Jizong drank cola and munched on snacks, continuing to wait for the zombies to accumulate. This was the urgent matter at hand. After a dozen minutes, the figures of zombies around the mountain gorges and forests became increasingly numerous. The numbers were simply astonishing. No wonder no one dared to linger in the mining area. This number was completely beyond what an ordinary group's firepower could resist. Moreover, the terrain here was complex. Without advanced chassis and tires, escape was impossible. Once surrounded, it would be a dead end. At this moment, many zombies had already noticed the armored vehicle on the small hill and were rushing up to collide wildly. However, the exterior armor of the vehicle compared to that of a van had a significant difference in class. Ordinary zombies posed no threat at all. Even if they attacked all night, the durability would not decrease. The full-force impact of meatball zombies could barely pose a slight threat, but their bodies were too fat to climb hills. They would roll down once they reached. It seems the advantage of terrain is indeed very important. Jizong smiled slightly and continued to wait. Soon half an hour had passed. The mountains were filled with chilling howls. Jizong then took out the noise projector, opened the shooting chamber, and fired a shot at a slightly recessed basin below the mountain. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. The noise grenade, flashing red like a signal flare, arced brilliantly through the air, landing precisely in the center of the basin. As the noise grenade hit the ground, an incredibly sharp and penetrating sound was instantly released. The piercing sound waves reverberated, growing louder through the echoes of the mountain. In an instant, the entire mountainous area erupted. It was the roar of the Horde. All the zombies within a kilometer radius were almost drawn to this ear-piercing sound, starting to rush in the same direction. Rumbling. Jizong could feel a subtle vibration in the ground. Holy shit, he slowly swallowed, watching the shocking scene before him. The first zombie charged into the basin, lunging at the noise ball. Then came the second, third, 10th. The zombies piled on top of each other, forming a writhing mound of corpses at a visible speed. But this was far from over. More zombies appeared around, densely clustered like ants pouring out of an anthill. Jizong watched as this mountain of corpses piled up. This scene, which could only occur in movies, made his scalp tingle. All of this is money. Jizong's face showed an extreme excitement. and he quickly opened the sunroof, mounting the Gatling gun onto its base. Then he directly aimed the gun at the mountain of corpses and fiercely pulled the trigger. The gun barrel rotated and fierce firepower erupted. Dense bullets transformed into countless golden shooting stars, smashing into the mound of corpses in the basin. Bang 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 bang. The silhouettes of zombies on the mound were continuously punctured and torn apart by the bombardment of the Gatling gun, exploding like rotten fruit. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coin 0. 1. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coin 0. 1. Successfully killed a meatball zombie. Gold coin 0. 5. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coin 0. 1. The kill notifications before him were refreshing at an unprecedentedly frenzied speed, exceeding 10 per second. This speed was more outrageous than a money printer. This was a completely different concept from sweeping through a horde of zombies on the plains. This mound of corpses was absorbing the full firepower of the machine gun bullets. A single bullet could pierce through several zombies simultaneously, only stopping when all kinetic energy had dissipated. Not a bit was wasted. Bang 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 bang. The Gatling gun features superchamber cooling, requiring no brakes at all. It just keeps firing fiercely. Listening to the wild and intense gunfire around him, Ji-Song felt his blood boiling. This was truly exhilarating. The noise generator was indeed divine. At this moment, as the first wave of firepower poured out, the mountain of corpses crumbled at one corner, slightly lowering its height. However, the surrounding grim figures continued to rush forward. As the number of shattered bodies increased, the mountain grew larger, replenishing its height. Ji-Song continued to spray bullets without pause until this mountain of corpses transformed into a true mound made of shattered bodies. At this moment, the 5-minute duration of the noise ball came to an end. As the piercing noise faded, the remaining zombies turned towards the armored vehicle resting on them. The second phase of the massacre began. Ji-Song, holding absolute terrain advantage and firepower suppression, effortlessly slaughtered the wave of zombies charging up the slope. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coin 0. 1. Successfully killed a meatball zombie. Gold coin 0. 5. Leather 1. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coin 0. 1. The second wave of battle turned into a war of attrition. Ji-Song spent a full half hour before finally exterminating the last zombie. Looking out, the area below was filled with horrifying severed limbs and broken arms. The smell of gunpowder and the intense stench of blood filled the air. Ji-Song slowly exhaled, his face still flushed with excitement. This battle had been absolutely insane. With superchamber cooling, even the Gatling gun's barrel had turned slightly red, showcasing its immense power. The durability had dropped significantly. However, the outcome of this battle was unprecedented. This time he had managed to wipe out over 1,000 zombies in one go. Among them, at least 50 or 60 were meatball zombies. Total gold coins acquired 392. 5. A massive harvest. It seemed tonight was a welfare agency. At this rate, promoting the vehicle to the 3rd tier before the 7th day was completely feasible. Ji-Song was filled with confidence. He still had one noise grenade left and needed to use it while the zombie peak was still ongoing. However, the zombies in this area had almost been cleared out. He needed to find a new location. Without delay, he immediately drove the vehicle down from the small hill, crushing through the bloodied corpses, and left along the rocky path in the mountain. At the same time, he glanced at the chat channel, but the situation others faced was completely different from his imagined welfare agency. One could even describe it as tragic. Help me. Please save me. They're eating my leg. Help me. Damn it. Our defense has collapsed. When encountering an elite monster, focus fire immediately. Once breached, it's all over. It's too fast. We can't hit it at all. How can there be such terrifying zombies? This is only the 3rd night. I let my brothers down. I'm sorry. I thought it was just too terrifying. Zhou, aren't you from the Luoshan team? How's your team doing? I don't know. After that monster broke and our defense collapsed, I watched helplessly as it punched through our captain's car door, pinning him to the seat, breaking his spine. I am sorry for him. Li Jiang won't notify the whole Shanghai team. Immediately shrink the defense line and retreat in an orderly manner. Everyone gather towards the canyon. Don't panic. The number of elite monsters is very few. And they are not invincible. Don't lose your composure. The public screen was already in chaos. Ji-Song's expression slightly darkened. He thought there wouldn't be any new types of zombies tonight, but unexpectedly elite monsters had appeared, and they were of the speed and strong attack type. Now he had to concentrate and pay close attention to the surrounding situation. The current situation was completely different from when he fought the giant terror centipede or mountain puppet. Now the enemy was hidden while he was exposed, leaving no room for buffer, making him an easy target. It seemed the sunroof could no longer be opened, otherwise the risk would be too great. Ji-Song drove the vehicle, continuing through the mountains. After crossing a distance of 2 kilometers, the number of zombies on the road started to increase, surrounding the vehicle. With the upgraded level 2 chassis and level 3 engine, the vehicle had no problem handling this level of siege, directly crashing through like a tank. But just as Jitsong was searching for a second advantageous terrain, with the upgraded level 2 chassis and level 3 engine, the vehicle had no problem handling this level of siege, directly crashing through like a tank. Deepest fears within. It was a speed that completely defied comprehension and unguardable velocity. Bang! The vehicle experienced a side impact. The tremendous force nearly shook the whole vehicle. Crash. Screech. Another impact followed by the sharp sound of claws scraping against metal. As expected, it had appeared. Jitsong instinctively picked up the Barrett, but hesitated and put it down again. With the limited space inside the vehicle, trying to retaliate with a sniper rifle through the shooting cabin would likely yield poor results, and if the opponent damaged the gun barrel, it would be counterproductive. Although the Gatling had continuous firepower, its startup speed was too slow, making it unfeasible. His gaze sharpened, and he ultimately chose to use. It was time to test the power of the blood of the moon. He parked the vehicle on the spot, took out the 1-meter-long crimson long knife, and left the driver's seat, walking to the shooting cabin at the rear. He opened the smallest gate, focusing his attention, entering eagle-eye state. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by. The opponent's speed was incredibly fast, yet Jitsong still managed to capture its blurred outline during its movement. A piece of information appeared. Mad Zombie Level Elite Monster. Evaluation: a super mutant among zombies possessing terrifying speed and a horrific attack power capable of penetrating ordinary armor. Its slender and withered body can easily be mistaken for an ordinary zombie. Pray you don't encounter it on the plane, it will undoubtedly become your nightmare. Upon seeing this information, Jitsong had a rough idea in his mind. It seemed that defense was the opponent's weak point. Boom. Boom. The mad zombie continued to attack the vehicle. The tremendous commotion instantly attracted a large number of zombies from the surroundings. In less than 10 seconds, the vehicle was completely surrounded, the zombie figures crawling over it like ugly insects densely packed. Jitsong opened the second gate, took out his pistol, and fired several shots outside. This wave of gunfire immediately attracted the mad zombie. Several zombies were directly knocked back. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Boom. Almost the next second, a dry, thin arm suddenly reached in through the gate. Sharp claws still stained with human blood and flesh. In that fleeting moment, Jitsong swung his blade, cutting down fiercely. The sharp edge severed the mad corpse's hand with a swift slash, eliciting a roar from the creature as it attempted to retract its arm. But at that moment, Jitsong had already reversed the grip of his knife, transforming the slash into a thrust, driving it directly towards the creature's neck along its arm. The strength and sharpness of the blood of the moon far exceeded that of ordinary cold weapons, easily piercing through its skin and bones, burying the majority of the blade deep within its neck. Roar! The mad corpse thrashed violently. Jitsong felt an unimaginable force transmit through the handle, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Simultaneously, his body was struck by the mad corpse's arm, and even with the padded armor, he could feel the pain of a tremendous impact. Fortunately, amidst such violent thrashing, the wound on the mad corpse's neck widened significantly, and finally, with a forceful pull, Jitsong made a decisive cut. The entire cervical vertebra of the mad corpse was severed, leaving only a small piece of flesh connecting its neck, its head drooping to one side, and its body lost all strength as a result. Successfully killed a mad corpse elite monster. Gold 2. Mad Corpse Claw 1. Huff. Huff. Jitsong withdrew, the blood of the moon collapsing to the ground from exhaustion, gasping for breath, a smile appearing. This was his first time using close combat techniques to personally take down an elite monster. Although the entire process was somewhat clumsy, the sense of achievement was something that could never be felt with firearms. Hiss. Jitsong touched his side, feeling a faint pain. A top-tier adult male physique wearing armor designed to resist bullets and impacts was still injured from a single hit. This evidenced just how terrifying the attack power of elite monsters. If he had been outside, a single encounter could have left him gutted. His current physique was still too low. He still needed that Chun Xiaowan to keep working hard. Her fruits and vegetables were currently his only source of physical enhancement. He wondered how she was doing. Jitsong sent her a message, and to his surprise, she replied almost instantly. Brother. I'm fine. The outside looks so scary in the chat channel. You must be careful. Jitsong exchanged a few simple words with her, and learned that she had found a very hidden spot hiding during the night, occasionally discovered by a few zombies, but they couldn't break through the outer armor of her vehicle. She just needed to hold out until late at night. After confirming her safety, Jitsong felt much more at ease. He drove on, continuing to search for advantageous terrain. Half an hour later, he finally discovered a high ground that was narrow at the top and wide at the base, backed by a solid mountain with no blind spots, an excellent terrain that was easy to defend. After clearing the scattered zombies around, he parked the RV steadily here and took out the noise projector, firing it directly at the ground in the distance. Bang! The noise ball struck the ground, and the sharp sound waves reverberated once more. A massive horde of zombies wandering in the mountains was instantly drawn in by the piercing sound wave gathering with a thunderous roar. This time Jitsong was extremely cautious, directly entering eagle-eye mode, carefully scanning the area below. Soon he spotted an incredibly swift small black figure darting through the horde of corpses, directly colliding with the pile of zombies that had just accumulated in the center. Indeed, it was another mad corpse. However, this mad corpse seemed unaware of the small noise ball on the ground. It merely opened its mouth filled with slime and sharp teeth, frantically roaring and clawing in place, searching for the source of the sound. Jitsong narrowed his eyes. Using the barricade to shoot this mad corpse would be like using a cannon to swat a mosquito, and without bullet trajectory correction, it would be hard to hit accurately at this distance. There was no need to waste armor-piercing rounds. He took out his TRG-22 sniper rifle, extended the barrel, and with a click loaded and aimed. Just as he was about to take aim, the mad corpse suddenly seemed to sense something twisting its head towards his direction. Damn, does this thing have a sense of intent to kill? Jitsong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately squeezed the trigger. Hiss! The bullet fired instantly, crossing 800 meters, precisely hitting the mad corpse's eye socket, piercing through its head, creating a massive hole in the back of its skull. The mad corpse's body shook violently for a moment, then let out an astonishing roar, crazily charging towards the RV. However, its head was no longer whole, and its speed greatly diminished. It stumbled and fell due to loss of balance while running. Seizing the opportunity, Jitsong fired 2 more shots, completely shattering its head, and only then did the kill notification appear before him. Successfully killed a mad corpse elite monster. Gold 2. Surprisingly, there were no forging materials. It seems elite monsters don't always drop forging materials. Jitsong felt a slight disappointment in his heart, then began to observe his surroundings. As the noise ball continued to accumulate, a spectacular mountain of corpses in the center. Jitsong spotted another mad corpse rushing over. This time, he had more experience and fired several shots in quick succession, with the interval not exceeding 0.5 seconds, leaving the creature no chance to catch its breath. Its head exploded like a watermelon. Successfully killed a mad corpse elite. Gold 2. Mad Corpse Claw 1. This was the 3rd elite monster he successfully killed tonight. However, until the entire area of zombies was attracted over, no more mad corpses appeared. Their numbers were indeed quite limited. After confirming that there were no other threats in the vicinity, Jitsong opened the roof hatch and reactivated the explosive killing mode. The Gatling roared fiercely, reducing an entire mountain of corpses, as well as the subsequent tide of zombies approaching the RV, into a mass of shredded meat. Another 300 gold coins were credited. With 2 waves of super mowing, the total income nearly reached 800 gold coins. It couldn't get any fatter. The only thing bothering Jitsong was that the durability of the Gatling had dropped to 37, and it wouldn't last much longer. This method is ultimately unsustainable. He searched the trading post for infinite durability, but that section was still empty. No one had listed anything. He could only wait. The time was already approaching 11 p.m., and he didn't plan to go out and continue hunting zombies. Without the noise ball to gather them, the efficiency was simply too low. He didn't want to waste the Gatling's durability. As for using rifles or sniper rifles, there was no need for that. It would take forever to gain any money. He was now a super rich man with over 800 gold coins. Figuring out how to use it properly was the priority. He turned his gaze to the various options for the vehicle, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. It was time for a comprehensive upgrade. Jitsong opened his backpack. Weapons and armor: heavy machine gun, level 3 modification X1, a sniper rifle, level 2 modification X1, assault rifle X1, handgun X2, longsword X1, a short dagger X1, universal bullets X700, dwarf fine armor common X1. Tools: iron pickaxe fine X1, machete X1. Materials: parts X421, steel sheets X121, leather X92, armor core rare X1, giant terror claw X1, mountain puppet stone heart X1, mad corpse nails X2. Food: fresh fruit X35, venison X10, gourmet bread X29, gourmet instant food X18. Talent fragments: C grade fragment X4, B grade fragment X4. Jitsong stroked his chin, seriously contemplating his future development path. For personal attributes, there's no need to consider much for now. Just invest more money to enhance Qin's Ionuan strength. It is now clear that the trading post cannot list any items that enhance personal attributes. Moreover, such items are scarce, and everyone is starting to pay more attention to them. The prices will definitely skyrocket later. As long as Jitsong ensures that Qin Xiaonuan, this supplier, isn't snatched away by others, he can also explore more customers. Jitsong set aside 200 gold coins as a reserve for personal attributes. Next are the weapons. He currently possesses 3 major killing tools: Gatling gun, Barrett, and Blood of the Moon. Aside from the urgent requirement for infinite durability, everything else is sufficient to keep up with the strength, so he won't spend much on the currency. Jitsong reserved 100 gold coins for purchasing infinite durability. He decided to allocate all the remaining 500 gold coins to the vehicles. First is the outer armor. The outer armor of a level 2 vehicle is significantly stronger than that of level 1, but relying solely on the inherited level 1 is definitely not enough. He might soon enter some dangerous areas, so this crucial defense option must be enhanced. However, when he saw the upgrade price, he fell silent. Outer armor, level 1, upgrade requirements: gold coins, x 80, parts, x 65, steel sheets, x 100. The total value of these 3 gold materials reaches 170 gold coins. He finally understood the reminders that appeared during advancement. Damn it. Advanced vehicles really are not ordinary money burners. However, since all parts are ultimately inheritable, the money must be spent to upgrade it. Ji-Tsong gritted his teeth and decisively clicked to upgrade. Accompanied by a dazzling white light, the entire exterior of the armored RV underwent a major upgrade in an instant. He hurriedly got out of the vehicle to check the upgraded condition. At this moment, the RV had transformed from its original riveted armor into a sleek black metal armor with a matte texture. There were no visible rivets or seams resembling a work of art. Wow, it's so cool. Ji-Tsong didn't know how the level 2 outer armor's impact resistance was. However, having spent so much on gold materials, could it possibly be lacking? The main defensive issue was resolved. Now it was time to focus on other practical items. First, the tires. The all-terrain tires he brought from the level 1 vehicle were clearly not strong enough. They had been damaged by zombies in many places and were severely worn out. Ji-Tsong spent 2 gold coins, 1 leather, to buy a new set of all-terrain tires, and also purchased additional mud tires, snow tires, and high-performance, explosion-proof tires for quick replacements later. However, the highlight of the tires is the new set unlocked after advancing the vehicle: multifunctional super tires, made from super composite materials, which can automatically adjust the tread pattern and ground contact area according to terrain needs, while also featuring high-strength load-bearing and explosion-proof capabilities. Purchase requirements: gold coins, x20, a leather, x10. Indeed a good item, buy it. Ji-Tsong purchased it and directly replaced it on the RV. For brand new giant tires appeared on the rims. This set would be used from now on. As for the other tires, they could all be inherited, serving as spare. Next are the chassis and engine. The level 3 chassis requires 50 gold coins and 35 parts. The level 4 engine requires 45 gold coins and 60 parts. Ji-Tsong gritted his teeth and upgraded them all. These items are hardware that cannot be saved on. After completing the upgrades for the 2 major components, he tried to start the engine and pressed the gas pedal. The 4.0T engine with a top speed of 160 km/h roared with a deep and heavy sound, propelling the entire RV forward. Ji-Tsong felt the gas pedal response was incredibly satisfying. Each time he pressed down and released, there was a powerful and clear feedback. Driving a high-displacement vehicle is truly exhilarating. With this chassis and tires, he could basically ignore the bumps and stones on the road, smoothly driving over them without feeling much jolt. Combined with the strength of the outer armor, the current RV was like an armored tank without a cannon. No matter what it encountered, it would just crush through. After settling all of this, Ji-Tsong finally focused on the interior of the vehicle. To upgrade the modified parts to level 50, in order to unlock vehicle advancement, it is clear that simply upgrading hardware is insufficient. The soft furnishings inside the vehicle also need to keep up. First, for the air conditioning, Ji-Tsong directly spent 15 gold coins materials to upgrade to level 2 central air conditioning, which would not only cool the driver's seat, but cover the entire vehicle. Then he upgraded the large refrigerator in the kitchen and bathroom area so that those perishable foods could be stored inside. Of course, the central air conditioning and refrigerator must be paired with a power supply. The previous small battery couldn't support the RV's electricity consumption. Ji-Tsong directly spent a hefty sum of 50 gold coins and related materials to upgrade the foldable solar panels on the roof. In the future, when driving during the day, he could directly generate electricity using solar energy, and at night, he could retract the solar panels to avoid being attacked or damaged. This power generation device is still quite basic. The next level of power generation device integrates the solar panels with the outer armor, eliminating worries about. However, that item is too expensive, costing 200 gold coins and solar materials. Ji-Tsong took a glance and dismissed it. Excluding other facilities that weren't urgent, Ji-Tsong finally chose to upgrade the radar. The previous upgrade of the millimeter wave radar was just a filler. It was not very meaningful and actually disturbed his rest at night due to the approach of zombies, so he casually turned it off. However, the level 2 radar is not to be taken lightly. Upgrade Route 1I Enemy Detection Radar. Upgrade the millimeter wave radar to a millimeter wave enemy detection radar, which can detect threats within 500 meters and automatically connect to the machine gun base for automatic attacks. Upgrade requirements: gold coins, X100, parts, X85, level 1 chip, X1. After upgrading, this becomes an automatic turret. Ji-Tsong looked on with envy. Installing his infinite bullet Gatling gun paired with the infinite durability enchantment effectively created a machine gun defense tower capable of endless but it was ridiculously expensive. After some thought, he decided to wait and see if he could acquire infinite durability tomorrow. Finally, Ji-sung casually purchased 10 units of fuel from the trading post, refueled his vehicle, and opened the vehicle. Heavy armored RV Tier 2. Maximum speed 160 km/h. Durability 100, slowly decreasing. Remaining 5 units capable of traveling 1575 kilometers. Upgraded components. Shooting cabin roof machine gun non-upgradable. Tires seats replaceable. Engine level 4. Chassis level 3. Air conditioning level 2. Outer armor level 2. Power generator level 2. Millimeter wave radar level 1. Total level 18. Vehicle advancement requirements: 1,500 gold coins, 400 parts, 5,000 steel plates, 100 alloys. 1 armor core advancement unlocks when upgraded parts reach level 50. Evaluation: a heavily armored RV with a powerful chassis that can effortlessly crush any intruders while ensuring a decent quality of life. With all preparations complete, it was already midnight. Most of the zombie monsters outside had gradually dispersed, leaving only a few scattered figures wandering aimlessly in the distance. Ji-sung still felt energetic, so he decided to drive around for a night patrol, hoping to find the luminous treasure box. However, luck was not on his side this time, after searching until 2 a.m. With no success, he reluctantly took a shower and lay down to sleep. The 4th morning arrived as expected. Compared to the clear skies of previous days, today's weather was heavy and gloomy with a dim overcast outside the window. Today's weather: heavy fog. Temperature 27-38. Evaluation: overcast with dense fog, unsuitable for travel. It is said that some fearsome creatures lurk deep within Twilight Gorge during such weather. Please exercise extreme caution. Why is the weather like this today? Ji-sung frowned slightly. To be honest, having grown accustomed to the clear conditions of the past day's explorations, the dense fog limiting visibility to less than 10 meters was truly vexing. Moreover, the temperature had risen so drastically. He opened the chat channel. Others were complaining as well. He also noticed the regional survivor count had sharply dropped to just over 7,000. Last night was brutal. Many survivor groups encountering the mad zombies were nearly annihilated. Fortunately, the number of mad zombies was limited, otherwise the population might have halved overnight. Damn it. How can we find treasure chests in this weather? It's stifling and hot. And damn humid. Survival conditions are getting worse and worse. Stop complaining. Who knows what challenges lie ahead? Upgrading our vehicles is the top priority. I've already installed air conditioning. Ugh, exhausting. We spent too many bullets last night. Barely any zombies were hit. Almost all were used on mad zombies. How will we survive tonight? We're the worst off. Last night, the mad zombies broke through and led a horde of zombies into our defenses. Half of our over 100 members were lost. I don't even know how I survived that. Thinking about it now makes my whole body tremble. I told you to join a major faction quickly, but none of you listened. Look at the Battlefield Alliance or the Shanghai Alliance. None of those large groups have such disasters. Only 3 days remain until the zombie tide. Everyone keep pushing. Survive and victory is ours. Ji-sung composed a purchase request listing forging materials, armor-piercing bullets, rocket launchers, and infinite durability enchantments. After sending out the request, he closed the public chat, started the RV, and set off on today's exploration. He hadn't held much hope initially. Unexpectedly, within minutes, several people messaged him privately. Most were selling scattered armor-piercing bullets in small quantities, 3 or 4 rounds. So Ji-sung didn't bother driving to collect them. Fortunately, one private message offered rocket launchers, 10 rounds in one batch. After negotiating a price of 15 gold coins, both parties agreed on a halfway meeting point and successfully completed the trade. Now the RPG is finally usable, one more deadly weapon. Ji-sung felt a surge of delight. His current ranged arsenal was undoubtedly among the top-tier players: armor-piercing Barrett rocket launcher RPG and infinite bullet Gatling gun. Even against elites or stronger foes, he was not necessarily at a disadvantage. Ji-sung had just emerged from the mining area and returned to the vast and mysterious plains. Unfortunately, the heavy fog made it impossible to spot treasure chests with the naked eye. He could only wander aimlessly, hoping to trigger some intel, while occasionally sending out purchase requests. By noon, Ji-sung received the most exciting private message yet. The sender's ID was Xia Zhuxuan, apparently a woman. She claimed to possess several forging materials and an infinite durability enchantment for hot weapons. Regardless of the truth, it was worth investigating. Infinite durability for hot weapons was currently absent from the entire trading post, leaving no price reference. However, she wasn't asking for an exorbitant price. Just 2/3 of the infinite bullets cost, quoting 140 gold coins. Ji-sung naturally bargained aggressively. Simply put, this enchantment was meant to be paired with infinite bullets. Few had both the infinite bullets and the extra funds to purchase infinite durability. After some haggling, they settled on 95 gold coins. The 3 forging materials were priced at 10 gold coins, each requiring offline transactions. The two were only 10 kilometers apart. After exchanging coordinates, both set out to meet for the trade. Ji-sung remained highly vigilant. For someone to collect 3 forging materials in such a short time implied at least 3 elite monsters had been slain. Alternatively, she could be a supplier for a faction. Either way, she was no ordinary character. Minutes later, Jitsong arrived at the meeting point, flashing the RV's hazard lights, making it stand out even more in the dense fog. He did not exit the vehicle, keeping a close watch on his surroundings. Soon the roar of a motorcycle exhaust pipe reached his ears. A young woman wearing black fingerless gloves, leather jacket, and hot pants approached on a massive motorcycle. Her ponytail whipped wildly in the wind, complementing her cold, indifferent face, exuding a formidable aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. Jitsong narrowed his eyes slightly, directly activating his eagle eye state, meticulously discerning the level of threat posed by the other party through the grayish-white mist. Unexpectedly, the girl seemed to notice immediately. Her already cold and frosty face became even more vigilant. She directly executed a sideways drift stop, picked up the vehicle's intercom, and said, "How do we trade?" The girl's voice was pleasant, but her tone was as icy as her expression. Moreover, her vehicle, rather than being a motorcycle, resembled a high-tech two-wheeled transport, clearly already up. Jitsong also noted that the other party seemed not to be carrying any firearms, instead possessing several cold weapons both on her person and in her vehicle. She appeared to be a survivor with combat talent. To be able to acquire 3 forging materials single-handedly. This was undoubtedly the strongest lone wolf survivor Jitsong had encountered in recent days. It was wise to be cautious when dealing with such a person. Jitsong stated, "Directly throw the materials on the ground and retreat 100 meters. I'll confirm everything is fine before transferring the money to you." This was the fairest offline trading process, allowing both parties some leeway. "Okay," Xia Zhuxuang replied coldly. She then decisively tossed several materials onto the ground, drove her vehicle, and retreated 100 meters. Jitsong used his eagle eye to check the 3 materials on the ground. After confirming there were no issues, he initiated a transfer to the other party, totaling 30. Upon receiving the money, Xia Zhuxuang drove off, without any courtesy. What an impolite individual. Jitsong drove over to collect the materials before sending a friend request to the already distant Xia Zhuxuang. The reason for adding this friend was not solely due to her good looks or figure, but because this person exuded a strong aura of power, hinting at the potential for acquiring more valuable items in the future. With the trust established from this transaction, future dealings for other items would be much smoother. Soon Xia Zhuxuang accepted Jitsong's friend request. "Jitsong, I will always buy forging materials. Also, if you have any good items to sell in the future, you can find me." Xia Zhuxuang MHM. Their first conversation as friends became somewhat awkward. After several minutes, Xia Zhuxuang finally took the initiative to send a message. "Xia Zhuxuang, I have a question for you." "Jitsong, what?" "Xia Zhuxuang, how do you have so much money?" How straightforward of her. Jitsong casually replied, "It fell from the sky." Xia Zhuxuang seemed not to catch the sarcasm, and continued, "If you encounter any problems you can't solve, you can hire me to help you as long as the payment is sufficient." Jitsong not. "Are you sure you can solve my problems?" Xia Zhuxuang, "I am very strong." Wow, how boastful. How could she be even more arrogant than me? Jitsong directly closed the chat box and continued driving. On the other side, Xia Zhuxuang, after proclaiming, "I am very strong," had already stopped, arms crossed in front of her impressive figure, slightly tilting her proud snow-white neck, waiting for a reply. After waiting several minutes with no response, Xia Zhuxuang frowned slightly and typed, "Why are you reading and not replying?" Just as she was about to send it, she deleted the message, feeling a bit irritated. "Is he looking down on me?" The girl pursed her red lips. Roar. At that moment, a zombie suddenly appeared from the thick fog, lunging crazily toward the motorcycle. Whoosh. A flash of light zipped by, and the zombie's body came to an abrupt halt, its corpse severed. Next, dozens of beams of light shot out from beside Xia Zhuxuang, surrounding the zombie's body, beginning to leap and rebound at high speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After chopping the zombie into a pile of minced meat, all the beams of light returned to Xia Zhuxuang's side, quietly hovering in midair. They were dozens of diamond-shaped flying blades. Oomph. The girl snorted coldly, her long legs pressing down on the throttle, her cool and stylish figure driving the second-tier Spectre vehicle, disappearing into the fog. At this moment, Jitsong had already parked by a stream, taking out a water pump and hose to refill the RV. Taking advantage of this break, he climbed onto the sunroof and mounted a Gatling gun onto the machine gun base, using the infinite durability modification device. Watching the durability on the Gatling's panel change from 37 to infinite, he felt immense satisfaction. This was true infinite firepower. With the most critical issue resolved, Jitsong could also confidently upgrade the targeting radar. This device was the core of automatic defensive attacks. Though it was expensive, it was absolutely worth the investment. He purchased a level 1 chip from the trading post. Then he spent 100 gold coins and some other materials, clicking to upgrade. Ding. Targeting radar upgrade successful. Detected that the machine gun has 3 necessary modification devices for the infinite bullets, infinite durability, and superchamber cooling defense turrets. Would you like to bind the targeting radar to the machine gun base? Note: once bound, the machine gun cannot be disassembled and will be fixed as an upgradable defense turret. Jitsong clicked his tongue, feeling a bit reluctant. He had been thinking of taking the Gatling down for dungeon exploration, but there was no way around it. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Binding it was. After all, he wouldn't have to struggle to operate the gun anymore. Driving the vehicle, he could kill wherever he went. He clicked to bind. In the next moment, the entire machine gun base underwent subtle changes, with all disassemblable components and the entire gun body merging with the vehicle's exterior armor. Moreover, the base was equipped with electronic components allowing for 360 rotation. Most importantly, both the gun body and base possessed the same strength as the exterior armor, alleviating concerns about easy damage. Jitsong glanced at the detailed information of the turret. Machine gun turret, level 1, type defense turret evaluation, a vehicle-mounted cannon with infinite firepower supply, paired with the radar's automatic targeting, capable of full-range automatic defensive attacks. Upgrade Route 1, closed defense cannon. Upgrade the heavy machine gun to a larger caliber close defense cannon, achieving an extreme output of 200 rounds per second, with immense lethality against large creatures, easily tearing any flesh and blood body to shreds. Upgrade requires 500 gold coins, 100 parts, 1500 steel plates. Upgrade Route 2, flamethrower turret. Upgrade the heavy machine gun to a focused flamethrower turret using gasoline and heavy oil as ammunition, launching napalm bombs with a maximum range of 200 meters, causing continuous massive damage with high temperature and adhesion. After upgrading this turret, can only pursue flame-based upgrades. Upgrade requires 350 gold coins, 100 parts, 50 heavy oil, 50 gasoline. Note: after the vehicle advances to Tier 3, upgrade routes for anti-air cannon, laser cannon, and others will be unlocked. Good heavens! Seeing 2 new upgrade paths made Jitsong's head spin. This thing is undeniably powerful, yet its price is painfully steep. This is still only a second-tier vehicle. At Tier 3, there will surely be multiple defensive turrets to upgrade. An absolute money-eater. He had over 800 gold coins last night. Now only a little more than 200 remained. Staring at the upgrade options, Jitsong felt that familiar helpless sting of poverty. I need to make money fast. He sighed, bought some provisions on the exchange, and ate his midday meal while driving. No sooner had he finished eating than bad news arrived from Chun Xiaonuan. A heavy fog had blanketed the day, depriving plants of sunlight, so their growth slowed. She was unsure whether the afternoon delivery could proceed smoothly. Chun Xiaonuan said she was sorry about his wages. Jitsong replied, "It's fine, take your time." They chatted, and Jitsong glanced at the public channel, which was filled with survivors' complaints. The sudden shift in weather had clearly thrown everyone into trouble. Many people abandoned searching for treasure chests and chose to gather resources in the mines and forests. At least those pursuits promised steady returns. This caused prices for processed raw materials to tumble, while firearms and ammunition rose slightly. The chat was full of exasperated voices about the fog. "This thick fog is infuriating. It's so stifling and hot. I can't stand it. Upgrade your air conditioning. It's nearly 40 degrees this afternoon. Could you sit in a car without AC? I really can't understand how fog can be this hot. It's hard to breathe. Everyone be careful when taking vehicles. There are monsters in the fog. Several people in our group suddenly died. No messages came from them before they died. Isn't it just zombies? As if it's not dangerous on a clear day. Just be cautious. They're not normal zombies. Warnings went out since morning. How can so many still be unaware? The creatures in the fog are terrifying. It's true. Our Battlefield Alliance has announced that all members must form small teams when venturing out. Being alone means certain death. I'm desperate. Even daytime is unbearable. I don't know what we'll face tonight. Our group suffered heavy losses last night, yet the leader refuses to merge with others despite our pleas. Jitsong frowned as he scanned the public messages. To be honest, he had no clear plan for this weather. He could only grit his teeth and drive around aimlessly. Without sunlight, the solar panels produced no power. He had to burn fuel to run the detection radar and central air conditioning, nearly doubling fuel consumption and setting his nerves on edge. Surprisingly, the number of zombies during the day had actually decreased. The detection radar's trigger frequency remained low. As Jitsong pondered this, a larger red blip appeared on the radar, immediately followed by a furious burst from the roof-mounted machine gun. The sweeping fire lasted 3 full seconds. The muzzles tracked a ghostly silhouette in the fog as the dull thuds of bullets striking flesh sounded. Soon the gunfire stopped and a kill notification appeared before Jitsong. Successfully killed a fog corpse. Coins 1. A fog corpse. So this is the creature people spoke of in the fog. Jitsong's gaze sharpened. It was the first time he'd seen a new zombie type in daylight, and each yielded a full gold coin, half the value of an elite monster. Walking exploration today was clearly too perilous, yet he could not squander the daylight entirely. He continued to prowl the mist-choked plains hoping to trigger, and his aimless patrol carried on until past 3 in the afternoon when the grass ahead turned to mud and his tires sank a third of the way down. Jitsong's brow lifted. Had he drifted back into the marsh? Entering the special terrain, the radar, filled with numerous red blips, a dense scatter. They were snakes, insects, and small marsh creatures lurking beneath the water. The roof gun delivered precise bursts at the anomalies on the radar. Slaying those small beings rarely yielded coins. Only the occasional juvenile blood python dropped 0. 1 coin, not nearly enough. Jitsong switched off the auto-attack to avoid spooking anything. With just over 2 hours until nightfall, weatherhead trigger intel depended on this attempt. He swapped his tires for quieter, smoother mud treads and began to creep through the marsh. At the same time, he took out his sniper and chambered a round. After upgrading the chassis, tires, and engine, the RV had become a different beast from his old battered van. It handled the shallow marsh easily, no risk of becoming. He pressed on, occasionally spotting an adult blood python or other larger marsh denizen and carefully picking it off with a sniper shot. Finally, after half an hour, an intel prompt chimed in his mind. Ding. Today's intel triggered. Do you accept the? Accept. Jitsong rubbed his hands, excitement welling up. Today's intel, danger warning. 500 meters ahead lay the territory of a terrifying colossal creature. The intel advised that vehicles below Tier 3 and individuals lacking sufficient personal strength should not venture forward. However, fortune favors the bold. Some death-defying souls stealthily infiltrate such territories in search of mysterious treasures that can turn one's fate overnight. A secret starting 300 meters ahead, the marsh depth will rise from 0.5 meters. It climbs precipitously to 10 meters, and during dry spells the cracks in the mud here have once emitted a mysterious white light. A mysterious white light. It must be a silver treasure chest, no doubt about it. Jitsong's breathing quickened. He had previously found wooden, black iron, and bronze chests. At last a 4th-tier hull had appeared, but the search would be harder and more dangerous. He grew sober-faced. The colossal creature mentioned in the intel was beyond his ability to provoke. He must avoid alarming it. The Gatling and the Barrett were unusable. He would have to clear threats with his sniper first. He crept through the marsh at a steady 15 km/h. When the marsh depth reached halfway up the wheel hubs, he stopped. Any further, and head risked getting stuck. Then, guided by the dozens of red dots on the radar, Jitsong eliminated them one by one with his sniper. The process took half an hour. After thoroughly clearing the area, he spent 10 gold coins on the exchange to buy a full set of diving gear and oxygen tanks, and suited up. He prepared to dive alone into the depths of the marsh in search of treasure. Afterward, he spent 12 gold coins to buy a Desert Eagle pistol with a silencer, which he tucked into his waistband alongside a dagger. The moon's blood was far too heavy, affecting his mobility, so he decided not to bring it this time. Once all preparations were complete, Jitsong stepped down from the RV, trudging through the knee-deep swamp, making his way forward with great difficulty. Fortunately, as the depth of the swamp increased, the muddy water became somewhat thinner, resembling a thick sludge pool. Jitsong gradually sank deeper, switching on the high-powered spotlight above his head. The water in this large mud pit was exceedingly murky. Under such bright light, visibility was less than 50 centimeters. Gurgle, gurgle. The eerie silence of the water was only broken by the bubbles produced when he exhaled. This exploration of the swamp lasted an hour. Jitsong sank to the bottom, swimming back and forth incessantly, but ultimately found nothing. Finally, he made a resolute decision to turn off the light above his head. In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed in suffocating darkness. Damn it! In blind swimming. With no sound, no light, and surrounded by the vast expanse of muddy water, the psychological pressure on him was immense. Yet Jitsong still made an effort to overcome his fear, carefully feeling around the bottom of the water. Time passed second by second, and before long the oxygen tank was nearly depleted. Jitsong was just about to rise to the surface to replace the oxygen tank. But unexpectedly at that moment, he saw a faint glow emerging from the dark bottom of the water ahead. Jitsong's pupils instantly constricted, and he swam toward that direction with all his might. As the light became clearer, a treasure chest radiating silver light finally came into his view. The treasure chest was buried in the sludge, its intricate patterns and dreamlike glimmers resembling a mysterious treasure resting on the sea floor, quietly awaiting the discovery of an adventurer. At that moment, the oxygen tank was completely depleted. Jitsong had to hold his breath, grasp the treasure chest, and begin to swim upwards with all his strength. Before long, he resurfaced, throwing off the oxygen mask and taking deep breaths of fresh air, while his other hand clutched the treasure chest, slowly swimming back to the shore. With a splash, Jitsong tossed the treasure chest aside, collapsing onto the muddy swamp, utterly exhausted, his body and face covered in filth, but grinning broadly, revealing a radiant smile from deep within. Success! However, he dared not rest for too long. The sky had completely darkened, and everything around him was shrouded in gloom. After catching his breath for a moment, he rose, picked up the treasure chest, and trudged back to the RV, stepping through half a meter of muddy water, one careful step at a time. At the moment he closed the door, Ji-sung finally felt completely relaxed. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and he had unknowingly been out for an hour. Fortunately, this was a swamp area with no zombies, otherwise having just emerged from the water, he would surely have faced a fierce battle. After stripping off the diving suit and taking a thorough shower, he changed into a clean, fresh outfit, turned on the air conditioning, and then turned his gaze to the exquisite treasure chest adorned with silver patterns on the floor. Silver treasure chest. Evaluation: are you ready to become a powerful figure? Ji-sung's eyes sparkled, his heart racing. This was his first time opening such a high-quality treasure chest. God, please give me something good. With a mix of anxiety and excitement, Ji-sung slowly reached out to open it. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and as the lid opened, a dazzling light gradually burst forth from the treasure chest. Obtained 200 gold coins, 300 parts, 10 alloys. Obtained 10 one-time forging devices. Obtained 1 cold weapon modification, super sharp edge. Obtained 1 cicada wing armor, rare grade. Obtained 5 B grade talent fragments. Obtained 1 A grade talent fragment. As he looked at the lines of items materializing before him, Ji-sung's eyes widened, almost forgetting to breathe. Familiar materials aside, he first focused on the alloy one-time forging device and cicada wing armor. Alloy. Evaluation: an extremely expensive high-level vehicle upgrade material obtained by smelting iron plates with a blacksmith. One-time forging device. Evaluation: place growth-type equipment and forging materials inside to complete one forging. Among them, alloy is an essential material for subsequent vehicle upgrades, while the one-time forging device can be used directly for weapon forging. Ji-sung had been contemplating weapon forging for the past few days, but without the ability to suppress others' strength, he was hesitant to seek out blacksmiths in other organizations. Spending money was one thing, but safety was a major concern. Now, however, he could forge on his own. Then he turned his attention to the significant find from this silver treasure chest. Cicada wing armor. Level: rare grade armor levels: ordinary, fine, rare grade, secret treasure, legendary, epic, mythical. Durability 100. Evaluation: made from the wings of the royal level creature, adult phantom cicada, as light as a feather and as tough as steel, it can withstand almost all ordinary firearms and most cold weapons below the rare grade. Exclusive skill: phantom. Upon use, the body enters a transparent state for 10 seconds, ignoring any physical attacks and allowing free flight. Skill: cooldown time 1 day. Spending 10 gold coins can reset the cooldown. Multiple resets within a day will double the cost each time. After clearly seeing the equipment details, Ji-sung took a deep breath. Wow, a 10-second invincibility skill. This really takes off, and it's a literal takeoff. Ji-sung could not wait to grab this cicada wing armor. It felt incredibly soft and smooth, like light silk with no weight at all. This definitely wasn't suitable as outer armor like the short vine armor. It was just right as inner armor. Ji-sung took off his clothes and put it on directly. The design of this cicada wing armor was very user-friendly. It perfectly fitted and enveloped not just the upper body, but also the lower body, including the neck, without any discomfort from the clothing. Ji-sung then put on an outer garment and took a deep breath. He subsequently activated the skill phantom. Chirp, accompanied by a faint flapping sound. Ji-sung instinctively looked down, but he could no longer see his hands, feet, or body. His entire being had transformed into a state of void transparency. Damn, this change that exceeded his understanding left him in awe. It was simply marvelous. But time was limited. He needed to complete the experiment quickly. Ji-sung directly reached out and grabbed the hilt of the moon's blood. Sure enough, once he grasped it, the entire blade also entered a state of... It seemed that in the void state, weapons could not be used for attacks. He could only wait to ambush after reappearing. Ji-sung dropped the weapon and touched the car body. It remained unchanged. This indicated that only items he could grasp could enter the void state with him. Then Ji-sung tried to focus his thoughts, attempting to float. This process was effortless, almost like walking. His body immediately soared into the air. The sensation of having mastered flight was simply irresistible. Flying in the air? The ultimate dream of the human body. Haha. Ji-sung couldn't help but laugh, opening the car door and soaring. Although in a void state, he could still feel the flowing wind and smell the surrounding scents. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Unfortunately, it seemed that the ability to fly was related to his physique and stamina. He wasn't flying very fast, barely reaching 30 km/h, about the same as a small electric scooter. While Ji-sung soared around several stories high, suddenly his figure materialized in midair, and all momentum for flight was immediately lost. Oh no, time's up. He fell from the sky, landing with a splat in the mud. When he got up, he was already covered in muck, looking quite disheveled. Ji-sung felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had to take another shower. Returning to the RV, he took another quick shower, still filled with awe. This cicada wing armor was undoubtedly his strongest life-saving card at the moment. Moreover, the strength lay not only in the 10 seconds of invincibility, but also in the resettable cooldown, meaning that as long as his gold reserves were sufficient, he could extend this invincible time. Jitsong felt that he was now truly equipped to explore high-risk dungeons. Next up was his talent. After opening the silver treasure chest, he now had 9 grade talent fragments, just one short of being able to synthesize his first grade talent. Even black iron and bronze chests can yield grade talent fragments. I must arrange to get them soon, Jitsong thought inwardly. Yet such things depended on luck, and there was no need to hurry. I wonder what it's like outside. It was already past 7 at night, and a heavy darkness lay all around. Tonight felt different from the usual. Although he was in the Zhaoza swamp, the calm was unnerving. There wasn't a single zombie in sight. He opened the chat channel. As expected, most survivors were idly discussing. It's been over an hour since nightfall. Why are there so few zombies tonight? What's going on? I could accept that the crazed zombies are gone, but how come ordinary zombies and the bloated ones are pitifully few, while only that new wusher is a bit more common? Isn't fewer zombies a good thing? How are we supposed to farm gold if they're scarce? I just bought 1,000 rounds. I was counting on striking it rich tonight. Damn. Many large groups have posted notices. The reason is basically confirmed. Heavy fog. Haven't you read about the wusher? They only appear in dense fog. Though wusher are elusive, if you don't disembark from your vehicle, it's mostly safe. Tonight should be stable and mass casualties are unlikely. Is tonight finally a windfall? Damn, I can finally sleep properly. These past days have exhausted me mentally and physically. How can anyone sleep in this heat? I'm about to pass out from the stifling air. I hope the fog clears early tomorrow. Ooh, I really can't take it. Ha ha ha. My air conditioning is on full blast. It's not stuffy at all. Don't skimp on that fuel. Turn your AC on. Anyone can start an AC, but not everyone can afford to run one. Running the AC all night burns at least 1 unit of fuel. 1 unit costs 10 gold coins, which is my day's wage in the mine. After reading the public chat about tonight, Jitsong sighed heavily. It was over. With zombies so scarce tonight, there was little point in fighting. He might as well go to sleep early. Right? He hadn't eaten dinner. The thought made his stomach rumble. Since his constitution had risen sharply, his appetite had swelled to almost double what it had been. He glanced at the private messages in the top right corner. Sure enough, Chen Xiaonuan had sent several excited messages claiming a new mutant fruit had appeared today. Jitsong instantly brightened. What new variant? Chen Xiaonuan, who had been watching the chat gossip, saw Jitsong come online and immediately replied, "Brother, you're finally here. Hurry, look at this. Wu Bao fruit, grade special variant fruit. Evaluation: a rare fruit formed by prolonged exposure to the dew energy within fog. It requires insufficient sunlight together with high temperature and heavy fog to form a set of extremely stringent birth conditions. Consumption increases constitution by 10 points with a weekly usage limit of once. It grants a long-lasting healing buff that accelerates recovery from injuries and grants immunity to negative effects caused by dense fog, such as breathing difficulty and dizziness. A real haul." Jitsong was thrilled. "All right, well done, Chen Xiaonuan. He'll give you a raise." Chen Xiaonuan replied with a soft laugh. She initiated the trade herself and did not haggle over price. After all, the boss would not shortchange. But when they tried to proceed, they discovered the Wu Bao fruit could not be traded directly. Chen Xiaonuan said, "Brother, this seems non-transferable. What should we do?" Jitsong, "Trade restrictions. Then we'll have to trade offline." It made sense that special fruits would carry trade limits, just like rare firearms. Chen Xiaonuan, "Then he'll come to you, but I'm a bit scared to go out. It's terrifying outside." Jitsong, "Send your coordinates and he'll come straight to you." Chen Xiaonuan sent the coordinates and warned, "Be very careful on your way here. Although my spot is safe, the area around the forest is truly frightening." Jitsong, "Don't worry." Opening the coordinates Chen Xiaonuan sent, he set out at once. He was more than 200 kilometers from the Shinkong. There was nothing else to do tonight, so he treated it as a trip. Of the major regions known so far, he had only been to the Heishan mining area. It was time to visit elsewhere, perhaps to reap. As far as he knew, the Shinkong Great Forest spanned far more territory and resources than the other regions, and its danger level was far higher. No one had yet penetrated its true depths, or what lay within remained a mystery. Soon the RV left the Zhaoza swamp and returned to smooth ground. Jitsong slammed the accelerator, holding 100 kilometers per hour, treating the plane like a highway as he headed toward the Shinkong Great Forest. The plane was shrouded in dense fog and profound silence. Used to brutal nocturnal combat, he found this sudden tranquility slightly disorienting. After activating the automatic threat detection radar, however, the journey proved lively enough. Every now and then he would burst a wusher, which helped to replenish fuel costs for the road. Right, the forging device. While driving, Jitsong suddenly remembered the disposable forging device he had obtained from a silver chest. He had been so absorbed testing the Chani Baojia that he had nearly forgotten it. He took the disposable forging device from his backpack. To his surprise, the massive alloy furnace nearly filled both the driver and passenger seats. Shit. Jitsong was nearly crushed and hastily shoved it back into his pack. He had not expected it to be so large. Fortunately, the terrain ahead was flat grassland. He engaged the vehicle's cruise control, let the RV drive itself, and walked to the rear living area to retrieve the forging device. Thud. The forging device was ponderous. When set on the floor, it gave a muffled boom. Following the on-screen prompts, Jitsong placed the USG blood inside, added a puncture nail, and pressed start. Hum. As the electric furnace roared to life, a deep red light glowed in the forging window. A countdown appeared: 959. Jitsong returned to the driver's seat and waited until the time elapsed. Ding. Forging successful. USG blood forging progress 7. Total progress 7. A notification chimed in his mind. Jitsong looked back. The forging device had vanished, leaving only the faintly red glowing USG blood quietly lying on the floor. Only 7%. Jitsong was somewhat disappointed. He retrieved another forging device and repeated the process. For nearly an hour, he alternated between driving and forging. He possessed 5 frenzied corpse claws, now all fully refined, each adding 7% to the moon's blood's forging progress. Next, he inserted the mountain puppet stone heart. Unlike the frenzied corpse claws, this single material surged the forging progress by 10% at once. Jitsong was genuinely surprised. Apparently, materials dropped by elite monsters varied significantly in potency. Judging by combat strength, the mountain puppet indeed surpassed the frenzied corpse. This disparity felt entirely plausible. Yet the undisputed strongest remained the gigantic terror centipede. He wondered how much forging progress its gigantic terror pincer fang would yield. Jitsong placed the gigantic terror pincer fang into the forge and activated it. A low hum resonated as the device trembled faintly, emitting a deep crimson glow. But midway through the process, that deep crimson light abruptly flared into blinding gold. What on earth? Jitsong twisted around from the driver's seat, startled, and rushed over to inspect. The remaining 5 minutes of forging time vanished instantly the moment the crimson light transmuted into gold. Ding. Congratulations. Lucky critical strike. Forging grand success. Moon's blood forging progress 26. Total progress. Whoa, grand success actually exists. Jitsong's face lit up with delight. The gigantic terror pincer fang truly delivered. If grand success doubled the reward, even having it still yielded 13% progress, nearly equivalent to 2 frenzied corpse claws combined. Excellent, excellent. Jitsong's anticipation swelled. With total progress now at 71% gathering, just a few more forging materials tomorrow would elevate Moon's blood to the precious artifact tier. Upon reaching that tier, it would unlock a unique skill, just like the cicada wing divine armor. Returning to the driver's seat, Jitsong refocused on the road ahead. Only dozens of kilometers remained before reaching the starlit Great Forest, a region he had never entered before. Compared to the plains near the mining zone, here the grass grew luxuriantly thick, in places soaring as high as a man. His armored RV plowed forward like a farm harvester, carving a path through the dense undergrowth. Yet the taller and taller the grass grew, the more uneasy Jitsong became, until it felt as though he were sailing across a vast emerald sea, the windshield gradually swallowed by towering blades. This was unmistakably a special terrain zone, potentially teeming with unspeakable horrors. Jitsong immediately reversed course, choosing a detour. Just as he began to pull away, a rustling sound erupted behind him. A massive red blip appeared on the threat detection radar. The rooftop heavy machine gun swiveled and opened fire relentlessly. BRRRT. BRRRT. The deafening barrage stirred the surrounding grasslands. The commotion awakened countless unknown creatures, all surging toward the RV. In that instant, the radar screen bloomed with a dense constellation of red dots. Most were tiny, coinless nuisances, but their sheer number sent chills down his spine, turning the entire periphery of the map blood red. ZZZZZT. A frenzied whirring filled the air. Jitsong glanced into the rearview mirror and felt his spine prickle. Damn. Behind and beside him, a suffocating swarm of palm-sized locusts descended like a living storm cloud. Jitsong slammed the accelerator, rocketing the RV to 120 kilometers per hour. Yet the locusts flew faster still, swarming en masse onto the vehicle until it became a colossal writhing sphere of black chitin. Even the front windshield vanished beneath their grotesque, overlapping forms, leaving him utterly blind. Every external armor plate echoed with the grating, gnawing shriek of locust mandibles. Fortunately, the armor's resilience held firm. Had he been in his original van, it would have been shredded to splinters. At last, the heavy machine gun's overwhelming firepower succeeded in eliminating the largest red blip on the radar. A kill notification flashed before Jitsong's eyes. Successfully slain 1 juvenile corpse mantis elite. Gold 2. Mantis blade 1. Damn. Even a juvenile was classified as elite. How terrifying must the depths of this grass sea truly be? Jitsong's heart pounded. He narrowly avoided catastrophe thanks only to his sharp instincts. As speed increased, the RV finally broke free of the grass sea. Unable to pierce the armor's defense, the locust mass began shedding, until clarity returned unobstructed to his field of vision. Emerging from that perilous expanse, Jitsong altered course entirely. Yet circumnavigating the seemingly boundless grass sea alone consumed a full hour. Thereafter he followed the designated route along the starlit Great Forest periphery, pausing twice at monster dense zones to deploy both sonic grenades from his noise emitter. The results proved underwhelming. One yielded 42 gold, the other 35. Pale compared to last night's hauls of hundreds. Still aided by continuous automated threat detection, he accumulated several dozen gold along the way, bringing his total well past 100. At 11 p.m. After traversing over 200 kilometers, Jitsong finally reached the outer rim of the starlit Great Forest. The thick mist had receded considerably, unveiling clear sightlines ahead. Before him stretched a breathtaking primordial forest, vast and majestic, stretching endlessly to the horizon. Its roots coiled like ancient serpents, its canopies pierced the heavens. Some trees bore surreal cauliflower-like crowns, unfurling colossal green umbrellas over the earth. Others soared thousands of meters skyward, wreathed in drifting cloud. A gentle cascade of starlight bathed this timeless woodland, mingling with the lingering haze to drape it in a soft, luminous veil, an ethereal aura of mystery and wonder. So this place is truly beautiful. Jitsong gazed out the window entranced. Here the grassland differed markedly from the tangled, towering thickets of the plains. Instead it lay low, velvety, and inviting like a lush emerald carpet, perfect for reclining. Beneath the giant trees, clusters of survivors had established camps, their vehicles parked together. As the mist dissolved, they emerged, stirring with quiet vitality. Some gathered wild mushrooms and herbs at the roots, others cooked over crackling fires, still others forged iron or at portable forges, living as if native to this otherworldly realm, steeped in authentic, unhurried life. Jitsong continued navigating the forest's edge, guided solely by Chun Xiaowan's coordinates. Once inside the outer forest, human presence dwindled sharply. Large, formidable wildlife roamed freely here, posing no small danger. At last he arrived at the designated coordinates. It was a secluded, narrow gorge, encircled by towering cliffs and thick groves, crowned by a delicate waterfall cascading into a... Jitsong messaged Chun Xiaowan, "I've arrived." "Where are you?" Chun Xiaowan replied, "Bro, I'm here. I'm here." "Where are you?" Jitsong, "I'm outside the gorge. I can see the waterfall." Chun Xiaowan said, "Well, you can enter through the large tree hole on the left. If you're driving, you need to take the passage at the foot of the mountain on the other side, and make a few turns." Following Chun Xianyuan's directions, Jitsong took a detour around the mountain, and soon spotted a long, overgrown path. This area formed a small maze of giant fallen rocks, and it took Jitsong several turns to find a path leading inward, but the RV was too large to pass. Jitsong had no choice but to get out of the vehicle and walk in. After navigating the obstacles, everything opened up before him. It was surprisingly a spacious little paradise. The lush green grass was covered in flowers, exuding a fresh and fragrant aroma. In the center of the clearing there were several small vegetable plots already cultivated, growing many vegetables and small fruit trees that had yet to be harvested. Beside it was a clear pond where a waterfall cascaded, creating sparkling mist that formed a faint rainbow bridge under the starlight and moonlight. Jitsong was also captivated by this paradise-like hidden realm. This place is truly wonderful. Jitsong scanned the surroundings and finally spotted a vehicle quietly parked in a distant corner, a spicy fish head. Beside the vehicle a young girl was busily chopping vegetables at a small table. With delicate yet charming features and long smooth hair tied into a neat and adorable ponytail, her fair neck was faintly visible. She wore a white t-shirt printed with cartoon characters, and as she chopped vegetables the Pikachu design playfully swayed. On her lower half, she wore loose plain denim pants rolled up to her knees for practical reasons, her bare small feet stepping on the grass, revealing the delicate and graceful lines of her calves, and arches white to the point of being dazzling. Pausing her work, Chun Xiaowan sent another message to Jitsong. "Did you come in, brother? I'm right behind you." Jitsong called out to her. Hearing his voice from behind, Chun Xiaowan turned around, and upon seeing Jitsong instantly raised her hand and waved joyfully. Jitsong's expression stiffened slightly. Chun Xiaowan realized she was still holding a knife and hurriedly put it down, feeling a bit embarrassed and clearing her throat. Jitsong walked over. The two parties, one the client and the other the supplier, finally had their historic meeting. Although they had known each other for several days and often chatted online, this was their first. Chun Xiaowan was somewhat nervous and awkward, her ears slightly reddening. My name is Chun Xiaowan, nice to meet you." Jitsong replied. "Do we need to be so formal?" Chun Xiaowan twirled her fingers together and chuckled softly. The sound of her laughter was just as cute as Jitsong had imagined. Jitsong asked, "What were you busy with just now?" Chun Xiaowan replied, "I was making a vegetable salad. Since you were coming I didn't have much to offer, so I prepared some dishes. Please don't dislike it." Hearing about the food, Jitsong looked at the small dining table nearby, which was already set with several dishes, and immediately swallowed hard. He had been on the road, and had only snacked a bit to fill his stomach, and now he was famished. "Alright, can we start eating now?" Brother, please have a seat. It's almost ready. Jizong sat on a small stool, and after Chen Xiaowan mixed the salad, she quickly brought it over. By the way, I have the things you wanted already. Chen Xiaowan turned to the vehicle and returned with a full basket of vegetables, handing it to him with both hands. Due to the foggy weather today, other vegetables didn't grow well, and the basket contained only common vegetables like sunshine cauliflower and aquatic eggplant. However, on top was a crystalline light blue fruit resembling a giant blueberry. Jizang's eyes lit up slightly. Is this the missed treasure fruit? Chen Xiaowan replied proudly. What do you think? Amazing, right? I also cultivated several new seedlings today. After we finish eating, I'll take you to tour my treasure vegetable garden. Without further ado, Jizong initiated the transaction and transferred 60 gold coins to Chen Xiaowan, which included the payment for the fruits and vegetables, as well. Chen Xianyuan's eyes sparkled like a little money-loving creature, and she nearly jumped with joy. Wow. Thank you, boss. Jizong said, work hard, and you will have plenty of opportunities in the future. The young girl stood at attention. I, Chen Xiaowan, swear. From now on, I will be the boss' diligent helper. With 2 horizontal and 1 vertical line, I'll get it done. With 2 dots and 1 effort, I'll make it happen. Working overtime to cultivate the land, all for the boss to drive a Bentley. Jizong was left speechless. Where did you get that phrase? Chen Xiaowan stuck out her tongue. I learned it from a joke. I have to show my loyalty. Alright, let's just eat. Your boss is almost starving. Let's eat. Let's eat. The two of them sat on small stools and began to eat at the small table. Today there were no lingyun cabbages, so Jizong made the missed treasure fruit the main dish, pairing it with sunshine cauliflower, which was sufficient to replenish his physique. In one bite he gained 10.5. It must be said that the effect of the missed treasure fruit was indeed powerful. As soon as he finished eating, he felt a warm sensation throughout his body, and the feeling of enhanced physique was extremely obvious, even causing him to break a slight sweat. Moreover, the 2 buffs from the missed treasure fruit immediately manifested in him. First, his breathing became fresher and smoother, completely free of the previous blockage caused by the dense fog. Then came the healing buff, which required a small experiment. Jizong took out a dagger he carried and forcefully made a small cut on his fingertip, causing a drop of blood to ooze out. He wiped away the droplet of blood and saw the half-centimeter-long cut visibly healing at a speed perceptible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, a slight itching sensation arose. Jizong rubbed it hard, and the scab came off, revealing a completely healed wound, smooth as before. Jizang's heart also jolted. The effect was surprisingly good. This was a long-term buff. Looking at the smiling Chen Xiaowan, he felt inexplicably shy. It seemed like 60 gold coins were indeed a bit too little. This hearty late-night snack was quickly finished. Next, Chen Xiaowan enthusiastically took Jizong around the vegetable garden, introducing her treasures with great pride. It was evident that she truly loved gardening. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she explained. Then Chen Xiaowan ceremoniously introduced her vehicle. Don't underestimate its plain appearance. It's now a bona fide ghost vehicle. A little zombie cannot even touch my big treasure. The girl placed her hands on her hips, looking very pleased with herself. Jizong gave her a thumbs up. Impressive, very cool, spicy fish head. Chen Xiaowan asked, where's your vehicle? Why didn't you drive it in? It's parked outside, but it's too big to come in. That's impossible. That road is quite wide, Chen Xiaowan said, revealing 2 adorable dimples on her cheeks as she teased. Is it a matter of skill? Oi. You'll see if you come out and take a look. Jizong shrugged. The 2 walked out of the small canyon and came to the external passage. Jizong pointed to a colossal armored RV standing 5.2 meters tall, 4.3 meters wide, and 8 meters long, with seamless super armor all over the vehicle, a Gatling gun mounted on the roof, a super high chassis, and oversized tires. How on earth could this thing drive in? Chen Xiaowan gazed at the colossal armored beast before her, speechless for a long moment before murmuring in awe, This is your vehicle. Earlier from afar she had mistaken it for a heavy-duty freight truck, a rare and highly functional mode of transport among survivors, far superior to ordinary sedans and considered top tier. Yet she never imagined this was an RV, a full-fledged recreational vehicle. Does it have a bed? She asked, breathless. Yes, replied Jizong. Does it have a bathroom? Yes. A kitchen, a dining table, all of them, and central air conditioning plus a refrigerator too. Chen Xiaowan fell silent, staring at this luxurious vehicle, exquisitely balanced between comfort, security, and functionality, until tears of envy nearly welled up. We all started from the same point. So why such a staggering disparity? She slept on car seats day after day, scrimping and saving, toiling relentlessly until her vehicle barely reached tier 2, just enough to ensure basic safety, while others were already living the modern life. And that outer armor, its weighty, unyielding texture, plus the steel-reinforced machine gun turret mounted atop the roof. Each detail radiated profound, unshakable. In comparison, her prized little vehicle, chopped chili fish head, felt like a forsaken orphan abandoned in a landfill, humbled into silence before a nobleman's grand carriage. Jizong gently clapped Chen Xiaowan's shoulder. Xiaowan, do you have a dream? Do you yearn for a vehicle like this? Of course I do. I dream about it every night. She whispered, sniffing softly. If you work diligently, I promise you it won't take long before you own such a magnificent vehicle, and even a grand home. One day we'll claim a stretch of coastline, build a villa there with a backyard spanning 10,000 mu of fertile fields, plant whatever you wish. When weary, you'll lounge on a beach chair, sip chilled watermelon juice, breathe the cool sea breeze, and watch the sun sink beneath the horizon. As Jizong painted this vision, light flared ever brighter in Chen Xianwan's eyes. Is it really possible? Can I truly achieve it? Jizong affirmed with unwavering certainty, absolutely. Believe in your own potential. Diligence will bring everything you desire. Her eyes shimmered with resolve as she raised 3 fingers. I swear I'll work hard. I promise you, I'll never slack off starting today. Hard work. Tireless effort. Jizong smiled. That's the spirit. Night had deepened. Having infused his earnest young employee with renewed vigor, Jizong returned to the RV to rest. Chen Xianwan meanwhile continued watering and fertilizing the vegetable plot, sowing tomorrow's seeds before retreating into chopped chili fish head to fall fast asleep. At dawn the next day, barely past 6, the first golden rays pierced the forest mist, bathing the world in luminous clarity. Jizong awoke early, sweat-soaked and stiflingly hot. He'd skipped the air conditioning last night, assuming cooler temperatures, but now he rose drenched, throat parched, as if he washed up, then downed 2 bottles of cola in rapid succession. Only to grimace. The drink was lukewarm, utterly uninspiring, without chill. Why is it hotter today than yesterday? Frowning, Jizong stepped outside and instantly recoiled under the scorching blaze of the midday sun. Weather report: clear skies. Temperature range 31°C to 55°C. Extreme heat warning. Assessment: cloudless expanse, blazing sun. Biological activity across the land slows markedly under such heat, yet plant vitality surges. 55 degrees Celsius. Is this a joke? Jizong blinked in disbelief. He'd assumed today would mark a return to normalcy, only to find conditions even more extreme than yesterday's dense fog. He entered the canyon. There Chen Xianwan was already tending the vegetable plot beneath a wide-brimmed straw hat, the morning's oppressive heat glistening on her brow cheeks, flushed with exertion. Big brother, you're awake. Breakfast's ready. She pointed to a small fold-out table beside the vehicle laden with fresh vegetables, fruits, and bread. Jizong ate lightly, then approached the plot and withdrew the dwarf fine armor from his pack, handing it to her. Here, you take it. Chen Xianwan stared blankly as she accepted it. What is this? It's my former armor. Yours now? If you prefer not to wear it, you may sell it freely. I'm leaving now. Stay safe. Should trouble arise, tell me immediately. And remember, don't overexert yourself in this heat. Heatstroke is no trivial matter. With those final words, Jizong waved and strode away. Big brother. Clutching the dwarf vine armor to her chest, Chen Xianwan watched his retreating figure, and her nose stung with sudden quiet emotion. After bidding farewell to Chen Xianwan, Jizong returned to the RV and immediately activated the air conditioning. I nearly forgot the photovoltaic panels. He recalled the upgraded power generation system hadn't been deployed yet. Today's cloudless sky demanded full utilization. Pressing a button on the central console, he triggered a soft whirring, then watched as motorized photovoltaic panels unfolded from recessed compartments in the armored roof, spreading outward in perfect symmetry. These panels not only converted sunlight into electricity, but also formed an exceptional thermal barrier, effectively blocking radiant heat from penetrating the interior, an indispensable asset in extreme heat. Once fully extended, the panels swiftly alleviated the vehicle's power deficit. The central air conditioning roared to life, flooding the cabin with crisp 16°C air, cool, soothing, profoundly restorative. Ah, bliss. Jizong slumped onto the sofa, letting the cool airflow evaporate his sweat tingling across his skin. After several minutes, he rose, settled into the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and departed the forested canyon. His goals for the day were twofold: earn more gold coins, and locate treasure chests to gather fragments for his first brank talent. Only 2 days remained before the 7th day zombie tide. Yet his vehicle still lagged immeasurably behind the required Tier 3. Every moment now demanded relentless urgency. As he contemplated his plan, Jizong opened the public chat channel, where despair echoed like a chorus of wails. Arg, I'm losing my mind. Is this even human existence? 40 degrees before noon, and climbing past 50. Are we meant to survive? Thought we'd escape the fog, only to face a scorching summer inferno. Without AC, this heat kills. Don't skimp on fuel, not now. Skimp on fuel? 1 unit now costs 14 gold coins. That's not skimping, that's bankruptcy. Rush to the oil fields. Dig petroleum. Find someone with alchemy talent to refine it into fuel. What the hell? Why blurt that out now? We were just heading there ourselves. You rat, you've just flooded the market. The Black Mountain Mining Zone. That place is the hottest spot on Earth. I bet dozens will collapse there today. Sigh. How I long for an ice cold cola. Just 1 sip, that's all. Huh. Dream on. Do you think refrigerators exist in this world? Jizong paused. Then his gaze ignited sharp and brilliant. Opportunity had just revealed itself. It seems this business can really be done. Jizong's expression brightened, and it requires no capital at all. The refrigerator and electricity are already available. He only needs to buy. He immediately opened the trading platform to check. The price of cola had slightly increased, but it still remained at a normal level. A 330 milliliters can with a pack of 24 cans sells for about 3 gold coins. However, it's only a little past 6, the price will definitely continue to rise. Jizong quickly snatched up 20 packs, stacking them on the empty floor of the living area, and opened the refrigerator in the kitchen. This refrigerator has a capacity of 90 L. After removing the vegetables and food inside, it can hold over 100 cans. However, after some thought, Jizong decided to upgrade it. After all, he plans to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle, and the modification parts also need to reach level 50. The refrigerator is indeed the most cost-effective option. He spent 25 gold coins along with the required materials to directly upgrade the refrigerator to level 2. The level 2 refrigerator's capacity reached 215 L, a more than double its original size, and it's more energy efficient and powerful. Jizong unpacked 10 cans of cola and placed them all inside. He filled both the freezing and fresh-keeping compartments. Of course, the fresh-keeping section is only temporary. Later it will be transferred to the freezing section as cola tastes best at temperatures between 5°C and 8°C, which also fetches the best price. Having finished this task, Jizong clapped his hands in satisfaction and returned to the driver's seat, officially starting today's journey. As he delved deeper, the road became increasingly difficult. The terrain around the outskirts of the Starry Sky Big Forest is quite complex. Apart from vehicles with superb off-road capabilities, very few people can get this far. Zombies are hardly seen here. Instead, various wild beasts and birds roam about. Looking up, the exaggerated tree branches twist, in turn exuding the oppressive feeling of a primeval forest. After winding through for over an hour, Jizong only found 2 wooden treasure chests yielding some gold coins and fuel supplies totaling only about 20 gold coins. Now wooden treasure chests can no longer satisfy his appetite, and he couldn't even be bothered to glance at the wild mushrooms, wild vegetables, or wild fruits on the trees. Jizong continued moving forward, but unfortunately, he soon found that he could not proceed any further. The woods were too dense. Based on the distance, it seemed he had already ventured quite deep into the outskirts of the Starry Sky Big Forest. The danger level is high, but the opportunities are even greater. However, safety must still be prioritized. Jizong glanced at the panel of the cicada wing armor, and the skill phasing was now usable. It seems the skill cooldown is not based on a 24-hour cycle, but automatically refreshes during the day. This reassured him greatly. With this life-saving skill, he was bold enough to venture into perilous places. Next, Jizong parked the vehicle in the sunlight to ensure the photovoltaic panels could function properly. He then armed himself with a Barrett TRG-22 Desert Eagle dagger and Moon's Blood fully equipped as he exited the vehicle, ready to start his exploration on foot. Originally, he wanted to take an RPG, but thought better of it. This weapon is not suitable for portability, and if he fired it in the forest, the resulting monsters could bury him. Dressed in full gear, Jizong stepped carefully into the depths of the forest. With his enhanced physique, not only was his stamina stronger, but his control over his limbs was also much better, allowing him to move swiftly and quietly. Like a martial arts master with lightness skills in a wuxia novel, he wouldn't leave a trace in the snow. At least at high speeds, he wouldn't startle the wild beasts and monsters around. Jizong effortlessly navigated various obstacles, continuing deeper into the forest, his sharp gaze scanning every detail around him. Soon he discovered a black iron treasure chest. The black iron treasure chest lay quietly on a high tree branch at least several meters off the ground. We hit the jackpot. Jizong's eyes sparkled as he immediately purchased a set of climbing claws from the trading platform. After equipping them, he climbed the tree trunk and successfully reached the branch. Talent fragment. Here we go. He reached out to open the treasure chest. With a clank, the chest opened with a crisp sound. Acquired 13 gold coins, 100 iron plates, 1,000 universal bullets. Acquired handheld drill, fine grade X1. Acquired melee weapon modification, lightweight X1. Seeing this supply information, Jizong felt a bit disappointed, but it was still acceptable. Sitting on the tree branch, he sorted through the treasure chest supplies. The universal bullets were divided into 10 portions, each listed at 2 gold coins, totaling 20 gold coins. The handheld drill is a fine-grade tool used for drilling oil fields, and today happens to be a peak time for this tool as prices on the trading platform soared to 25 gold coins each. However, it's unlikely to increase much further. After all, weather changes frequently, and not everyone continuously has a high demand for fuel. Right now, everyone is rushing to the oil fields extracting large amounts of crude oil. If the weather changes leading to an oversupply of fuel, prices will. Jizong put the items on sale at market price, and they were quickly snatched up. As for the final item, melee weapon modification lightweight, he directly applied it to the Moon's Blood. The moment the modification was completed, he felt a significant reduction in weight on his back, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. All done. Jitsong leaned against the tree branch and pulled out 2 cans of cola, gulping them down to take a good rest for a moment. It was incredibly hot today, and coupled with the intense physical activity, even he felt overwhelmed. Just then Jitsong suddenly noticed a bright red fruit hanging from the tip of a higher branch. That fruit looks a bit different, he thought, curiously activating his eagle eye to focus on the fruit. A line of information appeared before his eyes. Strange fruit, grade rare fruit evaluation, a rare fruit growing on the outskirts of the starry sky big forest, slightly toxic to individuals with a constitution below 30. Consuming it can increase one's constitution by 0.5 and mental capacity by 0.1. Jitsong's eyes widened. It was indeed a rare fruit. Moreover, it boosted mental capacity. The most crucial point is, this thing has no daily limit. Realizing this, Jitsong instantly felt invigorated. Wow, doesn't this mean he could skyrocket? He quickly began to climb the tree with his claws reaching the trunk beside the fruit. Initially, he planned to reach over and pluck it, but the fruit was at the end of the branch, which couldn't support his weight. Jitsong had no choice but to pull out the Desert Eagle, activate Eagle Eye, and accurately shoot the branch to break it. The strange fruit successfully fell from the air and landed in the underbrush below. Jitsong's gaze scanned the tree canopy, quickly discovering a second and third. He proceeded to shoot down these strange fruits one by one. Unfortunately, the yield of this fruit was far too low. Even after stripping the entire fruit tree bare, he only managed to collect 13. Then Jitsong descended from the tree, searching through the grass for the fallen fruits one by one, collecting them all and placing them into a portable satchel. Jitsong exhaled a breath of hot air. By this time, he was already drenched in sweat. It was just past 10 in the morning, and the temperature in the forest had risen to at least 47 or 8 degrees, resembling a massive steamer. Even with his current physique, it was difficult to engage in intense activity for long in such heat. He needed to hurry back to rest, or he risked heat stroke. Jitsong took out 2 bottles of energy drinks and gulped them down in one go. Then, he began his journey back along the same path. Half an hour later, he finally returned to the RV. Once he entered the cool interior of the vehicle, it felt as if he had returned from hell to the human realm, finally escaping the oppressive heat. Jitsong immediately opened the refrigerator's cooling compartment, retrieved a bottle of already frozen cola that was emitting white smoke, and with a hiss opened it and took a few. The ice-cold, bubbly sweet drink refreshed his parched mouth, flowing down his throat and bringing a delightful chill from his heels to the crown of his head. Ice-cold cola, truly the god of summer. After finishing a can, Jitsong lay wetly on the floor, thoroughly enjoying the refreshing breeze from the air conditioner. At the same time, he opened the chat channel. After several hours of cooling, the cola in the refrigerator was ready to be listed. In the exchange's food section, the specific status of food items was displayed, such as raw, cooked, room temperature, heated, or expired and moldy. These special statuses of food would be distinctly separated from regular food, making them easy to identify. Jitsong directly listed 100 cans of cola that had frozen to 5 OI, pricing them at 3 gold coins each, with a note stating luxury, beverage, high refrigeration costs, please do not buy if you mind. He then posted an advertisement in the chat channel including the same note. The public screen was initially filled with cries of despair. Upon seeing this message, the chat exploded. What the hell? Are you crazy? 3 gold coins for a can of cola. Are you robbing us, dude? I could buy a whole box for 3 gold coins at the exchange. Wait a minute. Ice cold cola. Are you joking? Where did ice cold cola come from now? Does the cola cooled by the air conditioner count? It's better not to mention this. I really miss the days of having ice cold drinks. This damn heat is about to cook me alive. Isn't the one advertising this the famous Jitsong? I remember he was quite famous. He wouldn't lie on the public screen, would he? Is it true? Even the big shots are using their reputation to scam money now. Damn. I'm going to check the exchange right now. If he dares to scam with cola over 20, I'll make him pay. I'm going to check to see what temperature cola can be called ice cold. The public screen was filled with heated discussions, with the majority expressing skepticism towards Jitsong's advertisement. But in a few seconds the screen exploded again. OMG, it's real. 5 cola. How the hell did he do that? And he listed 100 cans in one go. Does Jitsong have ice-type abilities? What kind of ice-type abilities? I remember only water and fire types. I've never heard of an ice-type. Damn. Someone bought it. Wait, why is the quantity dropping so fast? There are only 50 cans left. Oh my god, it's gone. Is it sold out already? That was barely 20 seconds. Are you telling me that cola for 3 gold coins sold 100 cans in 20 seconds? Absurd. You guys don't understand. His positioning is luxury goods, just like Rolex or Hermes in the previous world. The target customers are not ordinary people. Those who can afford 3 gold coins are the wealthy big shots. So refreshing. I just pulled 3 gold coins with my buddies to buy a can. Each took a sip, and it was heavenly. Damn, why didn't I think of that? I would have teamed up with my buddies to get a can. Those room temperature colas are like hot soup, totally undrinkable. Is there any left, big shot? Jitsong, damn, I didn't manage to grab one and got scolded by my older brother. This can't be all gone already, right? Jitsong, please say something. When will you list more? I really can't wait. Looking to buy. I just got a bottle. If anyone wants it, I can resell it for 5 gold coins. I'm just taking a 2 gold coin fee for the trouble. I got 2 cans. Who wants to message me directly? Wait, scalpers are out now. At this moment in the RV, Jitsong looked at the 300 gold coins that had arrived, feeling a sense of he hadn't expected that the ice cold cola priced at 3 gold coins would sell so well. It seemed there were indeed many people willing to spend money. Moreover, not only did it sell out instantly, but his private messages also exploded, with his inbox turning into a blazing 99. Are you there? Is there any cola left? Hello, our group wants 5 cans. Is there any stock? Dude, I'm begging you, sell me a can for 2 gold coins so I can take a sip. Ew, I really want to drink it. Hey, can I trade a video for a can? I'm a model, you know. Shy, can I get a discount? I'm a student. I'm an administrator from the Battlefield Alliance. Do you have 20 bottles available? Let's be friends. There were simply too many private messages, and he couldn't respond to them all. Jitsong had no choice but to issue another announcement. I won't be replying to private messages as there are too many. I am not accepting offline orders for now. The 5 cola has sold out, and 12 cola will be listed in 1 minute at 2 gold coins per can. A new batch is expected to be produced in 4 hours and will be listed immediately. Friends who need it can stay tuned. After sending out the announcement, Jitsong immediately took out all the cola from the refrigerator's fresh-keeping area. He had just drank 1 can, and now there were 139 cans left. He kept 9 cans and listed the remaining 130 cans at 2 gold coins each on the exchange. Successfully listed. Sold out in 0.5 seconds. 260 gold coins directly deposited. Jitsong felt a surge of excitement. Luxury goods were indeed easy money. This was faster than killing zombies, wasn't it? He opened the chat channel, and sure enough, there was another wave of heated discussion. Many were lamenting not grabbing any. Although 12 was slightly inferior to 5, it was still vastly better than room temperature cola, and the key was that it was cheaper. In this scorching heat, many could afford 2 gold coins for a drink. Now the public screen had seen a surge of scalpers, all trying to sell at higher prices, and they were selling quite well. The overwhelming demand created a one-sided trend that silenced those who had been skeptical just moments ago. The demand far exceeded the supply, solidifying the reputation of the ice-cold cola and even subtly forming a brand effect. Despite the rampant scalpers outside, Jitsong had no intention of raising prices. Scalpers are also part of his reputation. If he raised prices now, he could still sell, but that would undoubtedly tarnish his brand and damage his personal reputation. Overfishing is not worth the loss. By selling steadily at this price for several rounds, he could still make a fortune. A third-tier vehicle is not a dream. I must thank this scorching hot day, Jitsong thought to himself while unsealing the cola on the ground. All of this was thanks to his earlier invisible investments. Few dared to choose the extreme heavy-load vehicle route for the second-tier vehicle. And those who chose to upgrade to an extreme heavy-load vehicle from an initial broken van while simultaneously upgrading to a secondary power generator and secondary refrigerator were even rarer. He estimated that he was the only one in the entire district. These were solid technical barriers. After putting more than 200 cans of cola into the refrigerator, Jitsong began to prepare his lunch. He washed a dozen or so kiwis and placed them on a plate, then took out a series of fruits and vegetables from Chunshanwan, washed and cut them all, and finally bought some cooked meat and vegetables from the trading post, opening a bottle of chilled cola and starting to feast. Oh right, I almost forgot to send her a few bottles, Jitsong said, opening a private message from a friend while eating. He then realized that Chun Xiaowan had sent him good news 2 hours ago, saying that today would have plenty of sunshine and a big harvest. Jitsong initiated a trade, sending her a few bottles of chilled cola and some packaged cooked meat and vegetables. The girl happily accepted and said, "Bro, wait for me a few minutes. There's a little surprise for you today, you're definitely going to like it." A few minutes later, Chun Xiaowan initiated a trade, and the trade bar displayed 4 ice blue fruits. Jitsong clicked confirm. In the next moment, 4 ice blue fruits, shaped like tomatoes and glistening with water droplets, appeared in his hands. A line of information appeared. Cool fruit, level high level fruit evaluation, a fruit that thrives in the starry sky great forest, which only produces under strong sunlight, absorbing a large amount of nutrient water to bear fruit, with a sweet and rich taste. Within an hour of consumption, it releases a large amount of cooling aura, significantly lowering body and surface temperature, suitable for outdoor work in high temperatures. Jitsong glanced at the description, feeling a surge of joy. This item is incredibly useful. With noon approaching and outside temperatures reaching 50 C, he would have to go out to explore in the afternoon, and this thing would directly solve a major problem. Jitsong lavishly praised her a few times, and only then did she contentedly go to have lunch. Next, Jitsong also began to enjoy his bout. After devouring the table of food, he picked up the bowl of kiwis to eat as dessert. A total of 13 kiwis increased his physique by 6.5. Although it was not as noticeable as the increase from yesterday's missed treasure fruit, it was still a significant boost. Moreover, he had a completely new enhancement experience this time. That was the improvement in mental stats. The increase of 1. 3 points in spirit made his senses sharper and his energy somewhat more vigorous. This tangible enhancement is distinctly different from the additional stat increases associated with titles. It felt very comfortable, and it was as if his soul had grown. He even had a feeling that once his physique reached a certain level, perhaps spirit would be the unexplored path he needed to delve into. It seems I need to pay more attention to this aspect in the future, Jitsong thought to himself. Unfortunately, the yield of kiwis was too low. He had only stumbled upon 1 kiwi tree during his round trip this morning. Hopefully there will be some harvest in the afternoon. Jitsong, having eaten and drunk his fill, took a short nap in the car, then packed all his gear and set off again. The moment he opened the car door, a terrifying wave of heat rushed at him. Jitsong broke out in a thin sweat. The temperature over 50 degrees was unbearable. Fortunately, this time he had assistance. He took a cool fruit out of his bag and quickly ate it. The suffocating heat that had enveloped him dissipated considerably. This thing was not cold in the physical sense like ice. Instead, it emitted a cooling aura from within like mint, effectively counteracting the external high temperatures without any discomfort. Truly amazing. Jitsong was pleasantly surprised. This effect was fantastic. Off he goes. However, this time Jitsong did not choose to charge headlong. Instead, he circled around, selecting a towering tree hundreds of meters high, took out his grappling hook, and began to climb. The view from hundreds of meters high was on an entirely different level than being on the ground. The wind blew and the lush branches above the forest. The view from hundreds of meters high was on an entirely different level than being on the ground. The wind blew and the lush branches above the forest swayed like a green ocean, creating waves. Before him lay an endless expanse of vast forest, countless towering ancient trees of various shapes interspersed with majestic mountains and massive lakes together, forming a mysterious, earthly scroll. What shook him even more was that at the edge of his vision, among those towering and indistinct divine trees, he saw the gigantic silhouette of a creature. Unfortunately, it was too far away. Even on this clear day with excellent visibility, and using his eagle-eye state, it was difficult to distinguish what kind of mythical creature it was. Damn. Jitsong swallowed hard. Compared to such a being, he probably didn't even measure up to a mosquito. But curiosity aside, he did not forget his main task. He searched the nearby forest, and quickly summarized the most likely route to find good items. Of course, that was also the route that looked the most dangerous. After confirming his direction, Jitsong came down from the tree and officially began his afternoon exploration. This time with the enhancement of more than a dozen kiwis and the buff from the cool fruit, his speed was significantly faster than in the morning. His figure moved nimbly through the woods, overcoming various obstacles and delving deeper ahead. However, danger continued to arise. Having advanced less than 2 kilometers, he encountered multiple beast attacks. The beasts here were not as docile as the herbivores on the plains. Brown bears, tigers, and gorillas among others. Each one was at least twice the size of those on Blue Star, capable of turning a person into mince with a single swipe. Moreover, they are all like the adult blood pythons from back then, valued at 0.5 gold coins, and they all qualify as major monsters. Against such large beasts, the firepower of a handgun is certainly inadequate. When encountering them, Jitsong would immediately use a sniper rifle for long-range shots. As long as he hit their heads or vital points a few times in a row, it would generally resolve the situation. For those with tougher skulls that could successfully ambush him, Jitsong would directly draw his moon blood and engage them in close combat. His physique has now reached over 40 points, with all his physical attributes being more than 4 times that of an average person. In Blue Star, it wouldn't be a big deal to stage a performance like Wu Song battling the tiger at Jingyang Ridge. However, this is an alternate world, and even a single tiger might measure over 5 to 6 meters in length and weigh more than 2 tons. Jitsong dares to fight them up close, primarily due to the cicada wing armor and the moonblood. The protection offered by the cicada wing armor is something they cannot break through. Even the impact force transmitted to his body through the armor is reduced to a minute. The moonblood is even more outrageous. With its inherently sharp blade combined with a level 2 super edge enhancement, it easily slaughters such beasts. As long as he finds the right angle, a single strike can sever the massive head of his opponent without any effort. After becoming familiar with close combat, Jitsong didn't even need the sniper rifle anymore. He fought entirely with the knife, using this to hone his combat skills and close combat awareness. However, this route is clearly much more dangerous than in the morning. Jitsong had barely advanced 2 kilometers when he encountered the first elite monster. It was a gigantic tree spirit standing over 10 meters tall, with its roots embedded in the ground and its trunk covered in moss and fallen leaves, resembling a long-dead withered tree. Jitsong was originally resting against the tree roots, gulping down soda. When he looked up, he noticed that the branches above began to move. It turned out to be a large hand made of intertwined branches and vines. Startled, Jitsong immediately leaped forward. The large hand smashed down onto his previous position with a thud. If he hadn't run fast, this blow would have folded him in half. Then countless roots sprang up from the ground, transforming into 2 walking vine legs. Above the trunk a pair of murky eyes opened with crimson pupils glowing, seemingly expressing its anger at being disturbed. Tree Spirit. Level Elite Monster. Evaluation: an ancient race residing on the outskirts of the starry forest. Their ancestors were once the guardians of the mythical forest, but were cast out for some reason. Tree spirits can live for up to 10,000 years, but due to the extremely long passage of time, they have forgotten many things, even losing some sense of their true selves, often falling into deep slumber. Tree spirits generally do not attack other races proactively, but if disturbed during their sleep, they will pursue you relentlessly and tireless. Wait, does this thing hold grudges? Upon seeing this information, Jitsong raised an eyebrow slightly. At this moment the tree spirit was already running towards him, its massive palm coming down with force. Jitsong rolled sideways to evade. Thud! The ground shook violently. However, to be honest, while this creature looks intimidating, its movements are somewhat sluggish, and Jitsong easily dodged its subsequent attacks. After putting some distance between himself and the tree spirit, Jitsong picked up his sniper rifle, aimed, and fired off 2 shots in eagle eye mode, accurately shooting out the tree spirit's eyes. The tree spirit fell into a complete rage, attacking wildly at its surroundings without sight. The commotion attracted many beasts, but upon seeing such a large creature going mad, they all turned tail and fled. Jitsong could have left, but letting this blinded monster go without killing it felt like a waste. He stood at a distance and tried to take a few more shots, but unfortunately the results were minimal. The bullets hitting it felt no different than striking a wooden post. After studying for a little while, Jitsong discovered a protruding red bump on its chest surrounded by fine red threads spreading out like blood vessels into the bark. Jitsong immediately picked up the barricade and took a shot at the red bump. Bang! The terrifying power of the armor-piercing round erupted with a loud bang, directly hitting the red bump on the tree spirit's body. The tremendous kinetic energy created a hole the size of a basin in the tree spirit's torso, causing its body to freeze in place before slowly toppling backward. Boom! A gust of leaves flew up. Successfully killed a tree spirit elite monster. Gold coins 2. Tree spirit heart 1. Done. Another forging material acquired. A smile crept onto Jitsong's lips. Just as he was about to continue exploring, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Today's information triggered. Do you wish to receive it? Moi. Jitsong was slightly taken aback. He had been here for quite a while, so why suddenly trigger information? Could it be that the recent battle attracted monsters from other areas? He hesitated, wondering whether to receive it or make a quick escape. Damn. Since it's already afternoon, let's take a gamble. Receive. Today's information: high danger warning. You have approached a highly dangerous area on the outskirts of the forest. The fierce gunfire has stirred the terrifying creatures there. 5 kilometers to your southeast, that terrifying presence has begun its approach to this location. You must avoid it. However, within that dangerous area, mysterious multicolored lights often flow. Perhaps it's worth checking out, if you have the courage to do so. Upon seeing the words high danger warning, Jitsong immediately skimmed through the information quickly, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Multicolored lights. Noticing this key phrase, Jitsong felt his heart racing, the beats quickening. 5 kilometers to the southeast. He turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by the information, where lay an incredibly deep thicket. The information states that the terrifying creature is approaching here, which means he could use this as a diversion and directly raid their home. Let's do it. Those are multicolored lights. I wonder what kind of treasure they hold, but it's definitely worth the risk. He tossed the barricade into the nearby bushes, stowed away all other equipment into his backpack, leaving only the moon blood. Then he spent 45 gold coins, instantly purchasing 3 cold weapon modification lightweight enhancements in the trading post, applying them all to the moon blood, raising the lightweight modification to level 5, maxed out. The weight on his back immediately lightened considerably. Previously it felt heavy when used in the vehicle, but now with a light load, it was time to focus on speed. He had to maximize all possible factors. After completing all this, he lay down on the ground, pressing his ear to listen closely. Thud! Thud! The ground trembled slightly. That was the sound of a giant running and jumping, and it was getting very close. Jizang's expression turned serious as he rushed into the nearby forest, taking an alternate route to avoid the mysterious giant, while swiftly heading southeast. Swish! Jizang's figure moved with incredible speed, weaving through the trees. However, the underbrush was too dense, with intertwining roots and vines and fierce beasts and poisonous insects occasionally lurking, greatly slowing his progress. He decided to jump up, grabbing hold of the vines hanging in midair, swinging like a monkey. This significantly increased his speed and gave him a sense of exhilarating leaping. The linear distance between both parties began to close rapidly. Thump, thump, thump. Jizang could clearly hear the terrifying rumble not far away, making it hard to imagine what kind of entity could produce such a sound. Finally, they passed each other within a few hundred meters in the forest. Jizang paused deliberately to avoid being detected. At the same time, he activated his eagle eye and looked toward the location of the giant, seeing a massive shadow flash past with overwhelming force through the layers of dense foliage. Jizong narrowed his eyes slightly and continued on his way towards his target. Fortunately, the rumbling caused by the giant creature allowed him to move at full speed without worrying about making noise. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers. Just as he was about to reach his destination, Ji Zhang's expression darkened. The creature had, how can it be so fast? Hearing the growing tremors from behind, Jizong felt a headache. But since he was already here, he couldn't leave empty-handed. What if he encounters it? He had the ability to become ethereal. Jizong steeled his heart and continued towards his target. Moreover, this time, there was a signpost. He didn't need to search in a vast area, but could simply follow the giant creature. He carefully advanced, trailing the traces left by the creature. The area was littered with broken vines and snapped trees, and the over-amateur-high weeds were trampled deep into the ground, forming part of the massive. The presence of that creature was overwhelmingly powerful. Its path was nearly untouched by any wild beasts or monsters. Not even snakes or poisonous insects dared to approach. Minutes later, Jizong finally arrived at his destination along the path that had been crushed out. It was a canyon. The canyon was not large, but it was surrounded by shocking piles of bones and mounds of feces over a meter high. In the center of the canyon, the terrifying pressure emitted by the giant shadow made it hard for anyone to dare take a breath. That creature was a giant ape standing 30 meters tall. Its fur was thick and black, resembling steel needles. Its bulging muscles were covered in numerous savage scars. 2 sharp lower canines extended from the corners of its mouth. Its murderous gaze seemed to contain lingering flames. Its body was so large that even without using eagle eye, Jizong could see a piece of information flash before his eyes the moment he laid. Adult War Ancient Ape Extinct Species Level Supermonster. Evaluation: Descendants of the War Ancient Ape Clan, which fell after the mythological war. The surviving groups have scattered across the Eternal Continent, becoming wanderers. After years of interbreeding with other ancient ape clans, their bloodline is no longer pure, but they still possess dominant power against opponents of the same level. Supermonster. This was Ji Zhang's first time witnessing a higher-level monster beyond elite monsters, and it was the strongest race within that level. Additionally, there was another important piece of information. Eternal Continent. Is that the true name of the plains? Jizong pondered. It seemed these monsters did not merely reside here. Behind them lay unknown and deeper backgrounds. This top-tier supermonster was something he definitely couldn't handle now. He couldn't confront it hidden. First, let's find that rainbow glow. Jizong climbed up a nearby tree and activated Eagle Eye. The detailed scenes within the canyon appeared before his eyes. He glanced over the scattered bones, feces, and remnants of fruits, beginning to search carefully. Before long, he discovered the rainbow treasure chest quietly lying on the ground in a mountain gully. Rainbow treasure chest special evaluation contains 3 rare treasures, but you can only choose one. Choose wrong once, and you'll regret it for life. Found it. Jizang's heart raced. No wonder he couldn't find the corresponding rainbow color in the previous treasure series. It was a special treasure chest. But before Jizong could rejoice, he sensed another presence in his line of sight. It was a figure resembling a human sitting quietly. It was an old ape. Upon noticing it, Jizong felt a chill run down his spine because the old ape was staring at him with an incredibly calm gaze. No, it wasn't just staring. It seemed as if it had been watching him the whole time. This gaze from a kilometer away made Jizang's scalp tingle. Ancient Ape King Extinct Species Level King Level Monster. Current status: severely injured and dying. Evaluation: a King Level Monster. An existence even higher than a super monster had appeared. Coming back to his senses, Jizong felt cold sweat soak. At that moment, the giant ape held a handful of fruits just plucked from the fruit tree, scattering them before the old ape, signaling it to eat. But suddenly the giant ape seemed to sense an unusual gaze watching it. Its body froze suddenly, then its bloodthirsty gaze slowly turned towards the direction of the human figure hiding in the distant trees. Not me. Do you all have spider senses? Jizong felt like his defenses were crumbling as he finally understood why Eagle Eye was just a clever talent. It seemed any high-level creature could sense it. Roar! The giant ape let out an earth-shattering roar, charging madly towards Jizang's direction. This overwhelming force was enough to make any human's legs turn to jelly. Jizong took a deep breath, adrenaline surging, but he had no intention of retreating. The time for a fierce showdown had come. He jumped down from the tree and charged directly into the canyon. The distance between both parties rapidly closed. The giant ape's speed was far beyond that of the slow-moving tree spirit. With a leap, its massive body soared through the air like a multi-ton bomb, crashing down towards. At this distance and speed, Jizong could not dodge. But he didn't plan to. Ethereal. Jizong gritted his teeth, instantly entering a state of void and transparency. Boom. The giant ape landed, its heavy fists crashing into the ground, cracking the earth with countless terrifying fissures. Yet the tiny human figure had already vanished. At this moment, Jizong was using his will to control his body, swiftly flying towards the rainbow treasure chest. Though this canyon was not large, even with his flying speed, it was difficult to reach the target location in one breath. Jitsong turned back to take a glance. The giant ape could not find his figure and had begun to frantically attack everything around it. Jitsong shifted his gaze back to the front, his expression serious. What worried him the most was that old ape. A king-level monster. And it was not a king-level monster characterized by size. This was the most terrifying kind. Who knows what powerful means it possessed? 3, 2, 1. As the 10 seconds elapsed, Jitsong's body reappeared. At the very moment he landed from the ethereal state, he began to sprint toward the rainbow treasure chest, spending 10 gold coins to refresh the cooldown of the ethereal skill. Ding! Skill ethereal refreshed successfully. Next refresh cost 20 gold coins. At this moment Jitsong was still more than half the distance away from the rainbow treasure chest. While running, he kept his eyes fixed on the old ape, planning to re-enter the ethereal state the moment it made any move. Fortunately, the opponent remained calm, gazing at him with eyes that showed little emotion. Jitsong felt somewhat relieved, but was also puzzled. Why had it not attacked him despite being so close? Was it because it was severely injured? But Jitsong had no time to ponder this question, as the giant ape had already sensed his presence the moment he appeared and was angrily pursuing him. As the giant ape's palm the size of a room came crashing down on him, Jitsong entered the ethereal state once again. Boom! Amidst the rolling dust and debris from the ground explosion, Jitsong flew toward the rainbow treasure chest at his fastest speed, with only 3 seconds left on the countdown. He finally succeeded in approaching the rainbow treasure chest, grabbing it with both hands. Whoosh! The rainbow treasure chest lifted off the ground and disappeared into thin air. At this moment Jitsong was as close as ever to a true king-level monster, merely a dozen meters away. He noticed a detail. It seemed the natives of this world could not perceive the existence of the treasure chest. Such a large chest radiating with colorful light vanished without triggering any reaction from it. Holding the rainbow treasure chest, Jitsong felt an indescribable excitement in his heart, but now was not the time to open the treasure chest. Escaping was the prize. He sprinted toward the exit of the canyon at his fastest speed. At this moment the second ethereal time was up, and he was less than 50 meters away from the rampaging giant ape. Jitsong refreshed his skill again. Ding! Skill ethereal refreshed successfully. Next refresh cost 40 gold coins. The giant ape's battle instincts were indeed impressive. Just 2 instances of ethereal state had allowed it to grasp the pattern of Jitsong's ability. The moment Jitsong revealed himself, it picked up a large rock from the ground and hurled it at him with great force. The attack speed was too fast. Jitsong did not have a moment's respite and had to spend another 40 gold coins to refresh and enter the ethereal state. Fortunately, this time he successfully escaped the canyon. However, the intelligence of the war giant ape was frighteningly high. It had followed him out of the canyon in the direction he had fled, its lantern-sized eyes scanning the surroundings with rage and murderous intent. Jitsong intentionally avoided it, his figure slipping into the dense forest outside. He had managed to create some distance, but the keen-sensed giant ape still found him, and the terrifying chase ensued. Jitsong felt a surge of anger, enduring the pain of spending 80 gold coins to refresh his skill, and fled in another direction. Damn! Fortunately, he had a reserve of gold coins, otherwise he might have met his end today. The giant ape, having been played with a few times in a row, was driven to the brink of fury, swinging its fierce fists and wantonly destroying the surrounding trees, simply wanting to drag that. Jitsong was flying through the forest at a frantic pace. Given the current distance, he figured he would need to use his skill one more time to completely shake off the opponent, and it was truly a But just as he had only a few seconds left, the old ape, still sitting in the canyon, slowly opened its mouth and uttered an indistinct sound. The sound was not loud, but it propagated rapidly, as if resonating with a certain frequency of information that was directly transmitted to the giant ape. In a state of rage, the giant ape received the leader's message and finally regained some rationality, ceasing its pursuit. It snorted loudly at the air before turning back toward the canyon. At the same time, Jitsong's ethereal time was also up. Discovering that the giant ape had not pursued him again, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. The series of ethereal flights combined with the rapid movements earlier had left him utterly exhausted. Coming down from a state of high tension made his legs feel weak and his head dizzy. He found a place to rest for a moment, drank a bottle of energy drink, and ate some functional fruits and vegetables before he finally felt a bit better. However, he did not dare to linger in this place, and immediately set off back to where he had slain the tree spirit to retrieve the barret. By the time he arrived here, he was completely exhausted, feeling a bit lightheaded, while walking, eager to return to his camper and rest. Ethereal State and Eagle Eye were both major consumers of stamina. If it weren't for the quick stamina recovery buff from Spiritual Cabbage, he would have probably collapsed by now. Jitsong ate a cooling fruit to refresh the cooling buff, forcing his body to slowly return to his parking spot. However, on the way back he encountered an unexpected delight. A bronze treasure chest was found in a tree hole filled with spider-venomous insects. This was the third bronze treasure chest he had discovered. The first yielded rare materials armor core, and the second was gold coins plus talent. What would this one yield? It must be talent fragments. I just need one more level talent fragment. Jitsong, filled with excitement and anxiety, quickly cleared the venomous insects from the tree hole with his pistol and reached in to open it. The bronze treasure chest gleamed, and a pile of resource materials jumped out. Obtained 35 gold coins, 100 parts 10 super, would obtain 7 level talent fragments, obtained 2 level talent fragments. Awesome. Yes. And there are also 7 level talent fragments. Isn't the second level talent fragment finally here? Jitsong was thrilled and gathered everything into his possession. As for those resources, the gold coins and parts are minor matters, but the super wood is truly a top-notch item. Craftsmen and similar talent professions can refine ordinary wood into fine wood, and then into super wood, which is a third-tier material used to upgrade some high-end furniture for vehicles. Although the market for this is currently quite small, the value of super wood is not low. Offline purchases are at least 10 gold coins each. In any case, with this pure resource bronze treasure chest as a cushion, the costs of this trip have been earned back. Jitsong dragged his weary body and continued his Finally, around 4 in the afternoon, he arrived at his camper's parking spot. As soon as he got into the car, Jitsong nearly collapsed onto the floor, feeling utterly drained, not wanting to move even an inch with the cool air conditioning blown. After a full 10 minutes of recuperation, he finally crawled back up from the floor. There were too many matters to attend to, and it was not yet time to rest. First and foremost was the rainbow treasure chest he had risked his life to obtain. Jitsong gazed at the special chest quietly resting on the floor, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, rubbing his hands together. Please don't let me down. Jitsong took several deep breaths, and then directly reached out to open it. A dazzling burst of colorful light gradually erupted from the opening of the chest, illuminating the surroundings brilliantly. Jitsong's pupils dilated as 3 treasures, swirling with mysterious light strands, floated within the chest. Please choose one of the 3 treasures. Jitsong, filled with excitement, carefully examined the detailed descriptions of these treasures. First treasure, Dragon Slayer Sword. Level legendary weapon and armor levels common, fine, rare, precious, mystic, legendary, epic, mythical. Durability 100. Exclusive skill, Dragon's Wrath. Passive skill, the Dragon Slayer Sword gathers the grievances of many powerful dragon clans, causing each of its strikes to inflict additional soul-corroding damage. Exclusive skill, Sword Chi Domain. After activation, it forms a sword Chi Domain with a diameter of 50 meters around the user, inflicting massive damage to anything within the area for 20 seconds. Cool down time 30 minutes. Evaluation, this is a divine weapon that once slaughtered countless dragons on the battlefield of the gods. Unfortunately, the wear on the blade and the loss of its divine nature prevent it from manifesting its former majesty and glory, but it remains an ancient sharp blade capable of instilling fear in mid to low-level opponents. Friendly reminder, legendary level equipment cannot be modified. Legendary level equipment. Seeing such a high-grade item for the first time, Jitsong's expression turned slightly serious. 2 exclusive skills attached. Truly impressive. But to be honest, Jitsong felt that he was currently unable to wield this ancient divine weapon. The rare level Blood of the Moon was already a very powerful existence for him at the moment. Was it really necessary to forcefully equip such a mid to late game item? Moreover, this item overlaps in functionality with Blood of the Moon. If he chose it, would he still need to forge Blood of the Moon later? Jitsong temporarily set these considerations aside and glanced at the second option. Dragon Prison Marsh quest item. Dungeon level S. Entry fee 20 tickets. Send an invitation ticket to any survivor. Upon acceptance, both parties can enter the dungeon together. Suggested ticket price, 1,000 gold coins ticket. Evaluation, this quest item belongs to a high-level dungeon. Please ensure all preparations are made before attempting to conquer it. If the dungeon expedition fails, survivors will face a very high risk of death. Friendly reminder, personal vehicles cannot enter the dungeon. Quest item, dungeon. Jitsong was momentarily stunned. This was an item he had never seen or heard of before. He had no clear concept of what this so-called S-level dungeon entailed. However, judging by the ticket price, the value of this level dungeon was undoubtedly extremely high. 1,000 gold coins per ticket with a total of 20 tickets. Just collecting the ticket fees would yield a net profit of 2,000 gold coins. That's outrageous. Jitsong felt a rush of excitement, but it quickly faded. This was something he couldn't afford at this stage. Who could bear the cost of 1,000 gold coins per ticket? Even a top-tier tycoon like him couldn't manage that. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. Choosing it would mean it would end up gathering dust for a long time, just like that treasure map, Cursed Parchment. Jitsong then turned his attention to the third option. Mysterious Egg. Grade. Evaluation, a mysterious egg that may hatch into something unexpected. Should he give it a try? What is this? Looking at the overly brief evaluation, Jitsong was momentarily confused. Was this something that came out of the rainbow treasure chest alongside Dragon Slayer Sword and Dragon Prison Marsh quest item? Wait a minute. Dragon. The first two equipment items were related to the word dragon. Could this possibly be a dragon egg? Upon considering this possibility, Ji Zhang's eyes suddenly sparkled. Following this line of thought, perhaps he could gamble on getting a dragon pet. The egg. He had to choose the egg. Ji Zhang reached out, cradling the mysterious egg, carefully slowly taking it out. Once the mysterious egg was taken out, the rainbow treasure chest slowly closed. After all the light faded, the chest itself turned into shattered light, dust dispersing into the air. Ji Zhang held the egg in both hands, staring at the still unchanged information panel, pondering a serious question. Now what? How does one hatch this thing? Should he try hatching it in bed? Or should he find a microwave to heat it up? Using a microwave would surely turn it into a delicious egg. Ji Zhang seriously contemplated for several minutes, ultimately lifting it to his ear and gently shaking it. Thud thud. He heard a faint sound of something colliding inside the egg, as if the life within was already taking shape. Ji Zhang was about to set it aside for now, but unexpectedly the egg began to move gently. It's awake. Ji Zhang instantly became serious, placing it on the bed and crouching beside it to observe quietly. The egg began to shake continuously as the creature inside attempted to break free. Please don't let it be something like a snake or a chicken. Ji Zhang silently prayed. Soon the shell cracked open, revealing a cute little head that emerged, two big eyes blinking at the human before it. It struggled to crawl out of the shell, its four little legs taking unsteady steps as it slowly walked toward Ji Zhang. Could it actually be a dragon? Witnessing the birth of a real dragon, Ji Zhang found it difficult to put his feelings into words at that moment. This is a mythical creature. Though it had just hatched, it already sported a special white fur on its head, neck, back, and tail, gently swaying like a human's hair submerged underwater in incredibly magical. Two small round horns on its forehead emphasized its exquisite and noble pure-blood lineage. A piece of information appeared. Young dragon, pure-blood lineage, ancient divine beast. Level super creature growing. Status hungry. Master-servant relationship none. Evaluation: after the ancient war, the pure-blood dragon clan almost completely vanished. It is said that their remaining groups have fled to mysterious rift worlds, with only a few scattered across the eternal continent. Important note: you have successfully hatched a divine beast pet. You can choose 1. Establish master-servant relationship. 2. Release grass and can still be released. After all the effort to retrieve it, is this just to set it free? Ji Zhang couldn't help but laugh at this option. He then reached out his hand, grabbing the tiny dragon baby, and observed it closely. The silver-white dragon scales had a cool, refreshing feel, while the dragon fur on its head and back felt like a gentle brush, a delightful texture to touch. Moreover, at the moment of contact, Ji Zhang sensed a mysterious and profound energy emanating from it. Perhaps this was what he had seen in various reviews: the divine nature or bloodline. The dragon baby nudged in his hand, letting out a soft and delicate sound, nibbling at his finger. However, is this little thing really a super monster? Can this battle power defeat a gecko? Ji Zhang chuckled and shook his head, selecting the option to establish a master-servant relationship. Ding! Establishment successful. New pet added. Young dragon friendly reminder: pets can also earn gold by defeating enemies and can use some specific resources for equipping items. It worked. Since you were born from an egg, you'll call you Danzi from now on. Ji Zhang rubbed its head with his finger, feeling that there was nothing inappropriate about giving a true dragon hatchling such a name. He then bought a few boxes of pure milk from the trading post, poured it into a small iron basin, and pushed it in front of Danzi. The dragon baby clumsily climbed up the edge of the basin with a series of awkward steps, gulping down the milk, but ended up slipping and plunging its little head into the milk, causing Ji Zhang to burst into laughter. I wonder how fast this little guy will grow. Once it's an adult, what kind of battle power will it have? However, the thought of having a true dragon as a mount in the future made Ji Zhang's heart swell with excitement. That would be so cool. He calmed his excited emotions. He opened the chat channel. Sure enough, the back-end private messages had already exploded, with countless people urging him to stock the chip. It seems that the day's intense heat had truly tormented everyone. Many survivors had succumbed to heat stroke after working under the scorching sun, leading to a skyrocketing demand for cooling supplies. In comparison, the price of chilled cola seemed somewhat reasonable. Although this drink was primarily for leisure and enjoyment, it didn't provide much in the way of cooling. Yet it was still highly favored by various powerful figures and big shots who could hardly wait to pay a premium to get their hands on it. However, Ji Zhang had no intention of opening that door. He was focused on building his personal reputation and brand. After all, he wasn't just going to sell such a low-tier product as cola. Thus, selling it privately at inflated prices was best avoided. He posted an announcement on the public screen that he would soon stock up. Instantly, the entire public screen was set ablaze. Wow, Ji Zhang has finally come out of his shell. Get ready to snatch it. Get ready to snatch it. Come on, I'm going to blast through this group of tentacle monsters. Please let me get a chance. I just want to sell a bit of millet. How come you all are so excited? Can you really afford such high-end drinks? Are you stupid? Even if we can't afford it, we still have to grab it and resell it to those big shots who need it. We can at least pocket 3 gold. Wow, is it really a nationwide scalping situation? By the way, Ji is truly a man of principle. The market is so hot, yet he hasn't increased the price, and he's not supplying it privately. It's as if he's holding a lottery for everyone, which is quite generous of him. Respect to Ji. He's the super lone wolf who came out to rescue on the first night, so he naturally doesn't care about such petty profits. If he says it's this price, then it's this price. I wish to grab 10 cans. Ji, I am your dog. What a pipe dream. With so many people, just getting one can would be a stroke of luck. If I get to grab one, I wouldn't even want to sell it. I just want to take a sip. It's so hot people are almost turning into dried corpses. After posting the announcement, Jitsong opened the trading post and listed all 100 cans of 45C cola from the refrigerator. Swish. The quantity went from 100 to 0 in an instant. 300 gold credited. What the hell is this hand speed? Jitsong was both amused and bewildered. But he didn't linger. He immediately listed another 140 cans of cola from the fresh keeping section at around 12C for 2 gold each. And they were snatched up instantly. Watching 168 gold get credited, Jitsong felt a surge of joy. Wait. Why does this number feel strange? 168. Shouldn't it be 280? Before he could figure out what was happening, a prompt rang in his mind. Detected that your product cola is severely deviating from the market price, and the total value of goods for the day exceeds 1,000 gold, triggering anti-price gouging sanctions with 80 tax on the portion exceeding 1,000 gold. Continuing to sell non-market price goods today will result in all profits being deducted by 80 until the limit of 1,000 gold is restored the next day. What the hell? There's actually a limit. Sanctioning 80 of the profits, what's the point of selling this? He had planned to release another batch of goods tonight, but now that was completely out of the question. Jitsong sighed, helplessly leaning back on the sofa. Well, even 1,000 gold is a huge profit, one shouldn't be too greedy. He posted a message stating sold out for today, and then closed the chat channel. At this moment, Danzi had somehow crawled onto the sofa, tugging at his clothes. Jitsong was stunned, glancing at the milk basin, which was now completely empty. He sat up straight, utterly shocked. That was 3 boxes of pure milk. How did this little guy manage to drink all that? Jitsong turned back, staring at it. Danzi looked at Jitsong with its big watery eyes, opening its mouth and letting out a few soft ones. Aren't you full yet? Jitsong's mouth twitched, forcing a smile. This question was redundant since Danzi's information panel still showed a hunger status. It seems I can't afford to raise this little divine beast. Pure milk is a high-nutrition drink, among the most expensive in the trading post at 0.5 gold per box. Just from that short while ago, it had already consumed 1.5 gold worth of food. And being so small, once it grows up, won't it eat me out of house and home? Thinking of this, Jitsong's earlier joy from making a fortune vanished instantly. He resignedly purchased a whole box of milk from the trading post along with some fresh meat packs for pets. He then replaced it with a larger milk basin, poured in 7 or 8 boxes of pure milk, and added 5 packs of fresh meat, mixing it all together. He then picked up the anxious Danzi by his feet and directly dropped it into the mixture with a splash. Danzi swam happily in the ocean of milk and fresh meat, gurgling with delight. Just eat, Jitsong said irritably, returning to the sofa and opening his backpack. He was ready to synthesize some talent fragments. 1 grade and 1 grade, I wonder what good items I can synthesize. It better be powerful. He took a deep breath and tapped the option to synthesize a Class C talent. Talent: Basic Body Technique, Class C. Level: Class C Passive. Function: upon acquiring this talent, one instinctively masters a foundational combat body technique, comprehensively enhancing physical speed, sensory acuity, reflexes, evasion proficiency, and stealth capability. Assessment: one of the most formidable talent types for close-quarters combat. Though merely basic, this technique rivals the pinnacle of martial body arts mastery on Blue Planet, and its efficacy scales proportionally with the bearer's physical constitution. Note 1. A survivor may possess at most 2 talents of the same tier. Excess talents may be replaced, and unused talents can be dismantled into fragments. 5 fragments yield 1 fragment of the next higher tier. Note 2. Every talent may undergo Transcendent Awakening, a feature awaiting the survivor's independent discovery. The instant the talent manifested, Jitsong felt a sudden clarity flood his mind, as if an arcane understanding had awakened within him, instinctive and profound. It was as though he had inherited from birth a technique forged through countless grueling years of training. Yet this technique conferred no increase in raw physical strength. Instead, it granted him exhaustive awareness, an absolute command, over every fiber, joint, and sinew of his body. In that moment, Jitsong realized how clumsy his former self had been, relying solely on brute force, utterly devoid of true artistry or finesse. This is what a genuine talent truly means. A wave of awe surged through Jitsong's heart. If a Class C body technique was already this extraordinary, how unfathomably potent might higher-tier techniques prove? After acclimating to this newfound skill, he turned his gaze to the Class B talent fragment in his inventory and tapped Synthesize. Instantly, a notification flashed before him. Alert: you are among the top 5 survivors in this region to integrate a Class B talent. Granted the buff, Grand Synthesis Success, 500 chance. A buff for ranking among the top 5 Class B integrators. Jitsong's pulse quickened. Then a deep cerulean light coalesced before his eyes, gradually intensifying, blazing forth. Ding. Congratulations. Grand Synthesis Success. Acquired special talent. Hibernating Thunder Formless Aspect. Class B, Evolvable. Jitsong stood utterly stunned. Holy, it actually succeeded. And that suffix. An evolvable talent. Talent: Hibernating Thunder Formless Aspect Special. Level: Class B, Evolvable. Skill: I Thunder Affinity, Passive. Grants innate resonance with all thunder elements. Enables channeling celestial lightning as personal energy reserves and heightened sensitivity to thunder-based resources. Skill 2, Formless Thunder. Converts internal thunder energy into external manifestations, yielding 3 distinct techniques: Thunder Flash, Thunder Veil, and Thunderfire Robe. Evolution progress: 0 advancement possible via resources such as Thunder Spirit Stones. Assessment: Thunder-affiliated talents rank among the most enigmatic and potent of all elemental endowments. Their power embodies one of the world's most terrifying forces of annihilation. To master it is to grasp death itself by the reins. At the moment of acquisition, Jitsong recoiled as if struck by lightning. His pupils flared with blinding radiance, and an invisible thunder field erupted around. Fringes of hair across his forehead, and the collar of his garment lifted, gently stirred by the silent storm encircling him. Within Jitsong's chest a tempest raged, not of chaos, but of transformation. His entire being underwent a profound metamorphosis, slipping into an ineffable state of evolution. Only after several long minutes did the sensation subside, the invisible thunder field retracting inward, drawn back into his very core. Huh. He exhaled sharply, staring wide-eyed at his own hands, still scarcely able to believe it. He now commanded an elemental force. Jitsong opened the vehicle door and stepped outside. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, dusk approaching, the sky ablaze with crimson clouds that bathed the world in molten light. Slowly he raised one hand, aiming it toward a nearby tree stump. Zzzztztt. Arcs of crackling lightning leapt from his body, converging swiftly into his palm, coalescing into a dazzling, seething thunder sphere. Contained within that sphere pulsed suppressed annihilation, a force trembling on the verge of detonation. Even stray arcs spitting from its surface lashed outward like living serpents, scorching furrows of blackened earth into the ground. Jitsong's gaze sharpened. Thunderflash. In an instant the sphere dissolved into a deep blue column of light, illuminating the shadowed forest as if daybreak had shattered the gloom. Boom. The column pierced the stump clean through, then slammed into a massive boulder behind it, shattering it into jagged shards. The stump, broad enough to require 2 arms to encircle, now bore a gaping charred cavity. With a groaning creak it tilted sideways, then crashed down in a thunderous cascade of fallen leaves and dust. The faint ember of thunderfire faded from Jitsong's eyes. His face paled, cold sweat glistened upon his brow. Staggering back to the vehicle, he collapsed onto the sofa with a "Huh. GH. Huh." He gasped, raggedly, breath heaving until his rhythm steadied at last. Damn. He hadn't anticipated how utterly draining the technique would be. Already exhausted from earlier in the afternoon, this exertion had nearly plunged him into blackout. Had he not returned in time, he might have collapsed outright. But this talent. A fierce burning light ignited in Jitsong's eyes. Incredible. Absolutely overwhelming. He'd only tested one ability, Thunder Flash, and even that defied reason. Yet 2 more abilities remained, Thunder Veil and Thunderfire Robe. And above all, this talent was evolvable. Who knew how monstrously powerful it might become in time? Pity, I collected Fire Spirit Stones at the mine last time. Had they been Thunder Spirit Stones instead, I could have begun evolving it immediately. Jitsong mused silently. And his constitution. He needed to strengthen it urgently. He now understood beyond vehicles everything. Every ability, every talent, every feat, rested upon the bedrock of physical constitution. Had his constitution been higher today, fatigue would never have brought him to his knees. Perhaps Qin Xianwan would deliver a pleasant surprise. Jitsong opened his friend chat. Qin Xianwan had already sent a torrent of updates detailing her day's accomplishments, each line making his eyes gleam brighter. Impressive indeed, a true harvest. 21 sunlight cauliflower plants, 2 spirit-infused cabbage, heads, 1 stellar lumina fruit, plus a bounty of assorted common vegetables. Most significantly, a new rare-grade fruit had emerged today, the blazing sunflower fruit. Yet it wasn't yet ripe for picking. According to Qin Xianwan, rare-grade fruits required at least 2 days to mature, meaning tomorrow would be the earliest he could savor it. Still, the first 3 alone were more than sufficient. Jitsong swept his finger across the screen and dispatched 100 gold coins, covering full cultivation costs for all produce with the surplus designated as wages and bonuses, sending Chen Xiaonuan into uncontainable delight. With every harvest secured, Jitsong immediately set about preparing a lavish dinner, and devoured it with unrestrained relish. Gulp. After finishing a hearty meal, Jitsong lay on the sofa basking in the warmth, feeling the nourishment of the food rejuvenating his body. How comfortable it is. Strength 1 daily. At this moment the little egg also finished its bowl of milk, its round belly wobbling as it struggled to get up from. Then it clumsily climbed onto the sofa, mimicking Jitsong's posture, and sitting there. However, due to its long dragon tail, its hind legs couldn't touch the sofa, so it could only curl up like a large shrimp, forming a comical arc. Do you sit just because you have a bottom? Jitsong chuckled at this scene, but chose to ignore it, turning to open his attribute panel. Name Jitsong. Title Ranger, Constitution 3, Spirit 3, Additional Kill Bonus 20. Constitution 52, 8. 5. Spirit 13. 3. Additional Kill Bonus 20, Cumulative 211. 5 coins withdrawable at any time. Bound Vehicle, Armored RV, Level 22 Upgrade. Talent. Daily Intelligence SS Level, Hidden Unique. Thunderous Comb Level, Can Grow. Eagle Eye Clevel. Basic Movement Clevel. 5 Sunlight Cauliflowers 0. 5 1 Spirit Essence Cabbage 3 1 Starlight Fruit 5, totaling a maximum enhancement of 8. 5 in Constitution. Unfortunately, these items have daily limits. The remaining 16 Sunlight Cauliflowers and 1 Spirit Essence Cabbage were stored in the fridge as strategic reserves in case of future weather conditions like heavy fog that might reduce yield. Perhaps due to the basic movement skill, after his Constitution reached over 50 points, he no longer experienced the sudden surge of power and loss of control he had before. Everything became more refined and stable. I forgot to withdraw the additional rewards last time. Has it really accumulated to over 200 coins? Jitsong was quite satisfied when he saw the number in the additional kill bonus section. However, he didn't plan to withdraw it now. He would wait until tonight to finish off the monsters before claiming it all at once. Combined with the coins he already had, it would surely stack up to a substantial. Just thinking about it excited him. There were only a few minutes left until nightfall. Jitsong started the vehicle and drove out from the dim forest. After night, fell visibility was severely limited, making driving dangerous. Several times the RV nearly fell into deep pits, but thanks to its powerful chassis and tires it barely managed to escape. But soon he found himself lost in the dark and chaotic surroundings without even realizing it. Getting lost here would be troublesome. In desperation, he randomly found a survivor from the starry forest on the public screen and spent 1 coin for them to send a coordinate, finally finding the correct direction. By the way, the vehicle should be upgradable to autonomous driving, right? While struggling through the jungle, Jitsong suddenly thought of this question. He turned his gaze to the central control panel. Previously, due to tight coin resources, he hadn't upgraded it. Now it was time to give it a try. He spent coins X3, parts X5 to upgrade the central control panel to level 1. The level 1 central control panel had limited functionality, only adding a music player. However, impressively, it included all types of music from Blue Star. Wow, this is awesome. I can listen to all the songs without needing a membership. Jitsong smiled. Spending 3 coins was indeed worth it. Then he bought a level 1 ship from the trading post, spending coins X15, parts X20, a level 1 ship X1, to upgrade the central control panel to level 2. The original old-fashioned car screen instantly upgraded to a 4K high-definition large LCD screen. Moreover, its functionality saw a massive boost. 2 key features. 1. A voice control system. An intelligent voice system is integrated throughout the vehicle, allowing control of all electronic devices inside the vehicle via voice commands, including windows, doors, enemy detection radar, and defense turrets, etc. 2. Map navigation. Explored terrain routes will be displayed on the navigation map, much like revealing maps in games, making it very convenient. Jitsong was delighted. These 2 features were incredibly practical. As the devices on the vehicle increased, he sometimes found himself overwhelmed. With voice control, things became much easier. As for map navigation, it solved the major issue of getting lost. Finally, he could avoid the system's garbage coordinate navigation. Coordinate navigation was merely a directional marker on the system's 3-no map, showing only distance and direction, very rudimentary. The new map displayed a wealth of information, clearly showing various terrains and obstacles. It was indeed an upgrade from a bird's gun to a cannon. Then Jitsong looked at the upgrade details for level 3 and was overjoyed. Intelligent driving. It really exists. However, the cost for the level 3 upgrade was also quite high, requiring coins X70, parts X100, level 2 chip X1. Coins and parts were acceptable, but the level 2 chip was a bit expensive. Very few were available in the trading post, mostly above 100 coins. Jitsong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and decided to make the purchase. After all, he would have to upgrade sooner or later. The earlier he upgraded, the sooner he would enjoy it. Let's do it. He found a few buyers in sequence, haggled for a while, and finally bought one for 89 coins, directly clicking to upgrade. The entire central control panel emitted a burst of white light. The original 4K smart LCD screen instantly upgraded to 8K resolution, and the size increased slightly. Even the surrounding plastic interior was upgraded to leather and peach wood material, greatly enhancing the overall quality of the front row. Meanwhile, outside the vehicle, the enemy detection radar integrated 3 laser radars and multiple millimeter wave radars capable of detecting all-terrain obstacles in the vicinity. On the steering wheel, an intelligent driving toggle was added. Intelligent driving, when activated, the vehicle will autonomously drive along the navigation route at 80 of the maximum speed. High power consumption. Jitsong's eyes lit up as he raised the toggle. Ding! The vehicle has entered intelligent driving mode. A mechanical female voice echoed. Jitsong tried letting go of the steering wheel and easing off the gas pedal, and the vehicle continued to move steadily forward, intelligently avoiding various obstacles and traveling on the best route. Jitsong laughed heartily. With autonomous driving combined with the enemy detection radar and defense turrets, he could fight monsters while sleeping. Not only did this free his hands, but it also liberated him entirely. How exhilarating. At this moment, the RV had already driven out of the dense forest. Ahead, the scenery opened up with towering trees scattered across the lush grass, bathed in the starlight of the night sky. Glowing insects flitted up from the flowers and grasses, weaving into flowing carpets of light, embellishing the dreamlike ambience of this ancient forest. Whoosh! The RV sped across the wide grassland between the giant trees, heading towards the vast plain ahead. Jitsong casually turned on a heavy metal rock song. He then opened the car window, lit a Yushi cigarette, and took a deep breath. Hiss! Hoo! The white mist dispersed in the roaring heat outside the window. Accompanied by a surge of powerful music, the 5th night of survival officially descended. A faint mist of blood rose above the plains. The already oppressive heat intensified, becoming even more stifling. Jizang's gaze carefully observed the scene outside the window. Then his pupils slightly constricted. In the distance, amidst the blood mist, it seemed as if huge lanterns flickered like will-o'-the-wisps. Jizang entered eagle-eye mode. Focusing his gaze on those lanterns, he soon realized that they were actually zombies engulfed in flames. The fire zombies stood 3 meters tall, resembling giants, their faces almost devoid of features, with only their bare mouths and eye sockets wrapped in flames. Their skin, dark red like molten lava, continuously dripped down, creating wisps of white smoke on the ground. A piece of information appeared before Jizang. Furnace Zombie Level Elite Monster Evaluation, a super variant among zombies. It only appears in high-temperature weather. Its body is nearly covered in lava and flames. Do not let these hellish beings near your vehicle, or you'll experience one of the most terrifying deaths imaginable. Indeed, it was a new type of zombie. And isn't this number a bit exaggerated? Just within his line of sight, he had already spotted more than a dozen, and these were elite monsters. There were no other zombies. Tonight was entirely filled with elite monsters. Damn! Jizang's heart sank. Just when he thought last night was there were no other zombies, tonight was entirely filled with elite monsters. Damn! Jizang's heart sank. Just when he thought last night was a bit better, tonight a massive wave came. Suddenly the radar alarmed. A conspicuous red dot appeared on the map. Bang! A violent impact sound came, causing the RV to shake slightly. The mad zombies had arrived. Jizang picked up the moonblood and prepared to go out and confront them. It was also a good opportunity to test his current combat power. However, he took a glance at the approaching furnace zombie nearby, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to observe for now. Activate automatic targeting. Jizang issued the command. In the next moment, the radar completed the lock and the machine gun on the roof instantly activated, turning to aim at the mad zombie below and began to fire fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. The mad zombie let out a sharp roar, dodging the bullets with incredible speed, but was soon hit by the cannon, torn to shreds in a barrage of fire. Successfully killed one mad zombie elite monster. Gold 2. The explosion of gunfire instantly attracted the attention of all nearby monsters. A dozen furnace zombies and nearly 10 mad zombies began to charge towards the RV. The speed of the mad zombies was astonishing. In just a few seconds, 3 had already closed in around the RV. Bang, 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 bang. The Gatling gun roared continuously, striking the rapidly approaching mad zombies. Jizang also picked up the barricade, aiming at the nearest furnace zombie from the shooting chamber. Pulled the trigger. Boom. A violent gunshot exploded. The armor-piercing round traversed hundreds of meters, accurately hitting the head of a furnace zombie, blowing it apart in a burst of flames. Jizang racked the bolt to chamber another round, preparing to snipe the next one. But his expression slightly froze. No kill notification. Because the furnace zombie he had just blown the head off of did not die, though instead, after a brief shake, it charged towards the RV even faster. It resembled a headless abomination escaping from hell. Jizang narrowed his eyes and aimed at its chest, firing a second shot. Boom. A fist-sized hole appeared in the chest of the furnace zombie, causing its entire body to fly backward for several meters, yet it continued to rise and charge. What the hell? Jizang fired a third shot, this time breaking one of its legs. With one leg support gone, the furnace zombie fell to the ground, unable to charge anymore, only able. At this moment the machine gun had already eliminated all 3 surrounding mad zombies. But the entire encirclement had also shrunk. Jizong had no choice but to let the mad zombies attack the RV for now and instead set the targeting radar on a nearby furnace zombie. The machine gun aimed at it and fired frantically. A barrage of bullets rained down on the furnace zombie, its massive body quickly reduced to fiery chunks of flesh scattered on the ground. Then an unexpected scene unfolded. Boom! The pile of flesh exploded into a massive fireball. Successfully killed one furnace zombie elite monster. Gold 2. The kill notification finally appeared. Meanwhile, that furnace zombie which Jizong had previously blown the head off and broken the leg now emitted a dark red glow and exploded with a loud bang. The violent shockwave of flames scorched the ground into a large blackened patch. Successfully killed one furnace zombie elite monster. Gold 2. Flameheart 1. Another kill notification appeared along with a material drop. So that's how it is, no wonder it suddenly accelerated. Seeing the condition of the second furnace zombie, Jizong finally understood. Once this thing has its head blown off, it's like lighting a fuse. Unless it loses its ability to move, it will continue to chase, ultimately leading to an explosion. This was even more dangerous than the mad zombies. The evaluation was spot on. If these furnace zombies got close to the vehicle, even if the external defenses weren't breached, the high temperatures from the explosions alone would be enough to cook the occupants alive. Next, the machine gun began to concentrate fire on other furnace zombies. Jizong, meanwhile, used the sniper rifle for precise shots, primarily targeting their legs. One by one, the furnace zombies fell into paralysis, subsequently harvested by the fierce firepower of the machine gun. But in the end, one furnace zombie broke through, charging beside the RV before dying, sending up a grand firework that blew away several nearby. The flames caused no substantial damage to the external armor, but the temperature inside the vehicle shot up by at least 10 degrees. Jizong cursed, quickly driving the vehicle away from the burning flames. After eliminating the last few mad zombies with the machine gun, he finally got out to inspect. The tires had suffered. All 4 off-road tires were burned through, and some areas even exposed the bare rims. The vehicle's durability dropped by 2. He used a hose to cool the rims before purchasing a new set of tires to replace them. Phew! Jizong exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Thus ended the battle. This first fight was relatively smooth. At least he figured out the zombies' patterns, which provided a strategy for tonight. He first sent a message to Chun Xiaonuan advising her not to be stingy with money and to keep the vehicle in stealth mode, finding a safe place to hide. As he expected, the chat was filled with wails of despair. Absolutely do not let the furnace zombies get close. You'll be cooked alive. Drive away. No need to hold the line. How could tonight be this terrifying? Last night was fine. How could there be so many elite monster zombies? Our 100-man team's defense is almost breaking down. If we can't hold, then run. Several of my brothers have died in the vehicle. The shell has been burned away. Heavy rewards for rescue. We're trapped. Who can go out to save us now? Everyone's just trying to survive. I heard that even the big teams have suffered heavy losses. The furnace zombies are simply unstoppable, even headshot. Jizong glanced at the chat, then shared the characteristics of the furnace zombies he had deduced, which immediately drew a lot of attention. Master G has appeared. What the hell? After getting shot in the head, it enters a detonation state. Listen to Master G first shoot the legs, then the head. No wonder after blowing its head off it charged even more fiercely. This elite monster is truly not something humans can handle. Upon learning the critical mechanism of the furnace zombies, the survivors began to feel a glimmer of hope amidst their fear. Unfortunately, this still could not change the overall trajectory of the situation. In addition to the furnace zombies, there were also the mad corpses. For the vast majority of people, each elite monster was a terrifying existence that was hard to resist, let alone the appearance of so many at once. Within half an hour of nightfall, numerous small teams of fewer than 10 had already fallen under the terrifying onslaught. Those who could hold on were almost all large groups of over 100. Jizong was checking various rescue requests on the public screen. Facing a life-and-death crisis, the rewards offered by everyone were exceedingly tempting. However, the higher the price, the harder it was to obtain, as the other party was already in an extremely dangerous state, likely sending out requests just before facing death. Jizong simply posted an announcement accepting rescue requests. Soon his backend received a stream of private messages which he sifted through directly. The number of private rescue requests was much lower than during the first and second nights, but almost all were large orders, with even a group of 300 sending him a rescue request. Although it looked like a template sent in bulk, the rewards listed made Jizong's eyes shine with excitement. 300 gold coins, and 1 Clevel talent limit-breaking gem. It also included item information. Talent limit-breaking gem Clevel evaluation. After use, it can cause a Clevel talent to undergo limit-breaking awakening. Excluding growth finally appeared. Talent limit-breaking awakening. Jizong was overjoyed and immediately replied to accept the order. Accept. He then activated autopilot and automatic enemy detection, starting to speed across the plains. To ensure he arrived as quickly as possible, he specifically spent 70 gold coins and 90 parts to upgrade the engine to level 5. 0T displacement with a maximum speed of 180 km/h. This was already the highest engine level for second-tier vehicles. The engine roared and held nearly 1,000 horsepower, driving the heavy armored vehicle across the rugged and overgrown plains at nearly 130 km/h. This speed completely left the nearby lava zombies behind, with only the mad corpses barely keeping up. However, they could not launch effective attacks against such a fast-moving vehicle. Jizong ignored these annoying flies. He glanced at the map coordinates. He was only a dozen kilometers away from the other party's location and estimated he would arrive soon. Come on. Jizang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, in a canyon on the edge of the starry forest, over 300 survivors from the Big Star group were stationed here, with the canyon almost entirely surrounded by mountains connected to the outside plains by only a long, narrow path. To defend against tonight's zombie attack, the Big Star group had set up 3 defensive lines in the passage, but now 2 of those lines had collapsed, forcing all survivors back into the canyon to hold the last line. Hurry, hurry, hurry. To the left. Everyone hold the line. We must stop those lava zombies. The announcement has a strategy: first break their legs. Mad corpses. The mad corpses have broken in. Focus fire immediately. Those with combat talents prepare for close combat. The intense sound of gunfire, frantic shouts, and the horrifying howls of zombies filled every inch of the canyon. Inside a second-tier combat vehicle on the front line, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow as he stared at the front line, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He was the president of the Big Star Group, Li Daxing. Brother. Accompanied by a loud shout, several high-ranking members of the Big Star Group rushed over with anxious faces. The brothers can't hold on any longer. Has any other group come to the rescue? Li Daxing's expression was extremely grave. Wait a little longer. A few high-ranking members felt as if the sky was about to collapse upon hearing these words. Given the assault of the elite zombie horde in half an hour, the entire canyon would turn into a sea of fire. Unless they abandoned the vehicles and climbed the Rocky Mountains to escape, but doing so would mean turning themselves into live targets for the mad corpses, resulting in death anyway. Suddenly, Li Daxing's whole body shook violently, and he opened his eyes wide. Someone has agreed to come to the rescue. Which group? Is it the Shinkansen group? Great. We're saved. A few high-ranking members were suddenly overjoyed, but seeing the captain's expression, something seemed off. Brother, which group is coming to the rescue? It can't be from the 3 major groups, right? The vice president asked anxiously. The 3 major groups referred to the Battlefield Alliance, Mountain Sea Alliance, and Ghost Dragon Society. Aside from the Ghost Dragon Society, the other 2 major forces occasionally mobilized some elite members for paid assistance. However, given tonight's situation, they were all under tremendous pressure on their own fronts, likely able to dispatch only a limited amount of manpower, unable to resolve the issues here. It would be ideal if the Shinkansen group could come. They were the most elite team on the plains currently, with 27 members, each at the top level. This time they were also facing a life-and-death crisis, and Li Daxing had put out his most treasured item, the Clevel Talent Limit-Breaking Gem, as a reward. Logically, it should be enough to attract the Shinkansen group. But what's this situation? It's not the Shinkansen group, and not from the 3 major groups. Li Daxing revealed a bitter smile. It's Jizong. What? Hearing this, several high-ranking members were instantly dumbfounded. Jizong. Isn't he that famous lone wolf? Wasn't he just sending strategies to everyone on the public screen? He's coming alone. Li Daxing. Yes, he's already on the way, and he should arrive in about 10 minutes. Not. Jizong is coming alone to save us 300 people. The high-ranking members' faces were drenched in cold sweat. In fact, Jizong was also recognized as a strong fighter. It was said that the Shinkansen group had even privately extended an olive branch to him, but he did not provide a... But this was a large-scale defensive battle. How much difference could one person make? Given tonight's situation, even the Shinkansen group was mobilizing in full force. There was also a hint of despair in Li Daxing's eyes. Now the 3 major groups were overwhelmed and had paused their rescue efforts. The Shinkansen group could indeed come, but there were still 3 orders queued ahead of them, telling them to wait at least another 2 hours. In the current situation, how could they hold out for 2 hours? There was no choice. They would have to treat this dead horse as a live one. After all, Jizong was also a formidable individual. Since he dared to take this order, he might indeed play an unexpected role. Li Daxing drove the vehicle to the front line, joining the defense, while picking up the radio microphone to announce to the entire group, "Rescue! Everyone hold the line. Do not fall before dawn." Hearing that rescue was imminent, the previously despondent morale of the Big Star Group members surged, bullets pouring forward as if they were free. Kill. Hold the line. Kill those damn zombies. Damn. The rescue is finally coming. Just watch me not kill you guys. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle was speeding across the plain. During the journey, Jitsong shook off wave after wave of furnace zombies, while the frenzied corpses relentlessly pursued, their slender limbs twisted wildly, exhibiting an unimaginable speed, maintaining their pursuit. Yet they dared not get too close for fear of being caught in the crossfire of the machine guns, so they followed at a safe distance, like a pack of hyenas waiting for a lion to drain its blood. The inability to eliminate these frenzied corpses was also due to the shortcomings of the enemy radar. It could only lock onto linear targets without predicting their positions for shooting, making it nearly impossible to hit, while both sides were moving at high speeds. If I lead all these frenzied corpses over there, won't that area be blown up? Jitsong felt a bit of a headache. Dealing with frenzied corpses was much more troublesome compared to furnace zombies when their numbers were high. He simply picked up the TRG-22 sniper rifle, walked to the shooting compartment at the rear window, and began to take aim. Armor-piercing rounds were quite precious, and hitting while moving at high speed was difficult, so there was no need for the Barrett. After all, the frenzied corpses had low defenses, and the TRG-22 was sufficient. Phew. With the dual enhancements of trajectory correction and eagle eye, Jitsong hit the head of a frenzied corpse almost with every third shot. Although most of the time he couldn't achieve a single-shot headshot kill, shooting one down effectively caused it to lag behind. After killing 2 and injuring several more frenzied corpses, the others finally gave up the chase and scattered like birds and beasts. Jitsong let out a breath and returned to the front row after cutting off the little tail. Why do I feel something is off? Jitsong suddenly thought of something and looked back at the silent living area behind him. Where did the little egg go? He hurriedly went to the back to search and finally saw a tuft of white fur in the sofa. Seemed stunned for a moment. Then Jitsong pinched that tuft of white fur and slowly lifted it up. The little egg, dangling upside down, squirmed a few times, its pitiful and frightened eyes looking at Jitsong. You little flying dragon, so timid, hiding as soon as the fight starts. How can I rely on you in the future? Jitsong shook its dragon tail a couple of times. It was also at this moment that Jitsong noticed that this little guy seemed to have grown. Bang, 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 bang. The machine guns on the roof opened fire again. The little egg was scared and trembled again, making a whimpering sound, and Jitsong had no choice but to throw it back onto the sofa. It climbed up and started digging, then stuffed its head back into the sofa seam, making Jitsong laugh in frustration. Shaking his head helplessly, Jitsong returned to the driver's seat. At this moment, there were only a few kilometers left to the target location. From here, he could see the outline of the low mountains ahead and a small patch of red light on the horizon. That was the firelight from the explosion of the furnace zombies. Jitsong contacted Li Daxing and learned that their defensive line had completely collapsed. A few minutes ago, a furnace zombie had successfully breached their defenses, forcing them to abandon dozens of vehicles at the front line just to barely survive. However, the entire line had been compressed into the canyon, and now there was no way to retreat. If Jitsong had arrived 10 minutes later, he would have only smelled the scent of flesh in the canyon. Jitsong, hold on, I will help you resolve this in 2 minutes. Li Daxing, 2 minutes. Did you bring reinforcements? Jitsong, no, just me. Li Daxing. Seeing Jitsong's reply, Li Daxing in the canyon was completely despairing. He even had a suspicious thought that perhaps Jitsong was trying to deceive him into providing a rescue reward while they were facing death and despair. This method had been used by many fraudsters. After all, when facing death, people tend to grasp at any straw for survival, even if that straw might be fake. Li Daxing let out a bitter laugh. If it were truly the case, then he estimated that they would soon initiate a transaction. He just found it hard to believe that Jitsong, known for his reputation, would resort to such despicable means. Li Daxing slowly raised his head and looked at the vast sea of flames that illuminated nearly half of the canyon. The charred remains of vehicles contrasted with the sinister figures surrounding them, making it feel like he had entered hell. Here over 100 elite monsters had already gathered. Now, besides the kamikaze squad, who else could reverse this deadlock? Big brother. The frenzied corpses have already broken in. Is the rescue not here yet? We can't hold on any longer, Captain. Faced with the desperate cries of his subordinates, Li Daxing felt as if something was stuck in his throat, and his hand holding the megaphone trembled. Just at that moment, a strange voice suddenly came through the radio of all vehicles in the area. I'm here, you all cease fire now. As this voice rang out, everyone in Daxing's squad was almost stunned. This was the public channel, which was only used by Li Daxing during commands, and others were prohibited from speaking on this channel. So this strange voice was reinforcements. Li Daxing at the front line felt a jolt all over his body when he heard this voice. It was Jitsong. He really came. Li Daxing picked up the megaphone and called loudly, Jitsong. Jitsong. Is that you? Jitsong. It's me, you all cease fire. What's going on? Everyone in Daxing's squad felt like their brains had crashed. They had all heard of Jitsong's reputation. He was the recent infamous lone wolf and a master at the level of kamikaze squad member. Could he be the external aide the captain mentioned? But isn't he a lone wolf? And what does ceasefire mean? Big brother, are you here to negotiate? Do the zombies care about your face? Everyone was on the verge of tears, completely clueless about the current situation. Even Li Daxing was bewildered and hurriedly said, "Jitsong, we can't cease fire. If we cease fire, those zombies will rush over immediately. Jitsong, listen to me, cease fire." Li Daxing bit his lips until they bled and shouted hoarsely, "All troops follow my command. Cease fire." The members gritted their teeth, obeying the order, tremblingly releasing the triggers. The entire canyon fell silent in an instant. Only the terrifying howls of the zombies and their footsteps like a countdown to death remained. The distance between both sides was rapidly closing. 2 seconds later, all the front lines were thoroughly breached. It was completely over. Looking at the increasingly close, sinister figures, everyone's hearts turned to ash. However, at this critical moment of life and death, a high-frequency, piercingly sharp sound suddenly came from outside the canyon. Squeak. The sound wave continued to oscillate, instantly freezing all the zombies' figures in the canyon. Then they erupted in fury, turning and rushing towards the outside of the canyon. The elite monster corpses, which had already invaded, completely receded like a tide, leaving only flames and debris in their wake. Many members who had closed their eyes in fear didn't meet death. They slowly opened their eyes only to see the rapidly retreating backs of the zombies. This scene, shattering their understanding, left them utterly stunned. Did they just retreat? As the horde of corpses retreated, the despair that had enveloped the canyon vanished without a trace. Everyone hidden inside the vehicle gasped for breath as if they had survived a catastrophe. "So are we safe now? We survived. I survived. What the hell? What was that sound just now that scared all the monsters away? Did that external helper use some special item?" Coming back to their senses, the team members still found it hard to believe. After all, there were hundreds of elite monsters. Did Jizong really manage to lure them all away by himself? "Quick, rearrange the defense line." Li Daxing was the first to react, immediately issuing the order. The peak of the zombie outbreak has passed. If Jizong really succeeded in drawing those elite monsters away, all they had to do next was to set up the defense line again, and they would surely survive the night. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Don't just stand there. Quickly set up the defense line. Under the leadership of the higher-ups, all team members began to act with great urgency. Booming sounds echoed as hundreds of vehicles rushed through, the remnants of fire and ashes quickly pouring into the canyon passage. However, the scene that followed was truly shocking. Outside the canyon, all the zombies were converging towards a single point, the fiery glow of the furnace zombies illuminating the ground, creating a massive bright spot. Surrounding the flames, numerous frenzied zombies were wildly darting about, seemingly searching for something. They had not left. Almost everyone was on high alert, instinctively raising their weapons to shoot. Fortunately, Li Daxing sternly ordered everyone to cease fire, managing to control the situation. They turned their gazes. Not far from the horde, a vehicle as large as a truck was quietly stationed there. Beside the vehicle stood a young figure, observing the group of elite monster zombies that had fallen into a frenzy. Was that Jizong? He truly came alone. Although they had somewhat anticipated this, seeing it unfold still sent a thrill through everyone's hearts. Indeed, he was courageous beyond measure. In such a situation tonight, daring to come out alone for rescue, and even turning the tide, bringing the Daxing team back from a life-and-death crisis. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe he could really do it? Quick! Everyone prepare defenses. Li Daxing commanded the others to quickly re-establish the defense line, while privately messaging Jizong, "Hurry over. It's very dangerous there." Although the monsters were still present, they had successfully bought time and space to breathe. With the assistance of a powerhouse like Jizong, they could surely hold their ground. However, Jizong did not reply. He was still waiting. The noise ball continuously emitted sound waves, attracting almost all the zombies around the canyon, a staggering number of over 100 jostling together in that area, like a swarm of ants encountering food. Soon, with the last dozen furnace zombies joining the horde, this gathering of monsters was finally complete. Jizong chose not to engage directly. Elite monsters are not like ordinary zombies. Recklessly opening fire would only scatter them. Although some could be killed, the cost-effectiveness of gathering monsters would be lost. If you're going to do it all at once. Jizong took a deep breath, and a glimmer of lightning appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Li Daxing, after several calls without a response, was so anxious he was about to drive the vehicle over to pull Jizong back. "Big brother, the first line of defense is about to be sealed," a high-ranking member shouted. "Wait a bit longer." Li Daxing raised his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Jizong. He didn't understand what Jizong was trying to do, but upon seeing that calm figure, he suddenly recalled Jizong's words from earlier. What Jizong said about finishing it in 2 minutes. Was it possible? He wasn't joking. "Big brother." Huh. The high-ranking member, who had rushed over to inquire about the situation, also stopped in his tracks, at that moment staring blankly at the bizarre scene ahead. The horde was darting about chaotically. Meanwhile, Jizong remained stationary, neither side moving nor attacking each other. With the first line of defense unable to close, everyone's actions were forced to halt. Not knowing what was happening, everyone ran forward to watch. At this moment, standing beside the armored vehicle, Ji Zhang's eyes shone like torches, a deep blue flame flickering in his pupils. The air around him began to stir slightly, emitting a fine buzzing sound, as if an invisible magnetic field was forming. Arcs of lightning appeared from nowhere, arching from his skin, joyfully dancing about. His clothes and hair fluttered in the influence of the thunder force field. The surrounding air gradually became blurry and distorted, creating energy ripples caused by the gathering of thunder energy above the horde. Damn, this move has such a long preparation time. Ji Zhang thought to himself. Moreover, covering such a large area was incredibly exhausting. He had just barely regained some energy after dinner, and now all of it was poured into this one move. Wait, did I see it wrong? Is Ji Zhang glowing? What's happening? Damn, look at the sky. What the hell? Is that lightning? At that moment, everyone from the Daxing team in the canyon passage stared wide-eyed at the sky above the horde. They saw that 100 meters above the horde, arcs of thunder had appeared at some point, quickly gathering together, increasing in number, until they formed an enormous violent thunder net. It was as if a glowing canopy had appeared in the sky. At this moment, the sound waves from the noise ball finally ran out. Suddenly, everything went. The frantic movements of the zombies came to a halt, redirecting their gaze towards the Daxing team in the canyon and the isolated figure not far away. Aru. The zombies let out a frenzied howl. But just as they prepared to charge and kill again, Ji Zhang's gaze intensified. Thunder screen. The next moment, the thunder above descended in an instant. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth, that massive thunder screen bombarded the ground. Countless arcs of lightning splashed outwards, violently tearing apart everything, turning the grassland into a shocking wasteland. All the furnace zombies and frenzied corpses within the thunder screen were instantly crushed to the ground by the thunder energy, suffering severe injuries and paralysis. Unfortunately, there was no direct, but this was also within Ji Zhang's expectations. The attack range was simply too large, causing the energy to disperse too much, and thus the power was greatly. That said, being able to control over 100 elite monsters simultaneously is indeed a divine skill at this stage. He was quite satisfied with the release effect. Breathing out a slight sigh of fatigue, Ji Zhang turned and walked into the vehicle, picking up the RPG rocket launcher stored. Meanwhile, the group standing at the canyon entrance had all fallen into stunned silence. Damn, and holy hell. And Brother G is unstoppable. And several seconds passed before the crowd erupted in exhilarated cries, hearts pounding with overwhelming lightning affinity. And that was unmistakably a lightning affinity. And even Li Daxing stood frozen in disbelief, swallowing hard without realizing it. And lightning affinity. Could such an affinity truly exist? And among all combat affinities, elemental affinities were already exceedingly rare. And even among those who awakened such affinities, the vast majority manifested only one of the 5 primordial elements: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Moreover, their affinities were generally low tier. In reaching rank C alone would mark one as a key cultivation target for any team. As for lightning affinity, no one had ever heard of it. Like ice affinity, it belonged to the realm of mythic elements. No one imagined it could ever manifest in reality. Yet here it was awakened before their very eyes. And not just somewhere distant. It stood right before them. And at last they understood Ji Zhang's confidence in arriving alone, wielding such a devastating technique. Who could possibly resist? Yet the battle did not end with that thunderous onslaught. And the elite monsters remained alive. Their bodies began trembling, faintly struggling to rise from the ground, though crackling arcs of residual electricity still coursed across their limbs, locking them in paralytic rigidity and severely limiting movement. Focus fire. NJI Zhang spoke calmly into the public channel of his comm unit, then strode forward, shouldering an RPG. Focus fire. Only after Ji Zhang's authorization did Li Daxing finally exhale sharply and issue the command. And instantly members of the Daxing squad raised rifles and pistols, unleashing furious volleys toward the charred corpses sprawled in the distance. A torrent of bullets streaked like meteor showers, raining down upon the corpse-littered field. Yet their distance compromised both bullet velocity and precision. The barrage sounded impressive, but inflicted minimal actual damage. And at that moment, Ji Zhang activated the armored RV's automated targeting system. The mounted rotary cannon atop the vehicle roared with savage ferocity, unleashing over 6,000 rounds per minute. Its pinpoint barges sweeping across each blackened zombie with surgical lethality. Having been incapacitated by lightning paralysis, the zombies' defenses had plummeted to near zero. Perched high and firing at stationary targets, the cannon transformed into a battlefield reaper, its individual firepower and killing efficiency utterly eclipsing that of the entire Daxing squad. Successfully eliminated 1 rabid zombie elite. 2 gold coins. Successfully eliminated 1 rabid zombie elite. 2 gold coins. And successfully eliminated 1 rabid zombie elite. 2 gold coins. 1 rabid claw. In kill notifications flashed repeatedly across their vision. Jizong then leveled his shoulder-mounted RPG at the scorched zone and fired. And whoosh. A torrent of exhaust smoke surged behind the rocket as it screamed forward, detonating in a blinding, incandescent fireball. Another cascade of kill notifications bloomed. And he reloaded swiftly, then fired again and again. And boom. And boom. Deafening concussions reverberated across the canyon. And from the moment Jizong entered the fray alone, his terrifying firepower left the Daxing squad utterly speechless. Wait, what? Nan, autonomous vehicle-mounted artillery turret. Nan, what is that rocket launcher? And what kind of firepower is this? Despite holding overwhelming numerical superiority, the Daxing squad found themselves unable to claim a single kill. Some even lowered their weapons in silent resignation. Forget it, save your ammo. And each elite yields only 2 gold coins. If we keep blazing away like this, we'll never recoup our costs. Meanwhile, the molten furnace zombies, reduced to shredded flesh, began detonating in sequence. And the earth trembled violently, pillars of fire erupted skyward. Successfully eliminated 1 furnace zombie elite. 2 gold coins. Successfully eliminated 1 furnace zombie elite. 2 gold coins. And successfully eliminated 1 furnace zombie elite. 2 gold coins. And within seconds the battlefield fell silent, save for the roaring inferno and scattered carbonized limbs. The battle ended as abruptly as it began, and with astonishing ease. The Daxing squad exchanged glances, then burst into laughter, collapsing unceremoniously onto the ground, gazing at the distant blaze as though watching a tranquil campfire. Now I finally understand why Brother G refused Shinfoam Squad's recruitment offer. This power, it's utterly absurd. If I were him, I'd go solo too. If only Brother G were part of our squad. We wouldn't have to hide and scurry every day. He feasts, and we sip the broth in his wake. Snap out of it. We're lucky just to be alive tonight. And haha, true enough. One day at a time then. As they chatted, Jizong drove the armored RV forward. Only now did they see the true form of this armored beast up close. It wasn't a cargo truck, it was a motorhome. Its sleek metallic hull gleamed under the firelight, and the fully automated hex-barrel rotary cannon mounted atop radiated pure, intoxicating wealth. Add to that a lightning affinity. And how could a person become this formidable? And the motorhome halted steadily at the canyon's mouth, and the young figure stepped down. Every member of the Daxing squad rose to their feet, eyes brimming with genuine reverence. Enli Daxing stepped forward first, extending both hands in earnest greeting. Mr. G, we the entire Daxing squad thank you for your rescue tonight. No need for formalities, just call me G. Zong waved his hand dismissively. Enli Daxing, quick to read the cue, bypassed further pleasantries and immediately transferred the agreed-upon 300 gold coins as payment. Then he produced a crystalline crank transcendent awakening gem and handed it to Jizong. Zong accepted the gem, clear as diamond, radiant as starlight, and a subtle spark flickered in his eyes. A true treasure, finally in hand. And this was no transient resource, but a definitive capstone artifact, capable of permanently maxing out an entire crank slot in one's affinity tree. Mr. G, you've labored hard tonight. We must host you properly. Fine wine, exquisite dishes, guaranteed satisfaction. A senior squad member stepped forward with eager deference, smiling broadly. No need for hospitality. I've pressing matters ahead. But tell me, brotherly, does your squad employ a smith? Zong declined the offer and posed the question instead. A smith, and the word alone sent ripples of awkwardness across their faces. Li Daxing shook his head ruefully. We did have one, but he defected to the Battlefield Alliance. My apologies, Mr. G, we've disappointed you. I see. Jizong felt a hint of regret. There's nothing we can do as a small group. We simply cannot retain talented individuals. Li Daxing also sighed. In fact, it wasn't just the blacksmith who switched jobs. Several brothers with high talent levels were also poached by larger groups. People tend to aim higher, and Li Daxing didn't blame them. To be honest, after tonight, he must prepare to merge with other groups. The 5th night was already so challenging, and he could hardly imagine the upcoming 6th and 7th nights with the tide of corpses. The issue has been resolved. Jizong also planned to leave this place. He purchased 7 blacksmithing materials from Daxing's group at the market price of 10 gold coins each, then drove the RV away from the small canyon. At this point, the peak of the zombie outbreak had already passed. The number of survivors in the area had stabilized at over 700 after the previous sharp decline. Jizong also did not plan to take any more orders. The consumption of using Thunderscreen was too great. He needed to rest for a while. After casually setting a patrol route and activating automatic targeting and attack, Jizong walked to the rear living area and plopped down on the sofa. This battle yielded quite a bounty, totaling over 500 gold coins along with a crate rare gem. Unfortunately, the drop rate for materials had decreased significantly. He noticed that the more elite monsters he killed in a short time, the lower the drop rate became. In that last wave, he had harvested over 90% of the elite monsters, close to 100, but only obtained 6 blacksmithing materials. Comparatively, the drop rate for wild monsters was far better. However, I do need to find a blacksmith I can work with long-term, Jitsong pondered. He was left with only 3 blacksmithing tools, so he decided to use one and see if he could achieve a major success. He took out a one-time blacksmithing tool. A heavy, massive iron furnace appeared with a thud on the floor in front of him. He placed the blood moon inside. The current blacksmithing progress of the blood moon was at 71, and he wondered if 3 attempts would be enough to succeed in leveling up. Based on past experience, materials like Mad Zombie Claw and Flame Heart, which were zombie materials, contributed the least to the blacksmithing progress, so it would be best to wait until the 3rd attempt to use them to supplement the progress. Jitsong first tossed in the mantis blade obtained from the young zombie mantis he killed yesterday in the grass. See, its strength should be considerable. Virum. The electric furnace started up. Jitsong quietly waited for 10 minutes, but didn't see the golden glow of major success appear in the furnace window. Ding. Blacksmithing successful. Blood Moon blacksmithing progress 10. Total progress 81. Not bad, it actually increased by 10. Jitsong felt a surge of joy, a hope was rising. He then placed the Treant heart obtained from killing the tree spirit into the 2nd blacksmithing tool and continued waiting for another 10 minutes. Ding. Blacksmithing successful. Blood Moon blacksmithing progress 12. Total progress 93. Beautiful. Upon seeing the blacksmithing progress, Jitsong clapped his hands excited. Perfect. This just filled it up. He took out the last blacksmithing tool tossed in the Mad Zombie Claw and clicked start. Virum. The electric furnace of the blacksmithing tool vibrated slightly, and when it was halfway through, the deep red glow in the window suddenly transformed into a dazzling gold. Jitsong raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was a major success. As the remaining blacksmithing time counted down to 0, numerous notifications popped up. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a lucky critical hit. Blacksmithing major success. Blood Moon blacksmithing progress 7. 7. Total progress 100. 7. Triggering blacksmithing level up. Rare level treasure level. It leveled up. At that moment, the entire blade of the Blood Moon was enveloped in a halo of golden light. Jitsong eagerly reached out his hand. As his fingertip touched the golden light, the glowing orb slowly shattered into countless sparkling dust, revealing the long blade hidden. To his great delight, this time the Blood Moon was no longer just a simple blade and hilt. It now also featured a scabbard adorned with gilded red patterns. While finally a scabbard to match. Jitsong reached out, grasping the scabbard with its metallic texture, and took out this treasure-level Blood Moon. After leveling up, the Blood Moon's length increased to 1.2 meters, and it felt much heavier in his hand. He grasped the hilt, and slow clang, accompanied by the pleasant sound of metal scraping the blade, glimmered as the stark black and red patterns on the blade, and its sharp gleam brought great. A new information panel also appeared. Blood Moon growing weapon level, treasure level weapon and armor levels, common, fine, rare treasure, secret treasure, legendary, epic, mythical, durability, infinite modification devices, super sharpness, level 2 lightweight, level 5, blacksmithing progress 0. 7. Exclusive skill Blood Thirst, passive, killing enemies with this weapon gives a 1 chance to gain 0.15 points of constitution increase. Each hit on an enemy adds 1 critical hit rate, resetting after triggering a critical hit. Unlock exclusive skill at secret treasure level. Evaluation: a gift from the goddess of the night forged from celestial iron and moon bloodstone. This artifact wields immense power and is incredibly heavy. The dust accumulated on the blade has been largely cleared, and the sharp edge of the red moon will once again reflect blood and flames. Friendly reminder: the chance of major success in blacksmithing varies from person to person. A good blacksmith can make your materials perform even better. After reviewing the information on the panel, Jitsong's heart trembled. Killing enemies grants attribute bonuses. Is it really that powerful? This thing has no limitations. Although a 1 chance seems a bit low, once his strength increases later on, this attribute will undoubtedly become immensely powerful. However, looking at the range of random gains 0.15 points, Jitsong felt a bit anxious. If it were a certain company's probability, it would be pointless. Moreover, the experience points required for blacksmithing had also multiplied tenfold. I need over 100 Mad Zombie Claws to level up again. After calculating, Jitsong felt a pang of pain. Just the materials would cost over 1,000 gold coins. And this doesn't even include the fees for finding a blacksmith. It's an endless pit. Jitsong sighed, picked up a new set of clothes, and went to take a shower. With cool mountain spring water pouring over his head, the sounds of machine gun fire and the explosions of furnace zombies filled his ears, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. After thoroughly washing up and changing into clean clothes, Jitsong returned to the sofa, opened the scenic window behind him, and let the wind naturally dry his hair. As night deepened, the temperature also gradually dropped, relieving the suffocating heat of the day. However, the zombies also began to dwindle. At first, he could kill 20 or 30 in an hour, but it dwindled to about a dozen, and by close to midnight, zombies had become quite rare. This night's battle seemed to declare an end. Jitsong found a small stream to stop and replenish water, his expression brimming with excitement as he rubbed his hands together and opened his backpack. Things are about to get wild next. Gold coins 2172. 5. Weapons and armor: sniper rifle, level 2 modification X1, assault rifle X1, handgun X2, longsword X1, short dagger X1, universal bullets X700, cicada wing armor rare item X1. Tools: iron pickaxe excellent quality X1, machete X1, grappling hook X1. Materials: parts X2, 81 steel plates X51, leather X132, alloys X10, super, wood X10, armor core rare X1, mad corpse cloth 15, flame hearts 12. Food: fresh fruits X31, high quality bread X15, high-end instant food X11, energy drinks X20, energy bars X5, cola X7. Talent fragments: C-level fragment X1, B-level fragment X1, A-level fragment X1. In the fierce battle of that night, he had slain over 300 elite monsters, adding to the rewards from the star cluster, totaling nearly 1,000 gold coins. Afterwards, he extracted the additional kill count reward of 336. 3 gold coins from his title. The total amount directly accumulated to an astounding 2,508. 8. Jizang's lips curled up. It was his first time fighting such a wealthy battle. Immediately, he began a spending spree. Jizang opened the exchange and instantly purchased 500 parts and 500 steel plates. Now the prices of these two key materials have stabilized significantly, with parts at 0. 8 gold coins each and steel plates at 0. 2 gold coins each. 500 gold coins were spent in an instant. In the first tier, these materials could last a long time, but things are different now. Oh, it's time to buy. After the materials were delivered, Jizang immediately opened the vehicle panel. Reinforced RV second tier. Speed limit 180 km/h. Durability 100, slowly decreasing. Remaining fuel 1. 5 units, can travel 150 kilometers. Upgraded components. Shooting module non-upgradable. Tire seats replaceable. Machine gun turret, level 2 outer armor, level 2 enemy radar, level 2 engine, level 5 chassis, level 3. Control console, level 3 power generator, level 2 air conditioning, level 2 refrigerator, level 2. Total level 26. Vehicle advancement requirements: gold coins X 1500, parts X 400, steel plates X 5000, alloys X 100, armor core X1. Upgradable components must be above level 50 to unlock advancement. Evaluation: a heavily armored RV with a powerful chassis that can easily crush any enemy that dares to attack, while also ensuring a certain quality of life. Jizang carefully examined the various upgrade options above, beginning to think seriously. After several scattered upgrades, the total level has now reached 26. In terms of essential functions, all necessary aspects are already in place. What he needs to do now is to stack the total level to 50 at the highest cost-performance ratio, then start the advancement journey. Jizang stood up and surveyed the inside of the RV, quickly spotting a few targets. First is the gas stove, which is located on a large marble surface in the kitchen area. He usually overlooked it, but it's time for an upgrade. The gas stove, like the tires and seats, is at the highest level and can only be replaced with different types in the future. Jizang spent 3 gold coins and 2 parts to buy the cheapest and most ordinary gas stove set, also purchasing 1 unit of fuel to fill it up, successfully activating this upgrade. However, he usually finds cooking a hassle, so it will probably gather dust. Next, Jizang looked at the sofa. The sofa itself is made of fabric material, and there are only 2 better materials to choose from. 1 ordinary synthetic leather worth 15 gold coins and 10 leather. 2. Napa leather worth 35 gold coins and 20 leather. Having already spent a lot of money, he didn't mind spending a little more. After all, the sofa would be used frequently, and he should treat himself well. Jizang waved his hand and directly purchased the Napa leather, successfully upgrading its level. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the sofa was replaced. The once ordinary double-seat fabric sofa transformed into a luxurious leather material. Jizang sat down on it. The soft yet supportive embrace and comfortable texture made him involuntarily close his eyes and exhale a sigh. So comfortable. Spending money indeed makes a difference. Next, Jizang stood up and approached his single bed. However, upon closer inspection, he was nearly infuriated. Eggy had somehow crawled onto his bed, sprawled out, and sleeping soundly with a wet patch on the sheets beside him. That damn dog wet the bed. Jizang went over to catch it. Eggy woke up startled from its dream, thinking there was another fight. It began to struggle in fear, wanting to run and hide, but upon seeing its owner, its tense tail drooped down. "Did you wet it, eh?" Jizang threw it back onto the bed, sternly pointing at the wet patch beside him. However, Eggy didn't understand at all. It thought it was time to eat, and clumsily crawled off the bed, carrying its large milk bowl in its mouth, dragging it over with great effort, then looking up with eager eyes at its owner. Jizang was also at a loss. Reluctantly, he opened 10 boxes of pure milk, added some fresh meat buns, mixed it all together, and let it eat. Returning to the bedside, Jizang looked at the materials that could be upgraded and purchased. The bed falls under comprehensive upgrades, divided into ordinary, elegant, and luxurious types, each including a mattress, sheets, pillows, and blankets. Jizong settled on the middle option, purchasing the elegant type valued at 30 gold coins. In the next moment, the single bed radiated a glow, completing its upgrade. The once ordinary coconut core spring mattress transformed into a natural latex zone spring mattress. The pillows, blankets, and sheets upgraded from coarse fabric to natural latex and silk long staple cotton. Jizong tried lying down briefly and felt completely different. Soft, comfortable, and slightly cool. You get what you pay for a feeling like sleeping on such a bed. There should be a maid soothing him and a butler in a tailcoat announcing that young master can dine. He was very tired today, and after lounging on such a comfortable bed for a while, he felt a bit reluctant to get up. It took him more than 10 minutes to finally rise. He cast his gaze across the entire compartment. The upgrade route level 1 interior, all fixed materials in the living area and storage area receive a refreshing enhancement, providing a certain level of sound insulation and heat resistance. Overall vehicle length 0. Upgrade requirements: 50 gold coins, 50 parts, 50 leather, 1 super timber. This is the only upgrade component that can increase the vehicle size without advancing. With all materials prepared, Jitsong clicked to upgrade directly. In the next moment, the entire RV emanated a soft white light. The body began to enlarge proportionally. A minute later, the white light faded. The entire compartment had undergone a significant transformation. The previously ordinary floor of the living area turned into peach wood flooring, the glaze appearing bright and durable. The walls of the compartment now had an additional layer of space gray coating which, when paired with the floor's color, added an air of high-end elegance. The originally direct lighting was replaced with concealed lights, making the compartment's illumination soft and full, no longer as harsh as before. With the increase in size, the overall space became more open, eliminating the previous slight sense of confinement, allowing for a more relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. Most importantly, he felt that the compartment had suddenly become much quieter, with almost no sound from the outside wind. This was due to the sound insulation and heat resistance provided by the compartment's coating. Now, even if hit by a lava zombie, the temperature inside the compartment would not rise quickly. Wow, this is really worth it. Jitsong marveled at all. His little nest became more and more pleasing to the eye. But that was not all. He turned his attention to the second level. Level 1 interior upgrade route. Level 2 interior adds new features: wine cabinet bar and 52-inch 8K resolution TV. Sound insulation and heat resistance functions are further enhanced. Overall vehicle length 0. Upgrade requirements: 70 gold coins, 70 parts, 70 leather, 1 level 1 chip, 2 super timbers. Awesome. The refrigerator, colored TV, and large sofa have finally been gathered, and the size can even be increased. Jitsong felt a thrill. Although the price was a bit higher, it was still acceptable. He bought a level 1 chip and continued to click to upgrade. Another flash of white light passed. The compartment, having expanded twice, had become incredibly spacious. Even the front driver's seat had grown larger. With the new additions of the wine cabinet bar and large TV, the layout of the compartment had also changed, becoming more coordinated and reasonable. Looking around, Jitsong nodded in satisfaction. It had a somewhat star hotel vibe. He sat on the leather sofa, crossed his legs, and directly shouted, "Turn on the TV." The 52-inch TV in front automatically turned on without advertisements, and no need to download apps or connect to the internet, displaying a very simple and practical client interface. Categories for TV, dramas, movies, variety shows, etc. were all available. Surprisingly, it could even play novels and short plays, which was astounding. He tried to search for popular films and TV shows from his past life, and almost all were included in the highest definition uncut versions, without buffering. A thought popped into Jitsong's mind, and he tried searching for some indescribable content. Wow, there really is. What else can be said, brother? Just this TV alone is worth 70 gold coins. But Jitsong still resolutely turned off the TV. He hadn't finished his main tasks yet, and he wasn't the kind of person to indulge in pleasure. He then glanced at the details of the third level. Level 2 interior upgrade route. Level 3 interior unlocks new components: sub-vehicle. Unlocks new components: sentry robot. Sound insulation and heat resistance functions are further enhanced. Overall vehicle length 1 meter, height 0. 4 meters, width 0. 6 meters. Upgrade requirements: 300 gold coins, 300 parts, 300 leather, 1 level 2 chip, 5 super timbers. Temporarily cannot upgrade, requires advancing to level 3 vehicle. Jitsong's expression slightly froze. He did not expect that the level 2 interior had already reached the limit. It seemed to be synchronized with the vehicle stages. And from the looks of it, the level 3 vehicle could actually be equipped with sub-vehicles. This was extremely useful. Given the passive skill of Moon's Blood, he would definitely need to focus on melee combat later on. If he always went out in the RV, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Using his legs for movement would be too tiring and slow. Having a sub-vehicle would make things much more convenient. The sentry robot also sounded formidable. He wondered what kind of combat power it would possess. This is great. Jitsong was very much looking forward to it. After upgrading the entire interior, his overall level had also risen to level 31. He wandered around the vehicle a few times, finally upgrading the level 2 air conditioner and level 2 refrigerator to level 3, both reaching level 5. These two upgrades provided the highest cost-performance ratio. However, they had the lowest practicality. The level 5 air conditioner had a powerful cooling and heating function ranging from 8 to 45 degrees Celsius, with an input power of up to 30 horsepower capable of freezing the entire compartment like a refrigerator. It was indeed useful in extreme weather, but the electricity consumption was also terrifying. The refrigerator was upgraded to a large 618L dual-door 4-zone refrigerator featuring automatic disinfection, deodorization, super freshness lock, rapid freezing, and other functions. It could hold a lot of vegetables and many cans of cola. That was about it. These two upgrades cost Jitsong a total of 300 gold coins plus some materials worth around 100 gold coins. It was considered the cheapest upgrade project. His total level rose to 37. How am I still 13 levels short? How can I make up for Jitsong's head ached? Engine was already maxed out. The remaining chassis, exterior armor, power generation device, and targeting radar were all expensive. With just over 1,000 gold coins left, he could at most upgrade them all by one level, which wasn't very meaningful. He also wanted to save some upgrades for the machine gun. He needed to find some other materials. Jitsong inspected the vehicle again, and truly could not find anything else to upgrade. By the way, how could I forget about the wheel rims? Jitsong's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the door and got out. Upon looking, he indeed discovered the vehicle's After two size upgrades, the overall framework had grown much larger. The chassis and exterior armor had also increased proportionally, but only the wheel rims had not. It looked like a turtle carrying a large shell, but its limbs were incredibly short. Then a line of information appeared. Wheel rim upgrade Route 1 low-carbon steel wheel rim upgrade the 17-inch traditional steel wheel rim to a 21-inch low-carbon steel wheel rim, paired with brakes of the same level, increasing strength by 2 times, reducing weight by 10 and enhancing brake function by 10. Upgrade requirements: 3 gold coins, 3 parts, 10 steel sheets. Jitsong didn't even look at this small amount of money and directly clicked to upgrade. A flash of white light passed by. As the size of the wheels increased, the tires automatically adapted to the enlargement, and the entire low chassis finally raised a little. Immediately after, Jitsong proceeded to upgrade again. From the level 1 low-carbon steel rim, he upgraded to level 2 cast rim. Then to level 3 forged rim and level 4 forged rim. Finally, it reached level 5 full carbon fiber rim. Fully maxed out. The total cost 270 gold coins, 270 parts, 800 steel sheets, and 1 alloy. After reaching the highest level, the 4 rims have already reached an exaggerated 45 inches, with multiple matte black coatings, and the set of red carbon ceramic brake calipers made the entire rim exude the quality of a top luxury car. Whether in strength, weight, or braking performance, there has been a huge improvement. Although there is a bit of performance overflow given the level, just buying the level is already a great value. Then Jitsong walked around the car and finally saw the last unlocked modification option: car lights. However, with the automatic driving feature, the function of the car lights is not significant. He spent a few gold coins on materials and casually bought an LED high-power headlight, activating this upgrade option. At this point, all the projects that could be rushed through have been completed. The total level has reached 43. Next is the tough battle. Jitsong glanced at his backpack, and counting the money spent on various materials, he now has just over 1,000 gold coins left. He looked at the machine gun turret on the roof of the car, and 2 upgrade routes appeared. Upgrade Route 1, closed defense cannon upgrade requirements, 500 gold coins, 100 parts, 1,500 steel sheets. Upgrade Route 2, flame turret upgrade requirements, 350 gold coins, 100 parts, 50 heavy oil, 50 fuel. According to the price conversion of parts, upgrading to closed defense cannon requires 880 gold coins. The upgrade for flame turret is even more outrageous. Currently on the trading market, the price for 1 unit of heavy oil is 25 gold coins, and the price for 1 unit of fuel is 11 gold coins. All totaled, it requires 2,230 gold coins. What a huge cost. What kind of firepower does this thing have to dare to sell for such a high price? Jitsong thought to himself. It might be better to wait until there are more turrets before considering this. Whether in practicality or cost-effectiveness, close defense cannon is currently the only choice. The gold coins and parts required for the upgrade were sufficient, but he had run out of steel sheets in his backpack. So he bought 1,500 steel sheets for 300 gold coins from the trading market before clicking to upgrade. The machine gun on the roof quickly grew and took shape amidst the white light. Until all the radiance faded, a pure black-coated close defense cannon appeared on the roof. This is a super weapon with 7 barrels of 20mm caliber. The barrel length reaches 2 meters, secured by a metal mesh, and the rotating base is exceptionally large, resembling a small fortress. At the moment the turret was upgraded, the entire vehicle slightly sank, indicating its great weight. Closed defense cannon, level 3, Type Defense Turret Evaluation. The power crushes any handheld weapons vehicle-based defense equipment with a maximum firing rate of 1200 rounds per minute. Coupled with 20mm caliber bullets from 7 barrels, it can easily destroy any life form below the super monster level. This is truly fierce. Looking at the new panel before him, Ji-sung couldn't help but gasp. With a firing rate of 1200 rounds per minute based on the current value of 2 gold coins for universal bullets x 100, this thing can fire ammunition worth 240 gold coins in 1 minute. This made him reflect on the cost-effectiveness of infinite bullets, which is indeed too high. Looks like I need to acquire more infinite bullets and infinite durability. Ji-sung stroked his chin. He opened the trading market to check. There is only one infinite bullet listed for 500 gold coins. Infinite durability has none available. Ji-sung closed the trading market and sighed. This item is already rare and few people are willing to sell, so it rising in price, he was fortunate to have bought quickly, otherwise he would have to pay a hefty price for it. He looked up at the armored RV, which had changed dramatically. At this point, all upgrade options have finally been completed. The total level has risen to 44. Only a little over 200 gold coins remain. For the remaining level 6, he plans to evenly distribute it among the power generation device and enemy radar along with the materials needed for the vehicle's advancement. The gold coin gap is estimated to be between 40007000. Whether he can advance to a tier 3 vehicle before the zombie tide will depend on tomorrow. It was already 1 a.m. The heat wave had completely dissipated, replaced by a gentle cool breeze of the deep night. Ji-sung yawned and slowly returned to. At this moment, Danzai had finished the bowl of milk and noticed that the house had suddenly become more spacious and beautiful. It was so excited that it ran around like a clumsy puppy, leaving milk stains all over the floor. Ji-sung silently watched it frolic around. This little creature is now part of his life. Can you stop running around like a 4-legged lizard? You'd be unaware if I accidentally stepped on you next time. He caught it in his hands, glared at it, and scolded it, and only then did Danzai become a bit more obedient. Huh, it actually grew a little bigger. Feeling the increased weight in his hands, Ji-sung was quite surprised. This growth rate is too fast. He opened its mouth to take a look. Its milk teeth had already come in, indicating that it would soon be able to eat meat. Being able to eat meat makes things easier. Raw meat on the plains is actually very easy to obtain. Those wild animals drop a pile when killed, and previously he didn't pick them up due to lack of cooking facilities. By the way, Danzai, why can't you fly? As a dragon, crawling on the ground is not how it should be done. Ji-sung shook it a few times. Danzai didn't understand what fly meant, and just looked at its owner with clear eyes. Like this. Ji-sung stood up, lifted it high, and then let go fly. Without the support of his palm, Danzai's entire body fell straight from midair. It landed with a loud thud. After the fall, Danzai got angry, climbed up, bit his owner's pant leg in retaliation, and then scurried away to hide under the bed like a lizard. Ji-sung didn't bother with it anymore. It was still too small to teach anything. He decided to wait until it grew a bit more. He yawned again, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Every day is truly exhausting. The RV was a bit messy. He didn't plan to clean it up. He simply adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, turned off all the lights in the vehicle, and burrowed into the cozy blanket. He originally planned to study the class super limit gem, but he was so sleepy now that he could only wait until tomorrow. Closing his eyes, Ji-sung fell into it. The next morning, the gentle morning sun spilled through the window, illuminating Ji-sung's serene sleeping face. It felt as if something was tugging at his collar. Ji-sung opened his drowsy eyes and saw the egg-shaped creature standing on him. Upon noticing his master was awake, the creature eagerly jumped off the bed, picked up its milk bowl, and waited expectantly. It's already 8 o'clock. Ji-sung stretched lazily, feeling comfortable and relaxed all over. This sleep had replenished the energy he had exhausted yesterday, leaving him invigorated. Okay, time to get up. Ji-sung got out of bed and prepared a full bowl of food for the creature. However, before it could eat, he picked it up and stretched it out to measure its length. Wow, it's already about 50 centimeters long. Just yesterday when it was born, it was less than 20 centimeters. It has grown so much in just one day. Alright, eat well now. After setting the creature down, Ji-sung went to wash up and prepared himself a hearty breakfast, then opened the chat channel to begin his meal. Thank heavens. The weather is finally normal today. Last night was so brutal that 500 people almost couldn't hold the line. Just thinking about it makes me shiver. Luckily, the zombies gradually retreated later, otherwise we would have been doomed. Everyone make good use of the last bit of time to develop. Tomorrow is the tide of corpses, and if we don't enhance our combat power, we won't even know how we died when the Killing God Guild is recruiting experts to collaborate. Our leader discovered a great spot at the Twilight Lake, guaranteed to yield big rewards. Requirements: water affinity, no limit on numbers. If interested, message me. The Battlefield Alliance is continuously recruiting. If you want to survive the tide of corpses, come join us. The entry fee is 10 gold coins. For entire groups looking to merge, we can negotiate separately. Experts from all walks are welcome, and there are multiple leadership positions available. The Great Fortune Guild is recruiting survivors with vehicles guaranteed daily income of 80 gold coins. If needed, come to the Black Mountain Mine. Everyone beware of the Great Fortune Guild. This is under the Ghost Dragon Guild. Once you join, you won't be able to leave. Many people have been scammed these past few days. Wow, how bold of you to say that. That big guy is no ordinary person. He is the vice captain of the 7th team of the Mountain Sea Alliance. No wonder I was wondering who would dare to reveal such insider information. The people from the Ghost Dragon Guild are truly ruthless. The mine can explode with dozens of explosive news in a day. Their reputation has long been tarnished, which is why they set up the Great Fortune Guild to mislead others. Forget it, I won't say more. Or else my leader will scold me for being— Damn you. The Mountain Sea Alliance is trash, is always looking for trouble, huh? Don't let me see you in the mine. It will kill anyone I find. Damn. And to those commenting recklessly on the public screen, let me remind you, spreading rumors about the Ghost Dragon Guild comes with a price. Remember to keep your eyes peeled. It seems the conflict between these two large guilds is becoming increasingly sharp. Watching the verbal brawl on the public screen, Jitsong couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't delve too deeply into it. After snacking for a while, he began to sort through his overflowing private message inbox. He had accumulated several hundred messages in the past few days and hadn't had the time to open them. Most of them were various requests for purchases, assistance, and recruitment. With time expired, they were no longer meaningful. Some claimed to have good items they wanted to sell to him. However, upon opening them, they were all outdated junk to him. Jitsong quickly skimmed through these messages, and after confirming there was no important information missed, he cleared all this junk in one go. Just then he suddenly received a private message from a friend. The sender was Zhao Xiaolong, the leader of the small convoy he had rescued on the second night. Zhao Xiaolong. Ge, do you remember me? I have something you might be interested in, want to hear. Jitsong, what's the matter? Zhao Xiaolong. So our leader bought a dungeon quest book from a guild member last night. You probably haven't heard of this. It was obtained from the Nightlight treasure box, guaranteed to surprise you. Just wait a moment. Dungeon quest book? Upon seeing these words, Jitsong's eyes instantly lit up. How could he have not heard of it? One of the shrank options in yesterday's selection was Prison Dragon Marsh, and he didn't expect someone had actually obtained it. Soon Zhao Xiaolong posted the details of the quest book. Goblin Nest quest book, quest level C level ticket 5. Send an invitation ticket to any survivor. Upon agreement, the recipient will gain entry eligibility to the dungeon, and it's recommended to charge a ticket price of 20 gold coins each. Evaluation. This quest book belongs to a novice level dungeon suitable for survivors who have passed the first survival test and possess strong abilities. Please ensure all preparations are made before attempting the dungeon. Failure will result in a high risk of death. Friendly reminder, personal vehicles cannot enter the dungeon. Upon seeing the information above, Jitsong slightly raised his eyebrows. Level novice dungeon, yet suitable for powerful individuals who have already survived the corpse tide. Your standards for novices are quite high. But regardless, this is something that cannot be missed. Jitsong immediately replied, I am indeed interested. What do you suggest? Zhao Xiaolong. Well, Ge, please don't take this the wrong way, but our leader needs to interview you first. Are you available to come to Twilight Canyon? Zhao Xiaolong. But rest assured, you must have heard of our leader's reputation. This matter is absolutely reliable. The reason for this is also to ensure safety. Jitsong, sure, send me the coordinates. Zhao Xiaolong quickly sent a coordinate for Twilight Canyon. Jitsong didn't hesitate and directly drove over. On the way, he learned more details from Zhao Xiaolong. For this dungeon quest book, only 2 out of the 5 slots were confirmed. One was the leader of the Mountain Sea Alliance, Li Jiangwo, and the other was the captain of the Mountain Sea Alliance's 3rd team, Gu Qingyu. As for the other leaders in the guild, either their strength was inadequate or they were strong enough but unwilling to take risks. Therefore, the remaining 3 slots had to be filled through recruitment from external sources. However, this matter couldn't be widely publicized. Li Jiangwo called all the captains and officers together for a meeting to recommend suitable candidates. They needed to possess a certain level of reputation, upright character, and substantial personal strength. Zhao Xiaolong happened to think of Jitsong and recommended him to Li Jiangwo, leading to their current contact. This Zhao Xiaolong is quite clever. Jitsong chuckled. If this matter goes smoothly, he wouldn't mind giving Zhao Xiaolong some form of reward. He now possesses great strength and was worried about not having a dungeon to tackle, and unexpectedly, such a good opportunity presented itself. Level dungeon, he wondered what the situation would be like inside. There are still over 100 kilometers to go to reach Twilight Canyon. Just after starting the journey for a short while, the dashboard displayed a warning: fuel low. Jitsong purchased 3 units of fuel and filled it up, increasing the range from 98 kilometers to 338 kilometers. With last night's major upgrade, the size and load capacity of the RV have increased significantly, which correspondingly raised the fuel consumption. Now 1 unit of fuel only adds 80 kilometers to the range. Fortunately, fuel prices dropped significantly today, returning to the normal price of 7 gold coins. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging. He activated the autopilot, allowing the vehicle to drive itself. Ji-sung walked to the storage area in the back seat and took out the Class Super Limit Gem, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He hadn't had the chance to use it yesterday due to the late hour. It was time to give it a try today. As he focused his gaze on the gem, a line of usage instructions. Note: talents that have undergone limit awakening will be permanently fixed in the talent tree and cannot be uninstalled or changed. Please consider carefully. Permanently fixed, huh? Ji-sung hesitated, comparing the two class talents. The basic body technique is almost suitable for all melee scenarios, enhancing speed, body agility, reflexes, evasion, and stealth. It is a very versatile talent that even a fool would find useful. There are no obvious drawbacks. On the other hand, Eagle Eye is more targeted, excelling in both ranged and melee combat, as well as intelligence gathering, but requires a certain level of combat. The downside is that it consumes a lot of stamina and is a short-term active skill. After careful consideration, Ji-sung ultimately chose Eagle Eye. Although at first glance basic body technique seems more suitable for awakening, just looking at the prefix basic makes it clear that there are obviously more advanced techniques to come. If he uses basic body technique for limit awakening now and later obtains an advanced technique, the combat ecology would overlap entirely, which would lead to regret. Use. Ji-sung decisively clicked. In the next moment, the gem shattered with a bang, and a strand of golden light hidden within it swiftly flew into Ji-sung felt a sudden clarity in his mind. A strange and indescribable energy rapidly surged into his eyes. If the previous Eagle Eye was like wearing an external pair of glasses, now it felt as if it was an innate ability completely merging with his physical body. Ding. Talent Eagle Eye Limit Awakening successful. Accompanied by the mechanical prompt sound, a brand new talent panel appeared. Talent Eagle Eye Level Class Limit Awakening Skill Pierce. By concentrating attention on his eyes, he can activate the Pierce skill, enhancing normal vision by 10 times, dynamic vision by 15 times, and increasing the stealth of his line of sight, making it harder to be detected by higher-level enemies. Stamina will be consumed continuously while in use. Skill Identify passive. In normal conditions, your eyes will find it easier to identify the weak points of enemies. Evaluation. Under the gaze of your eagle-like sharp eyes, even the most perfect combat forms of enemies will appear clumsy and full of flaws. After carefully reviewing the talent details, Ji-sung was quite satisfied. This is great. Active skills have been greatly enhanced. Compared to before awakening, both normal and dynamic vision have increased by 5 times. Moreover, he gained a passive skill, Identify, who, although the description is simple, it embodies the principle of simplicity and efficiency. This is a skill that can play a role in higher-level battles, seemingly inconspicuous, yet possessing a high ceiling. Ji-sung opened the viewing. Outside there lay vast plains with green grass stretching endlessly under the bright sun. He focused his attention on his eyes, activating Eagle Eye. In the next moment, everything in front became exceptionally clear and vivid, as if he had equipped himself with a high-speed action camera with a wide-angle lens. Even the wings of crickets jumping on the grass were visible. Not bad. Ji-sung felt great sitting on the soft and comfortable sofa, grabbing a bottle of ice-cold cola, turning on the television, and beginning to enjoy a moment of relaxation during the brief journey. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Ji-sung finally arrived at the legendary Twilight Canyon. This place features rolling terrain with forests and streams interweaving and lush flowers. In front, 2 towering mountains loomed over the land with a crack in the middle as if cleaved by a giant sword, presenting a flat fracture zone. These 2 mountains are simply too large and too high. Ji-sung could see their towering silhouettes from a distance, shrouded in mist, making it difficult to judge just how colossal they truly are. Between these 2 mountains lies Twilight Canyon. Although it's called a canyon, it resembles a small plain with open terrain and a very complete Moreover, the area where the Mountain Sea Alliance is stationed is merely on the outskirts. The interior and depths are cloaked in dense forests and clouds, and no one has yet been able to conduct in-depth exploration. He arrived at the Mountain Sea Alliance's camp. The Mountain Sea Alliance has now accepted nearly 8,000 members. Although the vast majority are the most ordinary and lowest-level survivors, the strength gathered under such numbers is still quite terrifying. As soon as Ji-sung's RV arrived at the outer gate of the camp, it was stopped. The guards were very alert and asked Ji-sung to show his pass. Ji-sung sent a message to Zhao Xiaolong. Not long after, Zhao Xiaolong came out to meet him, surrounded by many onlookers, all of whom were stunned by the RV's extravagant design. Holy crap! Is this the upgraded truck? How is it so massive, and it even has a big machine gun on it? No way, that machine gun is a bit ridiculous. Such a large caliber, it could count as a cannon, right? Who is this divine person? Xiaolong, who is the big shot in this vehicle? Can you tell us? Everyone please make way. This is a distinguished guest invited by Brother Jangwo from outside. Zhao Xiaolong was leading the way, his expression solemn, his posture considerably more upright. In fact, he was the most excited person at the moment, but he didn't want to show it. He hadn't expected that just a few days apart, Ji-sung had already become a powerhouse of this caliber. This second-tier vehicle, who knows how many levels it has already upgraded to. He was seeing the super machine gun turret on the roof for the first time, and even the higher-ups in the group didn't possess such equipment. Originally Zhao Xiaolong was an easily overlooked marginal figure among the group's many operatives, but now he was finally able to hold his head high. Look, that big shot behind me. I know him. Following Zhao Xiaolong, they soon arrived at the parking lot of Twilight Gorge. A large number of vehicles were parked here, appearing somewhat simple and ordinary. However, what surprised Jitsong was that the camp of the Mountain and Sea Alliance had already begun to establish basic civilization. In the open space in front of the parking lot, many seasoned survivors were busy. The women were responsible for cooking and some meticulous tasks. The men were building the simplest houses with wood, as well as smelting steel plates and refining crude oil. According to Zhao Xiaolong, more than half of the people in the Mountain and Sea Alliance had already started to sleep in wooden houses instead of vehicles. Although the living conditions were still quite poor, it was much better than sleeping in a car. Looking around, everyone was busy and orderly. No wonder so many people were willing to rely on the Mountain and Sea Alliance. They indeed had a system. After parking the vehicle, Jitsong was taken by Zhao Xiaolong to a large tent in the center of the camp, where he met the legendary Li Jianguo. Wearing a camouflage vest and tactical suit, his steady and reliable national character face exuded a competent military aura. Brother Jiangwo, this is Jitsong, Zhao Xiaolong hurriedly introduced. Hello, I am Li Jiangwo. Li Jianguo immediately stood up and shook hands with Jitsong. Jitsong nodded with a smile. I've heard much about you. As for the specific situation, Xiaolong should have told you everything. Because this is our first attempt at a dungeon operation, we want to ensure safety as much as possible. I heard from my subordinates that your vehicle level is quite high, which is certainly a reflection of strength, but since vehicles cannot enter the dungeon, Jitsong, I need to understand your individual strength. Li Jianguo spoke earnestly. From morning until now, he had interviewed over 10 people, passing only 2. Though the others were all renowned experts, they still fell short of entering the 5-person team. He hoped Jitsong would not disappoint him. After all, too much time had already been wasted today, and they needed to speed up. Jitsong stroked his chin. As for weapons, I have a Barrett and an RPG, both with ammunition. My close combat ability is also quite strong. Dealing with elite monsters shouldn't be a problem. Great. Li Jianguo said joyfully, slapping his hands together. He was thrilled. 2 of the most practical special weapons, both equipped with ammunition. There was nothing more to discuss. Jitsong would pass. No problem, I'll take you to meet the other teammates now. Li Jianguo immediately stood up. The 2 exited the tent, passing through the tent area, and arrived at a campfire resting area. Here there were dedicated personnel grilling meat and squeezing fruit juice around the clock, providing for the frontline combat personnel. However, at this early hour there were not many people around, only 2 women and 1 man sitting on wooden stools resting, who were the other 3 teammates for this trip. Let me introduce everyone. This is the final member of our 5-person team, Jitsong, Li Jianguo said. Everyone looked up at Jitsong. This is our Mountain and Sea Alliance's Captain Gu Qingyu. Li Jianguo pointed to a mature woman in her 30s with delicate facial features and elegantly tied black hair, which added a hint of charm, though her aura seemed somewhat discordant with her tactical outfit. She smiled and nodded to Jitsong. This one is a top expert ranked Sequence 4 within the Shinfeng team, Hida. Li Jianguo pointed to another man who appeared somewhat aloof. However, this one's attitude seemed much colder. Hide's identity as Sequence 4 of the Shinfeng team made him extremely confident in his strength, and he didn't care about having another teammate. He only cared about when the operation would begin. Hida nodded expressionlessly at Jitsong, then asked, Captain Li, when are we departing? Right away. Li Jianguo smiled warmly, pointing to the last girl. This last one was personally recommended by Captain Gu, and like you, she is also a very powerful lone wolf expert. However, Li Jianguo had not finished speaking. The 2 spoke in unison. It's you. Jitsong had just been a little uncertain, but upon hearing the term lone wolf, he recalled that this was the motorcycle girl he had traded with once before. What was her name again? Li Jianguo was also slightly taken aback. Do you 2 know each other? Jitsong, yes. Xiaju Shuang, no. Jitsong was instantly stunned, turning his gaze away, while the girl slightly averted her eyes, avoiding eye contact with him. Come on, wasn't it just that I didn't reply to your message at that time? So vengeful. Ahem. Li Jianguo noticed that there seemed to be a subtle tension between the 2 and awkwardly coughed twice to ease the situation. In any case, these are all the members of our temporary team. Everyone trusts me, and I trust each of you. I hope this time we can cooperate happily and become reliable back-to-back comrades. Now I will send everyone the tickets. After finishing, Li Jianguo proceeded to send dungeon tickets to everyone in order. Li Jianguo was quite straightforward, charging only a cost price of 20 gold coins for each person. At such a time, the value of dungeon tickets goes without saying. 20 gold coins was essentially a freebie. Moreover, Li Jianguo was also the key organizer, which in every sense was quite generous. Upon clicking the transaction, Jitsong also saw the ticket information appear before him. Dungeon ticket level C, location, Donggu Mountain Range. Click to open location. Coordinates, objective, eliminate all goblins. Time limit 5 hours. Countdown starts upon entry. Points ranking none. After clearing the dungeon, all rewards will be allocated automatically according to points ranking except for special items. Friendly reminder: if the dungeon exceeds the time limit, no one will receive rewards and teleportation will not be available. They can only escape the dungeon by manual means. Upon seeing the details on the ticket, Jitsong's gaze sharpened slightly. The several small details were worth pondering, but specifics would only be known after entering the dungeon. Li Jiangguo clapped his hands. All right, everyone, get on your vehicles and gather at the camp entrance. Prepare to depart. A few minutes later, outside the camp, a rumbling sound of vehicles echoed as the 5-person team officially assembled. Jitsong looked through the car window at the vehicles of the others. Li Jiangguo's vehicle was the most eye-catching and extremely rare tank vehicle, which had been the top presence in the entire area since day one. It was thanks to this tank that Li Jiangguo could assemble such a large team in such a short time. In addition, Gu Qingyu had an administrative sedan, which was rather unremarkable. Jitsong had seen Xia Zishuang's vehicle before. It was still that very large motorcycle, but it seemed there was no difference from last time, suggesting that she had not invested significant resources in her vehicle. Hida had an armored off-road vehicle with a light machine gun mounted on the roof, looking quite formidable. However, when the others saw Jitsong's vehicle, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They could understand the armored RV, but that thing on the roof. A close defense cannon. A few seconds ago, Hida was dramatically resting his elbow on the car window, casually smoking. He prided himself on being the second-in-command of the team, having driven right behind Li Jiangguo's tank, enjoying the envious gazes of many survivors at the camp entrance. Especially the feeling of deliberately showcasing his strength in front of the new teammates was something he relished until Jitsong's armored vehicle arrived. He looked at the exaggerated close-in cannon mounted on the RV, fell into a brief silence, and then pressed a button. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical operations, a small cute light machine gun on the roof of the off-road vehicle slowly retracted into the vehicle. In fact, not just Hida, even Li Jiangguo was taken aback. He knew Jitsong's vehicle level was high, but he didn't expect it to be this outrageous. Was the close-in cannon comparable to a cheat built into the vehicle? His tank vehicle generated a round automatically every 25 seconds, and the caliber of the shell was the smallest at 85 mm, which in a sense was weaker than the 20 mm close-in cannon. A lone wolf could develop this rapidly in such a short time, which was indeed overpowered. He wondered if the ammunition for Jitsong's close-in cannon was generated automatically or needed to be purchased. What about the reloading interval? However, this information was personal and confidential, just like talent. So even if Li Jiangguo was extremely curious, he wouldn't ask. The team assembled and began their grand march towards the destination. Behind the 5-man team, there were also a dozen escort vehicles led by a captain. These were the escort team of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, responsible for guarding the teleportation point of the instance until they emerged. An hour later, the convoy finally arrived at the target location. This was a mountain range relatively close to the Heishan mine, majestic and full of life. Jitsong had already changed into a tactical suit, carrying a Barrett and an RPG on his back, with the moon's blood hung on the left side of his waist, and a Desert Eagle in his right side gun. He initially wanted to bring the TRG-22, but after some thought he decided to switch it for an AK-47. The durability of the TRG-22 was nearly depleted. It was better to save it for a slower fight. On the contrary, the AK was a cheap piece of firewood. Once the bullets were used up, he could toss it aside, without a second thought, as it was only a matter of a few gold coins. Before leaving, he prepared 2 large bowls of food for Danzi to prevent it from getting hungry and causing trouble. The 5 of them disembarked from the vehicle, fully geared and ready for action. Li Jiangguo solemnly said, "Now I will announce everyone's combat roles. First is me, responsible for the vanguard position. Gu Qingyu, the support position. Hida, melee guerrilla position. Xia Zishuang, defensive and offensive position. Jitsong, long-range output position. If everyone has no problem, then this is decided." After saying that, the others nodded in agreement. Only Jitsong raised his hand, saying, "I can also take care of melee. Just focusing on long range doesn't seem right." He wanted to use the moon's blood to farm attributes. Li Jiangguo and the others were slightly taken aback, and only then did they notice the long knife at Jitsong's waist, causing them to laugh. "Jitsong, don't worry, both Hida and I are very strong in melee. You just need to focus on providing long-range support." Speaking of melee, Hida found his most confident. A smirk appeared on his face, inadvertently revealing his powerful aura. He could tell at a glance that Jitsong was the kind of fool who piled all his gold coins into his vehicle. It's a pity that no matter how good the vehicle is, it can't be taken into the instance. On the other side, Xia Zishuang maintained her cool demeanor, but her gaze lingered on the moon's blood at Jitsong's waist, seeming very curious about the weapon. Everything had been settled. "All right, everyone, prepare." Li Jiangguo turned to the captain in charge of guarding Old Zhou. "We leave the outside to you." Old Zhou smiled, saying, "Rest assured, Captain, we will ensure the safety of the vehicles. You can go without worry, not a single fly will come near here." Li Jiangguo nodded, took a deep breath, and clicked Start Instance Operation. In an instant, a teleportation array glowing with runes appeared beneath the feet of all those with tickets. White light surged from the array, and a mysterious energy enveloped them directly, transporting their physical forms. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the next second the five felt the scenery around them change rapidly. When they regained their senses they found themselves deep in the Donggu mountain range. The five stood firm vigilantly observing their surroundings. It was a dense forest with numerous white animal skeletons scattered across the grass and remnants of eaten limbs and entrails visible everywhere. The stench of blood rot and the fishy odor of goblins intertwined to create a profoundly foul odor that made them frown. Just as the group was about to advance, a mechanical synthesized voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Ding! Detected that a survivor's strength exceeds the instant standard. Would you like to activate Abyss mode? Team vote activate 0 votes. Do not activate 0 votes. Tip: in Abyss mode the difficulty of the instance doubles and rewards double. Seeing this newly appeared prompt, everyone was momentarily stunned. Ha ha! Hida burst into laughter. It seems the Clevel instance is just like this. Our current strength is already over the limit, so we can kill freely. Hida originally wanted to say my strength, but to consider others' feelings, he added we after I. But at this moment, everyone else's thoughts were the same. Li Jiangwo, it seems I am too strong. Xia Zhuxuang, it seems I am too strong. Jitsong, there is one strongest among us, but I want say who. Gu Qingyu, it seems they are too strong. Everyone, what do you think? Should we activate the high difficulty? Li Jiangwo asked. In fact, everyone already had their answers. Entering the instance was a rare opportunity in the early stages, and who would want to miss out on double rewards? Anyway, Hida was quick to choose to activate. Coincidentally, Jitsong also quickly chose to activate. This was a free doubling of rewards. Who would refuse? Then Xia Zhuxuang and Li Jiangguo also chose to activate. Finally, only Gu Qingyu the conservative remained. She initially wanted to persuade everyone, but seeing the situation, she reluctantly chose to follow. All votes passed. The next moment the prompt to start the operation finally appeared. Ding! Clevel Instance Goblin Nest Abyss Mode operation started. Countdown 45959 go. Li Jiangguo waved his hand, leading the group officially into the dense forest full of skeletons. Creak! Creak! Stepping on the white bones created eerie sounds. Soon they heard distant monster cries coming from ahead. They arrived. The group cautiously approached the edge, parting the grass. The scene before them instantly made their scalps tingle. Before them lay a vast basin piled high with various bones as grotesque green-skinned monsters roamed within the filthy wooden huts that formed a semicircle. In the very center of the basin lay the corpse of a giant beast. The creature measured several dozen meters in length, its skin and fur stripped away, while a horde of goblins feasted upon its flesh and bones. Some goblins celebrated, while holding a large intestine. Others fought over the beast's eyeballs, and a few even piled atop one another, making strange noises. The scene before him wove together into a bizarre and disgusting monster feast, enough to induce physical discomfort simply by watching. Monster information appeared. Goblin. Rating: an evil species dwelling deep within the eastern ancient mountain range, adept with tools and weapons they prefer to hunt in groups. Goblin harbor a deep hatred for humans and elves, believing that these two races have taken away their divine gifts. When encountering humans and elves, their methods become exceedingly brutal. Wow, that really fits the stereotype. But aren't goblins supposed to be little creatures? How come these ones are so large? Jizong noticed that each of these goblins was humanoid in size, robustly built with muscles bulging, and nearly all were capable of wielding weapons. He shifted his gaze to a group of even larger goblins. Giant goblin. Level elite monster. Rating: some goblins, after consuming mysterious fruits in the forest, break through their growth limits and undergo a transformation, becoming immensely powerful special variant. It is crucial to avoid direct confrontation with giant goblins. Their iron hard hands and fangs can easily tear you apart. Jizong estimated their numbers. There were about 1,000 goblins in this basin, with dozens being elite monsters. But, is this it? Isn't this a bit too simple? Everyone prepare your weapons and armor, get ready for battle. Li Jiangwo's expression darkened. As the top-tier powerhouses at this stage, they could certainly handle these monsters with ease if equipped with vehicles. However, this was a team operation, or rather a massacre, and as the team leader, Li Jiangguo felt quite pressured. Soon each of them retrieved their armor and weapons from their respective backpacks. Li Jiangguo wielded a broad sword in his right hand and held a shield in his left, looking like an imposing. Hida wore a suit of silver light armor, wielding dual daggers. According to his words, guns were for children, our real men wielded blades. Gu Qingyu was the most outrageous, donning a more cumbersome suit of powered armor than Li Jiangguo, and she carried no weapons, only 2 massive shields. How afraid of death can you be? Who goes into battle armed with 2 shields? Gu Qingyu felt a bit embarrassed under the others' gaze as well. A support. The only ones without obvious changes in the team were Jizong and Xia Zhuxuang. Jizang's weapons couldn't fit into his backpack, mainly strapped onto his body, and he wore a cicada wing armor, so he didn't need to gear up. Xia Zhuxuang had already put on a black tactical suit before arriving, similar in style to Jizang's. However, unlike Ji Zhang's cheap goods bought from a trading post, her tactical suit boasted both defensive and acceleration attributes, making it a highly valuable rare-grade armor. Hida Gu Qingyu, form a combat formation with me, don't spread too far apart. Jizong, you are responsible for taking down the elite monsters from a distance. Xia Zhuxuang, ensure Jizong is protected throughout, and create an environment for him to output damage. Li Jianguo continuously issued combat orders. The girl crossed her arms, slightly raised her delicate chin, and said to Jizong, you stay behind me later. It was the tone of an older sister protecting her younger brother. As she spoke, the air emitted a slight tremor as two diamond-shaped flying blades shot from her waist, hovering quietly at her side, their edges gleaming. Jizong raised an eyebrow. Not bad, she actually has telekinetic talent. He laughed heartily. Alright. Ready, Jizong? Let's give these beasts a warm welcome. Li Jianguo plunged his shield and sword into the ground, his large hand reaching for 4 grenades from his waist, pulling the pins with his teeth, and threw them forcefully into the basin ahead. At the same time, Jizong took the RPG from his back, aimed at the densest cluster of goblins ahead, and decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A tail of fire erupted as the rocket propelled forward. The goblins were still reveling until the rocket flew before them, at which point they collapsed. Boom! Bang! 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 The explosive power of the rocket and grenades instantly shredded dozens of goblins' limbs and flesh, flying everywhere. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold 1 doubled in abyss mode. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold 1 doubled in abyss mode. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold 1 doubled in abyss mode. Seeing the large number of kill notifications, Ji Zhang's spirits lifted. Wow. These ordinary goblins actually belong to the big monster category, worth 0.5 gold. Now it's doubled to 1 gold. There are at least 1,000 here. Oh, just by taking down these small monsters they could earn quite a bit. At this moment, the entire goblin camp was thrown into chaos due to the sudden ambush. A cacophony of monstrous howls erupted, filled with overwhelming rage, turning towards the direction from which the rocket had come. Especially upon seeing human figures, the goblins went completely berserk, their eyes bloodthirsty, wielding stone axes and crudely forged, curved blades, charging madly to roar. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Rumbling. 1,000 goblins surged forward, shaking the very ground. Gu Qingyu! Li Jianguo shouted. In the next moment, Gu Qingyu's eyes narrowed, a glow appearing in her pupils. The others also received notifications. Gained the tree spirit's blessing grade buff. Strength and defense increased. Gained the wind god's whisper grade buff. Speed increased. Double buffs of wood and wind. This support talent is impressive. Gujia. Jizong felt his body become lighter with both strength and speed, enhanced, a faint glow of energy swirling around him, a buff that increased his defense. Battle begins. Li Jianguo shouted loudly, charging forward. As he sprinted, his muscles swelled, suddenly lifting him to 2 meters in height. With immense power gripping the sword's handle, he swept horizontally, cleaving through the first few goblins with a single blow. Hida, unable to contain himself, leaped out with dual daggers, moving with incredible speed. Ranking 4th within the Shinkong group, he possessed a gold-type talent. The dual daggers in his hands glimmered with golden light, their attack power and area of effect greatly increased as he entered the goblin horde like a hot knife through butter. Bang! The armor-piercing round shot out, exploding the giant goblin's head. Successfully killed a giant goblin elite monster. Gold 4. Goblin. Bang! The armor-piercing round shot out, exploding the giant goblin's head. Successfully killed a giant goblin elite monster. Gold 4. Goblin. He quickly pulled the bolt back, firing a second round, then a third. Bang! 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 Waves of kill notifications appeared as those massive bodies fell one after another. After Deng Jitsong had eliminated nearly 10 elite monsters, the vast army of goblins arrived near the high ground. In the face of the terrifying onslaught, Xia Zhuxuang's cold eyes showed no signs of wavering. The 2 flying blades at her side began to tremble. Bang! Accompanied by a sharp metallic sound, the flying blades disintegrated into dozens of slender, smaller blades shooting out like lightning. Thud, thud, thud. A dozen goblins fell in an instant. Following that, the flying blades whirled through the goblin horde like a whirlwind, harvesting lives as if mowing grass. In the midst of this army's overwhelming advance, a deathly vacuum was created around Deng Jitsong and herself. Only a giant goblin charging forward successfully broke through the storm of flying blades. Its body was covered in bloody wounds, and it roared as it charged towards Xia Zhuxuang, raising its fist the size of a water tank to smash down. But before its fist could fall, its entire body was already suspended in midair. An invisible force wrapped around it, and no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. Roar! The giant goblin let out a furious roar, its massive head shaking, as if wrestling with something. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Crack! The giant goblin's head suddenly spun 360 degrees, twisting the skin on its neck into a spiral. Then its enormous body lost all strength and fell from the air, raising a cloud of dust. The girl remained motionless, her high ponytail dancing wildly in the wind, looking stunningly cool. At this moment, another giant goblin charged over. However, as Xia Zhuxuang raised her palm to aim at it and used her telekinesis to control it, a piercing shot came through the air, directly blowing the giant goblin's head to bits. Hey, that was my kill. The girl turned around somewhat annoyed. Deng Jitsong stood up, collecting his gun while chewing gum. What do you mean your kill? I aimed first. Besides, there are stronger ones behind you. I was worried you wouldn't be able to handle them. There are only this many here. Where are the stronger ones? Xia Zhuxuang was momentarily taken aback. Did you see the wounds on that giant beast's neck? Deng Jitsong pointed at the corpse of the monster in the basin. Its cervical vertebrae are broken, and it was smashed to death. Do you think these weaklings we encountered could hunt such a massive beast? Upon hearing this, Xia Zhuxuang's expression became serious, but when she squinted to look at the distant giant beast's corpse, she couldn't see the details at all. How can you see so clearly from this far away? I have good eyesight. As he spoke, Deng Jitsong pressed down on his earpiece. Meanwhile, Li Jiangguo and Hida had already turned into unstoppable warriors, fighting bloodily amidst the crowd, leaving behind a trail of bloody corpses after. The rearguard Gu Qingyu was similarly surrounded, besieged by a large group of goblins armed with stone axes and curved blades. However, despite the clangs of battle, they could not penetrate her thick armor. Moreover, her shield possessed a rebound ability. Any weapon that struck it would be instantly repelled. Even the bodies of goblins that collided with it were sent flying. In just a few minutes of battle, only a handful of elite monsters remained, and over a fifth of the goblins had been slain. The pressure of the battle began to ease. But just as everyone thought this dungeon was firmly under control, Deng Jikong's voice came through the earpiece. Everyone be alert. There should be a boss behind us. At these words, everyone froze. What does that mean? Where is there a boss? The next moment, they felt a significant tremor beneath their feet. Shortly after, a sound akin to a mountain roar and a tsunami flooded in from outside the basin, sending chills down. The group nervously looked around. They saw countless green-skinned monstrous figures emerging from the edge of the forest, rushing towards them in a frenzy. The numbers were so numerous that they were nearly impossible to estimate with the naked eye. Fall back. Shrink the combat area. Li Jiangguo shouted loudly, withdrawing his sword from a head of an elite monster, turning to. With the continuous influx of goblins into the fray, the situation for the five-man team was instantly reversed. The annihilation battle had turned into a defense. Currently, the one under the most pressure was undoubtedly Xia Zhuxuang. Because to create an output environment for the sniper, a safe vacuum zone must be maintained around her. This fixed position defense was far more pressing than the The girl's delicate face was tense as she exerted all her effort controlling the telekinetic flying blades, beads of sweat forming on her fair forehead. Deng Jitsong focused entirely on sniping the elite monsters. Seeing Xia Zhuxuang struggling to keep up, he fired a rocket nearby to relieve her pressure. After continuously sniping 7 or 8 elite monsters and blowing up nearly 50 goblins, Deng Jitsong finally stopped. He had run out of ammunition. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Jiangguo and the others had also returned, significantly easing the defensive pressure. Everyone be careful, we're in for a protracted battle. Li Jiangguo's expression grew serious as he spoke. This wave of incoming monsters numbered at least in the thousands. If they weren't careful and got injured, they could be overwhelmed by the endless tide of creatures. But just as the group thought it was merely an increase in the number of monsters, a heavy, oppressive sound of footsteps broke their illusions. Boom! Accompanied by a loud crash, a massive creature burst forth from the forest with an incredibly ferocious momentum, appearing at the edge of the basin. The shadow stood nearly 10 meters tall, almost equivalent to the height of 3 giant goblins stacked together. Its entire body was covered in muscular, sinewy flesh, and its skin was riddled with purple plant roots, as if those roots had become its veins, spreading outwards and staining its originally green skin a deep purple. It was difficult to determine whether it was an ultra-giant goblin or a moving strange plant. Poisonous Goblin Demon Vine Parasite Level Supermonster. Evaluation: Demon Vine is a terrifying calamity plant. Its toxic spores can parasitize any low-level creature and drain their blood and flesh in just a few days. However, some extremely robust creatures can resist the invasion, successfully coexisting with the demon vine spores, thus mutating into a new powerful species. What a joke! A super monster. At the moment they saw the information panel, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, cold sweat running down their backs. Even Hito was no longer boastful, his hand holding the knife trembled slightly. It is known that once a monster reaches the elite level, ordinary firearms can hardly inflict significant damage unless subjected to high-intensity concentrated fire to successfully eliminate it in a short time. As for the super monsters, they completely surpass all elite monsters. The gap between the two is even greater than that between ordinary monsters and elite monsters. Everyone present was a seasoned expert. Even if they had not faced a super monster directly, they had at least heard of their existence. Currently, there are only two possible outcomes for survivors encountering super monsters. One is a successful escape, and the other is total annihilation. Even large-scale exploration missions involving hundreds of people are no different. So far in this area, there has not been a single record of a super monster being killed. Forget about super monsters. Looking at the endless stream of monsters pouring into the basin, the expressions of a few people have turned grim. It seems we really have to fight for our lives. Hida let out a bitter laugh. Who could have anticipated that this so-called beginner dungeon would be terrifying to such an extent? Recalling how he had excitedly chosen to activate the Abyss mode just a moment ago, he felt like slapping himself, but now it was too late for regrets. It's either victory or death. Li Jiangguo fixed his gaze on the terrifying monster in the distance and took a deep breath. Jitsong, how much ammunition do you have? Jitsong casually tossed the RPG and buried it into the nearby bushes, saying, I've run out. Upon hearing this news, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, as if the sky had fallen. The situation was already dire, and now they had lost the most crucial long-range offensive capability. How were they supposed to fight? What do we do now? Hide's smile was more tragic than a cry. Jitsong weighed the moon's blood in his hand. No problem, I still have a knife. Hida was nearly out of energy to retort, stop joking around, big brother. I have 2 knives left, what good will that do us? Stop chatting, that guy is coming. I will dismantle the defense circle right away. You all prepare to clear the small monsters. Xia Zhuang's cold voice rang out. Gu Qingyu immediately grew worried. Xiao Xia, you're going to, I'll hold it off. You all finish clearing the small monsters before coming to help me. As Xia Zhuang spoke, she looked at Jitsong beside her, took out a fist-sized object from her backpack, and stuffed it into Jitsong's arms. I can't protect you anymore, so be careful. If you can't hold on, use this to escape and find a place to hide. After saying that, Xia Zhuang focused her thoughts, and the fragmented flying blades swirling like a storm around her quickly returned to her front and reformed into 2 large flying blades. The girl lightly leapt into the air, and the 2 flying blades instantly adhered beneath her feet. With her psychic power activated, her figure soared through the air like flying on a sword, swiftly crossing over the dense mass of monsters below, speeding toward the venomous goblin. Wow, how cool. Looking at the figure in the air, agile like a bird, Jitsong was stunned for a moment before lowering his head to look at the item she had left for him. Fog mushroom consumable evaluation. After crushing this mushroom, it will continuously release a large amount of white mist, causing all monsters entering the mist to temporarily lose their 5 senses. This consumable is ineffective against humans. Duration 1 minute. Jitsong's lips curled slightly. Quite considerate of her. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As the defense circle of the flying blades vanished, the mighty goblin army surged forth, emitting bloodthirsty, frenzied screeches as if they intended to tear the few human figures in the center into pieces. Jitsong, stick with us. Li Jiangguo shouted loudly, raising his shield and large sword, forcefully charging forward and instantly knocking 5 or 6 goblins aside. Gu Qingyu closely followed behind. Hide's eyes flashed with golden light as he activated his metal-type talent again, enhancing his dual swords with incredibly sharp blade energy, charging into the fray of monsters. With a grand spin, he decapitated several incoming goblins, and only then did he turn and shout, that kid, don't just stand there. Hurry up and keep up. But as soon as he shouted, Hida froze, for Jitsong was no longer in place. The next second, swish. A flash of blade light appeared. In the pile of monsters beside them, a large number of heads and limbs suddenly flew up, splattered with blood, like a chef flipping a pot of red braised meat. Before they could react, Jitsong's figure had already plunged deep into the enemy ranks. His speed was astonishing, like a startled swan dancing through the monsters. The red-forged long knife in his hand was unstoppable. Before the goblins even launched their attacks, their heads had already been sent flying high into the air. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the blade passed, one monster after another fell. The originally crowded figures of monsters on the side had surprisingly cleared away more than half in an instant, leaving only a multitude of green mangled corpses on the ground. Jitsong's efficiency in killing was simply too high, almost rivaling Xia Zhuang's flying blades. In no time, he had carved his way to a giant goblin. His figure ghosted past the giant's massive palm attack, and the long knife in his hand plunged directly into the giant goblin's neck. Then, he jumped using the force. Swish. Jitsong's figure spun in midair, executing a beautiful crescent slash that cleanly severed the giant goblin's head. With its head severed, the giant goblin's neck with its smooth circular cut instantly erupted in a fountain of blood, and its enormous body swayed before crashing down with a thunderous thud. Thud! Jitsong landed steadily beside its corpse, slowly straightening up, shaking his hand to flick off the bloodstains on the moon's blood, the blade shining as pure and white as the moon. The sight of him slaughtering the elite monster was almost as seamless and fluid as flowing clouds, leaving Li Jiangguo and the others dumbfounded, their pupils trembling in disbelief. Wait, buddy, aren't you a marksman? How come you've turned into a melee warrior assassin as soon as you picked up a knife? And this strength? Oh my god. Hida panicked and rushed into the goblin horde, killing frantically. As a top 4 member of the kamikaze team, if his melee abilities couldn't even compare to a lone wolf who mainly relied on vehicles and firearms, where would he put his face? Li Jiangwo's face turned red. Oh, as the leader of this dungeon, he ended up being outshone by Xia Zhuxuang holding the line and Jitsong dealing maximum damage, while he himself had hardly made any significant contribution. This made him feel embarrassed for a moment, and he quickly fought even harder. Following that, this exhilarating battle entered a heated phase. Although the goblins were numerous, they were weak in defense, and could hardly confront these human powerhouses, Hedon only having the advantage in numbers. But what Jitsong wanted was numbers. He had gone insane with killing. The first large-scale melee combat rapidly accumulated his feel and state, becoming braver and faster as he fought. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold 1. Critical hit rate accumulated 24. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold 1. Critical hit rate accumulated 0. Successfully killed a goblin. Gold 1. Critical hit rate accumulated. Successfully triggered the Moon's Blood killing passive. Gained Constitution 2. 7. After slaying around 70 to 80 monsters, Jitsong finally unlocked his first killing attribute. With a range of 0. 15, it granted him 2. 7. This isn't some factory probability. At the moment he received the attribute boost, a faint warm flow surged through Jitsong's body, slightly restoring his stamina, which pleasantly surprised him. At this moment the other few were also slaughtering wildly, all adrenaline-fueled and fully engaged in combat. But just as the monsters were visibly dwindling, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the ground. Thud! The sound was dull, like a heavy drum beating in everyone's hearts. Everyone simultaneously looked up in the direction of the sound, only to see in the distance a green head towering above the surrounding trees approaching the battlefield. Trees were pushed over and broken, and dust and smoke billowed from the ground. Thud! Thud! With each consecutive rumble, that enormous and terrifying figure finally pushed aside the trees on both sides and appeared at the edge of the bay. It was a gigantic figure standing at least 30 meters tall, with a long slanted nose, several meters long, bat-like triangular ears, and blood-red eyes the size of lanterns. Hiss! Sharply pointed fangs and gaps between the teeth spewed forth thick, white mist. That was the wrath of a king. In the next instant, an information panel appeared before everyone's eyes, displaying this terrifying creature. Goblin King. Level Supermonster. Description: the sole sovereign born from millennia of goblin evolution. A Goblin King may live for several centuries, and at its peak its strength rivals that of top-tier supermonsters. Under its rule, the goblin tribe grows fanatically bloodthirsty, becoming little short of a nightmare for all other creatures across the mountain range. Roar! The Goblin King threw open its gaping maw and unleashed a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Waves of sound rolled outward, reverberating across the entire basin. Upon hearing their monarch's command, every goblin in the vicinity instantly succumbed to frenzied ecstasy, raising their weapons high and shrieking in grotesque unison. The goblins' morale surged violently. They charged forward with greater speed and wilder ferocity toward the scattered human figures. Horrifying silhouettes closed in from all directions, threatening to engulf Li Jiangguo and his companions entirely. How could this be? How is this even possible? A second supermonster? At that moment they felt utterly trapped. This newly emerged Goblin King was evidently far more formidable than. Even standing motionless, it radiated an overwhelming aura, one that dominated the entire battlefield. Its unshakable majesty crushed resistance before it could even take root. Muscles trembled instinctively beneath its sheer presence. What do we do? What do we do? Captain Li, let's flee. Hida had completely lost composure. His earlier arrogance, brimming before entering the dungeon, had long since evaporated with cold sweat. All he wanted now was to escape this accursed place. This dungeon has 2 supermonsters. Call this a beginner's trial. No, we cannot retreat. Li Jiangwo's expression hardened to its utmost severity. Even if they somehow broke through and evaded pursuit, they would still face the far more perilous Donggu Mountains beyond. With only their small group's strength, traversing the entire mountain range to reach the outside world was nothing short of fantasy. Xia Zhuxuang Jizong, do either of you have a plan? Li Jiangguo urgently queried over the earpiece. At that moment Xia Zhuxuang wielded a snow-white longsword, her figure darting swiftly through the air, gracefully evading venomous spines shot forth by the venomous goblin. Occasionally closing in, she slashed with blinding silver light, her blade slicing cleanly into the monster's flesh with a sharp hiss. Alas, her weapon lacked sufficient power. Piercing the super monster's armored hide was already its absolute limit, inflicting no deep or decisive wound. Her delicate brows knitted tightly in concentration. She dared not falter for even an instant. I'll lure them away. Clear the minions quickly. No sooner had the words left, the distant Goblin King suddenly surged forward. Despite its massive frame, its speed was heart-stopping, terrifyingly swift. Thud, thud, thud. Countless goblin offspring were mercilessly trampled beneath their own monarch's colossal feet, reduced instantly to crimson pulp. Within barely 2 seconds, the Goblin King had barreled forward with cataclysmic force, arriving directly beside Xia Zhuxuang. Another soul-rending roar echoed forth. Xia Zhuxuang had just begun retreating, but the shockwave-like blast struck her ears like a physical blow, plunging her into brief disorientation. Her body swayed midair, then swiftly regained equilibrium. Yet the moment she lifted her gaze again, a vast looming shadow had already descended upon her. Everyone screamed in horror, "Watch out!" Thud! Xia Zhuxuang's slender form was sent flying, light as a feather. Witnessing this, the others stared in utter disbelief, despair rising like floodwaters in their chests. All hope was lost. On a battlefield so densely packed with enemies a combatant rendered incapacitated stood virtually no chance of survival. She would likely be torn limb from limb the moment she hit the ground, swarmed by a frenzy of goblins. Among the entire team, only Jizong was positioned closest to where Xia Zhuxuang would land. And he had already sprung into action before the Goblin King's strike even landed. His figure blurred, becoming a phantom weaving effortlessly through the monstrous horde, dashing across 1/3 of the basin in moments, then leaping upward to catch Xia Zhuxuang midair with perfect precision. Upon landing, Jizong cradled her in one arm, while drawing Moon's blood in the other, executing a sweeping horizontal slash. Razor-sharp energy cleaved through the air, bisecting several goblins lunging toward them at the waist. Cough! Xia Zhuxuang spat blood, the icy elegance of her face now pallid and drained, clearly grievously wounded. Meanwhile, both supermonsters surged toward them. Jizang's brow furrowed slightly. An injured comrade, an unforeseen complication, had thrown his strategy into sudden disarray. It seemed adjustments were unavoidable. Jizong, run, they're coming. Li Jiangwo's frantic voice erupted over the earpiece, but Jizong did not budge. With one arm securing Xia Zhuxuang against his chest, he slid Moon's blood back into its sheath and retrieved a sonic emitter from his pack. After 12 hours of charging overnight, the first sonic round was fully primed. He'd originally intended to deploy it at a more opportune moment, but exigency brooked no delay. He pulled the trigger. The sonic round launched, streaking toward the far end of the basin. 1 second, 2 seconds. As the monstrous tide began converging, and both supermonsters closed in with terrifying speed. A piercing, shattering shriek detonated across the basin, a sonic frequency engineered to incite unbearable irritation and visceral hatred within every monster present. Every monster froze mid-motion. Roar! The Goblin King and the venomous goblin roared in furious outrage, their blazing eyes snapping toward the source behind them before surging off in pursuit. The remaining 1,000 goblins followed their sovereign without hesitation, racing en masse toward the sonic blast's origin. A mortal crisis dissolved, swiftly and decisively. That sonic pulse will persist for 5 minutes. Find shelter and regroup. I'll return shortly. Having delivered the order over the earpiece, Jizong turned, still holding Xia Zhuxuang, who clung to him like a koala, and vanished into the forest behind them. At that very moment, Li Jiangguo and his comrades stood frozen, staring at the surreal spectacle before them. What just happened? Just seconds ago they'd faced certain death. Now the situation had flipped, clean and effortless. Li Jiangguo watched the goblin horde recede like a crimson tide toward the basin's edge, his throat dry, bewildered. Jizong, what device was that? Can you use it again? No, it was our last reserve. Take cover now. Await my instructions. I'll tend to Xia Zhuxuang's wounds first. Hearing Jizang's calm, authoritative voice over the earpiece, their earlier panic gradually settled. With Xia Zhuxuang wounded and sidelined, Jizong had, without fanfare, become the anchor of their entire team. Right, yes. Li Jiangguo hastily led the others out of the basin. Let's go, we're leaving now. Elsewhere. Jizong carried Xia Zhuxuang through the forest with swift, fluid strides. You, please set me down first. Her voice was faint, her cheeks flushed warmly, contrasting sharply with their earlier pallor. This position was profoundly humiliating. Don't move, I'm finding a secure location. Activating Eagle Eye, Jizong scanned the surroundings intently, until spotting a secluded, uninhabited cave. With agile grace, he scaled the cliffside in mere seconds. Only then did he gently lower Xia Zhuxuang, settling her carefully against the cool, smooth cave wall. At this moment, Li Jiangguo and the others were also hiding nearby, using an earpiece to contact Jitsong. Jitsong, we are already hidden. How is Xia Zhuxuang doing? Is her injury serious? It's not too bad, it seems to be a fracture along with some external injuries. Jitsong gently manipulated her shoulder, causing the girl to wince in pain, yet she remained silent. Her shoulder was the main point of injury, having taken a direct hit from the Goblin King. The tactical protective suit was severely worn with blood seeping through. Fortunately, this suit was of rare grade. Had it been an ordinary or fine grade, that hit would have cost her life. Ji Gu. De's voice rang out, completely awed by the strength Ji Tsang had displayed. His tone became exceedingly polite, tinged with excitement, as he inquired, "Your tool is incredible. I saw them circling around the source of the sound without paying us any mind. Isn't this a good opportunity for us to clear them out?" Li Jiangguo nodded, agreeing. "I also share De's thoughts. We still have a lot of firearms in our backpacks. Why don't we take this chance to clear them out?" However, Ji Tsang flatly rejected. It's meaningless to take down 100 ordinary goblins. The real threats are those two super monsters. The noise grenades have limited hate attraction to high-level creatures. If we provoke their relentless pursuit now, we won't even have a moment to catch our breath. It's better to rest well and eat some energy-replenishing food right now. Alright then, let's rest for a bit. Call us anytime if you have a plan. By the way, do you have a first aid kit over there? I have one. I can trade you. Gu Qingyu's voice came through the channel as she initiated a trade with Ji Tsang. On the other side, upon receiving the first aid kit, Ji Tsang promptly took it out from his backpack and opened it on the ground. This first aid kit was also considered a scarce resource, equipped with various emergency survival devices, hemostatic bandages, and healing powders. I am fine. I don't need these, I can handle it myself. Xia Zhuxuang, however, began to squirm, seemingly reluctant to receive treatment. You can handle a snake, but your blood is flowing like this. If you don't get it treated soon, you might lose your life later. Hurry up. Ji Tsang attempted to help her pull down a corner of the tactical suit to treat the wound. But an awkward situation arose. This tactical suit was one piece. Ji Tsang paused for a moment. Should you do it yourself, or should I? The girl closed her eyes in resignation, remaining silent. Ji Tsang cleared his throat twice, and with a serious demeanor helped her unbutton and unzip the suit. Although Ji Tsang was not exactly Xiao Chunin anymore, this scene still made him slightly dazed. This was quite intense. You? Don't look. Hurry up. Xia Zhuxuang turned her head away, her ears burning. It was the first time she was seen by the opposite sex. Even if it was out of necessity, it still made her feel quite embarrassed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Ji Tsang said, "It's fine. I used to be a surgeon. I've seen many patients' bodies, and there is no distinction between genders. To us, they all look the same as a piece of pork." Although being compared to pork annoyed her somewhat, at least it made her less shy, and the psychological pressure lessened a bit. Next, Ji Tsang carefully disinfected her wound with iodine sprinkled on the special healing powder and wrapped it in bandages. One must admit the first aid kit produced by the system was impressive. After applying the medicine, the bleeding from the wound immediately stopped. Checking the details of the healing powder, it surprisingly could slowly heal fractures and internal injuries. Truly a miraculous medicine. However, pain was inevitable. As the powder was applied, the girl winced, tears welling up in her eyes, yet her usually cold and strong personality made her bite her lip, holding back her tears, refusing to cry in front of others. Only when the bandaging was finished did she dare to take a glance at her wound. The two were a bit too close, and she saw the man's focused profile right beside her. Just then Ji Tsang finished bandaging and looked up, saying, "All done." Their gazes met, and the girl quickly looked away, but the redness in her ears had not faded. Ji Tsang asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Zhuxuang replied, "It's nothing, thank you. I didn't expect you to be a doctor as well." Ji Tsang responded, "No, I was just kidding." Xia Zhuxuang. Ji Tsang stood up, picked up the blood of the moon, and inserted the sheath into his waist. "Alright, from now on you shouldn't participate in the battle. Just rest here. I will handle things with Captain Li and the others later." After saying that, Ji Tsang returned the mist mushroom he had received from Xia Zhuxuang to her, and turned to leave. "Wait. I can still help. What do you plan to do?" Xia Zhuxuang hurriedly called out to him, getting up to follow. Those were two super monsters, and she couldn't understand how Ji Tsang intended to break the deadlock. "What to do? Just use a knife to cut the monsters. Am I supposed to bite them?" Ji Tsang laughed. "I'm quite strong too." Hearing that somewhat familiar phrase, Xia Zhuxuang slightly pursed her lips, recalling how she had pretended not to know him during the Twilight Canyon. This person really held grudges. "Anyway, I'm going to. My wound doesn't hurt anymore." "Are you sure? If something happens later, I won't have the time to protect you. Don't underestimate me. Ooh, I have several of those mist mushrooms. I'm quite good at running away. What happened earlier was just an accident." "Alright then, you should fly a little higher later." The two then proceeded cautiously through the forest, gradually approaching the basin. While walking, Ji Tsang leisurely ate a few energy bars and drank 2 bottles of functional drinks in one go. By now the duration of the noise grenades had passed several minutes. From here, they could hear the commotion coming from the basin, clearly indicating that the group of goblins was searching for human figures everywhere. Xia Zhuxuang whispered, "Do we have to move so? We can't move too fast. I can't engage in vigorous activities right now," Ji Tsang replied slowly. He was gathering momentum. Xia Zhuxuang also noticed the change in Ji Tsang's aura, staring at him in a daze. "What is this?" Zizzes. A bolt of lightning appeared around him, but quickly vanished. Following that, a second, and then a third bolt of lightning appeared successively. Zizzes. Zizzes. These bolts of lightning were external manifestations of thunder energy. At this moment Jitsong was already continuously accumulating surging thunder energy within his body. The energy required this time far exceeded that of his previous use of the lightning screen. Just then the distant commotion suddenly intensified. In Jitsong and the others' earpieces a panicked voice rang out. Jitsong, we've been discovered. Damn, they're coming for us. In the earpiece various chaotic noises filled the air indicating that a fierce battle had already begun on the other side. Ji Zhang's gaze darkened. What's the situation on your end? Can you escape? Li Jiangguo hurriedly replied. The ones that discovered us are just some little goblins, it's not a big problem. But those two super monsters are coming over. Jizong said. You guys detour back to the basin or just hold them off for 5 minutes and leave the rest to me. Jizong, what are you planning to do? If it's too risky we can use Xia's mist mushroom to escape from the instance. Perhaps we can seize a glimmer of hope. Li Jiangguo felt an overwhelming anxiety, his whole body drenched in sweat. If he had harbored even a sliver of hope for clearing the instance before. Now with the approach of the two super monsters, especially the aura of the Goblin King enveloping their area, that sliver of hope had completely vanished. Because he sensed an almost insurmountable oppressive force. The Goblin King, a top-tier supermonster, was on an entirely different level compared to mere humans who had survived only a few. And now Ji Zhang's ammunition had long been exhausted, and the General Xia Zhuxuang had already been injured and withdrawn. How could they possibly contend against such an opponent with mere melee strength? Hida trembled and asked, Brother Ji, do you really have confidence? Ji Zhang's voice was slightly heavy. I don't know, I've never fought a super monster, but we have to try. You all hold on for 5 minutes, then lure them to the basin. Li Jiangguo looked at the massive black shadow crashing through the trees ahead, gritting his teeth fiercely. Alright, I'll risk my life to buy those 5 minutes. Gu Qingyu, Hida, you guys go first. Clear out the enemies behind me, don't get surrounded, I'll attract their aggro. After saying that, Li Jiangguo tossed aside his large blade, his veins bulging, muscles swelling, and his height seemed to increase yet again. He let out a battle cry, his aura rising sharply, raising his shield high and slamming it down forcefully. Boom. The ground shook violently, sending a shockwave that blasted away the dozen or so goblins around them. This commotion drew the attention of all the monsters in the area converging on him. With so much killing intent locked onto him, Li Jiangguo felt unprecedented pressure. He lifted his great shield and turned to run. Come on, you beasts. Li Jiangguo deliberately slowed his pace, not continuing to sprint, allowing Hida and Gu Qingyu to clear a buffer zone behind. When the monster's footsteps closed in, he burst forth with speed, escaping the terrifying onslaught. Thus the three of them led a horde of monsters in circles through the forest, their lives hanging by a thread, nearly exhausting all their potential as top survivalists. They used all sorts of tools and tactics, even killing several hundred minor monsters. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, go. When the 4-minute mark hit, Li Jiangguo, covered in wounds and with his armor shattered, let out a loud shout. The three of them, nearly exhausted, suddenly turned and dashed towards the basin. Meanwhile, Jizong continued to walk slowly, accumulating power. At this moment, a faint blue lightning flame shimmered in his eyes, and the arcs of lightning occasionally leaped from his body, becoming increasingly violent. Xia Zhuxuang hovered in midair before him, controlling flying blades to clear out some stray soldiers that had wandered over. In fact, there was no need to clear out monsters anymore, for around Jizong a powerful and invisible lightning magnetic field had already formed. Unless the two super monsters approached, even elite monsters could not easily invade this lightning domain. Xia Zhuxuang sensed this and felt a stir in her heart. She could clearly feel that an incredibly terrifying energy was accumulating within Jizong at this moment. This is the lightning talent. The girl slightly pursed her red lips, covering the wound on her shoulder, and weakly said, since you don't need me here anymore, I'll go support them first. Forget it, with your current mobility, you'll just be a hindrance if you go. Just fly higher. Alright. Time passed second by second. Finally, after several minutes, Jizong completed the final accumulation of power. He raised his gaze and looked at the girl in midair. Fly high. Xia Zhuxuang quickly used her telekinesis to elevate herself to several dozen meters in the air, her eyes filled with both tension and anticipation as she looked at Jizong below. Jizong slowly exhaled. The thunder energy within him had reached an unprecedented level. If it were released without restraint, it would likely turn the surrounding area into scorched earth for hundreds of meters. He slowly guided that violent energy within him. Then the two clusters of lightning flames in his eyes suddenly flared up. Boom! The terrifying energy burst forth, instantly transforming into countless intertwining flashes of lightning, forming an incredibly dense lightning field centered around his feet. His clothes fluttered and the hair on his forehead lifted. Thick arcs of lightning slowly cracked, casting his figure in a divine light. However, this energy did not unleash destruction. Instead, it was condensing towards his body. The dense arcs of lightning gradually became more refined, transforming into strands of light blue essence that swirled around him, forming flowing lightning liquid that rapidly took shape. Whoosh! A robe of lightning flames slowly unfurled from his shoulders, ultimately shattering into fine fragments of lightning fire. The lightning fire robe. At this moment he resembled a descending thunder god stepping upon the lightning, with two clusters of faint blue flames igniting at the corners of his eyes. Holding the moon's blood horizontally, he slightly bent his waist and legs. With a single step he roared. In the next second his figure transformed into a terrifying streak of lightning traversing the ground, with an overwhelming killing intent crashing into the nearby forest heading straight for the battlefield. The shockwave generated by his high-speed movement swept outward, causing Xia Zhuang, who was suspended in midair, to lose her balance, her hair dancing wildly. But her eyes had completely glazed over, leaving only a lingering bright spot in her retina. Meanwhile, Li Jianguo and the others who had already escaped to the basin faced an unprecedented encirclement. The dense figures of monsters nearly overwhelmed them completely. The 5 minutes were up, but Ji Zhang's support had not arrived. Li Jianguo had used all his abilities to buy more time, but he ultimately could not evade the pursuit of the Goblin King. A giant fist descended from the sky, gradually morphing into a shadow that blotted out the sun. But he could no longer evade it. Li Jianguo raised his shield with both hands, unleashing a battle roar. Boom! Along with the massive shield, Li Jianguo was smashed into the muddy ground like a nail. In an instant, Li Jianguo felt excruciating pain throughout his bones and muscles, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. His body was buried underground below the neck, with only his bulging arms supporting a large shield. If it weren't for his A-grade combat talent and the rare protective gear and shield he possessed, that punch could have turned him into mush. The Goblin King exhaled 2 puffs of white smoke and raised his fist once more. He'd keep running. I'll go save the captain. Gu Qingyu immediately activated an acceleration item, her figure transforming into a white rainbow as she dashed to Li Jianguo's side, positioning 2 shields in a triangular formation and plunging them into the ground. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy shields rapidly layered and interlocked, resembling a deck of cards being shuffled, forming a spiraled circular defensive fortress that completely enveloped her and Li Jiang. Boom! The Goblin King's fist struck down, causing the ground to tremble violently. The shield withstood all the pressure, its durability instantly plummeting by 5. Yet the rebound force from the shield fortress caused the Goblin King to stagger back a step. Roar! The Goblin King let out an enraged howl, continuing to pound the shield with his fists. Boom! Durability reduced by another 5. Inside the shield, Gu Qingyu anxiously called out, "Captain, are you okay?" Li Jianguo coughed up blood foam and mumbled, "I'm fine. I can hold on." Gu Qingyu pressed her earpiece. "Jitsong, we can only hold for another minute." Boom! Another thunderous sound sent chills down their spines. Yet no response came through the earpiece. Meanwhile outside, Hida faced unprecedented pressure. Apart from the Goblin King, all the monsters in the vicinity had their eyes on him. Damn it! Hida let out a piercing scream, running for his life. His twin daggers gleamed with golden light as he slashed wildly. Without looking, a horde of goblins, giant goblins, and a terrifyingly powerful venomous goblin chased him frantically. Roar! The venomous goblin let out a roar, shooting out toxic thorns like a machine gun towards the fleeing human figure. At the same time, purple vines from its body fell to the ground, extending and writhing like an endless swarm of snakes encircling Hida. Hida focused solely on frantically cutting down the flying thorns, completely oblivious to the vines emerging beneath his feet. By the time he cleared a wave of thorns, it was too late to escape. Those dense roots suddenly erupted with speed, wrapping tightly around Hida, twisting and lifting him slowly into the air. Ah! A grating sound echoed from Hida's body as he felt terror like never before, screaming in fear. Fortunately, the venomous goblin had no intention of squeezing the life out of him. The vines slowly loosened, then bound his limbs, pulling him into a star shape. Damn it, it's a handplay situation. As the terrifying figure drew closer, Hida was almost speechless. At that moment, an invisible magnetic field seemed to appear from thin air on the ground. The sparse hair on the goblin stood on end at that moment. Swish! A deep blue lightning bolt dashed out from the dense forest. Surrounded by several thick arcs of lightning like a furious dragon, it tore through a large group of goblins, quickly closing in on the venomous goblin from the side. At that moment, the venomous goblin had already opened its gaping maw, its sharp teeth glistening with saliva, its dark red mouth resembling an abyss that devours life, ready to swallow Hida whole. "Jiga, save me." Hida's face turned pale as he screamed with the last of his strength. Whoosh! The figure, enveloped in lightning, surged into the sky. The circle of lightning ripples that erupted from the ground instantly tore apart dozens of goblins around him. 10 meters. 20 meters. 50 meters. Jitsong's figure reached the highest point almost instantaneously. His figure flipped in midair, the lightning robe swirling like a startled swan. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he transitioned from a slash to a thrust. In the next second, His entire aura erupted in an instant. A massive amount of lightning exploded from his body as he stomped his feet, creating ripples in the air. His figure transformed into dazzling lightning like a thunderbolt descending from the heavens, spanning dozens of meters from the sky to the ground, fiercely striking the venomous goblins. The lightning-tipped blade, empowered by an overwhelmingly terrifying force, pierced through the venomous goblin's skin and skull. The meter-long blade fully sank into its head, along with the hilt pressing down the immense inertia, snapping its spine, smashing its head violently into the ground. Boom! Lightning raged, the ground cracked, and clouds of dust and dirt erupted. The rumbling thunder echoed in the valley. The entire world seemed to fall silent as the vines entangling his limbs quickly withered from the loss of energy. He fell to the ground with a thud, his pale face marked by a sense of survival and a momentary daze from shock. I survived. His cracked lips trembled slightly as he stared blankly at the massive shadow emerging from the swirling dust. That was the body of the venomous goblin, now fallen. A gust of wind blew, dissipating the haze of dust, revealing a young figure clad in a tattered lightning robe. The figure straightened up, pulling out the blood-red long knife from the venomous goblin's head. It was him. He's here. His lips quivered, and he cried out, tears blurring his vision. Brother, Grandpa, Ahito will be your dog from now on. At the same time, the kill notification appeared before Jitsong. Successfully killed a venomous goblin super monster. Gold 100. Magic Vine Spores 2. Double in Abyss Mode. Congratulations on completing the first kill in the super monster area. Additional reward, Gold 1000. Double in Abyss Mode. Upon seeing this notification, Jitsong was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that even the forging materials and first kill rewards would be doubled. 1000 gold. Moreover, the regular kill reward for super monsters was 50 gold, equivalent to 25 elite monsters. This venomous goblin indeed matched this level of power. Jitsong scanned the entire battlefield, finally locking eyes with the Goblin King not far away. In the exchange of glances, endless killing intent and battle spirit erupted. Jitsong's gaze darkened slightly. He wanted to press his earpiece to inquire about the whereabouts of the others, but to his surprise he found nothing. He had moved too quickly, causing his earpiece to be flung off. Where are they? Jitsong asked, turning around. He scrambled to get up. Brother G. They're over by the Goblin King. Captain Lee and Sister Gu are hiding in that metal container. They are still alive. Jitsong said. You all should leave now. I've already drawn the boss's aggro. Oh, okay. Hida picked up the dual daggers on the ground and hurriedly ran towards the edge, preparing to go around to Li Jiangwo's side. At this moment, not only the Goblin King, but nearly all the ordinary and elite monsters were fixated on the figure at the center of the basin. The Goblin King took a deep breath, his chest swelling up, then opened his massive mouth and let out a roar. Roar! The terrifying sound wave solidified into a tangible shockwave, stripping a layer off the ground as it surged toward Jitsong. Swish! Jitsong's figure darted away like lightning. In the next moment, the corpse of the venomous goblin beneath him was sent flying by the sound wave, evidencing its terrifying power. After unleashing this attack, the Goblin King had already begun to charge forward with a terrifying momentum. Aru! Chirp! The goblins in the basin, as if receiving a command, surged forward once more, frantically attacking the human figure, crackling with lightning. At this moment, Jitsong's lightning fire robe had already lost a third of its length from the earlier battle with the venomous goblin. He scanned the surrounding fierce monsters and looked back at the terrifying giant shadow charging toward him, his gaze darkening. In truth, he was unsure if the remaining thunder energy he had would be enough to take down the Goblin King in one go. However, before that, he had to clear out these minions. Meanwhile, Hida had finally reached the edge of the basin. Monsters were congregating toward Jitsong, and a considerable space had opened up ahead with little resistance to their advance. Captain Lee, Sister Gu. Run now. Hida shouted frantically into his earpiece. Hida, what's the situation outside? Has Jitsong arrived? Gu Qingyu, still shaken, pressed her hand against her chest. She and Li Jiangguo had heard the commotion outside. The terrifying thunder had frightened them to the brink, almost making them think the defensive shield would break. But now the Goblin King seemed to have stopped attacking. Furthermore, it appeared to be leaving. Brother G is here. He just killed the venomous goblin. The Goblin King is heading toward him. Hida shouted excitedly. What? Hearing this, Gu Qingyu and Li Jiangguo, who was stuck in the ground, widened their eyes in surprise, their hearts stirred with shock. He has already dealt with a super monster. How is that possible? Gu Qingyu swallowed hard, gathering her courage as she began to retract the double shield. Crack, 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 clang. The surroundings instantly brightened and opened up, though indeed there wasn't a single monster left. In the distance, a dark mass of goblins and that mountain-like giant shadow were all charging in the same direction. Hida rushed over in a panic. Brother G said, we should retreat from the basin first. He will fight alone. Okay. Gu Qingyu nodded seriously. Stop chatting and hurry up and dig me out. Li Jiangguo weakly pleaded, struggling to throw away the shield in his hand, his pale face covered in blood. I almost forgot, sorry Captain. Gu Qingyu and Hida quickly each grabbed one of his hands and pulled the rooted Li Jiangguo out. At this moment Xia Zhuxuang flew over from a distance, causing everyone to feel a surge of excitement. It's Xia? Xia is here too. Xia Zhuxuang levitated a large wooden board with her psychic power, placing it in front of everyone. Everyone hurry up. They quickly sat on the wooden board. Xia Zhuxuang frowned, using her remaining strength to maneuver the board, lifting herself and the others slowly up to over 100 meters in the air. At this height, they were temporarily safe. The group had completely relaxed, drenched in sweat and blood, breathing heavily. Thud! The ground shook. Before they could catch their breath, their hearts tightened again, and they hurriedly peered down at the ground. They saw the figure engulfed in lightning and fire, moving with incredible speed, evading the boss, while continuously slaying the surrounding small monsters. What are those lights on Jitsong? Are they equipment? Li Jiangguo and Gu Qingyu stared in disbelief. Unfortunately, they had been trapped in the fortress earlier and did not see how the venomous goblin was killed. That is lightning-based talent. I was almost eaten by the venomous goblin, and then Brother Ji descended from the sky and instantly killed the venomous goblin. That was the thunder you just heard. Killed with a talent? Li Jiangguo and the others were astonished. Was this something a survivor at this stage could achieve? But whether he can defeat the Goblin King next is uncertain. That kind of talent skill must consume a lot of stamina. Hida felt a bit tense, recalling that there was still a super monster left. The battle was not over. The Goblin King was truly the final boss of this dungeon. At this moment, while Jitsong was crazily slaughtering the surrounding goblins, lines of kill notifications appeared before his. During this process, he entered the eagle eye state, occasionally checking the status of the Moonlight Blade. Successfully killed a goblin. Coins 1. Critical rate accumulated to 21. Successfully killed a goblin. Coins 1. Critical rate accumulated to 1. Successfully killed a goblin. Coins 1. Critical rate accumulated to 13. Successfully triggered Moonlight Blood, kill passive. Obtained physique 1. 5. Successfully killed a goblin. Coins 1. Critical rate accumulated to 16. Successfully killed a goblin. Coins 1. Critical rate accumulated to 24. When the critical rate reached 24, Jitsong in Eagle Eye state finally noticed a faint flash of red light on the blade. Indeed, there was a notification for triggering a critical hit. This makes things easier. Jitsong smirked coldly. As the aggro increased, the goblins grew increasingly irrational, charging mindlessly. This also indirectly accelerated Jitsong's efficiency in killing monsters. It took him nearly 10 minutes to finally slay all the remaining hundreds of goblins in the basin. From the moment he entered, he had a total of 9 kill attributes. They were 2, 7, 1, 5, 1, 8, 0, 3, 3, 8, 0, 9, 0, 6, 2, 2, 4, 1. In total, his physique had reached over 70 points. After successfully slaying the last goblin, Jitsong unscathed slowly turned around. The lightning fire robe fluttering in the wind still retained more than half. Now only the Goblin King remained. Watching as all his kin were slaughtered, the Goblin King had completely descended into madness, veins bulging and pulsating, unable to conceal the fury that threatened to engulf the entire world. Accompanied by a series of chilling sounds of bones grinding together, the Goblin King's body rapidly writhed and swelled as an overwhelming amount of blood energy evaporated from its pores, turning its originally deep green skin into a blinding crimson. Roar! A terrifying aura, unimaginable in its ferocity, surged forth, unleashing a shockwave that pressed down the surrounding trees and foliage like a hurricane. Gravel flew and dust billowed. Even the group floating high in the sky, led by Xia Zhuxuang, struggled to maintain their balance, nearly falling off their wooden board. What the hell? It can actually get stronger. A few of them looked in horror at the giant crimson shadow on the ground, which had nearly expanded a full circle. The original Goblin King was already a terrifying entity among super monsters. Now it could actually unleash a second phase. Is this something a human can fight? Captain Lee, your rookie dungeon is truly too much of a rookie dungeon. A grim smile squeezed out from the stiff face of Hida. This level of boss is classified as a clever rookie dungeon. What about the subsequent level, or events level? Everyone originally thought that if they survived the first wave of undead, they might welcome a spring, but looking at the current situation, the difficulty ahead would undoubtedly be hellish. At this moment, the Goblin King had already charged out violently. The ground beneath its feet cracked into a web of fissures, and its massive body, towering like a building at several dozen meters high, rushed towards Jitsong at a horrifying speed. Be careful, the others in the sky shouted anxiously. Swish! Lightning shadow slipped past the deep crimson bloody figure, dodging to the other side. But the Goblin King's eyes, resembling blood lanterns, had already locked onto him with murderous intent, anticipating Jitsong's evasion path in advance. Another giant fist swung down towards his landing point. The massive shadow of the fist transformed into an overwhelming pressure, seemingly intending to crush that tiny human into powder. At the critical moment, Lightning Shadow once again darted away. Boom! The ground erupted with towering waves of earth. The Goblin King's thick, twisted arm bore a lightning-infused. The line exploded and a large amount of fresh blood sprayed out in a fan shape. Roar! The Goblin King let out a pained roar, attacking even more frantically at the constantly darting human figure. Boom, boom, boom. The level of this battle far exceeded Li Jianguo and the others' expectations. Even with the gods' perspective activated, their naked eyes struggled to keep up with the speed of the battle. They could only see the ground continuously cracking, dust swirling in plumes. The terrifying aura of pressure carved layer after layer from the surface, and that figure carrying thunder continued to evade skillfully, leaving one bloodstain after another on the Goblin King's body. Yet even so, everyone's hearts began to rise in anxiety. They were all seasoned fighters capable of recognizing the overall trend of the battle. It seemed that Ji Tsang was currently gaining the upper hand, but it was evident that the wounds he inflicted on the Goblin King were growing shallower. Moreover, the Goblin King's massive body meant that merely breaking through its skin and flesh didn't cause any substantial damage. Especially since Ji Tsang was still in this state of high-speed consumption. Prolonged entanglement would only rapidly exhaust his strength, leading to a sharp increase in evasion risks. In the end, like Xia Zhuxuang, just now he might fail to dodge and be heavily injured or even killed by the monster. What to do? He trembled, nervously crouched at the edge of the wooden board, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. We can only watch now. Li Jianguo's voice was hoarse. This group of injured warriors couldn't assist at all. Moreover, in a battle of this level, even if they were in their prime, they wouldn't be able. They'd struggle even against a venomous goblin. The disparity against the second-phase Goblin King was simply too vast. Li Jianguo turned to Xia Zhuxuang. Xia, do you still have the strength? If by any chance. Xia Zhuxuang nodded gravely. Don't worry, I can. She had already been reserving this energy since earlier in case Ji Tsang truly faced defeat. She would be the only one capable of providing aid. Although the final outcome would be a failed dungeon raid requiring them to trek back through the Donggu mountain range, it was still better than suffering casualties here. At this moment the battle had intensified. Under the worried gazes of the crowd, Ji Tsang's extreme speed was indeed gradually slowing. Several times, he even narrowly brushed past the Goblin King's punches, almost getting hit. This raised everyone's anxiety to their throats. In the next moment, as Ji Tsang darted away to create distance, the Goblin King suddenly lunged forward, fists clenched, and slammed down towards him. The distance between them quickly closed. An overwhelming offensive descended like a landslide. And this time Ji Tsang's reaction was surprisingly half a beat slow. Not good. Quick dodge. The crowd screamed in alarm. Boom. The earth cracked and waves of earth erupted. All of this happened within a mere 0.5 seconds, but everyone felt as though it had stretched into an eternity. All eyes were wide in astonishment at this scene. That familiar lightning shadow did not burst forth again. He had been completely submerged in the vast sea of blood, energy, and dust. How is this possible? Xia Zhuxuang's fingertips trembled slightly, her panicked gaze searching through the swirling storm. There was nothing. Completely invisible. He rolled his throat in disbelief, feeling all hope collapse in that moment. Is Ji Gu dead? Next to him, Xia Zhuxuang had already stood up from the wooden board, ready to fly into the battlefield. But just before she took off, a hand firmly grabbed her. Xia, don't be impulsive. The Goblin King's situation seems a bit off. Gu Qingyu said anxiously. Hearing this, everyone finally came back to their senses. Looking down, the Goblin King's murderous intent had not diminished. Its vigilant, bloodthirsty gaze was scanning the surroundings. A gust of wind blew, and the dust cleared. In the massive pit on the ground, there was no trace of humanity. He had just vanished. Not turned into mush, nor buried in the ground, but simply disappeared into thin air. At this moment, high above, over 100 meters in the air, Ji Tsang released his phasing state, his body freely falling and beginning to descend. He closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. The final strike he landed on the Goblin King had successfully stacked to trigger the probability, and a faint red glow appeared on the blade. The critical hit probability for the next strike was 100. The tattered lightning robe, less than half remaining on his back, flapped wildly in the wind. Then it began to dissolve inch by inch, merging into his body. 70 meters from the ground. 60 meters from the ground. 50 meters from the ground. The remaining lightning robe completely melted away. Ji Tsang opened his eyes in midair. Blazing lightning flames seemed to open like a furnace, burning from his pupils to his forehead. Meanwhile, on the blood-red blade of the moon's blood, a layer of dark blue condensed brilliance was coated, a light forged from countless thunder energies. Ji Tsang's figure spun midair, gripping the hilt of his knife with both hands. His eyes, gleaming with thunderfire, calmly gazed at the colossal shadow ahead. At this moment, the Goblin King also sensed the chaotic energy surging behind him. With a gaze filled with unparalleled fury, he turned to glare. Roar! He let out a final earth-shattering roar, his blood energy suddenly erupting, charging towards the human figure with unprecedented might, as if he aimed to completely crush everything in the king's wrath. Over there. Look over there. Hida pointed at the figure in free fall in the distance, his body trembling with excitement. He's still alive. Jitsong is still alive. Upon seeing this scene, everyone's minds nearly crashed. Their thoughts could not keep up with the changes on the battlefield. They couldn't fathom why Jitsong, who had clearly been hit earlier, could suddenly return to the battlefield from the sky. Yet as they saw Jitsong hanging upside down in the air gripping his knife, a thought instinctively surged in their hearts. The moment of victory or defeat was approaching. No, it had already arrived. Jitsong's figure slightly bent in midair, gathering strength. If he were on the ground, this would be the stance for a sprinting slash, but he was in the air with no point to exert force. The terrifying assault of the Goblin King was evidently closing in. The entire world seemed to slow down at that moment. Beneath Jitsong, two terrifying arcs of lightning burst forth. This was the result of him utilizing the brief moment of his phasing state, harnessing the remaining strength within him to conjure two bolts of thunder flash now applied beneath his feet. Boom. The two thunder flashes detonated. The terrifying power of thunder was unleashed, creating countless ripples in the air, and the immense kinetic energy generated propelled Jitsong's speed to its peak. At the same time, all the energy of the Thunderfire robe was infused into this final instant slash. Jitsong transformed into lightning, instantly crossing through to the back of the Goblin King. Multiple thick arcs of lightning stretched and tore along the entire path of the slash, ultimately condensing into a dazzling lightning column that pierced the sky. The world seemed to have pressed the mute button at that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. After the extreme brightness faded, a thunderous roar echoed through heaven and earth. Boom. The stunning flash of lightning swept past. A massive gaping hole had already appeared in the Goblin King's neck, and the enormous head was flung high into the air. The king's hot blood splattered across its territory at that moment. Its remaining body still maintained the pose of an attack. Yet it had already lost all capacity for movement. The only thing still moving was the pulsating arcs of lightning covering its body. Bang! Accompanied by a loud crash, the Goblin King's lifeless body fell to the ground, stirring up vast clouds of dust. On the other end, the human figure also descended from the air. Jitsong had almost exhausted all his strength, unable to stabilize himself upon landing, tumbling several times before finally crashing against a large clump of dirt, coming to a stop. He lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at the sky, not even wanting to move. His pupils dimmed, and all symbols of thunder on his body dissipated at that moment, returning his entire being. He slowly turned his head to look at the Goblin King's corpse, which resembled a small hill. A kill notification appeared before him. Successfully killed a Goblin King supermonster. Gold 100. King's Blood I2. In Abyss mode, rewards doubled. It actually dropped materials again. And in the next moment, a notification sound emerged in Jitsong's mind. He initially thought it was the conclusion of the dungeon, but then his gaze froze. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the new title, Goblin Slayer. Goblin Slayer rare title attributes: Constitution 30, Spirit 10, special attribute Blood Fury. In a balanced and intense duel, fully entering combat mode will trigger Blood Fury, doubling all attributes, with stamina consumption also doubled, lasting until the battle ends. Additional gold per kill bonus 30, cumulative 0, can be withdrawn at any time. Evaluation: the Terminator of Sin and Filth can be obtained for the first kill of the Goblin King in the dungeon. Damn, a new title has actually been released. Jitsong felt overjoyed. After obtaining the Ranger title last time, he had not received any new titles, thinking they were too rare. Unexpectedly, he finally got his second title, and with such powerful attributes, he directly switched his title. The surge in Constitution and Spirit attributes allowed him to instantly recover a considerable amount of stamina, enabling him to slowly rise. Meanwhile, the others in the sky had completely frozen. Their expressions had remained still since earlier, their eyes not blinking once, and before them was only the indelible flash of lightning. A few seconds later, Hide's lips trembled as he spoke. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! We won! Ha! At this moment, only Hide had the energy to shout. The others seemed to have collapsed, lying on the wooden board, rubbing their faces, and after a while they finally let out relieved and liberated laughter. Xia Zhuxuang looked at the young figure below, her eyes slightly reddened, and when she saw him clumsily getting up from the ground and patting the dirt off his bottom, she couldn't help but chuckle. She maneuvered the wooden board, slowly descending from the sky to Jitsong's side. Are you all okay? Jitsong smiled as he looked at the battered group. We're fine, we can still breathe. Upon meeting again, the gazes of the group carried smiles along with endless emotions and disbelief. This experience was too surreal. Initially, when entering this dungeon, everyone was confident it would be a slaughter fest, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a monster slaughter fest. In total, they faced over 2,000 ordinary monsters, 100 elite monsters, plus 2 super monsters. Reality had dealt them a harsh slap. But just as they neared death, they were given a sweet date. A great god appeared in the team, pulling everyone out of the deadlock and soaring high. Ziga, what I just said still stands. Ahida will henceforth be your dog. Originally everyone was at a loss for words, but Hida broke the silence, instantly causing a wave of relaxed and carefree laughter. Hurry up and stop, I don't take pets like you. Ha ha ha. At that moment a notification sound echoed in everyone's minds. Congratulations survivors. Successfully cleared the Clevel Dungeon Goblin Lair. Now announcing the score settlement leaderboard. It's coming, it's coming. Hearing this voice the crowd was instantly filled with excitement, eagerly staring at the settlement interface before them. Soon the first settlement page appeared. Leaderboard first place, Jitsung output ratio, 91 damage taken ratio 5 support ratio 3 boss kills 2 received rating SS level received settlement reward golden treasure chest X1. The moment everyone saw the rating and rewards their eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, a golden chest. Seeing such a high-level treasure chest for the first time made everyone drool with envy, their gazes fixated. This is a freaking golden treasure chest. For most survivors, even finding a wooden treasure chest could bring them joy for half a day. Obtaining a black iron treasure chest would elevate their status significantly among their peers. As for the higher levels, the difficulty of obtaining them rises exponentially. It's not enough to have extraordinary luck. One must also possess the strength and courage to acquire the treasure chests. The few present were considered top-tier survivors, yet they only knew where silver treasure chests were located through their information networks, and they lacked the confidence to seize them. Because the guardian monsters of such treasure chests were simply beyond their reach. If silver treasure chests were already, so one could only imagine the difficulty of golden treasure chests. It was something they had never even heard of. They truly did not expect the completion reward for this dungeon to be so generous. However, this SS rating is not something just anyone can attain. You can see that by clicking on the output ratio section. Number of regular monsters killed 1226. Number of elite monsters killed 98. Number of boss monsters killed 2. Such a remarkable achievement makes him undoubtedly the MVP, and it is only right for Jizong to receive this rating reward. However, the appearance of the golden treasure chest made the others eagerly anticipate their rating rewards. Hida rubbed his hands together and fantasized, I don't ask for a golden treasure chest, just give me a silver one. What are you dreaming about? Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Next, the second place was announced. Second place, Xia Zhuxuan. Output ratio 6. Damage taken ratio 11. Support ratio 32. Number of boss monsters killed 0. Rating obtained A grade. Settlement reward silver treasure chest X1. As expected by everyone, the second place was Xia Zhuxuan. An A grade rating matched with a silver treasure chest reward is already considered top-notch. However, this also indirectly proves the value of the golden treasure chest. It is important to note that there is still a gap between A grade and S grade ratings. Next, the third and fourth places were announced. They were Gu Qingyu and Li Jiangguo. One had the highest damage taken and support, while the other excelled in output and damage taken. Both received grade ratings, earning them 2 bronze treasure chests. Finally, it was Hida whose data was mediocre, receiving only a grade rating and earning a bronze treasure chest. Damn, am I the only one with a C? Upon seeing his settlement page, Hida's expression couldn't hold back any longer. As a top 4 member of the Divine Wind team, receiving this rating was truly disheartening. If only he had taken a few more hits to accumulate some damage taken, perhaps he could have managed a grade rating. Settlement complete. All rewards have been distributed to each survivor's inventory. Remaining dungeon time, 3-144 survivors may choose to explore freely until the countdown ends or exit the dungeon immediately. A notification echoed in everyone's mind. It was finally over. They looked at each other and laughed. Although this battle experience was brief, the process was fraught with danger, and the rewards exceeded their expectations. Before coming here, they were merely relatively unfamiliar collaborators. But now they had become friends who had fought side by side, and no matter where they reunite in the future, this shared memory would never fade. Li Jiangguo chuckled, so what do you all think? Should we explore a bit more? Anyway, I still have energy. It's up to you guys, been the only one with a C grade. Haha. While the others were chatting and resting, Jizong went to retrieve his Barrett and RPG. But just as he returned, he suddenly felt something was off. Wait a minute, do you guys feel something strange? As soon as he said this, the others' expressions also turned peculiar. Xia Zhuxuan frowned slightly and sniffed, it seems. There's an unusual smell. Look at the sky, why does the air seem to be distorted? Hida pointed above, and they saw a transparent film in the sky slowly twisting and spreading towards their location. In the next moment, everyone's pupils dilated in shock. Before them appeared a monster prompt. Sky-soaring dragon serpent level king level monster rating. The sky-soaring dragon serpent is a mysterious atmospheric creature, a hybrid descendant of the dragon and ancestor serpent clans, inheriting some traits of dragons, allowing it to move through the clouds at high altitudes. However, due to its long-term position in the lower ecological niche of atmospheric creatures, the sky-soaring dragon serpent releases a special mist from its scales to conceal its presence and form from predators, revealing itself only during hunts. Seeing this information, everyone felt their heads spin. A king-level monster. Holy crap. Quick retreat. Li Jiangguo clicked exit dungeon immediately at lightning speed. In the next second the entire sky turned red. A massive crimson abyssal serpent's mouth suddenly appeared above them. Its enormous size was enough to cover a 50-meter radius all around. The terrifying aura from the king-level monster surged from all directions, nearly paralyzing them with fear. Whoosh! At the last crucial moment their figures were finally successfully teleported away. Boom! The descending abyssal serpent's mouth shattered large areas of land, leaving a massive tooth-shaped pit on the flattened ground. Yet those few humans had already vanished without a trace. The sky-soaring dragon serpent paid no mind. It spat out the earth from its mouth, its body hundreds of meters long, coiling in the air, grabbing the Goblin King's corpse and flying into the sky. On the other side, at the outskirts of the Donggu Mountains, the figures of Ji Zong and the others suddenly appeared on the ground, all looking shaken. Holy crap! Holy crap! That scared the hell out of me. Fortunately, we ran fast. What the hell was that king level? It was probably disturbed when Ji Zong fought the Goblin King. That last thunderclap was too loud. The group felt lingering fear. But at least they successfully escaped. If they had been just a second slower they would have ended up as that dragon serpent's dumb. Captain, are you okay? The members of the Mountain and Sea Alliance nearby rushed over. I'm fine, I'm fine. Li Jiangguo waved his hand and stood up from the ground. But just as he straightened up he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and instinctively glanced not far away. In that instant he turned his head. A sniper bullet from an unknown origin whizzed past his brow, hitting Ji Zhang's armored vehicle with a bang. Crimson blood trickled down from the corner of Li Jiangguo's brow. There's a sniper. Just as one crisis was averted another one arose. The sudden attack threw the entire area into chaos. After the first sniper shot, a barrage of bullets poured in from a distant thicket. Get in the vehicle. Ji Zhang's gaze sharpened as he shouted, turning and rushing into his vehicle. The others also hurriedly climbed into their own transports. Fortunately everyone was wearing armor. As long as they weren't hit in the head, taking a few bullets wouldn't be a big deal. The bullets rained down on their vehicles like a torrential downpour, creating large sparks. In the next second, from the surrounding concealed terrain, a massive number of black vehicles thundered towards them in an encirclement. There were actually over 100 of them. Leading the vehicles was a fully armed giant pickup truck. On the plains, that iconic pickup was almost infamous. It's the people from the Ghost Dragon Society. Everyone flee from here quickly. Damn, how did that group of beasts find out we were here? Amid the radio channels of dozens of vehicles, panic-stricken voices filled the air. Don't panic. They are targeting me. Li Jiangguo successfully entered the tank covered in blood, shouting loudly. He had just been briefly focused on, and several bullets had grazed the skin on his head, with one striking him directly in the head. Fortunately, he possessed a physical combat talent, and his bone strength was extraordinary, allowing him to withstand the blow with his skull. The deformed bullet was still embedded in his forehead. Starting the tank, Li Jiangguo fired a cannon directly at the dense cluster of vehicles, instantly blowing up the nearest jeep. Bang 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 bang. The enemy's bullet barrage grew increasingly frantic. Even 2 rockets were fired from different directions, directly hitting Li Jiangguo's tank, shredding its outer armor and tracks. Captain, our durability won't hold for long. Damn, let's fight back against them. The enemy's assault was too fierce. Everyone had little preparation, and without cover it was nearly impossible to retaliate, leaving them almost entirely on the defensive. At this moment, on the other side, inside a giant pickup truck, a man exuding a shadowy aura had a smirk of Catan mouse on his face as he continuously issued commands through a loudspeaker. Team 1 and Team 2 concentrate fire on Li Jiangguo. Teams 3 and 4 clear out those rabble. The captain in the channel responded, Vice President, it seems that Hida from the Kamikaze Squad is also inside. Should we take him out as well? What the hell is the Kamikaze Squad? It doesn't matter, I said, to leave none alive. And that RV, it's just an eyesore. After we kill Li Jiangguo, blow it up. Damn it, it's bigger than me, it's just asking for death. Lai Tianqing snorted coldly. Li Jiangguo, you have finally fallen into my hands. The Ghost Dragon Society's plan to assassinate Li Jiangguo has been in the works for quite some time. Early this morning they learned through various channels that Li Jiangguo was recruiting experts to tackle a dungeon, though they did not know the specific. Coincidentally, the vehicles of the Mountain Sea Alliance had been stationed for an extended period on the outskirts of the Donggu mountain range, discovered by the people under the Ghost Dragon Society. President Zhang Dongjie immediately ordered Vice President Lai Tianqing to take command of this assassination operation personally. This time the Ghost Dragon Society deployed hundreds of vehicles and dozens of elite personnel. An hour ago their convoy had already hidden in the surrounding terrain, waiting for this moment to launch a frenzied ambush. In fact, Lai Tianqing could have acted sooner and destroyed the vehicles directly. But that would inevitably alert the enemy if they send a warning and Li Jiangguo hid in the dungeon calling for reinforcements from Twilight Canyon, then this chance would be wasted. Merely destroying the tank vehicles held little significance. What the Ghost Dragon Society wanted was Li Jiangguo dead. As long as that hard nail was pulled out, the Mountain Sea Alliance would surely fall apart. and the Ghost Dragon Society could take advantage of this to devour and take over the large prize that is Twilight Canyon. By then, even the Battlefield Alliance would have to regard them with caution, and no one would dare to point fingers at the Ghost Dragon Society again. Vice President, they are starting to... The captain in the channel reported. This level of firepower is nothing advanced fully. Tighten the encirclement. Hit them hard. Lai Tianxing shouted coldly. He drove the pickup truck leading the charge. At the same time, he pressed a button on the central console, causing the pickup truck's front cover to mechanically engage, rising to reveal a small cannon, which turned out to be a small grenade launcher. Bang! Bang! The grenades were fired in rapid succession, arcing through the air, violently smashing into the formation of the Mountain Sea Alliance's convoy, causing their vehicles to shake violently. Captain, they have surrounded us. Damn Ghost Dragon Society, they even dare to attack my vehicle. Aside from Li Jiangwo, Hida, and Gu Qingyu along with the guarding captain, all had weapons mounted on their vehicles, but compared to the enemy their firepower was vastly inferior. If this continued, they would inevitably be surrounded and killed. Everyone charge with me to break through. We will fight our way out. Li Jiangguo activated the damage tank leading the group towards the encirclement. At that moment Jitsong's armored RV also moved, but it was heading in the opposite direction. He was heading straight for Lai Tianxing's giant pickup. Not good. Jitsong, come back quickly. There are too many of them. We are at a disadvantage in ammunition and firepower. We can't go head-to-head. The others shouted in terror, almost going crazy. But Jitsong's RV continued to drive forward, and the close-range cannon on the roof remained silent, not firing. As the distance quickly closed, the entire outer armor of the RV was under heavy fire, bullets sparking and exploding all over the vehicle. It really never seems to calm down. Jitsong sat in the driver's seat, lit a cigarette, and looked grimly at the dozens of armed vehicles ahead. He was exhausted and just wanted to find a quiet place to eat and rest for a bit, and then happily open that precious golden box. He never expected this to happen now. An ambush, targeting my vehicle. Isn't that just asking for death? My close-range cannon hasn't even fired at anyone yet. He picked up the loudspeaker, his tone cold. Just follow me, I'll take care of this group of bastards. What? Everyone was a bit doubtful of what they heard. Jitsong, don't be impulsive. Li Jiangguo urgently spoke up, trying to stop him. He knew Jitsong's vehicle weapons were powerful, but the shortcomings in ammunition and loading speed couldn't be compensated just by strong firepower. The numerical difference was too vast. Moreover, the people Lai Tianxing brought were almost all combat vehicles, over 100 of them. Vice President, that RV is charging towards us. What? Lai Tianxing looked up and instantly erupted in anger. Focus fire. Everyone focus fire. Kill him. How dare they turn around and charge this way in this situation? Where do they get their courage? If they want to be heroes, then it'll help them fulfill that. Bang 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 bang. A barrage of bullets rained down, shredding the RV's tires to pieces. Fortunately, Jitsong's vehicle was equipped with super explosion-proof tires, and even under such concentrated fire, it could still maintain normal balance while driving. In just a few seconds, the people of the Ghost Dragon Society felt something was off. Even high-tier vehicles of the second rank should have been worn down by such a terrifying onslaught. Yet that RV continued to advance at high speed like a beast, charging forward, showing no signs of being hindered. 500 meters. 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides had shrunk to an astonishing 200 meters. Even Lai Tianxing's expression froze as he stared at the approaching enemy. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat of the RV, Jitsong's lips curled into a sinister smile. Activate automatic target acquisition. Beep. The target acquisition radar lit up, instantly showing a dense array of large red dots on the map. The Closian cannon's base quickly turned to aim, pointing the dark 7-barrel muzzle at the array of enemy vehicles ahead. Jitsong picked up the loudspeaker, opened the public channel for the area, and sneered. So it's the Ghost Dragon Society, now it's my turn. Under the drive of the motor, the gun barrel slowly. It was like a ritual before the arrival of death. The next second, bang 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 bang. The terrifying firepower of the cannon exploded with a thunderous roar. With a rate of fire of 1,000 rounds per minute, the furious ammunition was instantly unleashed upon an off-road vehicle. Even with upgraded outer armor, their vehicle's defenses could not withstand the extreme firepower of the Closian cannon. In just 1 second, the off-road vehicle was turned into a sieve, and its fuel tank exploded. Boom! A massive fireball erupted astonishingly. But this was just the beginning. Bang 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 bang. The cannon's muzzle shifted, sweeping across with the roar of death. Flames erupted in successive explosions. The reason Jitsong chose to engage at close range was for no other reason than to prevent the enemy from escaping too quickly. The situation on the battlefield completely reversed at the moment the Closian artillery fired. 1 vehicle, 2 vehicles, 10 vehicles. Under the frenzied bombardment of the Closian artillery's maximum firing rate, the vehicles of the Ghost Dragon Society crumbled as if made of paper. The bulletproof armor could not withstand it at all, being torn to shreds in almost an instant. The sudden change in the situation was too abrupt. Everyone on the field experienced a momentary blankness. Boom, boom, boom. One vehicle after another was destroyed and exploded. Those lucky enough not to have their fuel tanks pierced turned into piles of smoking scrap metal filled with bloody human remains. After fully realizing the situation, the frontline members of the Ghost Dragon Society let out the most terrified screams of their lives, frantically turning to escape. What the hell is that weapon? Since just now that RV hasn't launched any counterattack, the members of the Ghost Dragon Society thought that the massive thing on its roof was merely for show, intended to intimidate. Unexpectedly, it was real. Bang 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 bang. The nearly continuous sound of the machine gun became a harvester on the battlefield, swiftly annihilating everything. The encirclement of the Ghost Dragon Society was violently torn apart, creating a massive breach. Other vehicles became disorganized, either forcibly turning around or making emergency stops. The channel was filled with various tense reports and exclamations. Don't retreat. Whoever retreats, I'll kill them. Lai Tianxing shouted hoarsely into the megaphone. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the armored RV approaching from a distance. While he was shocked and furious, he couldn't understand how such an extreme heavy-duty vehicle could appear in Li Jiangwo's team. Moreover, it had upgraded the Closian artillery, a weapon platform that could only be described as outrageous. Who on earth is that person? Why has no information been received about them? No way. We can't match his firepower. He aimed at me. Quick save. Rumble. The channel was in chaos. Concentrated fire. Focus fire on him. Use RPGs to blow him up. He'll need to reload soon. Everyone hold your ground. Whoever dares to retreat, I'll shoot them. Lai Tianxing gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. Then he put the vehicle in reverse. The giant pickup truck retreated against the tide of steel, quickly creating distance from the armored RV. At this moment, even the squads responsible for eliminating Li Jiangwo were urgently retreating, joining the assault on the armored RV. The pressure on Li Jiangwo's side was instantly reduced by more than half. The members of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, who were originally prepared for a life-or-death struggle, were all, "Captain, it seems like we are no longer involved." The guard captain's voice trembled slightly. Everyone stared blankly through the bullet-riddled windows at the armored RV of Ji Tsang, which was ruthlessly chasing down the opposing vehicles. 1 vehicle versus 100 vehicles. And it was smashing down the opposing forces while enduring a hail of bullets. In less than a minute, over 20 enemy vehicles had already... Moreover, the Closian artillery had fired at least 10,000 rounds, yet it still hadn't reached the reloading threshold. It was still charging forward. Still outputting fire. This is going to win. Counterattack! Li Jiangwo shouted enthusiastically. He drove the tank vehicle along with the escort team, and he to Xia Zhuxuang and others, starting a frenzied counterattack against the enemy vehicle array. They had initially wanted to flee due to the overwhelming firepower and numbers. But now, let me ask you whose firepower is stronger. Hida was even more excited, trembling all over as he floored the accelerator, the light machine gun on the roof, constantly firing at the enemy, and he picked up the megaphone to passionately broadcast across all frequencies. "I'll fuck your mother. You dare to touch the Mountain and Sea Alliance and the Kamikaze Squad. Even I am not to be trifled with. Have you seen a Closian artillery before? Keep going. Fuck." With the counterattack of Li Jiangwo's convoy, the intensity of the battlefield skyrocketed. For most of the second-tier vehicles upgraded with outer armor, mutual attacks mostly consumed durability. Before both sides' durability was completely exhausted, it was difficult to annihilate the opponent. But the Closian artillery, this monster, had a weapon level that was simply overwhelming. Moreover, the defensive capability of the armored RV far exceeded that of ordinary second-tier vehicles. Other firearms could hardly inflict any damage except for RPGs. Just by looking at the bullet marks on the armor, even the largest caliber bullets could only leave minor scratches, and since just now it was uncertain whether even 5 of its durability had been reduced. As the situation grew urgent, the Ghost Dragon Society couldn't afford to save ammunition any longer, nearly putting all their fortunes into the fight. As a super heavy weapon, rockets were crazily launched towards the RV. Boom! Boom! The RV shook violently from the explosions, its tires melting, yet it maintained its advance and fire. Ji Tsang calmly sat in the driver's seat, observing the condition. He estimated that with standard bullets, about 100 rounds could reduce 1 of its durability. RPGs were even more ferocious. Each shot could take out 5 of the RV's durability, excluding tire damage. It seems the level of the outer armor isn't sufficient yet. Ji Tsang stroked his chin, directing his gaze towards the upgrade option for the outer armor. Outer armor, level 3, upgrade requirements: gold X450, parts X250, steel sheets X1000, alloys X5. The price for level 3 outer armor is exorbitant, being the highest tier that second-tier vehicles can. But he was now a super tycoon, and this amount of gold and materials was nothing to him. He quickly opened the trading post, replenished the required materials, and then directly clicked upgrade. In the next second, a burst of white light enveloped the vehicle before quickly dissipating. The originally matte black metal armor completed another refinement upgrade. The entire vehicle suddenly felt heavier and sank a bit. The brand new metal shell was incredibly finely textured and smooth with an almost perfectly translucent streamlined design. The overall thickness increased by 10 millimeters, and the material upgraded to alloy boasting extremely high impact resistance. Furthermore, after the upgrade, the more than 10% durability that had been lost was instantly restored. Boom! Another rocket struck the RV. This time the explosion did not cause any decline in durability. The stability of the vehicle was significantly enhanced, as if it had just swayed in a strong wind. Jitsong sneered. Now with no pressure on defense, the only thing left was to continue this game of cat and mouse to the end. He drove the armored RV, shattering the encirclement of the Ghost Dragon Society at a terrifying speed of over 130 km/h. The giant pickup truck, rapidly retreating, also came into his line of sight. It's not over yet, why do you want to run? Jitsong coldly gazed at the giant pickup. On top of the armored RV, the 7-barrel Closian artillery, having already devoured dozens of vehicles, fully locked onto the enemy, with a mouth emanating immense killing intent. At the moment when the armored RV tore through the defenses like a giant beast, Lai Tianxing, sitting in the driver's seat of the massive pickup truck, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, a chill running from his forehead down to his feet. The enemy had already breached the line. Quick, block it up. Block it for me. Lai Tianxing was completely consumed by urgency, roaring into the microphone, commanding those below to shield him from gunfire. He simultaneously slammed the reverse throttle, hiding behind other vehicles, and pressed a button on the central console. In the next moment, the pickup truck's bed opened and a small ground-to-ground missile lifted from its launch bay, ready to fire. This missile was worth as much as 500 gold coins, the final trump card given to him by his leader Zhang Dongjia. If Li Jiangguo managed to break through, this would be used to finish off his tank. But it had to be used now. If not, he would be taken out by others. Whoosh! The missile shot forth with a fierce flame, soaring into the air and leaving a trail of smoke. As the weapon ascended, Lai Tianxing's face revealed a fierce grin, picking up the microphone and broadcasting on all frequencies, filled with the thrill of vengeance. Scream. Keep screaming. Aren't you so arrogant? Let's see if you can withstand a missile. At this moment, the members of the Shanghai Alliance, charging alongside the armored RV, grew bolder, ruthlessly striking down the already disorganized enemy like a pack of cornered. It wasn't until they heard Lai Tianxing's mad dog-like roar that the crowd instinctively looked up to the sky. Upon seeing the missile soaring toward them, their faces changed dramatically. Damn those ghost dragons, they even brought tactical missiles. The crowd urgently grabbed their microphones, wanting to warn Jitsong to leave the vehicle immediately, but it was already too late. The ground-to-ground missile had already locked onto Jitsong's armored RV at a speed exceeding Mach 2. In this desperate moment, Jitsong remained still in the driver's seat. Entering eagle-eye mode, he could see through the chaotic battlefield to Lai Tianxing inside the massive pickup, his eyes filled with madness and delight. He said into the microphone, "Fool, do you think the Closian weapon system is for show?" In the next moment, the already elevated Closian weapon system automatically locked onto the tactical missile in the sky, calculating its trajectory and unleashing a barrage of ammunition. Bang, 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 bang. A dense wall of bullets formed a curtain of interception, successfully hitting the tactical missile as it approached within 300 meters. Boom! A massive, blazing fireball erupted in the sky. Lai Tianxing stared blankly at the explosion above, his entire being frozen like an ice sculpture. Boom! A massive, blazing fireball erupted in the sky. Lai Tianxing stared blankly at the explosion above his haha! The moment of panic was effortlessly diffused, and the crowd was so excited they nearly jumped up. The morale of the entire Shanghai Alliance convoy surged dramatically. The outcome of this battle was already without suspense. As the Ghost Dragons lost their last means, true despair began to set in. The first to run was Lai Tianxing. Once he realized what was happening, he immediately turned the car around, decisively upgrading all his resources and gold coins for the chassis and engine, and began a desperate escape. With their leader fleeing, the remaining dozens of Ghost Dragons' vehicles crumbled like a house of cards, turning into scattered deserters. Jitsong was not in a hurry. He activated automatic targeting, allowing the Closian weapon system to attack the nearby Ghost Dragon vehicles. He then drove the armored RV, changing to a new set of tires, and began pursuing the massive pickup at top speed. A true battle of survival was officially underway. However, Lai Tianxing was sly and ruthless, using every trick in the book. Realizing that his maximum speed was not enough to outrun the armored RV, he purposely began to run toward his teammates, trying to buy himself a slim chance of survival. Jitsong intentionally delayed killing him, relying on such guerrilla tactics to gradually eliminate the enemy's fleeing vehicles. Run. Damn, Lai Tianxing. Using me as a shield. I curse your ancestors. Lai Tianxing, may you die a horrible death. Bang, 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 bang. Those vehicles, under the precise targeting of the Closian weapon system, fell like fragile oil barrels, igniting and exploding with a single hit. The number of defeated soldiers and remnants began to decrease at a visible rate. After a dozen minutes, only a few vehicles had successfully escaped to the distance while the rest had turned into heaps of burning scrap metal. Jitsong, with a cold smile, stepped closer to the rear of the massive pickup. At first, Lai Tianqing was still operating the vehicle's grenade launcher, firing grenades the size of boogers, trying to destroy the armored RV. However, after several direct hits, none proved effective. Instead, a single burst from the Closian weapon system sent dozens of bullets crashing into the pickup's bed, shaking the vehicle violently and causing it to leak oil and smoke. It was then that Lai Tianqing finally comprehended the reality of his situation. No, don't shoot. Don't kill me. They'll give you anything. Lai Tianqing kept pleading, having lost all his earlier arrogance, his face pale, as paper, terrified to the extreme. Oh, what do you have that can exchange for your life? Tell me. Jitsong said with interest, firing another burst that directly pierced through the bed of the pickup, breaking the axle beneath. The pickup instantly became crippled, its chassis collapsing and scraping against the ground, creating a shower of sparks, and then it sputtered to a stop. Oh, you have 10 seconds. If I'm not satisfied with what you offer, you're done. Jitsong's voice whispered like the Grim Reaper in the channel of Lai Tianxing's driver's seat. I have good stuff. Don't kill me. 8 seconds. I still have 38 gold coins and a lot of materials. I'll give them all to you. 5 seconds. No, I have something else. You definitely need it. With that, Lai Tianqing frantically searched the vehicle, then hurriedly opened the window, holding up a huge bone-white object, extending it out of the car window. This is something I got from a secret realm. Definitely a valuable item. Even our guild leader doesn't know about it. If you spare me, I'll withdraw from the ghost dragons. I'll be a good person from now on. You want me to be a beast of burden? Or even a resident? I don't mind, just don't kill me. Lai Tianqing explained in terror. Jitsong's eyes narrowed slightly as a line of information appeared before him. Mysterious finger bone. Evaluation: an ancient finger bone behind which seems to hide unknown mysteries. Perhaps it needs to be soaked in the true blood of its descendants to unlock this sealed history. Put it on the ground. Jitsong gestured with his chin. You promised to spare me. Lai Tianqing asked, trembling. Jitsong snorted coldly. Put it down, then scram. Don't let me see you again. Lai Tianqing was instantly overjoyed, as if granted amnesty. He carefully opened the car door and placed the finger bone on the ground. Then he quickly closed the door, got back in the car, restarted the massive pickup, and used the front wheels to drag the paralyzed back half of the vehicle along the ground. I'm alive. I'm still alive. Lai Tianqing looked at the armored RV in the rearview mirror, a surge of madness and joy rising in his eyes, but the next second Jitsong's ghostly voice echoed once more in the car. Wait, I said to let you go. I didn't say you could drive away. Did you not hear me clearly? As his words fell, Lai Tianxing's pupils constricted violently. In the next moment, he was engulfed in a terrifying hail of bullets. Bang, 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 bang. Under the relentless bombardment of the closed defense cannon, the entire pickup truck quickly disintegrated, exploding into a massive fireball. Jitsong glanced at the burning wreckage in the distance before turning his gaze away. He then opened the door and got out of the car, picking up a mysterious finger bone from the ground and scrutinizing it closely. Measuring approximately 40 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in diameter, it was merely a segment of a fingertip. This thing somehow resembles a human bone. Jitsong's expression sharpened. Moreover, he could sense that the interior of the finger bone was emanating a kind of ineffable divine aura. If this were to be used as a forging material, how formidable would that be? However, judging from the description above, this should be an important clue item. Unfortunately, there were too few hints, and he couldn't deduce its use for the time being. Jitsong took the finger bone and got back into the car. Like the last time with the cursed parchment, this finger bone couldn't be stored in his backpack and had to be placed in the armrest box. At this moment, Li Jianguo and his team finally arrived. Everyone looked at the giant pickup truck, which had now turned into wreckage, and the glowing, smoking barrel of the closed defense cannon. The shock in their hearts lingered for a long time. The Ghost Dragon Society's elite force, composed of hundreds of vehicles and survivors, had nearly been wiped out except for a few who had escaped. Seeing the young figure getting out of the car, everyone's eyes filled with profound reverence. This guy was truly ruthless. A deadly crisis had already been resolved. But things were far from over. The Ghost Dragon Society's open attack on Li Jianguo had already crossed the bottom line of the entire mountains. The news of the ambush had just returned, instantly igniting the fury of all members in the organization, and a large number of reinforcements were rushing over. Tomorrow marks the ultimate zombie tide, and engaging in an all-out war with the Ghost Dragon Society at this time would come at an exorbitant cost. Li Jianguo needed to quickly bring the situation under control. At this moment, the 5-member team for this mission also announced its dissolution. Everyone bid farewell. Xia Zhuxuang hugged Gu Qingyu, then turned back to glance at Jitsong. Their eyes met perfectly. She, who was usually not good at handling interpersonal relationships, showed a hint of fluster in her eyes, quickly averting her gaze, and soon returning to her usual cold and aloof demeanor. The girl boarded her vehicle and softly said she was leaving. With her injuries still unhealed, she drove away from the scene. Jitsong shrugged. Not long after he received a message from Xia Zhuxuang. For today's matter, consider it a favor owed to you. If you need help, feel free to contact me. Jitsong smiled and replied all right. He bid farewell to He Da and the others, and boarded his off-road vehicle to leave, cursing under his breath that he would make the Ghost Dragon Society pay the price. Jitsong. Li Jiangguo approached and shook his hand solemnly. Fortunately you were here today, otherwise we might have perished inside. Regarding the matter with the Ghost Dragon Society, I express my utmost gratitude on behalf of the entire Mountain Sea Alliance. No need to be so polite, brotherly. We are all friends. I could enter the mission because of your help. Jitsong replied with a smile. Haha, no matter what, as long as I Li Jiangguo am around, you are our Mountain Sea Alliance's most important guest. If you need anything, just speak up. Actually, I do have a small favor to ask, brotherly. Jitsong mentioned his needs. He currently needed Thunder Spirit Stones to upgrade his talents, and also required armor-piercing rounds and rockets. Additionally, he needed to find a reliable blacksmith. These were resources that a lone wolf would find difficult to acquire, but the Mountain Sea Alliance had such a large group of survivors that they could certainly fulfill his needs. This is simple. He'll directly add you to our Mountain Sea Alliance's internal trading network, where many items cannot be traded on the market. You can purchase whatever you need directly there, and afterward Zhao Xiaolong will deliver it to you. You don't even need to come. Li Jiangguo was very straightforward, waving his hand to get it done. Jitsong then realized that these large organizations had already formed their own internal trading networks. Any good items are prioritized for internal circulation and are rarely released to the public. No wonder there are so few good items on the market. As for the blacksmith you need to find, they are closer than you think. Li Jiangguo chuckled. Gu Qingyu, who was nearby, raised her hand and smiled. Jitsong was somewhat stunned. Sister Gu. Gu Qingyu blinked. Yes, and the blacksmith. Jitsong, if you need anything, just ask me. Generally, I charge 10-20 gold coins for forging, depending on the materials, but for you, I'll give you a 50 discount. Great, then I'll trouble Sister Gu in the future, but you can charge me your normal fee. Oh, I can't let you lose money. Jitsong smiled. He had also researched the forging fees of other major forces, and Gu Qingyu's prices were indeed very reasonable. At the same time, he began to calculate in his mind. The forging fee was 10 gold coins, and the forging materials cost 10 gold coins, with each forging increasing progress by about 0.71. To upgrade the Moon's Blood to secret treasure level, at least 2,000 gold coins would be needed. Although he should have enough forging materials for now, the forging fees would still exceed 1,000 gold coins. After some thought, he decided to save the gold coins for now and prioritize the vehicle. He would discuss it again after upgrading to the 3rd tier. Jitsong then politely declined Li Jiangguo's invitation to rest at Twilight Canyon and formally bid them. Watching the Mountain Sea Alliance's convoy leave, Jitsong returned to his RV, activated the autopilot, and let the vehicle drive itself toward the Starry Sky Forest. He then dragged his tired body to the bathroom for a thorough wash, cleansing away the stench of blood and gunpowder. He changed into a clean outfit. With a thud, Jitsong collapsed onto the soft sofa, finally relaxing completely. I'm exhausted. He let out a long sigh. It was already 11 a.m. He had no plans to explore today. He would go to Chun Xianwan to collect today's harvest, and then rest well for the 6th night tonight. He prepared a sumptuous lunch, eating while logging into the internal trading network that Li Jiangguo had added him to. This internal network was obviously only accessible to large guilds, resembling a trading platform for a small account. All transactions were handled by dedicated personnel from the guild, ensuring fairness and order. Jitsong searched inside, and indeed found the presence of Thunder Spirit Stones. However, there were not many, only 7 each, priced at 20 gold coins. Since items on the platform were generally non-negotiable, Jitsong immediately purchased all of them. He also conveniently bought 50 armor-piercing rounds and 10 rockets. These items would then be collected one by one by designated personnel and delivered. For deliveries to those not in Twilight Canyon, an additional fee of 520 gold coins would be charged based on the distance. This amount was insignificant to him. Time and efficiency were paramount. After finishing this matter, Jitsong also finished his lunch. He then walked to the living area and took out the golden treasure chest from his backpack. Clang! The dazzling golden chest appeared on the floor out of thin air, symbolizing luxury, with its metallic sheen captivating to behold. A strong anticipation surged in Jitsong's eyes. Soon he was about to open the big treasure. With a heart full of excitement, Jitsong stretched out his hands and slowly opened the chest lid. Creak! A dazzling golden light surged from the seams of the treasure chest, illuminating Jitsong's face. A heap of resources and treasures appeared before his eyes. Acquired 1,500 gold coins, 50 alloys, 35 heavy oils, and 10 secret silver. Acquired weapon modification, infinite durability, X1. Acquired pet egg fox cat, X1. Acquired fate wheel vehicle modification item, X1. Acquired ring of royalty, X1 secret treasure level. Jitsong's eyes slightly widened. Wow. Incredible. Just from the resources alone, with 1,500 gold coins plus various rare materials, it was enough to elevate a penniless survivor to a prominent figure instantly. And it also came with infinite durability. Jizong excitedly punched the air. The golden treasure chest was just too formidable. But the main event was yet to come. He focused on the 3 important items remaining. Pet Egg Foxcat, level. Evaluation: the Foxcat clan belongs to an ancient remnant species with traces of the nine-tailed fox and chaotic cat demon bloodline. They are gentle by nature and reside on the outskirts of the mythical forest in the Moonlight Plains. Due to their ancestors receiving blessings from deities, foxcats possess an extremely long lifespan and powerful abilities. Later, due to the extermination of the elf clan, the foxcat population lost crucial protection and faced rampant hunting, leading to their displacement, and now they are left with very few. Jizong reached out and slowly took out the orange pet egg. A second pet egg. He scrutinized it with curious eyes. This item falls under the 3rd level trading restrictions and can be sold before it hatches. But now it's likely that no one can afford the price. This is an ancient remnant species. The hybrid descendants compared to pure blood dragons like Egg Boy are probably only 1 or 2 levels lower. I'm going to be a dad again. I wonder if this home is enough for them. Jizong sighed helplessly. He turned to look for Egg Boy's trace, and after searching for a while in the living area, he finally spotted it sleeping soundly in the corner under the bed. It seemed to have been scared earlier and hidden away, and in the process of hiding it fell asleep. Jizong decided not to bother it. Using a few towels, he fashioned a soft nest on the sofa and placed the foxcat pet egg on top before beginning to examine the second item. Fate Wheel vehicle modification item. After use, it can expand the Fate Compass vehicle modification item in any available space on the vehicle. Function: using the Fate Wheel once gives a 70 chance to upgrade any vehicle component by 1 level and a 30 chance to downgrade any component by 1 level. Cooldown time: 2 days. Maximum storage of 3 uses. Evaluation: accept the gifts of fate, whether good or bad. Upon seeing this information, Jizong suddenly felt a jolt. Wow, a gambling component has appeared, and the stakes are quite high. The value of vehicle components will definitely increase, and in the later stages it might take a long time to obtain one, but with this Fate Wheel it can be directly gambled. A 70 chance to win. For someone like me who is lucky, isn't that equivalent to free levels? Jizong laughed heartily. He clicked on the Fate Wheel and chose to place it on the wall beside the TV. A wheel with a diameter of half a meter resembling a ship's helm appeared on the wall. The surface of the wheel had white and black lights slowly converging and flowing, exuding a mysterious aura. However, Jizong did not plan to use it right now, or the value of this item increases as time goes on. Since it can store up to 3 uses, he decided to wait until it was. Jizong turned his attention to the last item in the treasure chest, which was a black and gold ring. The black and gold forging patterns and the ancient understated texture contained an undeniable regal aura. Ring of Royalty, level secret treasure level. Evaluation: a relic of an ancient king forged with the true bones of a monarch-level creature tempered in fierce flames for 14 days. The ring, weathered by millennia and still retaining a hint of divinity, can only unleash its powerful abilities when worn by a descendant of humankind. Exclusive skill: Majesty of the King. Passive: the wearer will gain the aura of the King of Men, becoming immune to most illusions and mirages, and reducing the effects of enemy domains on themselves. Exclusive skill: Authority of the King. After use, it releases a royal domain, exerting absolute suppression on target enemies, causing effects such as disarm, absolute law, and physical confinement. The effect of this skill strengthens with the increase of mental attributes. Its effect weakens against higher-level enemies. Range: release effectiveness diminishes. Skill cooldown time: 3 days. Spending 200 gold coins can reset the cooldown, with multiple resets allowed in a day, but each subsequent cost will double. This attribute. Jizong's eyes sparkled as he took out the ring and placed it on his index finger. In an instant he felt as if his spirit was connected with the ring. Before his eyes it seemed to pierce through endless years, seeing ancient battlefields where countless war cries merged into a whirlwind sweeping the land, countless powerful holy spirits clashing, composing a grand, epic tapestry. The vision before him passed in a flash, leaving Jizong slightly dazed. His heart stirred. He regained his composure and slowly caressed the ring on his finger. It was hard to imagine how powerful its original owner must have been at their peak. All the resource items had been acquired. The golden treasure chest transformed into swirling light particles. Jizong's attention shifted from the ring as he went to grab a bottle of chilled drink and some snacks. He relaxedly leaned back on the sofa, turned on the TV, and began to enjoy the rare leisure time of the afternoon. Meanwhile, outside the Black Mountain mine in a heavily guarded camp, Zhang Dongjia, after hearing the report, smashed the marble table in front of him with a heavy punch, his expression contorted with rage. All of you are useless. You mean to tell me 100 combat vehicles and 300 elites were annihilated by one person? Faced with Zhang Dongji's furious questioning, the few subordinates who had managed to escape back knelt on the ground, trembling all over and not daring to make a sound. Another Vice President Li Yi slightly lowered his head and said, "President, we just sent someone to scout the scene, and the situation is basically true." Zhang Dongji nearly ground his back teeth to dust, veins bulging on his forehead as he spat out each word. "Who is that person?" "It's Ji Zong, the infamous lone wolf. He participated in this instance of Li Jiangwo, and his vehicle weapon has been upgraded to an infinite bullet close-defense cannon. Spare no effort to kill him." Zhang Dongji's tone was colder than ever, filled with intense murderous intent. This time the fighting strength of the Ghost Dragon Society had nearly lost a tenth. He also did not expect that a lone wolf could grow to such a degree in such a short time. Moreover, he was standing on the opposite side of the Ghost Dragon Society. Such a threat must not be allowed to continue existing. "Liu, what about the Mountain Sea Alliance?" Zhang Dongjia, wait for the seventh night of the corpse tide and find an opportunity to ambush them, wiping them out in one go. Liu understood. Liu left the tent, leaving behind 3 surviving members who were still kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. One of them tentatively spoke up, "President, what about us?" "Wang Kai." Zhang Dongjia called out a name. In the next moment, an enormous dog head poked into the tent. "Eat." After saying that, Zhang Dongjia turned and left. Elsewhere, Liu had already entered another classified operations tent. As the most powerful vice president of Guilong, he bore responsibility for nearly every affair. Zhang Dongjia set the broad direction, the rest was left for him to implement, including finances and military authority. As for why Zhang Dongjia trusted him so completely, it was simply because Liu was Zhang Dongji's houseguest. Soon the tent had summoned almost the entire high command, and the top combatants of Guilong, those unable to attend joined through the chat channel. Liu's gaze was cold as he tapped the table with his knuckles. "You should all be clear on the specifics. Hunter team, you are to probe Jitsong's background. Once he leaves his vehicle, seize the chance to snipe him from a distance, no later than the 7th night." At those words, every senior in the tent felt a jolt. The Hunter team was Guilong's most elite 7-man squad. The squad included a sniper with the over-the-horizon vision talent wielding a Barrett, and a marksman with metal affinity talent using a super tracking bow, 2 supreme long-range damage dealers. In addition, there were talents for flight combat, shadow assassination, scent detection, and curse sorcery. This was Guilong's true dagger, its strongest ace aside from the president himself. Such a lineup to assassinate a lone wolf, and only once he had been confirmed out of his vehicle, was unquestionably a top-tier configuration. A woman casually trimmed her nails with a dagger and said, "President Li, he's only a lone wolf. He merely has a slightly higher grade vehicle. Do we really need to mobilize everyone?" Leah glanced at her coldly. "The president issued a kill order. This mission must succeed. You must understand, Jitsong is now our mortal enemy. If we do not strike first, and he strikes at us, aside from the president's extreme-grade vehicle, who among you could withstand a closed-defense cannon?" The 7 members' expressions darkened. "Yes." Leah continued, "All right, now I will outline tomorrow night's operation. Logistics: dispatch a 30-man suicide squad in uniform ghost vehicles distributed within a 50-kilometer radius around Maguang Gorge. When the corpse tide erupts, keep vehicle stealth engaged at all times, and use continuous gunfire noise to lure the monsters to Maguang Gorge." The logistics chief immediately looked distraught. "President Li, for such distances, each vehicle's one-way consumption will be at least 80 gold coins, and the return." Leah interrupted, "Expenses will be reimbursed by the treasury. As for returning, why do you think it is called a suicide squad?" The logistics chief stammered, but Leah said, "Call suitable candidates to the training camp. Have the demolition specialists forcibly implant human bombs in them. Those who refuse will be detonated. Anyone who completes the mission and returns alive will have the bomb removed, and will be promoted and rewarded. Such a simple matter. Do I need to keep teaching you?" The logistics chief broke into a cold sweat. "Yes, I understand." Leah turned his gaze to the other side. Next combat department. The ambush incident in the Donggu Mountains had erupted. It also ignited a storm on the regional channel's public feed. As details continued to leak out, the discussion grew more heated. This was the first time these 2 large organizations had truly crossed the line, hundreds of armed vehicles ambushing and beheading the leader of the other side. Despicable, ruthless, leaving no mercy. From that moment, the public feed exploded with denunciations. Many casual groups vilified Guilong's vile conduct and voiced support for Shanghai Lieming. But what really set this ablaze was the shocking reversal in the ambush itself. "What the hell? Is this real?" "Absolutely real. My friend is in Shanghai Lieming's guard force. He took part in the counterattack. Jitsong used that roof-mounted closed-defense cannon and tore through hundreds of Guilong vehicles. Damn, is Lord Ji that fierce? Have you not seen what's on the public feed? Guilong hasn't uttered a single word. Bring the ship cannons to bear, court-martial." "What the?" The closed-defense cannon came out. "Is Lord Ji in a Tier 3 vehicle?" No one knows, but they say the vehicle's grade is absurdly high. He should be the region's top lone wolf. Huh. Those sons of Guilong Hui are finished. They've finally hit a stone. Who did they choose to mess with, but my Lord Ji? Last time I cursed them, they even threatened me. Keep on threatening. Not so fast. The depth of Guilong Hui's power is a terror you cannot imagine. Zhang Dongjia has amassed who knows how much ill-gotten wealth these past days. If he truly moves against Jitsong, his situation will be extremely dangerous. Psi currents run deep. I truly do not want these great forces to erupt into war. The corpse tide arrives tomorrow. Who knows what will happen then? At this moment by the shore of Chunyue Lake, a middle-aged man sat atop a massive armored vehicle, casting a fishing rod toward the water. He was the leader of Zhandi Lianming and the most powerful man in the entire plain region Yixingzhou. Boss, this is the full intelligence summary on the Donggu Mountains. A refined woman stood beside Yixingzhou and bowed slightly. Xingqiu's expression did not change. I understand. The woman said, boss, a war between these two great forces seems unavoidable, don't you think? Yixingzhou said slowly. At this critical moment, Li Jiangguo would not stake the entirety of Shanghai Lianming to fight Guilong Hui to the death. They will likely adopt a defensive strategy. Shanghai Lianming's overall combat strength was relatively weak. They focused on gathering construction, building foundations, and hoarding resources. To Zhang Dongjia, that wolf, this looked like a fat, dripping piece of meat. Guilong Hui had seen this clearly, which is why they dared act so wantonly. At the latest by tomorrow night, they would have to make their move. Then do you think? We should prepare in advance. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Yixingzhou suddenly lifted his rod, and with great force pulled a large carp over a meter long free. It was flung onto the vehicle platform, flopping and bouncing. So you mean we can just watch the show? No. When necessary, give Shanghai Lianming a hand. Do not let them lose. Yixingzhou walked over, removed the hook with his bare hands, tossed the large carp back into the lake, and resumed casting. Also gather more intelligence on Jitsong. Yes, I understand. The woman knew that the boss' final instruction was the true priority. Xingqiu's gaze grew distant as he watched the shimmering blue surface. He was a man with ambitions to seize supremacy. The corpse tide of the seventh night would undoubtedly produce early BOS-level monsters accompanied by unimaginably high reward, enough to produce a qualitative leap in a survivor's strength. Originally, this was a three-way contest between Zhandi Lianming, Guilong Hui, and Shanghai Lianming, at most with Shinfeng Tuan as an additional special presence. But now an unstable factor had appeared in Jitsong. A lone wolf who had emerged on the first night in less than a week had developed to an astonishing extent. A closed defense cannon with infinite ammunition and automatic target seeking. This was something that could only be assembled and upgraded through a second-tier extreme-fit vehicle combined with multiple ultra-high-value components. Xingqiu's eyes grew. That's impressive. On the plain, the armored vehicle continued to speed along. Jizong beautifully dozed off until he was awakened by a rustling sound. Turning his head, he saw that Danzai had somehow crawled onto the sofa and was gnawing on the eggshell of the fox cat with his newly grown baby teeth. Jizong hurriedly reached out to catch him. What are you eating, you little rascal? That's your sister. Danzai squirmed, still biting on half a shell, looking quite innocent. Only then did Jizong look at the pet egg underneath, realizing that Danzai had merely broken the outer shell and the inner membrane was still intact. Do you want to help it hatch? Jizong paused for a moment. Danzai whimpered a couple of times, his clear eyes showing a hint of grievance. Alright, I guess your dad wronged you. He'll give you a little extra meal later. Jizong set Danzai down and patted his head. He then turned his gaze back to the pet egg. The broken part of the shell revealed a faint crimson membrane, and soft sounds were Jizong quietly waited. Danzai also remarkably behaved, standing nearby and watching. Before long, the membrane began to pull from the inside, breaking open a small opening. A fluffy crimson little head emerged, mewing even before its eyes were open. Jizong quickly pried the shell open a bit more and gently lifted the newborn. It had a small round face resembling a kitten, but its ears stood up like a fox's triangular tips, and its tail was bushy. Its fur was interspersed with crimson and white, soft and smooth, giving an incredibly pleasant tactile sensation. It slowly opened its sparkling eyes and mewed a few times, almost making Jizong want to breastfeed it. Danzai beside him excitedly spun in circles, stretching his head over to see the little fox cat baby, but Jizong pushed him away with the back of his hand. Go play somewhere else, you smell bad. Foxcat, mixed bloodline, ancient species, level elite monster, juvenile stage status, hungry master-servant relationship, none evaluation. The foxcat possesses an innate affinity for the fire attribute, and with quality resources during its growth, it can perfectly harness fire elemental power as an adult with the potential for ancestral awakening. Important reminder, you have successfully hatched a pet. You can choose 1. Establish master-servant relationship. 2. Release ancestral awakening. Could this bloodline evolve? Jizang's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked to establish a master-servant relationship. From now on, I will call you Hua Hua. After naming the little fox cat baby, Jizong promptly went to the trading post to buy a baby bottle, filled it with milk, and began to feed it. Danzai stood by like a lackey, drooling, but not causing any trouble. Jizong also checked Danzai's status. Good grief, extremely hungry. He had only fed him a large basin in the morning, and now he was this hungry. Jizong had no choice but to replace Danzai's original feeding bowl with an extra-large one, filling it with pure milk and various fresh meat buns, and adding some vegetables grown by Danzai eagerly climbed and swimming around in delight. As for Hua Hua, who was eating slowly, Jizong used a towel to support the baby bottle, allowing it to suckle at its own pace. After finishing these tasks, Jizong returned to the driver's seat and glanced at the map. They were now very close to the Starry Sky Forest, and he instructed Chun Xiaonuan to drive the vehicle out to rendezvous, avoiding her little canyon this time. The situation was special, although he himself had no worries exposing Chun Xiaonuan's location could lead to danger. Soon the two met in a dense forest. Bro, are you alright? I heard you got into a fight with the Ghost Dragon Society. Chun Xiaonuan bit her lip, her eyes filled with what could possibly happen to me? Don't worry, you'll take care of it in the next couple of days. Jizong waved his hand. Are you going alone? No way. It's too dangerous. There are thousands of them. The girl widened her eyes. She had been holding a large basket of harvested fruits and vegetables to give to Jizong, but now she turned to protect it. You can't go. If you go, I won't grow anything for you in the future. Hey. Jizong reached out and tapped her forehead. You're threatening your boss now. Don't you know what kind of strength I have now? But those people are really scary, and there are so many of them. I'm afraid something will happen to you. Alright, I won't go. They'll just hide like you, planting crops and basking in the sun. The girl looked at him with a resentful expression, finally handing over the full basket of fruits and vegetables. This time, in addition to various ordinary and rare fruits and vegetables, there was also a super heavy item. That was the sunfire fruit that had started growing since yesterday. Sunfire fruit level rare item evaluation: a fruit that grows under extreme temperature conditions, absorbing sunlight energy for a long time, containing extremely rich and intense energy. Caution: those with constitution below 30 points should consume it carefully, as there is a risk of ruptured blood vessels. Consuming it can increase constitution by 25 points with a weekly growth limit of once. 25 points. That's incredible. Unfortunately, like the mist treasure fruit, it can only grow once a week and is extremely dependent on weather conditions. Who knows when the next time to eat it will be. Jizong directly transferred 500 gold coins to Qin Xiaonuan. Tomorrow is the 7th day, and it seems inevitable that various forces will stir, making it unsuitable to meet Qin Xiaonuan offline. This amount of money is enough for her to fully upgrade her second-tier ghost vehicle, ensuring absolute safety. I don't need so much to upgrade, keep it for yourself. Chun Xiaonuan stubbornly refused to accept, pushing the money away like a fool. Finally, Jizong glared at her, and she reluctantly accepted 300 gold coins. Go back, remember to drive the vehicle in ghost mode, don't let anyone see you. Also, with the remaining money, buy some life-saving items. We don't know what will happen tomorrow night. Jizong instructed. Chen Xiaonuan turned back 3 times and finally, with a pout, said, if you can't beat them, just run. Jizong was amused and waved his hand helplessly. After watching Chen Xiaonuan leave, he boarded the armored vehicle and drove away from the dense forest. Just as he emerged from the outskirts of the great forest, Jizong received a reminder from Li Jiangguo. It said that the Ghost Dragon Society had already begun to take action, likely targeting him, so he must be extremely cautious. So soon. Jizong curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. He hadn't even sought trouble with them yet, and they were so eager to come and deliver themselves to death. For the rest of the afternoon, Jizong stayed in the vehicle to recuperate. The armored vehicle circled the plain a few times, but unfortunately it didn't trigger any intelligence. Instead, it found a few inconsequential wooden treasure chests, obtaining some resources and gun ammunition. Before long, dusk had already descended. It was now past 5 in the afternoon, the setting sun sinking behind the mountains, casting a rosy glow along the horizon. Danzi was full of energy, running down from the car, with his colorful collar frolicking joyfully on the sandy ground by the lake. At first, Jizong tried to catch him back, but after a few attempts he gave up. Anyway, Danzi had become a bit smarter now and wouldn't run too far, so Jizong let him be. After setting up the water pump and hose, he returned to the car to prepare dinner. With his greatly enhanced physique, his appetite had increased several times compared to his initial state. Ordinary ingredients had little satiety, and he needed to consume high-energy foods to It seemed he would have to hunt some large animals in the future. Also, Danzi should gradually start eating meat as well. Otherwise, just drinking pure milk and fresh meat buns would cost at least 30 gold coins a day. The main dish for this meal was the Liang Guosher fiery sun fruit. Unlike other rare fruits and vegetables, as soon as Jizong took a bite, he felt a fierce heat spreading from his stomach throughout his body. Having consumed the fist-sized fruit in one go, Jizong exhaled a hot breath, his skin feeling hot and flushed. Wow, this intensity is really something. For an ordinary person, it would likely burst a blood vessel after just one bite. After resting for a while, Jizong finished the remaining Xingguang Lingua Starlight Spirit Fruit, Lingyun Baicai, Spirit Essence Cabbage, and Yangguang Baicai Sunshine Cabbage as side dishes. His entire body felt bloated, and it took several minutes before he felt much better. He opened his personal panel. Name Jizong. Title Goblin Slayer. Physique 30, Spirit 10, Additional Kill Bonus 30. Physique 112. 5, 33. 5. Spirit 20. 3. Additional Kill Bonus 30, Accumulated 7. 5 gold coins can be withdrawn at any time. Bound Vehicle Armored RV Level 45 Modified. Talent. Daily Intelligence SSS Level Hidden Uniqueness. Zhilai Wuxiang B Level can grow. Eagle Eye C Level Limit Break Awakening. Beginner Body Technique C Level. Looking at the 3-digit physique value displayed above, he felt a slight excitement. Stepping outside the car, he clenched his fist carefully, sensing the growth and changes in his body. With the existence of the beginner body technique, he adapted more quickly to the rapid increase in strength, feeling his muscles full and refined, his blood and energy vigorous, and his vitality exceptionally abundant. He slightly bent his knees and jumped with force. Whoosh! He soared to a height of 7 or 8 meters before landing steadily. This feels amazing. Jizong laughed heartily. With his current muscle and bone strength, even without armor, he could take bullets without any problem. Now his strength, speed, physical strength, and endurance were all over 10 times that of an ordinary person. All these factors combined meant that his combat power had not merely increased tenfold, but had risen exponentially. After warming up a bit and releasing the post-meal residual heat, Jizong rounded up the still playful Danzi and Huahua and brought them back into the car. With a few minutes to spare, Jizong took out a Thunder Spirit Stone from the armrest compartment and began to play with it. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Xiaolong had already delivered 7 Thunder Spirit Stones along with ammunition to him. This item resembled the Fire Spirit Stone, with the only difference being that the translucent crystal contained flickering blue thunder energy. After more than 2 hours of study, Jizong roughly understood how to use this item. Essentially, he needed to hold it in his hand and gradually stimulate the energy inside with his qi and blood, then slowly absorb it into his body. However, the absorption efficiency was also linked to his physique. With his current physique value, he could absorb a maximum of 1 per hour, though any more would be a bit overwhelming. Each one could increase the growth progress of Zhilai Wuxiang by 0.5. In other words, he would need at least 200 Thunder Spirit Stones to fully fill the progress, which equated to 4,000 talents. Weapons vehicles. Each of these was a significant financial burden. Jizong sighed softly. But just then he suddenly thought of the little fox cat, and an idea struck him. Wasn't that little fellow affinity with fire? Jizong immediately took out a Fire Spirit Stone from the armrest compartment and walked over to the sofa. At that moment, Huahua had finished a can of milk and was lying on its back with its 4 fluffy little legs in the air sleeping. Jizong brought the Fire Spirit Stone close to it. Sure enough, Huahua woke up immediately, panting as it crawled over to the Fire Spirit Stone, rolling happily around it like a cat encountering catnip, occasionally licking it. At the same time, its body emitted a faint glow as it slowly absorbed the energy of the Fire Spirit Stone. This really works. Jizong's eyes lit up. On its information panel, it was stated that if high-quality resources were nurtured during its growth, the fox cat had the potential for ancestral awakening. It seemed he would need to obtain more Fire Spirit Stones in the future. At this moment, the clock's hands passed 6 o'clock. The pitch-black night enveloped the plains and the rolling mountains. The final night before the zombie tide officially commenced. The blood mist gradually dispersed. Sinister figures emerged in droves from the vast blood fog, accompanied by chilling howls. Jizong returned to the driver's seat, turning his head to gaze out at the ominous night, his gaze gradually sharpening as he entered eagle-eye mode. In the distance, numerous zombie figures became vividly clear before his eyes. Ordinary zombies, meatball zombies, mad zombies. The classic trio. In addition, Jizong discovered a brand new species. It was a nearly 3-meter black zombie, its skeletal frame covered in blackened flesh, surrounded by fist-sized flies buzzing around, with a black-red decay energy swirling within its bones. Corrupted zombie. Level elite monster. Evaluation: a special variant among zombies. Their bodies are eroded year-round by graveyard toxins, resulting in nearly rotten flesh and blood tissue, yet their bones have become incredibly tough and carry potent corpse poison. Another new elite monster. Jizong's gaze swept over, continuing to scan other directions. From the current situation, the density of zombies tonight was indeed the highest since the first night. He glanced at the chat channel where other survivors were also fervently discussing tonight's monsters. But aside from the corrupted zombie, no one had discovered any other new species of zombies, nor were there any super monsters or bosses appearing. It seemed tonight was purely a beneficial slaughter. Jizong felt a surge of excitement. If he worked hard tonight and finished this round, then directly upgrade to a Tier 3 vehicle. Just as Jizong was gazing out of the window, Danzi rushed over from the living area and climbed onto his shoulder. With a pair of eyes filled with battle intent, it glared fiercely at the horde of corpses outside, baring its gums and letting out a low groan. Jizong let out a surprise though. This guy actually awakened its fighting instincts so quickly. Now Danzi had grown to about 70 to 80 centimeters long, and with its shiny dragon scales it indeed resembled a little dragon. Jizong was very pleased with Danzi's growth. He opened the car window intending to let Danzi experience the atmosphere of the battlefield. However, as soon as the screams of the zombies outside poured into the car, Danzi's voice instantly diminished significantly. Jizang's eyes widened in surprise as he tossed Danzi out. In that instant its true form was revealed and Danzi nearly got scared to death by the zombies outside, howling frantically, scratching at the car door with its paws, and leaving a puddle of urine beneath. Jizong opened the car door with a black line on his forehead, and a small figure swiftly darted in, making a beeline for the living area, grabbing Hua, who was still grooming itself, and diving into the gap of the sofa. Jizong shook his head in frustration. At that moment the menacing figures of zombies had already spread in all directions, with many rushing. Jizong set the autopilot route for the RV. He had just scouted this area and found that there was almost no terrain obstruction around. The RV circled around in the area 20 kilometers behind, automatically eliminating enemies with its close defense cannon. Meanwhile, he took charge of the front area, synchronizing movements on both sides to achieve maximum enemy elimination efficiency during the peak zombie period. After setting the route, Jizong donned his gear, and holding the blood of the moon jumped out of the car. The armored RV sped away at a cruising speed of 120. The close defense cannon on the roof fired off with a bang bang bang. The dazzling flames and deafening gunfire reverberated across the plains, instantly stirring the horde of corpses. Roar, growl. A throng of figures surged madly towards the armored RV. The enemy elimination efficiency of the RV was indeed impressive. From the moment it opened fire, Jizang's vision was filled with notifications of kills reaching 23 per second. Gold coins came pouring in, although most were just 0.1 gold coins. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and this was just the beginning. Jizong, dressed in a black tactical suit, rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, standing alone amidst the sea of corpses. Hiss! A crazed zombie dashed through the dark blood mist, charging at the solitary human figure with incredible speed. Jizong drew his sword and slashed. Swish! The blade flashed in the night, sending the head of the crazed zombie flying high. Successfully killed a crazed zombie elite enemy. Gold coins 2. Crazed zombie claw 1. Successfully triggered the blood of the moon kill passive. Gained 0.9 physique. It actually dropped attributes on the first kill. What a great start to the night. Jizong smiled, walking forward with the ease of a stroll, casually slashing down one zombie after another that tried to pounce on him. Once the RV had driven far enough away, he took out his AK-47 and fired a burst into the sky. Bang bang bang. The intense gunfire instantly attracted all the zombies in the vicinity. Jizong slightly bent his body and dashed forward in a single step. Whoosh! With a physique surpassing 110, his speed now outpaced that of the crazed zombies, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged ahead. With the red-patterned black blade in hand, he severed heads like chopping vegetables, advancing a full kilometer while leaving the area previously diluted by the RV's presence. It was exactly half an hour past dusk, the moment when zombies were the most densely packed. Just standing here, countless zombies rushed toward him, one after another, with no end in sight. Here it was the hell for ordinary people. Yet for Jizong, it was his field of harvest. It's all money. Jizang's eyes sparkled. He took out a noise emitter from his backpack and aimed it at the sky, launching a noise grenade he had just loaded. Boom! The noise grenade shot out, tracing a parabolic arc in the sky before landing among the horde of corpses. In the next moment, an incredibly piercing and sharp noise erupted. The sound waves spread out like a tsunami, causing the sea of corpses across the entire plain to surge. Jizong stood in place, watching as a mountain of corpses piled up visibly before him. 30 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. Jizong stood as if carved from stone, surrounded by countless menacing figures passing by. They frantically climbed the peak, becoming a part of the higher summit, only to be stepped on by other zombies the next second. The entire mountain of corpses collapsed 3 times, finally stabilizing at a height of over 200 meters, with countless figures entangled and writhing. Wow! Jizang's eyes burned with intensity. This mountain of corpses must contain at least tens of thousands. This is a mountain of gold. Jizang's smile widened crazily as he began to gather his energy, arcs of lightning crackling restlessly around him. ZZ. ZZ. Finally the noise grenade's time ended. Jizong slightly bent down, holding the blood of the moon horizontally. The overwhelming breath of thunder erupted from him, transforming into a flame robe that fluttered in the wind. The blade of the blood of the moon glimmered with a layer of condensed lightning. In the next second, the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed and cracked. His figure transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the entire mountain of corpses. Boom! The mountain of corpses exploded, with arcs of lightning tearing apart into two as countless figures being hurled into the sky. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins 0. 1. Successfully killed a rotten zombie elite enemy. Gold coins 2. Successfully killed a meatball zombie. Gold coins 0. 5. Successfully triggered the blood of the moon kill passive. Gained 3. 1 physique. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins 0. 1. In an instant, nearly 1,000 kill notifications popped up before Jizong. The continuously generated messages blurred into a haze, breaking his previous record for group kills. But it wasn't over yet. Jizong was entwined with numerous arcs of lightning, flipping and halting in midair. The lightning beneath his feet erupted once more, propelling him forward. Boom. 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 At that moment, his figure transformed into a human-shaped lightning, rampaging through the collapsing horde of corpses, harvesting everything in sight. This ultimate slaughter lasted a full 10 minutes. By the time the Thunderfire robe burned out, over 8,000 zombies had been slain by him. Next, Jizong used his pure physical strength to decapitate the remaining 1,000 to 2,000 scattered zombies in succession. The entire process took over an hour. Swish. Accompanied by a flash of blade light, the last zombie's head was thrown high into the air. The entire world finally fell silent. Jizong stood atop a thick layer of corpses, holding the blood of the moon. All around him was a shocking mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with only him standing alone. Huff. Huff. Jizong gasped for breath, his muscles slightly trembling from overexertion, yet a smile could not be contained on his face. In this frenzied, one-sided massacre, he had killed over 10,000 zombies. Among them, at least 700 or 800 were meatball zombies. More than 200 elite zombie monsters. Meanwhile, the RV had also contributed at least 5,000 or 6,000 zombies to his glorious tally. Counting this wave, the harvest was extremely frightening. 13 forging materials. Over 2,000 gold coins. And this time his physique had exploded a total of 36 times. All totaled, he gained a physique of 79. 5. His physical strength skyrocketed. Unfortunately, the killing range of the blood of the moon was indeed limited, and most of the kills were achieved through the lethality of the Thunderfire robe. However, there was no alternative. If he relied solely on the blade to hack through these tens of thousands of zombies, he would probably still be killing until dawn, exhausted without end. Although the Thunderfire robe easily steals kills, it excels with its limited speed enhancement. One strike, and the blood of the moon could slice through a swath. Such efficiency was unmatched by his initial physical speed. Jizong sheathed the blood of the moon and left the devastated battlefield, making his way back to the lakeside. Hiss. Huff. Jizong lay on the sandy ground, resting for a moment. The immense consumption from the battle, combined with the stamina recovery from his increased physique, left him in a contradictory state of both exhaustion and vigor, which felt quite exhausting. After a dozen minutes, the armored RV had completed a large loop and returned to the starting point. Jizong opened the door and got in, continuing to set an autopilot route for the RV to earn more money. He then went to the bathroom to wash off the dirt and changed into casual clothes, sitting down on the sofa. To celebrate tonight's bounty, he splurged 30 gold coins on a bottle of 1990 Romanicani. After uncorking it and pouring it into a goblet, he gently swirled it and savored a sip. Jizong felt the rich aroma gradually unfold in his mouth and said joyfully, "Even wild boars get to taste fine grains now." It was now 2 hours into the night, and the peak of zombies had passed. Without noise grenades, Jizong did not plan to get out and kill monsters himself, as that would be too inefficient. He posted a notice for paid rescue in the chat channel, hoping to receive some interesting requests. Soon his backend received a large number of private messages. Although there were many zombies tonight, there were basically no dominant monsters appearing. Moreover, the survivor groups that managed to hold out until now had generally gained the strength to resist the zombie hordes, making the demand for assistance relatively low. Most of the private messages were just greetings or requests for friend positions. Jizong scrolled through and finally found a private message offering a handsome reward for assistance. Wow, 500 gold coins. Jizong raised an eyebrow. Besides the gold coins, there were also 15 spirit stones and a special item, the Shadow Amulet. Shadow Amulet level fine quality evaluation, a talisman made from the true blood of the shadow race. After use, it allows the user to slip into any shadow within 10 meters for a duration of 5 seconds. Cooldown 1 day. In shadow form, one can erase all traces of presence, but if the shadow is attacked, it will immediately manifest. Note this item is subject to level 3 trading restrictions and cannot be traded online. This is quite a generous offer. At that time, several hundred people in the star group would offer about this price. Jizong decisively accepted the request and set the navigation towards the destination 70 kilometers away. While on the way, he inquired about the other party's specific situation. He learned that the other party was a high-ranking member of the Battlefield Alliance who had been attacked by monsters while exploring during the day. His team was wiped out, and he was the only one to escape successfully. However, he didn't manage to return to the moonlit lake before nightfall and was trapped by the zombie horde. This feels a bit like fishing. Jizong squinted slightly. If it really was fishing, then it would be fun to play with. The armored RV was very fast, and after more than half an hour Jeet-song had already arrived at the location provided by the other party. Sure enough, there was a large jeep, trapped surrounded by hundreds of zombies, many of which were elite monsters. The people inside were occasionally retaliating with firearms, but it was evidently ineffective. Jeet-song did not choose to approach directly, but instead kept a low speed as he gradually passed several shooting bays, using his eagle eye to observe the surroundings. With the enhancement of tenfold vision, no detail could escape his gaze. Soon, while checking the southeast direction, he discovered a Barrett rifle barrel covered with weeds in a thicket. A smile crept onto Jeet-song's lips. He then observed other positions and found a severed tire track on the northern high ground with deep impressions at the interruption point. Clearly that was an invisible ghost vehicle. The little ghost dragon society really has a lot of tricks up their sleeve. Jeet-song couldn't help but chuckle, or it was like they were delivering money and kills right to him. Yet he feigned ignorance and initiated a transaction with the other party. The ID of the high-ranking member of the Battlefield Alliance, Zhang Bin, was very anxious and directly transferred the 500 gold coins. As for the remaining spirit stones and the shadow amulet, they would be traded offline after the rescue. They were certainly generous. Jeet-song was overjoyed. This was definitely a voluntary rescue transaction. These guys are really willing to spend big bucks to lure him out. Jeet-song did not hesitate. He directly fired a few shots from the close defense cannon, successfully attracting the zombie horde. Then came a flurry of gunfire. For the close defense cannon, a few hundred zombies were not enough to even fill the gaps. Within a minute they were all turned into mush. The crisis has been averted. The jeep's door opened, and a man stepped out, his face filled with joy and relief. "Gee, thank you so much. If it weren't for you coming overnight, I wouldn't know what to do." Inside the vehicle, two fully armed figures hid in the shadows of the back seat. The leading woman pressed down her earpiece, her voice coarse and low, prepare to attack. Upon receiving the order, the three in the ghost vehicle, along with the snipers hiding in the thicket, all had deadly intent in their eyes. The moment Jeet-song stepped out of the vehicle, they would need only 0.5 seconds to simultaneously make him experience more than 3 different ways to die. This is the Hunter group. On the plains, they never faced any unexpected events when trying to eliminate any individual. Tisk using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, taking down such a waste that only knows how to upgrade vehicles. "I alone am enough." The sniper scoffed. Too focused on aiming at the car door, he had not noticed that the close defense cannon atop the RV had unknowingly pointed its muzzle at his direction. Beside the RV, Zhang Bin was still expressing his gratitude profusely, eagerly showcasing his timid and petty side. Jeet-song, sitting in the car, chuckled and said, "No need to be so polite. Where's the stuff?" "Oh, my memory. I almost forgot. Just a moment." Zhang Bin slapped his forehead and hurried back into the car, bringing out 15 glowing spirit stones and the shadow talisman. To show his respect, he held the items with both hands, spun around once to indicate that he wasn't carrying any weapons. In this seemingly peaceful moment, the hidden murderous intent around them was like a taut string ready to snap at any moment. "All right. I'm coming down now," Jeet-song said cheerfully. At the moment these words were spoken, Zhang Bin and the others hidden around them involuntarily held their breath. According to their plan, once Jeet-song exited the vehicle, Zhang Bin would immediately use his curse talent to briefly incapacitate Jeet-song. Though the curse talent wasn't very lethal and required close eye contact to activate for an ordinary person with a mental value not exceeding 15, this was a fatal blow. Once Jeet-song was affected, the others would immediately open fire. No matter what means he had, or what armor he wore, he would definitely not withstand such concentrated fire. Even if he miraculously survived, the 3 people on the ghost vehicle would be able to deliver the finishing blows. This was a foolproof plan. Click. The sound of metal pulleys being activated echoed in the eerily silent vehicle. But it wasn't the car door that opened. Instead, it was a small shooting pod on the side window. Jeet-song's voice came out, "Don't move, I'm going to take a picture for keepsake." Zhang Bin was stunned. He saw the dark muzzle of the gun inside the shooting pod. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening gunshot, Zhang Bin's head exploded like a watermelon. This gunshot sounded like the tolling of a death knell. The remaining 6, poised for action, instantly had their pupils constrict. Oh no! The next second, the close-range cannon on the roof erupted with blazing flames, and a torrent of 20mm bullets, like a meteor shower tearing through the night sky, rained down on the sniper's position. The sniper's face was filled with unprecedented terror. He wanted to escape on the spot, but the bullets arrived before he could. The high-quality armor was instantly shredded, and he couldn't even let out a scream before his body was reduced to a mass of flying flesh. "Run!" The woman in the vehicle cried out sharply and jumped from the back seat to the driver's seat, starting the ignition, ready to flee. But the large jeep had barely rushed out for less than 10 meters when the terrifying firepower of the close-range cannon focused entirely on the jeep. To Jeet-song's surprise, this fully armored second-tier vehicle was even tougher than Lai Taixing's pickup truck. The bullets from the close-range cannon failed to penetrate immediately, only leaving large dented craters on its surface. The large jeep sustained severe damage, combined with the throttle's sudden push, the entire vehicle lost balance and was violently flipped over, sparks flying from the exterior armor. The durability of the entire vehicle began to plummet at an observable rate. 1 second, 2 seconds. Inside the car, the woman and another member of the hunter team watched as the rapidly collapsing vehicle filled them with escalating terror. In the 3rd second, the vehicle's durability dropped below 50, then instantly to 0. The entire body was forcibly ripped apart. The two inside faced the most terrifying disaster. No. Don't. Ah! The scorching rain of bullets pulverized their flesh. All of this happened within a mere 10 seconds. Known as the Hunter Group, led by Zhang Dongjia, they lost half their number in the blink of an eye. The 3 remaining members sat in the ghost vehicle drenched in cold sweat, too terrified to move. They felt an immense relief, as if they had narrowly escaped a disaster. Luckily, they hadn't acted earlier, otherwise they would have been wiped out. How could this be? How could he have discovered us? The bald, muscular man at the driver's seat gripped the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just moments ago they were hunters, but in the blink of an eye they had turned into prey. It was only at this moment that they truly understood why Zhang Dongjia and Leah insisted on deploying everyone to deal with Jeet Song. Damn it. If this freakish lone wolf continues to grow, who can withstand it? Damn. The bald, muscular man cursed in a low voice, raising his fist to smash the steering wheel, but fearing to accidentally honk the horn, he could only put it down in frustration. Wang Dong, let's escape now. The voice from the back seat trembled slightly, eyes fixated on the armored RV not far away. We can't leave now. If we're discovered, it's over. We wait for him to leave first. The bald, muscular man directly denied. The second-tier ghost vehicle could evade zombies, but couldn't hide from humans with strong insight. If any distinct traces appeared in the grass below, or suddenly discovered tire tracks, it would be game over. At this moment, Jeet Song also started the RV, turning the external speaker on, and said, "Is anyone there? Are you hiding?" His friendly voice echoed across the desolate plain. Silence enveloped the surroundings. "Jeet Song, if you don't come out, I will start searching." The armored RV began to move slowly. The 3 inside the ghost vehicle felt their hearts gripped tightly, nearly gasping for breath due to the tension. The armored RV circled around the area. The 3 felt like mice trembling in their holes, watching the periodically approaching big cat, their hearts ready to leap out of their throats. Finally, they watched as the armored RV came to a stop beside them. Really hard to find. Have they already escaped? After saying this, Jeet Song's tone shifted. Hey, could they be here? The close-range cannon's base on the roof emitted the sound of a motor-driven, rotating mechanism, slowly aiming the dark muzzle at the adjacent empty land. Run! The bald, muscular man shouted, and all 3 simultaneously opened the car doors, rushing outside. They fled in 3 different directions, one even taking off into the sky. Being elite among elites, their remarkable speed was unmatched by ordinary survivors. But for Jeet Song, it wasn't enough. The close-range cannon fired, and a barrage of bullets shot into the sky instantly, turning the flying brother into a cloud of blood mist. Then the gun barrel quickly leveled out, blasting the other figure into pieces. Only the bald, muscular man managed to escape, propelled by a surge of survival instinct, successfully fleeing beyond the radar's targeting range. The sea of grass ahead was getting closer. As long as he could enter, he might have a slight chance of survival. But what came first was despair. Accompanied by a sudden rush of wind by his ear, the bald, muscular man felt his neck gripped by a terrifying force, violently pressed down. Bang! The bald, muscular man was slammed to the ground, his face scraping a long mark across the grass. Capture successful. Jeet Song's voice, laced with a chilling smile, echoed in his ear like that of a devil. Feeling the terrifying force pressing down upon his nape, the bald, muscular man was seized by a fear unlike any he had ever known. A crushing absolute dominance emanating from a being of an entirely higher life tier. It was as if a snow-white rabbit were pinned beneath the paw of a lion, utterly powerless with no possibility of resistance. Only now did he grasp in full clarity how absurdly naive the hunter's assassination operation truly was. Wait for the target to disembark from the vehicle. How laughable. What staggering physical metrics must this be? 100. 200. He could not fathom the number. All he knew was that despite exerting every ounce of strength, he remained utterly immobilized, doomed beyond redemption. Instinctively, he longed to report the situation to Leah, but hatred surged instead, boundless, searing loathing toward both Leah and Zhang Dongjia. Had they not ordered him into this suicide mission, he would never have stood here. And Lai Tianxing, that fool, that wretched failure. Hundreds dead, yet not even a shred of intelligence on Jeet Song's true power had been uncovered. His fury burned white-hot. Jeet Song gripped his neck, lifting him slowly off the ground, and spoke with detached amusement. No sudden moves. Understood. One twist and your spine snaps. Spare me, please. Master Ji, I beg you. I'll tell you everything, give you everything. Just spare my life. The bald man trembled, pleading. He spilled every secret, the Ghost Dragon Association's membership count, combat strength, even the innate battle talents of its senior leaders. and classified operational intelligence. Upon hearing the Ghost Dragon Association's planned assault against the Shanghai Alliance, Jitsong raised an eyebrow. Truly devious. He drafted a concise intelligence summary and sent it to Li Jianguo. Whether the information proved genuine or false would be Li Jianguo's burden to verify. He merely extended a convenient favor. Master Ji, I've told you everything. Can you grant me mercy? I'll serve you as beast or slave, anything you demand. The bald man begged, voice breaking. Jitsong gazed at him, calm and unreadable. Truth be told, he had never attempted robbery before. What restrictions might apply? He said, transfer all your gold coins and resources to me, now. The bald man hesitated, then dared not defy the order. Swiftly initiating a trade, he deposited every item in his possession into the transaction interface and confirmed. Instantly a message flashed before Jitsong's eyes: robbery detected, transaction invalidated. The trade auto-cancelled. Yet this outcome had been anticipated. Curious, Jitsong asked, how do you normally rob others? The bald man withheld nothing, revealing every exploit the Ghost Dragon Association had devised. Loopholes and evasion tactics designed to bypass system detection during. In essence, they employed subtly imbalanced exchanges, trading goods worth 1 gold coin for goods valued at 1 gold coins. This method alone remained functional under conditions of coercion, threat, or intimidation. So long as the sum remained modest and the frequency stayed below 10 transactions, success was virtually guaranteed. For elite cultivators, however, such gains were trivial, hardly worth the effort. Fraud, by contrast, operated under mutual consent and thus faced no systemic constraints. So that's how it works. Jitsong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Master Ji, may I? Crack. Before the words finished, his neck snapped, vertebrae shattered, eyes bulging, as Jitsong crushed him instantly. With casual indifference, Jitsong discarded the corpse and entered the enemy's spectral vehicle to search. Within moments, he unearthed a slab of mithril and 18 fire spirit stones. Adding Zhang Bin's 15 gold spirit stones and his shadow talisman along with the 500 gold coins just acquired via trade, the haul amounted to a considerable windfall. If only more fools like this existed. Jitsong mused inwardly, returning to the motorhome and stowing all spoils in the armrest compartment. He reconfigured the motorhome's autonomous navigation route, then moved to the living area. It was already 9:30 p.m. Zombie density had thinned considerably, though he still harvested roughly 80 to 100 gold coins every 10 minutes. By midnight, he'd easily amassed 1 to 2,000 gold coins. Indeed, autonomous driving paired with automated combat grew ever more intoxicating. The sheer comfort was. At the exchange, Jitsong purchased 20 units of fuel for 9 gold coins apiece and refilled the vehicle's tank. Settling onto the sofa, he cued a post-apocalyptic film, poured himself a glass of red wine, and savored delicacies, cured meats, and foie gras, luxuriating in. Around 10 o'clock, a chime resonated in Jitsong's mind. Ding. Today's intelligence triggered. Receive. Huh. Finally. Jitsong's eyes widened. He'd assumed today's intelligence would remain dormant, yet it activated well past 10. Receive. Today's intelligence. Midnight deepens, the crimson mist recedes. You stand near the Lubao River. Approximately 1,000 meters southwest within its riverbed lies a treasure that glows only under night's veil, perhaps worth but beware, avoid the dark vortex. It devours souls whole. 1,000 meters southwest, in the riverbed. Jitsong's gaze narrowed. Instantly, he returned to the driver's seat, seized control, and steered toward the southwest. Ahead lay a narrow, swift-flowing river. Nearly 100 meters wide, its waters a deep somber indigo. Yet he did not enter directly. Instead, lightning coalesced in his palm, then lanced across the surface with a sharp hiss, crack. A torrent of blinding lightning pierced the water, erupting into towering plumes. Arcs surged through the current, stunning every creature beneath. Dozens of fish floated belly up, stunned and lifeless. No unusual monsters lurked below, apparently safe. Only the dark vortex warranted caution. Clad in moonblood, Jitsong plunged headlong into the river, descending rapidly. Such violent undercurrents. Could they stem from that vortex? His vigilance sharpened. The riverbed proved shallow, only 7 or 8 meters deep. Activating Eagle Eye, he scanned the inky depths with meticulous precision. Soon a faint luminescence flickered in the distance. There, his pulse quickened. He swam forward. Tens of meters later, nestled in silt at the riverbed's floor, lay a noctilucent treasure chest. Jitsong felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This item is comparable to a silver treasure chest. Last time he opened a Blood of the Moon. Ooh, I wonder what treasures he will uncover this time. Jitsong felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This item is comparable to a silver treasure chest. Last time he opened a Blood of the Moon. Ooh, I wonder what treasures he will This was also thanks to his now powerful physical body and superb swimming skills. If it were someone with a constitution below 20 points, they would likely be slowly pulled in, finding it difficult to escape the grip of the undercurrent. It seemed he was very close to that dark whirlpool. But why was there no sign of it on the river's surface? Jitsong was also quite confused. He turned on the diving spotlight above his head. The dazzling beam illuminated a patch of pure white vision on the pitch-black riverbed. In an instant, Jitsong's pupils constricted, because he saw a cliff at the bottom of the river not far ahead. No, that wasn't a cliff. Jitsong clearly saw the edge had a distinct arc. It was a gigantic pit with a diameter of at least 100 meters. This pit at the riverbed was like an abyss, and the spotlight's light couldn't penetrate it at all. Before long, Jitsong saw a large fish swimming over from a distance. As the fish approached the pit's edge, its tail suddenly began to thrash wildly, turning, but it was too close. The fish's swimming speed could not escape the pull, and it was gradually swallowed into the pit, eventually disappearing into the infinite darkness. Jitsong's gaze sharpened, his body fully prepared as he slowly swam closer. He was just 10 meters away from the edge of the pit. He began to swim with his legs resisting the pull and maintaining his position. Before his eyes, a brief message appeared. Black Yin Cavern Evaluation. Is this a hidden dungeon? The 3 glaring question marks greatly piqued his curiosity. Let's take a look. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jitsong finally made his decision. After all, he was still wearing the cicada wing armor, and he could always use phasing to escape. He stopped swimming, and his body was instantly pulled by the undercurrent, quickly reaching the edge of the... Upon arriving here, the pull suddenly intensified. Jitsong felt a terrifying force enveloping his body, instantly pulling him into the abyss pit. Then he plummeted rapidly. Damn! Jitsong felt a bone-chilling coldness eroding his body from all directions. The spotlight illuminated a dark and murky scene. Even in eagle-eye mode, he could see nothing. Crack! The spotlight suddenly shattered and went out. Everything around fell into eternal darkness. Jitsong, due to the rapid depletion of his strength, was nearing a state of suffocation. And in the next moment, he sensed a nearly overwhelming aura of darkness swiftly approaching him from the depths of the abyss. Phasing. Jitsong was alarmed and decisively activated his skill. The moment he entered the phasing state, the terrifying shadow from below seemed to open a massive gaping mouth and suddenly snapped shut where he had been. Bang! A torrent of chaos surged. Jitsong's eyes nearly bulged as he gazed at the creature before him. It was a spherical entity resembling a gigantic eyeball. But the slit where the eyelids opened was not an eyeball, but a mouth filled with countless serrated layers. At the end of its sphere, a red blood vessel connected directly to the depths of the abyss, resembling a tadpole with an infinitely long tail. Evaluation. The monster information filled with question marks before him instilled a sense of fear. This was definitely an unimaginable existence. Just the speed at which it erupted in the water completely exceeded Jitsong's understanding. But that wasn't all. In the next few seconds, one giant eye after another shot up from the depths of the pit, amounting to over 100, sending chills down Jitsong's spine. These giant eyes twisted like hellish monsters, writhing and drifting in the water, slowly sinking. In his phasing state, Jitsong swam around carefully, observing the umbilical cords at their ends, discovering they all traced back to the same point. What kind of monster was hidden below? Jitsong dared not imagine the horror of what lay beneath, but he was certain it was a taboo he absolutely could not touch at his current level. The 10 seconds of phasing came to an end. That bone-chilling cold and suffocating sensation returned with a vengeance. Jitsong quickly refreshed and entered phasing once more, flying upward. With his constitution nearing 200 points, his phasing flight speed had increased several times, allowing him to fly 20 meters per second. Yet even so, he had to refresh 3 times before successfully escaping the pit's depths. Back on shore, soaked all over, Jitsong placed the luminous treasure box aside and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. That was truly terrifying. Jitsong felt a lingering fear. Thankfully, he had the cicada wing armor, or else any other adventurer peeking curiously at the pit would likely never return. After bringing the luminous treasure box back into the RV, Jitsong took a shower, changed clothes, and then returned to the side of the treasure box. Let's see what's inside. He rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation, and opened the treasure box. Clang! The crisp sound of the box opening rang out, and several lines of information appeared before him. Acquired half-moo fertile land X1 rare treasure, acquired energy recovery fruit X10, acquired gourmet food package X100 rare, a rare one. A rare treasure. This was directly satisfying. Jitsong grinned and eagerly began to check the information on these items. Half-moo fertile land level rare treasure evaluation. After use, can directly expand half a moo of fertile land at a designated location. All crops planted in this land have their growth speed increased by 1,000 and nutritional content increased by 100, mutation probability increased by 5, and upgrade probability increased by 2. Wow, isn't this the chosen one for Chen Xianwan? Jitsong took out the light orb. It resembled a glass ball, and through the outer light screen, he could see a mini plot of land filled with birds, flowers, and fragrances. Moreover, this item has a level 3 trade restriction, allowing for offline trading. This will make Old Nuan invincible. Jitsong set the light orb aside, and then looked at the second item. Energy Recovery Fruit Consumable Evaluation. A special fruit growing deep in the starry sky forest. Consuming it can instantly restore full stamina. Goodness, finally something to restore stamina. Jitsong was overjoyed. Although there were only 10, this was definitely one of the most practical items for him. After exhausting his strength, just eating one would restore him to full status. Jitsong directly stowed these 10 energy recovery fruits into his backpack and looked at the third gourmet food package. Consumable level rare evaluation. After opening, you can randomly obtain a gourmet dish with ingredients and cooking techniques of the highest standard and nutritional components 10 times that of normal ingredients. 100 top-tier dishes. How delightful. Jitsong was instantly tempted, but he wondered how much they weighed. He tried to open one. Congratulations. You have obtained Emperor Crab. The next second, a large plate appeared before him on which lay a whole large steamed Emperor Crab, exuding the sweet aroma of exquisite seafood. This is wonderful. Who needs a chef? Jitsong checked and found that this could also be listed for trade. With so many finished ingredients in the trading post, they probably all came from this type of package. However, this was a top-tier dish which could sell for at least 20-30 gold coins in the trading post. 100 of them. This translates to 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins. Another windfall. However, Jitsong did not plan to sell them. He would keep them to enjoy slowly since he had plenty of spare money. After placing the Emperor Crab in the fridge and stowing away the remaining large package, Jitsong slowly got up, exhaling a sigh of relief. His expectant gaze rested on the interior of the vehicle before him. Next, it was time for the most significant event. Jitsong opened the backpack interface. Gold coins 75-65. Weapons and armor. Sniper rifle, level 2 modified X1, assault rifle X2, handgun X2, general ammunition, X1400. Cicada wing armor rare item X1, ring of king's secret treasure X1. Tools iron pickaxe excellent X1, machete X1, grappling hook X1. Materials parts X41, steel sheets X32, leather X311, alloys X54, heavy oil X35, secret silver X11, super wood X7, modification device infinite durability X1, armor core rare X1. Forging materials mad corpse nails X28, flame heart X12, goblin fangs X13, corroded black bones X7, magic vine spores X2, rare king's blood eye rare X2. Food gourmet food pack X99, high-class bread X7, high-class instant food X6, functional drinks X8, A energy bar X1. Talent fragments C-class fragment X1, a B-class fragment X1, A-class fragment X1. Looking at the exaggerated number in the gold coins column, Jitsong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Today is undoubtedly the biggest harvest day in history. But this is not the end. Ranger extra gold coins from kills 322. 6 gold coins. Goblin Slayer extra gold coins from kills 991. 5 gold coins. Withdrawal. The total amount of gold coins instantly reached an astonishing 9,079. 3 units. Jitsong's eyes were filled with intense excitement. Thief. After equipping the Wheel of Fate, the overall level of his vehicle has now reached level 46. For the remaining 4 levels, he planned to distribute them evenly among several key areas. Now the prices are relatively stable, and parts remain at 0. 9 gold coin steel sheets are 0. 2 gold coins, and Jitsong does not intend to buy too many materials at once. He will buy just as much as he needs. First, upgrading the power generation device, level 3, requires gold coins X200 parts X100 photovoltaic materials X1. Jitsong replenished the materials at the trading post and directly clicked to upgrade. In the next moment, the folding solar panel on the roof had completely merged with the roof and the body of the vehicle. Not only did the power generation capability become stronger, but it could also perform low-efficiency photovoltaic power generation in cloudy weather and at night when UV light is insufficient. Moreover, the battery capacity has doubled, effectively solving the anxiety of power usage. Next is the enemy detection radar, level 3. It requires gold coins X400 parts X300 level 2 chip X1. The price of the level 2 chip has now risen to 120 gold coins. Jitsong tried to negotiate the price, but found it hard to lower it, so he bought it at 118. Clicked to upgrade. The enemy detection radar was instantly upgraded. The detection range has increased from 500 meters to 1,000 meters. Furthermore, the automatic trajectory calibration module has been upgraded. This essentially applies the missile defense system of the Closian weapons to the enemy detection radar. From now on, all weapons bound to the enemy detection radar can automatically calculate the movement trajectory of all moving targets and perform predictive strikes. That's impressive. For the last remaining 2 levels, Jitsong upgraded the chassis entirely. He spent gold coins X420 and parts X350, leveling the chassis from level 3 to level 5. There's nothing more to say about this. The chassis has become higher, and its balancing ability, shock absorption, off-road capability, and handling stability have all greatly improved. After upgrading the chassis, 2 lines of information immediately appeared before Jitsong. Congratulations. Vehicle component has reached level 50. Vehicle advancement unlocked. Advancement requires gold coins x 1500 parts x 400 steel sheets x 5000 alloys x 100 armor core x1. The most crucial armor core is already available. Jitsong purchased the remaining materials at the trading post according to the required quantities. Parts cost nearly 400 gold coins and steel sheets cost 1000 gold coins. The most expensive are the alloys, which now cost 30 gold coins each. He bought 46 at once, spending 1380 gold coins. With the words advancement conditions met appearing, Jitsong took a deep breath and clicked on advancement, and a confirmation prompt immediately appeared. Advancement route heavy armored base vehicle, level 3. Evaluation a super steel beast with extremely powerful self-defense firepower, a massive size, and thick. It is the top king among level 3 vehicles, and a super money-eating beast that will drain your wallet dry. New components will be unlocked upon advancement. 1i defense turret adds 2 new turret upgrade components and unlocks a brand new upgrade route. 2. Outer armor unlocks the thorn armor upgrade route. 3. A sentinel robot adds a sentinel robot upgrade component, requires meeting preconditions. 4. Secondary vehicles adds 3 secondary vehicles motorcycle light armed helicopter mechanical wolf, requires meeting preconditions. 5. Base vehicle deployment module, after upgrading the base vehicle can deploy and establish a super defense fortress on the spot. 6. The level cap for all components is raised. After reading this advancement description, Jitsong felt an overwhelming excitement in his heart. Click to confirm advancement. In the next moment, the entire house vehicle radiated a dazzling white light. As before, Jitsong felt lifted by a mysterious, along with the eggs and flowers that were playing on the sofa, they also floated into the air screaming in fright. Everything around grew and expanded rapidly under the condensation of the white light, finally stabilizing slowly. Minutes later, Jitsong returned to the ground. As the white light dissipated, everything around had undergone earth-shattering changes. A brand new panel of information also appeared before him. Heavy armored base vehicle, level 3. Maximum speed 180 km/h. Durability 100, slowly decreasing. Remaining fuel 23. 5 units can travel 1880 kilometers. Upgraded components. Shooting chamber wheel of fate cannot be upgraded. Tires, seats, bed, sofa, car, lights replaceable. Engine level 5, rims, level 5, chassis level 5, outer armor level 3, close-in weapon, level 3, power generation device, level 3, enemy detection radar level 3. Air conditioning level 5, refrigerator level 5, central control panel level 3, full interior level 3. Total level 50. Vehicle advancement requires gold coins x 20,000 parts x 8,000 steel sheets x 50,000 alloys x 400 heavy oil x 1,000 armor cores x 2 war fortress machine soul x 1 upgrade components above level 70 can unlock advancement. Evaluation a top-tier war monster with full combat power, mobility, defense capability, and comfort. Among level 3 vehicles, there is no more eye-catching existence than it. Damn. Jitsong looked at the living area, which had nearly doubled in size, feeling an overwhelming excitement in his heart. He then eagerly began to explore his new home. The entire living area had expanded to nearly 20 square meters, transforming from a cramped small room into a bright and spacious living room. The sofa had turned into an L-shaped 5-seater, and a large coffee table had been added. The viewing window on the wall had also been replaced with a super floor-to-ceiling window that could be opened, a large expanse of glass that was no different from a villa. The other interior decorations were all larger versions of the previous ones. Jitsong walked further back and found that the bed originally placed beside the corridor was gone, and the folding hammock on the other side had also disappeared, replaced by a staircase. I can't believe it. There's a second floor. Jitsong felt overjoyed and continued walking, arriving at the kitchen and bathroom area. His eyes were met with an open kitchen and dining table. The bathroom diagonally opposite had also transformed from a narrow shower plus toilet combination into a well-decorated bathroom with separate wet and dry area. The storage area at the back was immense, capable of holding various large and used items, even enough to park a small car. As for the shooting chamber, the concept of a shooting chamber had essentially ceased to exist. The storage area at the back was immense, capable of holding various large and used items, even enough to park a small car. As for the shooting chamber, the concept of a shooting chamber had the front row was super spacious with 4 seats, which could even be laid flat to serve as a bed. The central console had transformed into a semicircular shape, enveloping the driver's seat like the cabin of a luxury yacht, with the armrest box in the middle being so large that it could almost fit a person. Moreover, the 3-tiered vehicle's tires and chassis had raised the height of the entire vehicle by nearly 1 meter, providing a broader view from the driver's seat. Jitsong was in awe, touching here, and they're utterly in love with it. Next was the second floor. He returned to the living area and ascended the stairs beside him. The front side of the second floor had 2 bedrooms, 1 master bedroom and 1 side bedroom, while the back featured an adjustable secondary vehicle chamber. The secondary vehicle chamber was currently locked, so he could only take a look at the 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom was exceptionally impressive, equipped with an in-suite bathroom, wardrobe, bedside tables, dressing table, and other furniture. The highlight was the 3 floor-to-ceiling windows that could be raised, paired with frameless, oversized glass, and a huge balcony that extended outward. Wow! Ji-sung tried to open all the outer armor of the 3 floor-to-ceiling windows and opened the balcony. Everything around him instantly became clear. It was already past 11 p.m., and all the blood mist had dissipated. Ji-sung stepped out onto the balcony, a refreshing night breeze brushing through, tousling his hair. The moon was bright, and the wind gentle, the grass rustling, the flowing water of the Lubao River was crystal clear, shimmering under the starlight, and the distant horizon undulated like a slumbering beauty bathed in moonlight. This view was truly unbeatable. What difference was there from having a mobile villa? After marveling on the balcony, Ji-sung returned to the staircase and continued up to the roof. Opening the roof hatch, he arrived at the very top of the base vehicle. It was flat up here with a liftable helipad in the back, corresponding to the parking chamber for secondary vehicles. In front was a formidable closing gun. However, compared to the imposing appearance of the previous armored vehicle, the current closing gun seemed a bit delicate against the massive size of the positions of the other 2 defense turrets were also on the roof. Ji-sung carefully examined the detailed analysis and discovered that the positions of the turrets could actually be freely swapped. Front, middle, back, left, and right. 3 turrets could be modularly rotated in any direction. This was the brilliance of the base vehicle. All armor was modular and mobile. Ji-sung walked to the edge of the roof, leaped down, and landed steadily on the grass. Turning back to look at this armored beast, his eyes were filled with admiration and emotion. It was massive, incredibly spectacular. With a length of 21 meters, a height of 8 meters, and a width of 6 meters. Below were 16 tires on 8 axles, each tire nearly a person's height. The entire outer armor was painted black, streamlined and glossy, showing no seams at all, exuding a sense of technology. Impressive. Ji-sung sighed deeply. If a 3-tiered vehicle was already like this, what about 4-tiered, or even 5-tiered? His mind was filled with limitless, but now was not the time for daydreaming. Tomorrow was the crucial 7th day, and he needed to quickly rest and recuperate. Ji-sung returned to the vehicle where Danzi and Hua had already gone wild, chasing and playing in their spacious new home. In fact, Hua couldn't keep up with Danzi at all, but Danzi kept teasing Hua, occasionally biting Hua's tail before turning and running away, prompting Hua to chase after it. Hua, with its clumsy little legs, couldn't catch up and ultimately got ambushed by Danzi from behind, making it meow in annoyance. In the end, Ji-sung had to intervene and give Danzi a light smack on the head for it to calm down. Stop messing around, it's time to sleep. With the house now spacious, the 2 little ones no longer had to sleep on the sofa and were assigned to the side bedroom. Since there was no bed, Ji-sung simply bought 2 blankets and laid them on the floor, giving them their own little nook. After finishing all this, Ji-sung used voice control to seal the entire vehicle, then plopped down onto the bed. Although still very excited after a day of busy fighting, he was already exhausted, and as soon as he touched the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, dawn broke in the distance. Morning dew hung on the tips of grass leaves, swaying precariously in the gentle breeze. This sleep had been incredibly sweet. When it was past 7, Ji-sung slowly awoke on the soft and comfortable bed, stretching for a full minute with a super lazy yawn. Oh, that felt great. After finishing his stretch, Ji-sung sprang from the bed, like a carp, leaping, feeling full of energy and vitality. It was another day in prime condition. Ji-sung went downstairs to the living area and first arranged breakfast for Danzi and Hua. He then took out the king crab he hadn't eaten yesterday from the fridge, prepared it simply, and paired it with other foods to make a super lavish breakfast, sitting down at the dining table to eat. As he ate, he opened the chat channel for some entertainment. Today was the 7th day, and almost all survivors dared not sleep and starting to prepare nervously for the final test from early morning. All major factions were also busy vigorously carrying out a great merger to absorb various groups of all sizes. The danger level of the last night would certainly exceed everyone's imagination. It was not something a group of a few hundred could withstand. Relying on the larger factions to huddle together for warmth was the best choice for all major and minor factions. It was said that even the Kamikaze Corps had reached a cooperation agreement with the Battlefield Alliance, preparing to advance together in tonight's battle. Ji-sung continued to enjoy his breakfast while watching. But just as the clock ticked past 8 a.m., a very discordant mechanical voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Or rather, it appeared in the minds of all survivors in the region. Survivor number 7991 in the region, congratulations. You have successfully survived until the 7th day. In that instant, the more than 600 survivors still alive in the region all had their pupils contract. This was the first collective announcement everyone had received since the first day of crossing. Immediately afterward, the cold mechanical voice continued to resonate in everyone's mind. The final test of the first survival round is approaching. A terrifying tide of corpses is about to sweep across the plain. All survivors, please prepare yourselves. The first area's super boss is the Ancestor Blood Corpse King. Survive past midnight, and you will be considered to have cleared the first round. You can earn corresponding rewards based on your score ranking. Important reminder, the 5 tiers of rewards include 10 points tier Black Iron Treasure Chest, 500 points tier Bronze Treasure Chest, 2,000 points tier Silver Treasure Chest, 100 points tier Gold Treasure Chest, 100 points tier Purple Glimmer Treasure Chest. By defeating the super boss and small BOSS, you can gain a large amount of points and special rewards. The last hit will be recorded as the killer. After this round is cleared, 100 common super cities will be opened. Survivors ranked in the top 100 in each area can enter. After this round is cleared, a world channel in Terraria trading and in Terraria circulation will be opened. Countdown to the corpse tide 95959. After hearing this announcement, all survivors in the area were immediately in an uproar. The weight of this information is immense. The boss of the first round is revealed in advance. And this time the tide of corpses is not just about survival, it adopts a scoring system with 5 tiers of rewards. This means that those who focus on defense and only wish to survive will lag far behind others in terms of rewards. Moreover, with this scoring mechanism in play, the biggest impact will be on the top-tier powerhouses. Only the top 100 experts will be able to enter the Super City Common to 1000 areas. What awaits inside the Super City is still unknown, but once this information was released, the top powerhouses will definitely scramble for it. This is a true watershed. Those who pass will ascend smoothly, while those who do not will inevitably be left far behind. At this moment, the entire chat channel explodes. What the hell? Kill, kill, kill. Tonight we will definitely go insane with killing. Damn it. I want to enter the Super City. Why are you all so excited? Do you think you have a spot among the 100 slots? Just shouting here, the higher-ups of the major factions haven't even spoken yet. Their weaponry and vehicles outclass us commoners by a long shot. Exactly, let's just kill more zombies and aim for higher tier rewards. 500 points will get us a bronze treasure chest. It's not that simple. Didn't you notice the line, the last hit will be recorded as the killer? When focusing fire on the BOSS, maybe luck will have it that the last bullet to take down the boss is yours. Oh, that makes sense. For the purple glimmer treasure chest here, you definitely need to kill the final boss to earn enough points. If a child of fortune manages to land the last hit, they'll directly ascend. But where do you all get the confidence that ordinary firearms can take down the Corpse King? This thing has the word king in it. It might just be a king-level monster. The guy above is right. Regardless of whether you can land the last hit or not, do you really have the courage to go to the front lines to kill the Corpse King? 100 lives might not. Battlefield Alliance is buying armored core materials at a high price. If you have some, message me quickly. 2,000 gold. What the hell? 2,000 gold. That thing seems to be essential for 3 retire extreme vehicles. Which big shot from Battlefield Alliance wants it? Who else but Bossy? That's an extreme vehicle, unless you're one of the top tier big shots who would dare to choose this advancement route. Buying infinite durability and infinite bullets at sky-high prices. What the hell? There were some on the trading market just now. Were they taken down or sold out? Message me quickly. Price guaranteed to be satisfactory. What the hell? Bullets and parts materials have skyrocketed. Stop fighting over them. I haven't bought my bullets for today yet. After the previous announcement, not only the chat channel was in an uproar. Even the trading market was on fire. All hot weapon modification devices, including bullets, parts, iron sheets, and various combat items, saw their prices almost. Jizong had anticipated this scene long ago. As soon as he understood the announcement, he opened the trading market and searched for infinite bullets. 3 were listed, the cheapest one at 680 gold, the next 2 at 800 gold and 999 gold. Jizong didn't even haggle and directly bought the infinite bullets priced at 680 gold. As expected, after he made his purchase, the other 2 priced at 800 gold and 999 gold were also snapped up, not sure if they were taken down or just bought by others. Immediately Jizong searched for other materials and started operating at lightning speed. This was a critical time to test hand speed. Being a second late could cost a huge price. He bought a super gun chamber cooling for 50 gold. He bought a Gatling heavy machine gun for 30 gold. He bought 1,000 parts for 9 gold. He bought 3,000 iron sheets for 2 gold. After quickly wrapping up these purchases in just a few seconds, Jizong finally breathed a sigh of relief, watching as various items continued to soar in price. Last night, after upgrading his 3 retire vehicle, he had nearly 3,000 gold left, and he instantly spent 2,260. Fortunately, he managed to buy the necessary items before the large-scale price surge. This announcement is really intense, Jizong thought to himself. However, his focus was different from other survivors. He had only one goal, which was the Corpse King. To defeat the Corpse King and secure the purple glimmer treasure chest. Then with the top position in the area, he would enter the Super City. Just thinking about it made him feel exhilarated. However, this was not something easily achievable, as he was a lone wolf inherently at a disadvantage in numbers. Battlefield Alliance, Ghost Dragon Society, Mountain Sea Alliance, and the Kamikaze Group. These major factions combined have numbers that exceed half of the entire area. Their higher-ups, with the constant influx of personnel from below, would undoubtedly have formidable combat power. Of course, excluding Li Jianguo, that old man is too righteous. Aside from vehicles, his personal combat power is about the same as that of the captains under him. Based on the current intelligence, aside from himself, the strongest combat power in the area should be Yi Xingzhou, followed by Zhang Dongjie, and Zhao Hui, the leader of the talents of these individuals remain a mystery. It seems today I must advance the moon's blood to ensure everything goes smoothly. Jizong thought to himself. He immediately contacted Gu Qingyu to discuss the matter of forging. The other party clearly needed gold coins urgently and readily agreed. However, this matter was confidential. Jizong did not want to expose his Tier 3 vehicle now and attract the attention of external forces, so he decided not to go to Twilight Canyon, and they directly agreed to meet in the Starry Forest. Coincidentally, Jizong also planned to explore the Great Forest today. He set a route and activated the autopilot. Viru. The massive armored vehicle roared to life, moving forward with a low rumble. After a brief pause, Jizong took out the sheepskin scroll from the armrest box and began to review it again. Cursed sheepskin scroll, unique item evaluation. It is said that this sheepskin scroll contains clues to the treasure of the Earth God. However, due to years of being buried in the tomb of the Corpse King, it is covered by a cursed mist obscuring the information on the scroll. Remember, do not let anyone know you possess it. The scroll is currently obscured by cursed mist and cannot be viewed until Corpse King's blood is used for curse breaking. Corpse King's blood. Jizong stroked his chin, his deep gaze fixed on the mist on the sheepskin scroll. If this time's ancestor blood Corpse King really drops this material, the value of this sheepskin scroll would be truly immeasurable. A king-level monster. Jizong had never fought it directly, so he had no idea how strong this first-round final boss really was. But since it can drop a top-tier reward, like the Purple Radiance treasure chest, the strength of that Corpse King must be unimaginably terrifying. Fortunately, I have plenty of trump cards. The secret treasure level royal ring, the rare class cicada wing armor, along with 192 points of Constitution 3 combat talents, and a Tier 3 extreme load vehicle. If luck is on my side today, I could even obtain another secret treasure level growth weapon, which would be the real ace in the hole. Unfortunately, the Thunder Spirit stones are too scarce and costly, making it difficult to achieve advancement before the tide of corpses. Otherwise, I could add one more trump card. Jizong took a deep breath. He got up from the driver's seat and walked up the stairs to the rooftop on the 3rd floor. Then he took out the Gatling heavy machine gun he had just bought. He applied the upgrades: infinite durability, infinite bullets, super chamber cooling. He then mounted the Gatling on a base at the rear of the vehicle. A prompt sounded in his mind. Detected that the machine gun possesses 3 essential upgrade devices for defense turrets: infinite bullets, infinite durability, super chamber cooling. Would you like to bind the targeting radar to the machine gun base? Jizong immediately chose to confirm. With a flash of white light from the machine gun base, the Gatling instantly melded with the entire base. He checked the information on the machine gun turret. Besides closed defense cannon and flame turret, 2 upgrade routes had already been added. Upgrade route: anti-aircraft cannon. Upgrade the heavy machine gun to an anti-aircraft cannon using dual 127mm fragmentation shells with a firing rate of 35 rounds per minute. It can intercept aerial targets and also attack ground targets. After upgrading, this turret can only follow the entire upgrade route. Upgrade requirements: gold coins, x 1500 parts, x 1000 alloys, x 50. Upgrade route: laser cannon. Upgrade the heavy machine gun to a high-energy laser cannon that can fire charged beams. Each normal beam takes 8 seconds to charge, while a super beam takes 1 hour. After upgrading, this turret can only follow high-energy equipment upgrade routes. Requires power supply device to reach level 4 or above. Upgrade requirements: gold coins, x 3000 parts, x 2000 alloys, x 200 a laser core, x1 TSK, TISK, TSK. Jizong looked at the descriptions above, drooling with desire. So powerful. But it clearly seems impossible to upgrade. His primary goal today is still to upgrade to flame turret. Flame turret upgrade requires gold coins, x 350 parts, x 100 heavy oil, x 50 fuel, x 50. He still has 35 units of heavy oil and plenty of parts on hand. With the other materials filled out, it should cost around 1,000 gold coins to secure it. I still need to make money quickly. Jizong felt that familiar helplessness of being short on funds. Just yesterday, he was a wealthy man, and now he has turned into a pauper. It's quite troublesome. To be honest, the amount of gold coins he has now is not even enough to pay for Gu Jie's handiwork. Before long, Jizong arrived at the Starry Forest. Now that his vehicle level has been upgraded, he no longer needs to be overly cautious in his movements. When encountering those special terrains, he could just charge right through. Along the way, he discovered 2 wooden treasure chests and 1 black iron treasure chest, all yielding gold coins and resources. He also killed quite a few ordinary and elite monsters. After a trip, he had earned over 100 gold coins. He waited for more than 10 minutes at the agreed location, and Gu Qingyu arrived. She drove an administrative car, and upon seeing the base vehicle from a distance, she immediately turned around and fled, frantically messaging Jitsong. Gu Qingyu, little G, don't come. There are strong enemies lying in wait here. Our meeting has been exposed. Jitsong, come back. The strong enemy you mentioned is me. Gu Qingyu. 1 minute later. Gu Qingyu's administrative car slowly stopped beside the base vehicle, like a lion standing next to its newly born cub. Is this your vehicle? Tier 3. Gu Qingyu looked at the massive machine before her, utterly dumbfounded. It's a secret, Gujia. Jitsong winked at her. Oh. Secret, I won't tell anyone. Gu Qingyu finally realized and somewhat reluctantly said, but this is too impressive. Tier 3, extreme load vehicle. In the entire area there is probably only this one, right? While Gu Qingyu was still in shock, Jitsong had already taken out all the forging materials from his backpack. 4 super monster materials and 60 elite monster materials piled up a small mound on the ground. So much. Gu Qingyu was completely stunned. It takes at least over 10 minutes to forge one piece of equipment, and with over 60 materials won't it take until dark. There are even 4 super monster forging materials. Jitsong smiled a bit awkwardly and said, sorry to trouble you, Gujia, but don't worry, your wages won't be shorted. He then took out the moon's blood along with the scabbard and handed it to Gu Qingyu. Alright, I'll do my best. But I can't guarantee I can finish before dark. Gu Qingyu smiled bitterly. She initially thought this was a small favor that could be quickly done, but it turned out to be a huge task. No worries, Gujia, just take your time. They'll come find you before dark to collect it. Okay, then I'll find a safe place here and send you the address later. Growth weapons are bound to individuals, and only the forger can retrieve them. Moreover, during the forging commission phase, the owner can always check the forger's progress and status, so there's no need to worry about that. Due to the pressing time constraints, after reaching an agreement, the two parted ways on the spot. Jitsong then drove the base vehicle straight towards the starry forest. He needed to trigger today's intelligence first. On the vast grassland, scattered ancient towering trees stood alone. After the announcement was made moments ago, the survivors living on the outskirts of the great forest had almost all driven away. They either ventured into the great forest in search of treasure, or sought out powerful factions to merge with, and no one dared to continue their simple gathering work in comfort. This was for the best. A driving would not cause any disturbances. Jizang's base vehicle sped through the gaps between the massive trees. Before long, a line of prompts appeared in his mind. Ding. Forging successful. Blacksmith, Gu Qingyu, material frenzied corpse, nail progress of moon's blood, forging 0. 9. Total progress 1. 6. Jizong raised an eyebrow. Gujia is quite impressive, and no wonder she is a blacksmith. When he used a disposable forging tool, a single frenzied corpse nail only added about 7, which translated to 0. 7 on the secret treasure progress bar. This was a full 20% more efficient than his own work. The forging speed was also quite fast, with prompts appearing roughly every 10 minutes. It seemed that the hope of advancing to secret treasure level today was not small. The base vehicle drove into the outskirts of the forest, and soon the road became increasingly narrow, no longer allowing normal passage. Although he could force his way through, it was unnecessary. Jizong parked the vehicle, changed into tactical gear, and only brought a desert eagle tucked at his waist before stepping out of the vehicle to officially begin his exploration. This time he took a completely different route than before. Everything ahead was unknown. Yet compared to his previous cautiousness, his actions this time were much bolder. With the phasing ability of the cicada wing armor and consumables like the energy recovery fruit, he had no need to worry about physical exhaustion. Efficiency first. Swish. Swish. After the surge in his physique, Jizang's agility had improved tremendously. His figure moved like a nimble monkey, swiftly leaping through the dense forest, reaching speeds of over 100 km/h. Throughout his advance, all venomous insects and ferocious beasts he encountered instinctively fled. This was the primal fear instinct of beasts when facing a higher tier being. The roles of offense and defense had completely shifted. However, Jizong did not let them go. He selected a few plump wild bulls and a giant forest sheep, swiftly slaughtering them and skinning them for meat. He obtained 152 units of wild bull meat and 77 units of forest sheep meat. The quality of these giant beasts' meat along with their abundant energy was far superior to that found on Blue Star. If he had the conditions, skills, and time for cooking, he could create delicious dishes from these ingredients. Of course, compared to the items in the gourmet food gift pack, they would still fall short. Jizong collected this meat primarily to prepare rations for Danzi and Huahua. After securing the meat, Jizong proceeded deeper into the outskirts. After traveling about 10 kilometers into the outskirts, he activated his eagle eye state throughout the journey. His vision, incredibly powerful, scanned the surrounding environment like a radar. Wherever he explored, nothing would be overlooked. Over the next 2 hours, he successfully discovered 3 wooden treasure chests and 2 black iron chests. In total, he opened gold X31 and dwarf vine X40, alloy X5, rifle X2, Universal Bullets X2100 Modification Device Explosive Armor Piercing Axe Fine Quality C-Level Talent Fragment X 6 B-Level Talent Fragment X. One among them, the most noteworthy, was the Explosive Armor Piercing Modification Device Explosive Armor Piercing Cold Weapon Evaluation Usable for modifying all cold weapons. After use, it can enhance the blade of cold weapons with explosive shock treatment, allowing the blade to enter a high-frequency explosive state instantly when cutting through hard objects, enabling quick armor penetration. Note this device has a very high requirement for the strength of cold weapons. It seemed that the production of this item was extremely rare. Jizong specifically searched the trading post, finding several super edge items, but not a single explosive armor piercing. He initially thought of listing it for an outrageous price of 1,000 gold coins to see if anyone would come to bargain. Yet after much hesitation, he decided to keep it for his own moon's blood. This was the only device capable of enhancing armor penetration he had encountered thus far. Selling it off would be a bit of a shame. He took some time to rest. Jizong continued onward. As he ventured deeper into the dense forest, the surroundings began to grow increasingly dangerous, with various terrifying elite monsters appearing frequently. However, these monsters posed no obstacle to him anymore. Even without the moon's blood, he could easily take them down. Thus exploring until around 1 p.m. and opening 2 more wooden treasure chests, Jizong finally discovered something that caught his eye. Not far ahead, several flourishing fruit trees were growing their fruit plump and red, incredibly enticing. Strange fruit rarity, rare fruit evaluation, a rare fruit growing on the outskirts of the starry sky great forest, mildly toxic to those with a physique below 30. Consuming it can increase physique by 0.5 and spirit by 0.1. Strange fruit. It has appeared again. Jizong estimated that there were about 70 to 80 of them across the 3 trees. What a delight. However, this time the strange fruit was not something he could just take without effort. Underneath the trees, a terrifying massive figure was. The monster stood 5 meters tall with long pointed ears and nose, its body covered in well-defined muscles, gray skin with prominent veins, and sharp fangs gleaming in its mouth. Mighty Ogre level super monster evaluation. Ogres are one of the ancient races of the starry sky great forest, preferring solitude and having a violent nature. Due to frequent consumption of strange fruit, over the years they grow into even more formidable mighty ogres with exceptional strength. Jizong narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was a super monster, its aura was not particularly strong, weaker than the previous venomous goblin, likely just having reached this level. At this moment, the mighty ogre seemed unaware of the human observing it from a distance. It leaned against the tree trunk, occasionally reaching out to pluck small fruits from the branches, tossing them into its foul mouth, and then closing its eyes to chew. Damn it, you're still eating. Jizong grew anxious, drawing out his desert eagle and firing several shots at it. The ogre was immediately startled and enraged, turning to see the human in the tree branch and charging over with a roar. To avoid the battle affecting the fruit trees, Jizong waited until it got closer to strike. Crackle! A powerful aura surged within him, and a ball of destructive thunder was rapidly gathering in his palm. When the thunder gradually transformed from a light blue to a concentrated dark blue, Jizong thrust his palm forward. Boom! The overwhelming thunderous energy erupted in an instant. A terrifyingly thick arc of lightning struck directly on the ogre's head, turning it into charred ash. The ogre did not even have time to react before losing all consciousness and cognitive ability, its body suddenly stiffening. The headless corpse swayed slightly, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Instantly killed. This was the power of a fully charged lightning strike. A kill prompt appeared before his eyes. Successfully killed a mighty ogre super monster. Gold 50. No forging materials dropped. What a load of garbage. Jizong snorted, stepping on the ogre's corpse and walking toward the strange fruit tree. But just as he was about to harvest the fruits, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Today's intelligence has been triggered. Would you like to receive it? Unexpectedly, intelligence has arrived. Jizong quickly clicked to accept. Today's intelligence: you are approaching the depths of the starry sky great forest. There is a giant thunderstrike tree located in the forest about 3 kilometers direct. Whenever there is a heavy rain, magnificent and mysterious energy constantly surges beneath the thunderstrike tree. Thunderstrike tree. Upon seeing the intelligence content, Jizong's spirit instantly lifted. Could it be a thunder spirit stone? An unlimited curiosity arose in his heart. In fact, after several days of exploration, Jizong had also discovered the key element of his talent: daily intelligence. That is to say, as his strength increased, the value of the intelligence also rose. Initially, he could trigger a black iron level treasure chest, but now it was evidently much higher. Without further ado, Jizong quickly climbed the peculiar fruit tree ahead and harvested all 82 fruits from the 3 trees. He took out a net bag, filled it with the fruits, and slung it over his shoulder before heading to the intelligence location. After more than 10 minutes, Jizong traversed the dense jungle and arrived at his destination 3 kilometers away, noticing something unusual at a glance. This was a somewhat bare forested area. Surrounding it were many thunderstrike trees, all turned to charcoal, with the vegetation on the ground covered in a grayish hue. It seems that there have been numerous wildfires here. The plant life in the starry sky great forest is incredibly resilient, often consisting of towering ancient trees that are thousands of years old. It is indeed rare for trees in this area to be struck by lightning like this. A giant thunderstrike tree. Jitsong searched around in the gray-brown dead forest. Soon he discovered an unusually large thunderstrike tree that stood out from the others. It was a huge stump large enough for 100 people to embrace, reduced to a little over 2 meters high and complete. It is hard to imagine how immense and flourishing this tree was before it was struck by lightning. Jitsong walked over slowly, carefully sensing everything around him. Sure enough, as he approached the thunderstrike tree, he clearly sensed a faint magnetic field beneath his feet. This is it. Without hesitation, Jitsong immediately spent 50 gold coins to purchase a rare level shovel from the trading post. The rare level shovel has formidable digging. With one scoop, a square meter of ground was pried up. As a large amount of soil and tree roots were pulled up, a dazzling deep blue color suddenly appeared before his eyes. Holy crap! Jitsong exclaimed in excitement, nearly unable to contain his joy. He saw thunder spirit stones embedded around the underground roots, radiating pure and alluring light. Just from this one scoop, there were at least dozens of them. I'm going to get rich. I'm digging. Jitsong grinned with excitement, vigorously wielding the shovel and furiously digging at the ground around him. One by one, the thunder spirit stones leaped out from the ground as the roots were pulled, joyfully appearing before mankind. He dug for a full hour. Jitsong was practically going insane, completely dismantling the enormous thunderstrike tree stump that could accommodate 100 people, uprooting the entire base from the ground. A large number of thunder spirit stones scattered among the broken soil, nearly dazzling his eyes. Yet Jitsong still had ideas. He destroyed and excavated all the other smaller thunderstrike trees nearby. Unfortunately, these smaller thunderstrike trees did not meet expectations. There were hardly any thunder spirit stones underneath, with only a few scattered here and there. He made a simple deduction. The giant tree must have been struck by lightning, first transferring the thunder energy underground to form the thunder spirit stones. The giant tree's vitality is strong. It did not get burned down by a single lightning strike. However, due to the emergence of the thunder spirit stones, a thunder energy magnetic field was continuously formed, attracting further strikes until it was eventually reduced to this small stump. Poor tree, once I absorb all these thunder spirit stones, it will be my way of avenging you. Jitsong put away the shovel and spent more than half an hour rummaging through the shattered stump and soil, finally collecting all the thunder spirit stones and piling them into a small mountain of radiant stones on the ground. Phew. Jitsong wiped the sweat off his brow, his face filled with the joy of a farmer's harvest. This pile on the ground contained at least 500 to 600 thunder spirit stones. Calculating at 20 gold coins each, just from this haul, there was at least 10,000 gold coins in income. So exhilarating. After catching his breath, Jitsong checked the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Countdown to the zombie tide to 1844. There are still 2 hours left before the first round of the decisive battle begins, so I must hurry back. He took out a new net bag, packed all the thunder spirit stones, and slung them over his shoulder along with the peculiar fruits. At the same time, he ate a recovery fruit, instantly replenishing his nearly exhausted. Only then did he carry his heavy load and start to return at the fastest speed along the same route. On the way back, he casually listed some useless resources from his backpack on the trading post, selling for several hundred gold coins to ensure he had enough to pay Gu Qingyu. While checking the back end, Jitsong saw that Chen Xiaonuan had sent him many messages. She said that today's harvest was excellent and asked if he wanted to come over to trade. Jitsong hesitated for a moment. Although they were both on the outskirts of the great forest, one was on the east side and the other on the west, the distance between them was too. It would take him at least over an hour to get there, and Gu Qingyu was still forging, so there simply wasn't enough time. In the end, he could only opt for online. However, after initiating the trade, Jitsong was stunned. In Chen Xianyuan's section, not only were there dozens of tradable fruits and vegetables, but also a huge sum of 1,000. Jitsong, what is this gold coin about? Chen Xiaonuan, it's for you. You must be lacking money right now. Jitsong, no, where did you get so much money? Didn't I ask you to upgrade the vehicle? Chen Xiaonuan, how unfair. Did you not carefully read the messages I sent you today? Chen Xiaonuan, my vehicle is already fully upgraded. Plus, I had a super big harvest today. The vegetables I have for trade sold like hotcakes, and people from the Battlefield Alliance and the Mountain and Sea Alliance are looking to buy from me. I made a fortune. Jitsong, wait, how much did you earn? Chen Xiaonuan, do you want to know? From now on, I will pay you a salary. You can be my bodyguard. Jitsong, sure, you've gotten ambitious enough to challenge your boss. Chen Xiaonuan, just say whether you want it or not. The offer is 1,000 bucks. Raining money, Jitsong. In the end, Jitsong silently confirmed the trade. When he received this financial support, he could almost see the other party with their hands on their hips, grinning triumphantly. By the time he returned to the base vehicle, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Time was pressing. Jitsong threw his things into the back seat and immediately turned around to rush outside. At this time the moon's blood had completed 90 of the forging progress and was about to be finished. Moreover, there had been several major successes in between. According to the messages from Gu Qingyu, it was estimated that there would still be 1/5 of the materials left. Half an hour later, Ji Tsong finally arrived at the location where Gu Qingyu was. At the same time, she had just completed the last forging. Ding! Forging successful. Blacksmith, Gu Qingyu materials blood of the King Moon's blood, forging progress 11. Total progress 101. 6. Triggering forging advancement. Rare grade, secret treasure grade. It succeeded. Ji Tsong felt ecstatic. The blood of the king is indeed powerful. It completed 11 in one go, finally finishing just in time. Ji Tsong drove the base vehicle near Gu Qingyu and jumped down from the car. At this moment, Gu Qingyu was already exhausted, covered in fragrant sweat, with the large iron hammer in her hand propped up on the ground, breathing heavily. In front of her, within the enormous forging furnace, a weapon radiating dazzling light floated in the extinguished iron furnace. Ji Tsong's eyes shone brightly. Moon's blood, secret treasure grade. Incredible, Gu Jia. Amazing. Ji Tsong praised, giving a thumbs up. There are still about 10 elite monster materials and 1 super monster material left. Gu Qingyu wiped the sweat from her brow, storing away the large iron hammer, and said with a smile, "Luckily, I managed to finish it before dark. Just take a look." Ji Tsong nodded and walked to the forging furnace. At that moment, the moon's blood floated in midair, surrounded by dazzling light, like a layer of mysterious gauze quietly waiting for its master. Ji Tsong extended his hand, grasped the scabbard, and pulled it out from the forging furnace. The brilliant light on the blade shattered at that moment, dispersing like tiny fairies floating in the air, gradually dimming away. Ji Tsong examined the secret treasure-grade divine weapon in his hand, his eyes filled with admiration. After its advancement, the moon's blood had grown to a total length of 1.3 meters, and even in its 5th-level lightweight form it still weighed over 100 Jin. The gilded mysterious patterns on the scabbard exuded an extraordinary craftsmanship that left one in awe. He gripped the hilt and slowly pulled it open. Gu Qingyu beside him also grew serious, her eyes reflecting a hint of nervousness as she focused intently on this scene. Although she was a seasoned blacksmith, it was her first time handling the forging of such a high-grade weapon, undoubtedly adding a significant highlight to her forging resume. Now witnessing this treasured blade forged by herself for the first time unsheathing, she couldn't help but feel immensely excited. Clang! Accompanied by a clear ringing of metal, the scabbard slowly peeled away. The gradually revealed blade shimmered with a faint red light, awakening like a living being. That glimmer of red light, like a spiritual serpent, coiled and swirled over the crimson blade patterns, continuously releasing an overwhelming aura of weaponry as the blade was fully revealed. At the moment the blade was completely unsheathed, Gu Qingyu felt the imposing aura rushing toward her, instinctively stepping back several paces, her pupils trembling slightly. Clang! The long trembling metallic resonance echoed lightly around, forming a cold and lethal invisible domain. Ji Tsong gazed at the crimson-patterned treasured blade in his hand, his eyes reflecting the chilling gleam of the edge, filled with excitement and fervor. Before him appeared a brand new panel of information. Moon's blood growth weapon level, treasure grade, durability, infinite modification, devices, super sharpness, level 2 lightweight, level 5, forging progress 1. 6. Exclusive skill, life devour, passive, killing enemies with this weapon has a 1 chance to gain 0.15 points of physique increase. Each hit on an enemy will stack a 1 critical hit rate, resetting after. Exclusive skill, blood spirit awakening. Using this skill will instantly awaken the blood spirit within the blade, putting the wielder in a blood spirit state, increasing weapon lethality range by 5 times and speed by 10 times. The blood spirit state will last for 30 seconds. During this time, the second skill, Moon Slash, can be unlocked. Using Moon Slash will instantly terminate the blood spirit state. Cooldown time 6 hours. Unlock exclusive skill at legendary level. Evaluation: a gift from the goddess of night, a divine artifact forged from heavenly iron and Moon's bloodstone, powerful and surprisingly heavy. The dust accumulated on the blade's edge has been completely wiped away, and the crimson blade will once again display the might of the night. Friendly reminder: the timing for using Moon Slash is crucial. Do not forget. Ji Tsong looked over the newly appeared skill, Blood Spirit Awakening, in shock. While he didn't know the power of the second phase skill, Moon Slash, just the description of the blood spirit state was already very surprising. Within 30 seconds, both lethality range and speed would increase significantly. If this were stacked with the abilities of the Thunderfire Robe, how much faster would it be? It seems that these 30 seconds tonight will be crucial. Whether he can make his physique soar drastically depends on this opportunity. Ji Tsong sheathed the blade, and then turned to Gu Qingyu, smiling. "Gu Jie, you've really helped me this time, thank you." Gu Qingyu hurriedly waved her hand modestly, and said, No, I should be thanking you. This is my first time forging such a high-grade growth weapon, and I've gained a lot of experience." Jizong was straightforward, initiating the transaction and transferring 800 gold coins to Gu Qingyu. Today he forged about 50 times, with 3 of those involving super monster materials that took half an hour each, so the total labor cost was roughly 600 gold coins. Jizong added an extra 200 as a token of gratitude for her urgent work throughout the day. After all, he would need her help again in the future, and this sincerity was necessary. Initially, Gu Qingyu refused to accept the coins, but in the end she couldn't argue with Jizong and had to accept them. Due to the rush, they didn't linger for more pleasantries and parted ways. Gu Qingyu drove back to Twilight Canyon. Jizong also returned to the base vehicle, setting the autopilot route to the Central Plains, allowing the base vehicle to drive itself, while he began to sort out his gains from today. First were the more than 500 Thunder Spirit stones, all piled into a large cabinet in the storage area, leaving only a few dozen in the armrest box for easy access. With his current physique efficiency, he could absorb about 2 to 3 stones per hour, and the more than 500 were sufficient for his consumption for a while. However, to advance Gelée Wu Xiang, he still needed some time for accumulation. Then there were 82 strange fruits, which Jizong dumped all over the dining table. These would be the main dish for tonight. The side dish was Chun Xianyuan's fruits and vegetables, all of which were excellent for enhancing physique and spirit. After preparing this dinner that didn't look particularly appealing but was definitely powerful, Jizong also arranged some food for Danzai and Huahua. This time, in addition to milk, fresh meat, buns, and vegetables, he also specially added over 10 jin of wild beef in the bowl. Upon seeing the meat, Danzai's eyes lit up, immediately rushing over to gobble it down. Now it had grown to nearly a meter in length, with its jaw fully developed, though still somewhat round, and unable to bite through the meat chunks. But with its hydraulically powered biting strength, it easily tore the meat apart, eating with great gusto. Now this is like a dragon. Jizong patted Danzai's head, very satisfied with its fierce appetite for meat. Meanwhile, Huahua was still in the milk drinking stage, with its 2 short legs stepping on the edge of the bowl, licking the milk delicately, much more refined than the currently gorging Danzai. At this moment, the base vehicle had already driven out of the outskirts of the great forest. As dusk approached, everything around was cloaked in a hazy glow of the setting sun. Jizong sat at the table, indulging in a feast, his mouth full of fruit juice. But to be honest, eating too many strange fruits really isn't pleasant. Moreover, with no cooked meat dishes, just munching on a pile of fruits and vegetables was rather bland, and Jizong found it somewhat hard to swallow halfway through. However, for the sake of increasing his physique, he gritted his teeth and devoured every last piece of fruit and vegetable on the table. Burp. After finishing, Jizong leaned back on the sofa for a moment, feeling warm all over, his mind clear. This meal increased his physique by 49.5, bringing the total to 241.5. His spirit also increased by 8.2, reaching 28.5. A significant boost. Truly amazing. Jizong savored the changes in his body, feeling every cell stirring with anticipation for a thrilling battle that would make his blood boil. Jizong rose, climbing up the stairs to the top of the base vehicle. At this moment, the setting sun had completely sunk behind the mountains. Darkness gradually engulfed the entire plain. The countdown to the first wave of the ultimate zombie tide had only a few minutes left. Jizong walked to the machine gun base at the rear of the vehicle and used the remaining 900 gold coins in his hand to purchase all the upgrade materials from the trading. Then he clicked to upgrade the flame turret. In the next second, the entire machine gun base rapidly grew and expanded under the brilliance of white light. What the? It's so big. Watching the outline of the white light rapidly enlarge, Jizong hurriedly stepped back a few paces to make space. Not long after, the white light successfully took shape, gradually revealing an incredibly astonishing base weapon amidst the dissipating glow. It was a heavy turret measuring 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. The entire turret resembled a rectangular body covered with oil pipelines and metal components, much like an oversized surveillance probe. The rotating base, similar to a closed defense cannon, also supported 360 all-round strikes. Flame turret, level 3, type defensive turret evaluation, utilizes fuel and heavy oil as ammunition, launching a focused and solidified flame column with a maximum range of 200 meters, producing extremely high temperatures and continuous burning damage. Seeing the new information before him, Jizong felt a surge of excitement and directly issued a voice command attack. In the next moment, the entire flame turret emitted a sound of energy gathering, and all the oil pipelines instantly turned red, the spirals of the flame outlet glowing bright. A dark red concentrated flame column, like scalding magma compressed into a streamlined form, burst forth in an instant. Poof! The flame column tore through the air, landing 200 meters away on the open ground, instantly igniting into a vast expanse of flames. Boom! Jizong was forced back several steps by the terrifying heat, hastily stopping the turret's attack. Yet even so, the surrounding air was still distorted by the high temperatures. Meanwhile, the patch of grass in the distance had turned into a charred wasteland, still continuously burning with fierce flames. Jizong's heart quivered. Damn! This thing is no joke. The burning and explosive power it possesses is likely more lethal to living beings than the closed defense cannon. No wonder it's a turret worth over 2,000 gold coins. You get what you pay for. It seems there will really be some killing tonight. As the base vehicle sped along, the surrounding heat was quickly swept away and a cool, yet fierce wind rushed towards him. The hairs on Jitsong's forehead and the clothes on his body danced wildly in the gale. He turned around, gazing at the darkened earth ahead, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Next it was time for the main event. Zombie Tide Countdown 0056. Meanwhile, the major forces in the entire region had fully entered the final preparation stage. Top-tier experts such as Yi Xingzhou, Zhao Hui, and Zhang Dongjia all focused their gazes on the plain, their eyes filled with fervent battle intent. The targets of these top experts were none other than tonight's final boss. The first round of the true battle was about to commence. This was a moment to truly witness strength and hidden cards. Tonight, among the tens of thousands of remaining survivors, only one final victor would emerge. The all-consuming victor. Damn, I'm so nervous. It's coming soon. Damn it. Life and death are fated. Wealth is in the heavens. I will pierce through the horde of corpses tonight. I want to be in the top 100. Get the golden box. Enter the super main city. Charge, charge, charge. If you dare to charge, go ahead. I will hide behind. It's definitely super terrifying tonight. Luckily, I have you brave warriors. With you leading the front, I can rest. What's there to fear? All the top experts from various forces are mobilizing to the front line. Everyone is worried there won't be enough boss to share. The first tier reward is a purple radiance treasure box. It's coming, it's coming. Last 10 seconds. Zombie Tide Countdown 0010. Zombie Tide Countdown 0003. Zombie Tide Countdown 002. Zombie Tide Countdown 001. Zombie Tide Countdown 00. At the moment the countdown reached 0, tens of thousands of survivors in the area all held their breath. The whole world seemed to quiet down at this moment. Then a cold mechanical voice echoed, "Survivors, welcome to Carnage Night." In the next moment the earth trembled with a rumble. In the central area of the plain where no one was watching, the ground suddenly cracked. Boom. Along with the intense rumble, large tracts of soil and rock were pushed up, and a chilling blood began to gush forth from the cracks in the ground, dyeing everything around into a dazzling crimson. The earth seemed to have sprouted a gigantic blood cocoon. Or rather, it was an unimaginably massive blood-colored mound. Poof! The mound breathed like a living being, expanding and contracting. Large amounts of thick blood splashed out from the fissures in the soil, transforming into a rain of blood falling from the sky, as if sounding a horn. At this moment, a large amount of blood mist began to rapidly spread from every corner of the plain. In just a few seconds, the entire ground was dyed a shade of crimson by the mist. Roar! Roar! The chilling roars of the zombies resonated, intertwining into an unprecedented massive sense of oppression rolling in from all directions, as if to drag the entire world into hell. It has started. What the hell is that noise? All survivors, including the major forces, involuntarily swallowed hard upon hearing such a scale of roaring. Soon, a mass of figures emerged from the blood mist, coming into everyone's view. They were zombies frantically running across the earth. From the initial horde, they quickly gathered into a tide, eventually forming layers upon layers like waves of corpses surging forth one after. Before witnessing this scene, no one could have imagined that the number of zombies could swell to such an extent, surging across the land like ocean waves. Before witnessing this scene, no one could have imagined that the number of zombies could swell to such an extent, surging across the survivors on the front line turned pale, their pupils dilating. The earlier ambitious resolve had instantly turned into cold sweat pouring down their bodies. It's here. Why are there so many? Retreat. Quick retreat. Don't crowd. We're going to crash in the back. Step on the gas. They're coming. They're here. Rumble. The wave of zombies swiftly overwhelmed the front lines of the various forces. The slaughter symphony of tonight had completely begun at this moment. Meanwhile, the human side, having grown over these days, had also accumulated considerable strength. Fire. Under the command of the top experts, tens of thousands of survivors from various forces launched a fierce attack with their strongest firepower. A torrential barrage of firepower swept across the night sky, like a meteor shower, crazily targeting the sea of corpses. At this moment, the solitary steel beast on the plain was also immediately besieged by a massive horde of zombies. Countless terrifying figures let out dreadful howls, surrounding the base vehicle like an ant mound. At a visible speed, they piled up layer by layer, seemingly about to completely cover the entire vehicle. Jitsong turned and stepped down from the vehicle's top, sealing the cabin door, before being overwhelmed by the horde of zombies. Fire! He issued the command. At this moment, the base vehicle was completely blocked by the surging tide of corpses. With the powerful force of the engine, the 8 massive tires spun like a frenzied meat grinder, sending blood and flesh flying with each rotation. At this moment, the base vehicle was completely blocked by the surging tide of corpses. With the powerful force of the engine, the 8 massive tires spun like a frenzied meat grinder, sending blood. The two weapon mounts on the roof quickly began their charging preheating. The close defense cannon fired first. Bang 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 bang. The rotating barrel spat out a flame over a meter long with more than 200 rounds per second of large-caliber projectiles resembling the scythe of death. Every sweep would blast apart large groups of zombies into shattered pieces. Seconds later, the flamethrower turret also completed its energy gathering the oil pipe, turning completely crimson, with the nozzle spiraling and emanating temperatures akin to molten lava. Puff! The dark red focused flaming oil column shot out. In an instant, terrifying high temperatures descended. The kill range of the flamethrower turret, the compressed oil column, when sprayed onto any location, would create a splash effect, causing terrifying explosive flames in a 50-meter radius. Flames and black smoke surged into the sky. Those ordinary zombies under such explosive flames could barely last half a second before being reduced to charcoal. Moreover, after burning the zombies on the spot, the flaming oil remaining on the ground would persist, causing new zombies that stepped on it to have their feet rapidly melted by the high temperature, suffering continuous burning damage. A multitude of kill prompts crazily refreshed before Jizang's eyes. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold 0. 1. 1 total score 37. 1. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold 0. 1. Score 0. 1 a total score 82. 2. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold 0. 1. Score 0. 1 a total score 132. 6. In less than a minute since the battle began, the two mounted weapons had already wiped out over 1,000 zombies. Clearly a terrifying tide of corpses, but at this moment it felt like a mowing game for the base vehicle, frantically harvesting gold and points. Unfortunately, each zombie only grants 0.1 points, which is pitifully small. To reach the highest tier of the purple glorious treasure chest, at least 10 million zombies must be killed, which is absurd. With this time the gold could have stacked to 1 million. Oh, what's the point in craving a purple glorious treasure chest? It seems that only killing a boss is the true solution for obtaining high-tier rewards. Jizang looked through the car window at the densely packed tide of corpses outside, his eyes narrowing as he entered an eagle-eye state. Not a single big monster in sight. It seems the first wave of zombies is just an appetizer. Jizang murmured. But that's fine, he would first enjoy the killing. He set a forward route for the base vehicle, took his moon blood, and moved to the back row, opening the car door. Whoosh! As soon as the door opened, the overwhelming roar of the corpse tide surged in like a tsunami, instantly flooding the interior of the vehicle, making one feel as if they were in hell. However, the scene before him was no different from hell. The densely packed corpses writhed in the blood-colored mist, with the stench and odor rising to the sky. At the moment the door opened, countless decaying hands grasped the edge of the floor, with zombies stepping on their companions' bodies, roaring to climb in. This horrifying scene made the still juvenile Hua tremble and hide under the table. However, Danzi displayed a completely different demeanor. With its dragon claws firmly planted on the ground, its scales slightly bristled. Filled with hostility, its gaze fixated on the zombie tide outside. A low rumble of a growl resonated from its chest. Seeing Danzi like this, Jizang raised an eyebrow slightly. He took a few steps back with interest, giving Danzi some space. After all, with the attack power of these ordinary zombies, they couldn't harm Danzi, the pureblood true dragon. It was better to test its current combat power. Sure enough, at the moment when more than a dozen zombies climbed onto the floor, Danzi seemed to activate the battle instinct in its bloodline, letting out an angry dragon roar. Roar! The dragon roar was not loud, but it carried an extreme penetrating power enhanced by its lineage, instantly morphing into rippling sound waves that, boom! More than a dozen zombies were directly blasted apart, flesh and bones separating, turning into a large mass of gore flying out. Wow! The power of this dragon roar pleasantly surprised Jizang. In just 2 days of growth it reached this level, truly worthy of being an ancient pureblood species. Seeing Danzi defeat more than a dozen zombies with one move, Hua was no longer so scared. It imitated its brother, stood up, and meowed twice, looking fierce. Alright, you two stay inside, and be good. Jizang smiled, and patted Danzi's head. Tonight's situation was special. He didn't intend to let Danzi join the battle, lest it be lost later. Close the door. Jizang issued the command. Virum. The motor quickly activated to close the door. Before the hatch sealed, Jizang's figure flashed, and leaped out, diving into the vast sea of corpses below. In the moment before landing, Jizang's gaze sharpened as he drew his blade. Boom! The overwhelming blade force of the moon blood burst forth in an instant. The zombies within a few meters below were directly sliced into pieces, their remains scattering outward, clearing a vacuum area. Jizang landed steadily, his gaze narrowing. The red glow of the moon blood wrapped around him like a swimming dragon. Whoosh! Jizang instantly flashed out, transforming into a streak of shadow and charging forward. Having advanced to the relic level, the moon blood could release a 1-meter-long blade aura with each strike. Though its power was not as strong as the blade itself, it was sufficient to instantaneously shatter the bodies of ordinary zombies. Jizong rampaged forward with kill notifications racing to refresh before his eyes. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold 0. Score 0. 1 U total score 235. 9. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold 0. 1. Score 0. 1 U total score 642. 1. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold 0. 1. Score 0. 1 total score 1181. 5. Along with the continuous fire from the other side's base vehicle, less than half an hour into the battle, Jizong had already harvested over 10,000 zombies. Now that the base vehicle had moved far away, the density of zombies around had also peaked. They were spread across the ground, forming a layer as high as a floor. Jizong's lips curled slightly as he leaped directly into the air from the ground, retrieving a noise emitter from his backpack and firing a shot into the distance. The noise grenade arced through the air and fell into the zombie horde. The next moment, a piercing shriek instantly drowned out the roars of the sea of corpses rapidly spreading out. At the location of the noise grenade, a breathtaking spectacle rapidly formed. A vast sea of corpses crazily gathered, climbing atop their kin's bodies, creating layer upon layer of peaks. Until the time of the noise grenade ended, it had transformed into a gigantic meat mountain over 500 meters high. Wow, this is going to take a toll on my hands. Jizong slowly swallowed his saliva, as if he saw a mountain of gold. Boom. As the noise subsided, the twisted mountain of corpses began to slowly collapse. Come on. A hint of a battle-hungry smile appeared at the corner of Jizong's mouth. At this moment, his body had completed the charging of the Thunderfire robe. His eyes shone with thunder flames as the remnants of the robe billowed from his shoulders. Bending slightly at the waist and legs, he gripped the blood of the moon tightly in his hand. The next moment, Jizong's figure transformed into a brilliant bolt of lightning, with numerous thick arcs of lightning sprouting around him, stretching and tearing like giant serpents, instantly piercing through the entire mountain of corpses. Boom. The mountain of corpses exploded and numerous zombie limbs flew in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Jizong's firepower was at its peak, and the violent destructive thunder ravaged the earth, launching a one-sided frenzy of slaughter at the highest intensity. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold 0. 1. Score 0. 1 U total score 3,312. 9. Successfully triggered the blood of the moon enemy killing passive. Gained physique 2. 1. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold 0. 1. Score 0. 1 U total score 4,113. 6. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold 0. 1. Score 0. 1 U total score 6,121. 5. Successfully triggered the blood of the moon enemy killing passive. Gained physique 1. 3. A massive number of kill notifications refreshed before his eyes at a speed too fast to comprehend. By the time the Thunderfire robe completely burned out, Jizong and the base vehicle together had annihilated over 8,000 ordinary zombies. Score 8,000. Gold earnings 8,000. Among them, the blood of the moon killed over 6,000 zombies, triggering the passive 73 times, increasing his physique by nearly 200 points. This brief battle had nearly doubled his physique. With such a tremendous boost in power, Jizong's muscles trembled slightly, all over veins, bulging skin turning hot and red, indicating a state of imbalance between body and power. Huff, huff. Jizong took several deep breaths on the spot before stabilizing himself from this state of bodily rampage. Damn. He had been too ferocious, and his body couldn't handle it for a short time. But he couldn't blame himself for being greedy. A massive zombie tide like this was a rare opportunity. If he didn't kill fiercely, he would surely regret it later. At this moment, the surroundings had become a sea of corpses, creating a vast vacuum area with only the distant zombies still wandering. Jizong planned to return to the base vehicle to rest for a moment. However, just as he returned to the designated location of the base vehicle, he noticed that the movement speed of the surrounding zombies had inexplicably slowed down. This slowing seemed like a plague rapidly spreading among the vast horde of zombies. Within seconds, all the zombies appeared to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. In the next second, all the zombies on the plane began to slowly dissolve, turning into thick blood that gradually sank into the ground. Such a bizarre scene made Jizong's pupils contract slightly. All the whales had vanished. The entire noisy world had seemingly pressed the mute button, becoming eerily quiet. Seconds later, all the zombies had completely dissolved into blood, utterly disappearing. What was happening? Jizong felt puzzled and opened the chat channel. At this moment, only over 4,000 survivors remained in the entire 7991 district after more than an hour of being ravaged by the sea of corpses. Faced with this sudden change, everyone was in a state of shock and confusion. What the hell? Where did the zombies go? Did we win? We won. We won. I'm still alive. Haha. Damn. I haven't killed enough. I only killed 70 or 80 zombies. Not even enough for the minimum 10 points. Not even 10 points, what a waste. I've killed several hundred with my vehicle. Damn it. I wanted to challenge the second tier. Why did it just disappear? Tonight is really terrifying. Only over 4-0 people are left. Did a major force's defense get breached? Which brother can explain this? Everyone is about the same, with a zombie tide of this scale tonight. Basically, all the major forces couldn't hold out. It's normal to have the defense line breached. Luckily, they were just ordinary zombies, weak and fragile. Just holding on was enough. I heard that the Shanghai Alliance faced the biggest impact tonight with corpses piling up outside the Twilight Valley, but their firepower was also pretty fierce, so they managed to. So we just have to wait until after midnight, right? I feel something is off. What about the Zombie King? Could it have been killed by some expert? How could that be? That thing is at least a super monster. How could there be no movement? I haven't seen anyone mention killing the Zombie King. If the Zombie King hasn't been killed, how do we explain that the zombie tide has disappeared? A heated discussion ensued in the chat channel. Jitsong glanced through a few messages, finding no useful information, and directly closed it. There was still time, since the Zombie King hadn't appeared, and the little boss hadn't shown up. The zombie tide was probably just the first wave. Bigger ones were surely still to come. Soon the base vehicle turned back. Jitsong opened the door and got in casually, tossing the blood of the moon aside. He opened the fridge and took out a few bottles of chilled drinks, gulping. The cold liquid soothed the heat within him. However, he wasn't idle. Now holding over 8 gold coins, he planned to upgrade the vehicle. Unfortunately, the vehicle's armament required the prerequisites of unlimited bullets and unlimited durability. These two modifications were currently out of stock at the trading post, so he could only temporarily set them aside. Let's upgrade the secondary vehicle for now. Jitsong turned his attention to the interior. Interior of the whole vehicle, level 2, upgrade path, unlock new part secondary vehicle, unlock new part sentry robot, soundproofing, and heat insulation function, further enhanced a length of the vehicle, 1 meter height 0, 4 meters width 0, 6 meters. Upgrade requirements: gold X 300, parts X 300, leather X 300, level 2 chip X1, super, wood X5. He supplemented the materials at the trading post. Jitsong clicked to upgrade. The next moment, the interior of the entire RV suddenly radiated a burst of white light. The vehicle body slowly grew and expanded, and all the interior furnishings underwent subtle changes. Soon the white light completely, everything before him looked completely new. Interior upgrade completed. Successfully unlocked new upgradable parts sentry robot. Successfully unlocked upgradable secondary vehicle mechanical wolf. Successfully unlocked upgradable secondary vehicle small armed helicopter. Successfully unlocked upgradable secondary vehicle motorcycle. Friendly reminder: all secondary vehicles combat units and sentry units possess strength that upgrades in sync with the vehicle. For example, upgrading the outer armor can enhance the armor strength of all secondary units. A wave of new information floated into view, making Jitsong's heart flutter with excitement. For example, upgrading the outer armor can enhance the armor strength of all secondary units. A wave of new information floated into view, making Jitsong slightly excited walk to the back row to check. After this upgrade, the interior furnishings had undergone quite a transformation. First, the materials for the various floors and wall paints had become more advanced, and the strength had also increased. At the same time, the vehicle had become more intelligent. Whether it was the temperature control system, lighting system, or bathroom facilities, all were equipped with low-level AI capable of automatically adjusting daily living needs even without voice control. Of course, these were just minor enhancements. The main attraction was still the secondary units. Jitsong walked to the storage area in the back row, where the position for the liftable secondary vehicle chamber was now unlocked and could be controlled at any time. As he reached this point, several upgradable options also appeared before his eyes. Watchtower robot. Type defense unit. Evaluation: one of the advanced intelligent robots using super energy stones as the core and electrical energy as the driving force, capable of executing 24-hour watch duties as well as daily household chores and activity collection. The Watchtower robot is an incredibly powerful combat platform capable of being equipped with various special firearms, including, but not limited to, anti-material weapons, heavy weapons, individual electromagnetic guns, high-frequency, vibrating knives, neural interference ray guns, and microfusion energy weapons. Upgrade requirements: gold X 5500, parts X 1000, steel plates X 3000, alloys X 50, level 3 chips X1, rare grade motors X1, super energy stones X1. Upon seeing the first listing, Jitsong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn, it is indeed powerful, but it is also expensive. 5500 gold plus the parts, steel plates and alloys already exceeds 7000 gold. The level 3 chip and rare grade motor alone cost over 1000 gold. And the last super energy stone, there are no goods available at the exchange, and no one knows how much it costs. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Jitsong immediately ruled it out, and shifted his gaze to the second option. Small armed helicopter. Type secondary vehicle. Evaluation: a small vehicle-mounted armed helicopter with a maximum speed of 350 km/h and a ceiling of 100 meters capable of carrying 8 people internally, not limited to occupants. The armed helicopter comes with a turret base which can be upgraded to a powder-fired defense turret. The required materials and turret strength are the same as those of the main vehicle. The armed helicopter is equipped with a target acquisition radar, automatic cruising, and automatic attack capabilities capable of carrying 8 air-to-ground missiles simultaneously and executing various complex tasks. Upgrade requirements: gold x 3,000, parts x 3,000, steel plates x 10,000. Not bad at all. Jitsong stroked his chin, unable to suppress his admiration. The base vehicle already has 3 turret bases, and after upgrading the helicopter it directly adds another one, still an empty base. Moreover, all functions are maximized, significantly increasing the combat radius and reconnaissance radius centered around the vehicle. No wonder it is a secondary unit of a Tier 3 extreme load vehicle. Just one of them can easily crush others' main vehicles. It's just a pity. This helicopter, like the Watchtower robot, requires auxiliary configurations such as turrets and missiles to exert its maximum effectiveness, which he currently cannot meet. Let's wait until the mid to late stage of Tier 3. Jitsong continued to scroll down. Motorcycle. Type: secondary vehicle. Evaluation: a combat-type maneuvering motorcycle equipped with a high-power dual engine with a maximum speed of 280 km/h. The front of the motorcycle features a giant alloy triangular cone that can inflict significant damage on enemies upon high-speed impact, and can also be used to break through various obstacles. The body can be equipped with various directional light weapons with the chassis and tires synchronized to the main vehicle, making it a very comprehensive ground exploration. Upgrade requirements: gold x 2,500, parts x 1,000, steel plates x 3,000, alloys x 20. Sure. Although the motorcycle seems somewhat ordinary compared to the other options, its specific description is quite impressive. This can indeed serve as a current back. Jitsong looked at the last upgrade option. Machine Wolf. Type: secondary vehicle. Evaluation: a combat-type bionic beast powered by electrical energy, capable of executing various complex combat and transport tasks with a maximum running speed of 260 km/h and a maximum jumping height of 50 meters. The Machine Wolf employs a neuron-connected driving mode, enabling seamless human-machine integration, thus possessing extremely powerful mobility and operational limits, making it highly practical for exploring various complex terrains. The Machine Wolf features alloy fangs and claws, and after the main vehicle turret is upgraded to a laser cannon, the Machine Wolf will be equipped with a light cannon in its mouth capable of firing high-energy destructive light waves. Upgrade requirements: gold x 2,500, parts x 2,500, steel plates x 1,000, alloys x 50, level 3 chips x 1, rare grade motors x 1. Upon seeing the specific description of the Machine Wolf, Jitsong's eyes suddenly brightened. This is the one. This thing is definitely a treasure for forest exploration. Among the 3 secondary vehicles, the motorcycle leans towards flat terrain. The helicopter can only explore in the air, while only the Machine Wolf is capable of all-terrain traversal, and with neuron connection, it is almost indistinguishable from driving a mech. This is the one. Jitsong immediately opened the exchange and purchased all the required materials at once. Among them, the alloys cost over 1,000 gold, the level 3 chip and rare grade motor cost over 1,000 gold, while the remaining parts and steel plates amounted to a few thousand, bringing the total cost to just over 8,000 gold. This wave of acquisition is done in one go. Jitsong clicked on upgrade. In the next moment, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the open space ahead. A massive and agile 4-legged beast took shape in the white light. Soon from the slowly fading white light, a highly textured metallic sheen began to gradually reveal itself. This is a large Machine Wolf measuring over 3 meters in length. Its exterior consists of metal armor plates that are thick and rounded, full of tension, with faint electrical light flowing at the joints, alloy claws on its limbs and alloy fangs in its mouth, all sharp and fierce. Even the long tail bears a sharp blade. In the 2 eyeballs on its wolf head, infrared detectors are installed, while laser radar is equipped in its ears, exuding a cold and lethal sense of cybernetic machine. Damn, it looks so cool. Jitsong's eyes were filled with fervor. Though named Machine Wolf, it is even larger than a horse, with an overall appearance that exudes an intense sense of oppression and aggression. He directly mounted it. As soon as he sat on the wolf's back, an information prompt immediately appeared before Jitsong. Would you like to connect with the Machine Wolf neurally? After pressing the confirm button, Jitsong felt a jolt, as if his brain was electrified, and he was suddenly invigorated. Then he experienced a peculiar sensation. It felt as though he had merged with the Machine Wolf beneath him. This sensation felt innate, neither unfamiliar nor discordant, and there was no discomfort at all. He attempted to control it to move forward. The joints of the Machine Wolf immediately emitted the sounds of motor activation and began to move. Click, click. The Machine Wolf took a few steps forward, its body agile and stable. This is so fun, it's quite interesting. Jitsong's face showed a hint of excitement. He opened the hatch above the secondary vehicle compartment. Then the machine wolf lowered its body and leaped fiercely. Whoosh! Jitsong, riding the machine wolf, leaped from the compartment into the air, landing steadily on the ravaged plains below. Upon landing, the machine wolf immediately spread its limbs and began to sprint across the ground. From an initial speed of 100 km/h, it rapidly accelerated to over 250 km/h. The smell of gunpowder and blood wafted towards him, and Jitsong crouched low on the wolf's back, his clothes and hair dancing wildly in the wind, with a bold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Crack! The machine wolf landed abruptly, its powerful alloy claws digging 4 deep pits into the ground. Jitsong's eyes gleamed with fervor, still craving more. This is unbelievably exhilarating. It's 100 times more thrilling than a supercar racing at full speed. Moreover, this is far from the limit. The secondary vehicles will strengthen alongside the main one, and surely there will be even more intense moments ahead. Jitsong was just about to take a couple more laps for the thrill. However, the surrounding blood mist suddenly thickened. This anomaly made him squint. Is the second wave coming? Sure enough, deep growls and horrifying figures began to emerge from the distant blood mist. This time the figures were not particularly dense, yet they exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Hiss! A sharp hissing sound pierced the air. A small sinister figure rushed towards Jitsong from behind at an incredible speed. It was a frenzied corpse. Jitsong immediately entered eagle eye mode, fully capturing the trajectory and details of the frenzied corpse's movements. Compared to the previous frenzied corpses, this one had even redder eyes glowing like 2 unsettling red lights in the night. Has its speed and strength increased? Jitsong pondered silently, slowly turning his gaze towards the swirling, horrifying figures around him. It seems the elites in this second wave are all enhanced versions. Hiss! The distorted figure of the frenzied corpse rapidly approached Jitsong's back, leaping in for the kill. The distance closed quickly. The sharp claws were about to touch the human spine. Sizzle! The machine wolf's long tail blade flicked lightly. In an instant, the entire body of the frenzied corpse was sliced in half by the sharp alloy blade, blood and guts splattering everywhere. It continued to writhe on the ground, but the machine wolf had already raised its massive paw and crushed the frenzied corpse's head with a pop, splattering. Successfully killed a frenzied corpse elite. Gold 2. Points 10, total points 8,421. 3. Jitsong was somewhat surprised to see the kill notification. Not bad. Surprisingly, there are 10 points equivalent to killing 100 ordinary zombies. It seems that the kill points are different from gold, showing a tiered increase. Roar! Hiss! At this moment, a large number of elite monsters began to roam in the blood mist. Besides the frenzied corpses, lava zombies and rotting zombies, a new species also appeared. Winged corpse level elite evaluation, a special mutant among zombies possessing deformed wings on its back that granted the ability to fly easily, overcoming human defenses. The winged corpse flies at incredible speeds, its wings armed with bone blades, and its body strength extraordinarily high, capable of inflicting massive damage on vehicles and armors. If spotted on the battlefield, it must be prioritized for elimination or it will bring terrible disaster. Land-air explosions, toxic gas, it's an all-star lineup. Jitsong raised his eyebrows. It seems tonight will be tough for everyone. He opened the chat channel. The channel was already in chaos, filled with the astonished cries of survivors. What the hell? So many elite monsters. Who told me it was over? I sold all my bullets. We're doomed. The number of elite monsters this time is several times more than on the 6th night. And they're even stronger. What the heck? Everyone hurry and kill. One gives 10 points. Really? 10 points. I was just too loud earlier. Bring more, I can handle it. Now we might hope for the second tier reward. Don't think about rewards, just survive. They're coming. Crap. There are flying ones. They've broken through the defenses. Damn. Supermonster. Supermonster has appeared. A boss has appeared at the Moonset Lake. The emergence of the supermonster instantly threw everyone into panic. Soon a survivor from the Battlefield Alliance posted information about the supermonster on the public screen, causing an uproar. Jitsong quickly clicked to check. Flesh tumor walker level supermonster evaluation, an existence comparable to a city wall among zombie types, possessing a massive body, dozens of meters tall, covered in deformed flesh tumors, with fat thickness reaching several meters, capable of absorbing a large amount of bullet damage. Even rocket launchers struggle to inflict harm on it. Once the flesh tumor walker breaches the defensive line, the tumors on its skin will release a large amount of strong acidic solution, which can even overcome metal armor. Just as Jitsong finished reading the details about this monster, new information refreshed on the public screen. What the hell is this thing? Guns can't even hurt it. Super monsters have appeared in the Starry Forest too. And there are 2 of them. There's also one in the Twilight Canyon. Crap. Everyone be careful. They're coming. Jitsong turned off the chat channel. At this moment, a large number of elite monsters were charging towards him, numbering over 100. He slowly exhaled. Above him, a dazzling net of thunder began to unfold, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. Thunderstorm. Boom. The entire thunder net crashed down. The violent, destructive energy erupted into countless flickering arcs of lightning. All of the hundreds of elite monsters within the range were instantly turned into smoking charred remains. A plethora of kill notifications appeared. Successfully killed a frenzied corpse elite. Gold 2. Points 10 total points 8,431. 3. Successfully killed a lava zombie elite. Gold 2. Points 10 total points 8,551. 3. Successfully killed a rotting zombie elite. Gold 2. Points 10 total points 8,891. 3. Successfully killed a frenzied corpse elite. Gold 2. Frenzied corpse claw 1 points 10 total points 9,521. 3. After landing this blow, Ji-Tsong did not linger. He commanded the machine wolf to turn and rush back towards the base vehicle. Along the way, countless elite monsters continued to swarm in. The machine wolf demonstrated unparalleled combat strength, effortlessly crushing an elite monster with a single claw. Its teeth and tail blade equally formidable. Just a scratch causes injury, and a hit means death. Ji-Tsong wielded the blood of the moon, skillfully dispatching foes from the wolf's back. Before long, both man and wolf returned near the base vehicle. At this moment, the base vehicle was under siege by numerous elite monsters with hundreds of ghastly figures frantically attacking the outer armor. Unfortunately, the elite monster's strength could not inflict any damage on the outer armor of the third-tier vehicle, at most just sparking a few sparks. The machine wolf jumped onto the vehicle's cabin and the lift platform descended. Back inside the vehicle, Ji-Tsong quickly activated autopilot and automatic attack. The two vehicle turrets immediately opened fire, madly harvesting gold and points. Super monsters have appeared. Where's the corpse king? Ji-Tsong's expression turned serious as he kept a close watch on the chat channel. At this moment, with the furious assault of numerous elite and super monsters, the number of survivors in the area was rapidly declining at an astonishing rate. Almost all major forces were experiencing unprecedented shocks, with misery everywhere. Ji-Tsong's gaze fixed on the chat screen, watching the flurry of information pass by gathering intelligence. The base vehicle continued to move forward aimlessly. The two vehicle turrets kept harvesting outside. In just over 10 minutes, over 600 elite monsters had been slain, and the total points exceeded 10,000, reaching the fourth tier of rewards. It was a colossal zombie over 10 meters tall, its massive frame defined by bulging musculature encased in thick, coarse blackened fat, a true embodiment of brute adiposkeleton power. Clad in a blood-splattered iron helmet, it bared a ghastly row of lipless, jagged teeth. In its left hand dangled a rusted iron hook, while its right gripped a massive cleaver. Roar! A thunderous visceral roar erupted from the behemoth as it charged headlong toward the mobile base vehicle. Ji-Tsong sat calmly in the driver's cabin, smoking a cigarette and observing the creature with a sidelong, unflinching gaze. A line of text flickered into view. The Butcher, N-rank supergrade monster assessment. Among zombies, the Butcher is exceptionally savage and merciless, relishing the live consumption of living beings. Wherever it passes, not a single intact corpse remains. Its hide is as dense and resilient as armored plating, but its weapons can rend steel barehanded. Once it initiates a charge, even bullets and artillery struggle to halt its advance. Tum, T-Chom, and each step shook the earth beneath it. Its towering multi-story frame loomed like a moving mountain of flesh, inexorably crushing forward. The Closian defense cannon swiveled, locking onto the Butcher, and unleashed a torrent of fire. And bang, 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 bang. White-hot 20mm rounds lashed out in a searing barrage, punching through its hide on impact, ripping open gashes, splattering blood and viscera across the battlefield. Ruawayer. Yet its momentum remained utterly unbroken. Still bearing the full fury of concentrated gunfire, it launched itself forward in a monstrous leap, soaring over 100 meters before crashing down upon the roof of the base vehicle. T-Chom. And the entire vehicle sank violently downward, its tires buried deep into the earth. Ji-Tsong felt the cabin shudder as if struck by an earthquake, and the vehicle's durability dropped by 1% instantly. So formidable, Ji-Tsong raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. This Butcher rivaled even the Goblin King in raw strength, and far surpassed the brute ogre he'd encountered earlier that day. Clearly, tonight's threat escalation extended beyond elite monsters. Supergrade entities had also been scaled to their absolute peak. And the Butcher raised its great cleaver and brought it down in a devastating strike upon the defense cannon. Clang! A blinding shower of sparks erupted. Fortunately, the cannon was fully integrated into the outer armor. Otherwise, that blow would have reduced it to bang, 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 bang. And the Closian defense cannon raked the Butcher's abdomen with relentless fire. Over 220mm rounds per second, tearing through flesh, spraying gore and viscera in all directions, turning the surrounding air into a crimson rain. Meanwhile, the rear-mounted flamethrower turret redirected its assault from surrounding elites to the butcher now perched atop the vehicle. And whoosh! A scorching jet of incendiary oil erupted, striking the monster's back with explosive force, igniting a blazing cascade of molten burning oil. And Arolo, Ruor, and even this titan, capable of shrugging off cannon fire, could not endure the inferno. With a guttural cry laced with agony, it tumbled from the roof, breaking its own onslaught. An aura of terrifying heat engulfed the vicinity. The flamethrower continued its relentless barrage, bathing the writhing colossal form in a searing vivid. Its skin and flesh sloughed away like melting wax, its iron helmet warping, softening, and beginning to drip under the unbearable temperature. Under such extreme thermal stress, the Closian defense cannon's destructive power nearly doubled, its projectiles now penetrating twice as deeply, pulverizing muscle, bone, and sinew with brutal efficiency. Roo. And driven utterly mad, the butcher staggered upright and swung its iron hook and cleaver wildly against the vehicle, though each blow grew feebler, more desperate. Within mere seconds, its entire skeletal structure lay exposed, half its skull dissolved away. Finally, the cannon focused its fire on its head, shattering the skull into a violent spray of fragments. Silence fell. The battle ended just as abruptly as it began. A notification flashed. Successfully slain 1. The butcher's supergrade monster. Gold 50. Slaughter hook 1. Points 5,000. Total points 23814. 3. Only 5,000 points for a supergrade monster. And so indeed, only one survivor per major zone could possibly claim the 5th tier reward. Ji Tsong pondered silently, when suddenly a chime resonated within his mind. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a minor boss during this zombie tide. Reward: minor boss chest 1. Na reward, already. Nji Tsong's eyes lit up instantly. He activated autonomous navigation, then moved to the rear compartment, retrieving the minor boss chest from his inventory. It was a heavy obsidian black chest, its surface adorned with intricate metallic filigree, exuding an aura of profound mystery and ancient darkness. Let's hope for something extraordinary. Nji Tsong rubbed his palms together and opened the chest. Clang. With a resonant metallic clang, radiant light burst forth. Obtained all-tier random weapon crate 1. Obtained all-tier random material crate 1. Obtained all-tier random item crate 1. All-tier random. Ji Tsong's heart leapt. He realized this meant the potential for legendary tier loot. This minor boss chest was truly exceptional. He quickly withdrew all 3 crates and opened the material crate first. Snap. Light within the crate shifted rapidly. Violet, crimson, azure, amber, gold, white, emerald, obsidian, slate. Each hue flashing with dizzying speed, making Ji Tsong's eyes gleam brighter with anticipation. After several seconds, the light stabilized on emerald green. 3 materials materialized from the glow: alloy 20, diamond 5, a luminous gold 1. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alloy sold for 30 gold apiece, 600 gold right there. Diamonds fetched around 80 gold each, a luminous gold roughly 240. These were among the rarest resources currently available, worth well over 1,000 gold in total. Ji Tsong then opened the item crate. This time the light settled on obsidian black. Obtained drill rare 1. Ugh, junk. Nji Tsong checked the marketplace, 68 gold. He listed it immediately. Then taking a deep breath, he turned to the main event, the weapon crate. May fortune favor me with mountains of gold and silver. Muttering a whimsical chant for prosperity, he lifted the lid. A kaleidoscopic whirl of prismatic light spun furiously, then stilled on slate gray. Obtained iron sword 1. What the hell? Ji Tsong flung the worthless sword, valued at a mere 0. 3 gold, out the window without a second glance. Outside, the base vehicle continued its steady advance. After prolonged combat, both mounted turrets intermittently overheated, forcing pauses for cooling, diminishing their kill efficiency. Ji Tsong thus took personal command, piloting his mechanical wolf to split from the vehicle, scouring the wasteland in parallel for signs of other supergrade monsters. This battle was unprecedentedly brutal. All the small factions that had not merged with the major powers except for the formidable Shinfeng group were almost annihilated within half an hour of the outbreak. Among the 3 major forces, the Ghost Dragon Society managed to hold off the offensive, leveraging the advantages of the terrain and their vast stockpile of weapons and ammunition. The Battle Alliance, being the largest and strongest top-tier force, maintained the most stable situation, even showing signs of a potential counterattack. Only the Mountain and Sea Alliance in Twilight Canyon faced the direst situation. Their defenses had been breached 3 times, and all personnel continued to retreat into the canyon, unable to withstand the frenzied assault of the monsters. In desperation, Li Jiangguo could only urgently seek assistance from Ji Zong and the Shinfeng group. Hurry! First squad cover. Everyone else retreat. The butcher is coming in. Rocket team, get ready. Once the flesh tumor walker advances to within 500 meters, concentrate fire. We absolutely cannot let it breach the 4th city wall. Sniper's entire team focus on the winged corpses overhead. At the very front of the line, a heavy, double-barreled tank continuously bombarded the large, terrifying figures ahead. In the canyon, flames soared into the sky. The roars of the monsters' explosions, gunfire, and the screams of the crowd merged into a terrifying war march. In this battle, the Mountain and Sea Alliance had put forth all their strength. Yet it was still difficult to reverse the unfavorable situation of the entire battle. Captain, the first butcher has fully breached the city wall. What should we do? Captain, we can barely hold on any longer. The winged corpses have completely breached our defenses. Amidst the tank's communication frequency, numerous reports continued to sound, conveying the urgency of the battle. Li Jiangwo's face was as grim as water. Why you take the controls? A nearby inhabitant was extremely nervous. Captain, are you going to? Li Jiangwo opened the hatch and jumped directly out of the heavy tank, a flash of light enveloping him as he donned various equipment. He spoke into the headset. All squad leaders, let your deputies take over the vehicles. Now come with me to fight. As soon as these words were spoken, a stir erupted along the entire line. A tragic atmosphere instantly spread through everyone's hearts. Entering the physical combat phase was the most dangerous and final tactic. Captain, do we have no reinforcements? A deputy commander asked hoarsely. This question echoed in everyone's ears as they all eagerly awaited a positive answer. At this moment, the Mountain and Sea Alliance had to confront 3 super monstrous bosses along with thousands of elite monsters, a terrifying battle unlike anything they had ever faced due to their relatively weak average strength. Having endured until now, they were nearing their limit. If the zombies fully breached their defenses, it would lead to a genuine bloodbath and death struggle. At this moment, everyone needed hope, even if it was just a glimmer of hope. Li Jiangwo felt as if a giant stone was pressing down on his heart, and slowly said, I regret to inform everyone that the Shun Phone group cannot come. They are currently in a fierce battle at the Chinyu Lake, and cannot detach themselves in the short term. Hearing these words, a wave of gloom washed over everyone. Were they to place their hopes on these monsters, expecting them to suddenly dissolve like the earlier sea of corpses? But what if such a situation did not occur? However, the next 2 words from Li Jiangwo suddenly injected a dose of adrenaline into everyone. Just now, Ji Zong agreed to come to the rescue. He is now only a little over 100 kilometers away from Twilight Canyon and can arrive within an hour at the fastest. Everyone hold on. At this statement, the camp instantly erupted in excitement. Damn, Ji is coming. That's great. Ji has close-range cannons. He will definitely be able to take down the boss. Everyone hold on. Now Ji Zhang's reputation within the Mountain and Sea Alliance was like thunder, who everyone knew he had participated in dungeons with the captain, achieving terrifying results. More crucially, his vehicle was an infinite-fire close-range cannon. He once single-handedly took out over 100 vehicles of the Ghost Dragon Society. He was undoubtedly a top-tier player. With him, the pressure on defenses would surely be greatly relieved, and there might still be hope to survive the night. Kill. Destroy these damn zombies. The morale of the Mountain and Sea Alliance surged as they fought with all their might against the encroaching horde of corpses. Li Jiangwo also led a group of captain-level experts towards the butcher that had already breached their defenses. But just then a strange tremor suddenly rippled through the ground. Boom! It was the sound of footsteps. Following that were the second and third steps. The gravel and stones on the ground trembled uneasily in rhythm with the steps. The sound like a drumbeat struck at the hearts of everyone. The survivors at the front line turned their shocked gazes toward a massive shadow that appeared at the end of their sight. It was a gigantic figure standing 60 meters tall, like a multi-story building. This giant figure had no flesh or blood, only tattered armor and a body of eerie bones. It wielded a massive blade made of bones with a ghostly blue flame burning in its chest cavity, taking heavy steps as it advanced toward the canyon. Due to its colossal size, even from a distance the wave of monster information appeared before everyone's eyes. Bone Corpse General. Level Super Monster. Evaluation: the Bone Corpse General is the most powerful Vanguard commander under the Blood Ancestor Corpse King, ranking among the top tier of super monster combatants. It is said that it was once a descendant of the giant clan who fell into darkness due to contamination by a mysterious substance, ultimately losing its divinity, and while leaving only the having existed for too long, its flesh and blood body had completely weathered away, leaving only a skeleton, which was later infected by the blood of the Blood Ancestor Corpse King and transformed into a puppet of the throne. Yet even as a hollow shell controlled and manipulated, the Bone Corpse General still possessed terrifying strength that chilled the spine. Upon seeing this information, everyone couldn't help but feel their legs weaken. All the elite monsters and super monsters tonight were enhanced versions, let alone this top-tier super monster. If such a creature had arrived, how could Twilight Canyon defend itself? And the situation did not end there. On both sides of the Bone Corpse General, there also appeared a butcher and a flesh tumor walker. In total, there were 6 super monsters. This apocalyptic scene made everyone's throats constrict, their faces turning pale. We're doomed. Li Jiangguo took a deep breath, suppressing the instinctual fear within, and shouted in a deep voice, "Second team, third team, deal with the butcher. All squad leaders follow me. Charge out. Face the enemy Heaton." This was no longer a matter of whether the defense would collapse. If the Bone Corps general entered the canyon, everyone would die. The only hope now was to go out and buy time against the Bone Corps using every possible method, waiting for Ji Zhang's arrival. Perhaps there might still be a glimmer of survival. Kill. Li Jiangguo led a dozen captain-level experts charging, with their formidable physical strength, into the terrifying battlefield ahead. At this moment on the other side, Ji Zhang was also rapidly making his way toward Twilight Canyon. He was drenched in sweat after receiving Li Jiangguo's latest information. 6 super monsters, this is going to be a flight. Old Li, you all must hold on. When I arrive, I'll give you an 80% discount on this order. Ji Zhang replied with immense excitement.